Okay, so picture this: some dude, Kim Gi-ju, snaps awake in a truck that's flying down the road, and he is freaking out. At first, he's like, "Ugh, what a weird dream," but then plot twist, he realizes he's back in his old body, like, full-on throwback. And get this, the whole vibe felt super familiar, like a crazy case of DHVU. The truck's just vibing down some back road, maybe near like Austin, Texas, when the driver just stomps on the brakes, skirt. And here's the tea: a whole ass gang of orcs just pops up out of nowhere. The driver starts banging on the back like a maniac, screaming, "Orcs, y'all grab your gear and get your butts out here, like, now." So, you know the drill. Everyone around our boy Kim Ji-ju snatches their heat and bails out of the truck. But oh no, the monsters see them and start charging like they're trying to get a Black Friday deal. This old-timer, who's obviously the squad leader, starts barking, "We're running low on the good stuff, so don't be wasting shots unless it's a guaranteed hit, got it?" But like, the second the words leave his mouth, bam, a shot rings out. Literally everyone whips their heads around, totally shook, like who the heck is the trigger-happy moron? But then they see it: a clean-ass headshot, mic drop. Pop the first orc with, like, pro gamer aim, and guess who the shooter was? Our main man, Kim Ji-ju. The second he drops one, its buddies go completely feral, like rage mode activated. But Kim Ji, cool as a cucumber, just keeps popping off shots. This time, it's a double tap, bam bam, and both land perfectly. The fourth orc rushes him so hard he can't even get another round off. It's getting intense. Thank God my boy Ji-ju has, like, a fade in fighting, cause he dodges back like a pro to save his neck. Anyone else would've been turned into a pancake on Main Street. For real, once he's got some space, he's right back to business. This fourth shot, bullseye, and wait for it, he took the shot mid-air, like, straight out of an action movie. The man's accuracy is literally 100%, no cap. There's only one left, and it gets the same treatment as its homies. And just like that, Kim Gi-ju solos a whole pack of orcs that the rest of these clowns probably couldn't have taken down, even if they held hands and sang Kumbaya. So, naturally, everyone is just staring at him with their jaws on the floor. I mean, can you blame 'em? How were they supposed to know what was coming? That this random dude, Kim Ji-ju, was gonna take down 5 orcs all by himself. Lol, yeah right. Meanwhile, after that whole mess, Ji-ju's starting to think, okay, maybe this isn't a dream. Cause that felt way too real, like 4K Ultra HD real. Right then, the old dude from earlier stomps over to Gi-ju, but instead of a "good job, kid," he starts totally roasting him. He's like, "Yo, Kim Ji-ju, what was that? You trying to get us all sent to an early grave or something?" But our boy Ji-ju is just ghosting him. His brain is still blue screening, trying to process this whole time travel thing. So yeah, Ji-ju just keeps his head down and walks off, not saying a word. This makes old man Grumpy even madder. He's like, "Hey, punk, I'm talking to you. Did your mama not teach you any manners, you little snot?" Okay, so Gi-ju's whole vibe is getting super weird, and now everyone's whispering. They're all like, what is his deal today? First he goes all Rambo on the orcs, totally stealing the show. And now he's having a full-on emo moment in the corner, holding his head like he's at a bad concert in some basement in Brooklyn. Little do they know, my guy's having an existential crisis, still not believing he's back in the past. And listen, coming back with him was this, like, deep-seated beef with these two dudes, Lee Si-jun and Park Jin-ho. So if the universe is really giving him a do-over, you bet your ass he's not gonna let those two snakes win this time. And just as he's thinking that, bam, a notification pops up like a new match on Tinder. He's awakened as a player. Instantly, 3 classes show up in front of him: Immortal Warrior, Envoy of Hell, and Silent Hunter. And he's like, wait a minute, this is the exact day he awakened before, but these class options, they're brand spanking new. The universe is remixing his life. Out of the 3 choices, this one called Envoy of Hell is giving him major hard eyes. It's a class that basically lets you mess people up with all kinds of poisons and curses. Talk about a glow up. Wait, it gets better. It lets you build your own shadow army from dead monsters. Like, hello, goth fantasy. The powers were so op and shady compared to all the goody two-shoes holy light classes. But here's the catch: only one player could get all these powers, and in his last life, that player was this dude Yu-song, who had the sick nickname the 5 Poisons King. Yeah, he got lucky with the Envoy of Hell class, and basically hoarded all the power to become the #1 player. Last time around, if Lee Si-jun was Captain America, then Yu-song was, like, Thanos. And our boy Ji-ju had to study that class like he was cramming for finals, just to figure out how to beat the guy. He never ever thought he'd get a chance to be that monster, so when the opportunity came up, you know he didn't even hesitate. Kim Ji-ju smashed that select button. He was like, bet, this life, Yu Seong can take a seat. He's gonna be the villain of this story and get payback on all those fake-ass clowns. So, after players became a thing, guilds popped up too. Basically just crews for players to get perks and stuff. And back in the day, this one guild, the Phoenix Guild, was shady F, doing anything and everything to get ahead. They were all about stacking cash and power, and they clawed their way up to the number 2 spot in South Korea. And because the Phoenix Guild was so grimy, it made the Messiah Guild, led by that snake Lisa Jun, look like a bunch of perfect angels. So after all that drama, Jeju decides to do a total 180 from his last life. Before, he'd rolled up to the Phoenix Guild headquarters, probably somewhere bougie like Beverly Hills 9210. Okay, so the dude across from him slides this contract on the table, and it's got all the deets on the guild's conditions, plus a promise of some extra cash for every dungeon they clear. Yujin was reading that thing like it was the final exam. Real talk, the money was kinda weak, definitely not enough to buy the fire items he needed. But hey, what choice did he have? It's not like he could just roll up to the Messiah Guild's headquarters on 5th Avenue, right? And like, how do you even prove you're a player anyway? Isn't the only way to, like, check my status window or something? Yujin asked, and then the guy gets this wicked, Cheshire Cat grin, pulls something out of his jacket, and slaps it on the table like he's dropping a diss track. So the guy says they're these exclusive scrolls for an emissary of hell. All Yujin had to do was pick one and rip it. If he was a real one, the dude could see it for himself, no cap. Eugene's eyes scan the scrolls on the table, and immediately lock onto one called Blood Toxin. Peep this, the requirement to learn it was having the Emissary of Hell class. It was a wild skill that could literally turn the player's own blood into poison. The higher the player's level and skill rank, the more lethal the poison in their blood got. So Eugene's thinking to himself, oh, so this is where you get the good stuff, 'cause Blood Toxin was a seriously complex skill. The skill itself was pretty straightforward, but when you comboed it with the Blood Golem skill, its effect was totally maxed out, making it an absolutely insane, killer skill combo. So Yujin just snatched the Blood Toxin scroll and ripped it in half without a single thought. Boom. He instantly got the skill. In other words, Yujin just flexed on this guy, proving he was a player and what his class was. And just like that, Eugene successfully joined the Phoenix Guild and started his new adventure of wrecking dungeons in this life. That night, though, he had a crazy dream. In that dream, Eugene saw his old squad from his past life. Back then, they'd given him the nickname the Hound, and even though it totally didn't match his whole holy light vibe, every single time he went on a dungeon raid, he went full-on savage, just like a bloodthirsty beast on the hunt. The sight of him made every single one of his teammates low-key scared of him, and that day was no different. While his teammates were busy gossiping about his messed-up nickname, Eugene's sharp voice suddenly sliced through the air, making them all jump. Our hunt has begun. Get ready for this hunt. Hunts like these, as rough as they were, slowly made Eugene start to trust people again. Too bad it was all just a dream. When he woke up, it was almost dawn in Chicago. Looking at the clock on his phone, Eugene remembered that he'd already kicked the bucket and come back to life once. And since he'd bounced back to the past, his vicious enemies were still out there running wild. And Eugene was actually itching to find out if he'd run into them again soon. The next morning, he had his first dungeon raid of this life. The meetup spot was a place called One Moon Park. The crew had 5 people, and the other 4 members were already there. Among them was a bald dude named Joseph who had experience from 4 whole hunts. So the other 3 members were totally trusting him to be the leader. But when the hell is the last guy gonna show up? Joseph asked. Just as he said that, they heard the ear-splitting screech of tires on the pavement. Drama incoming. All 4 of them whipped their heads around and saw a beat-up old car pull up. You're kidding me. This punk's on his first hunt today, and he's the last one to show up. He's got no respect. What a rookie. The blonde guy in the party clicked his tongue, his voice just dripping with annoyance. Just then, Eugene stepped out of the car. Yeah, he should be thanking us for even letting him join the party. And what's with that piece of junk car? The only woman in the party couldn't help but sneer. Just look at him. I bet he didn't even get decent support items from the guild. Even though it's his first hunt, he'll probably just be trying to keep himself from getting murked. Let's just ignore him and get going. And just like that, on his very first hunt, Eugene was already getting iced out by his own team. The disrespect. Even Joseph, the party leader, told the others to just forget about him. Just pretend we're down 1 person. It seemed like Eugene was already used to being on his own though. So when he saw the 4 of them laughing and joking, while totally shutting him out, Eugene didn't feel a thing. Before officially entering the dungeon, their party of 5 was briefed on the basics of the place they were about to conquer. It was an E-rank, single-floor dungeon called the Goblin's Nest, with an entry requirement of level 10 or lower. The clear condition was to wipe out every single goblin inside the dungeon. Any questions, or does anyone want a dip? If you do, speak up now. Otherwise, please double-check your inventory bags one last time, the staff member said. Eugene pretended not to see the nasty looks his 4 teammates were shooting his way, and he just smirked to himself. They were just a bunch of nobodies, from some random suburb in Ohio he didn't know, so why bother giving them any attention? Besides, he could clear this crappy E-rank dungeon all by himself, easy. After they were done preparing, the 5 of them walked up to the dungeon gate. 3 of the 5 people there were raiding a dungeon for the first time, so they were totally blown away by how epic it looked. And after stepping through that gate, they entered a completely different world, a dense and silent forest. Each of them also had their outfits and gear magically switched to match their class. This isn't some virtual reality game from an arcade in Miami. This is for real. Everyone, stay sharp, whether we're in here or out there. We only get one life. Joseph, as the leader, immediately warned his party members. But the second the words left his mouth, he saw Eugene had already split off and was heading out on his own. Iconic. So Eugene's scoping out the trees, right? And from the tracks, he's like, yo, this place is crawling with goblins, like a whole block party of them. And get this, Joseph sees Eugene just chilling and decides to be a total jerk. He's like, hey Eugene, go scout ahead while the 4 of us set up our tents. Bro, that's literally the most sus job ever. But Eugene, my guy, doesn't even flinch and just says bet. I thought he'd be a hassle, but dude's a total pushover. Lol. He's got no clue he's being sent to his doom and just went with it. What a complete goofball. The rest of the crew starts whispering, 8, let's get ready to farm. Now all that loot is ours. And that's when Joseph whips out his sword, all dramatic. His whole scheme was to get Eugene out of the picture, so they wouldn't have to split the pot with him. Of course, Eugene wasn't born yesterday. He knew what was up, but low-key, it was perfect. He didn't want to roll with those clowns from some random suburb in Ohio anyway. Meanwhile, back at the Messiah Guild headquarters, probably in some swanky high-rise in Chicago, all the top players are in a big meeting. It's because the guild's getting a new member that day. And it's the same guy they're putting in charge of the current mission. As the door creaks open, Kang Ji-hoon, a real heavy hitter in the guild, grinds his teeth thinking, Tish, of course it's this unlucky schmuck. Pleasure to meet y'all, I'm Suzuki Iichi, the new guy announces. I see a lot of familiar faces, so I guess we can skip the boring intros, right? The nerve. This dude's voice was so full of sass that even the big boss, Lee Se-jun, had to admit he had some serious cajones. Nice to meet you, I'm Lee Se-jun, so, what do you need me to do? Iichi just clapped back, super blunt. That attitude totally set off Kang Jae-hoon, who slammed the table and roared, you little punk, you dare talk to the boss like that again. Even with that threat, Iichi didn't even twitch. He just throws this lazy side eye, not even bothering to look at Jae-hoon. You just know that made the dude even more tilted. He seriously couldn't figure out why his boss would bring such a cocky jerk all the way here from Miami. Besides Lee Se-jun, there were other legends in the room, like Noda Hajiro. They called him the Bow God, and then there was Sukahara Ken, the Sword God, but they were all just sitting there, quiet. Only Kang Jae-hoon couldn't keep his cool. But the more heated he got, the cockier Iichi acted. What, you mad? Does my whole vibe get on your nerves? Or are you still bothered about that size issue from last time? Oof, the shade is real. You guys are still holding a grudge over that. What did you just say, you little brat? Kang Jae-hoon screamed again. Alright, you came to the right place today. The others just sighed, so over it. 'Cause they all knew Jae-hoon was just pulling his usual hazing the new guy crap. Except this Suzuki Iichi was clearly not the one. But just when it looked like they were about to throw down, Se-jun lost his patience and shut it down. Alright, that's enough, cut the crap, and just like that, Kang Jae-hoon turns around and bam, he's face to face with his guild master's stone cold glare. Oof, all that rage. Poof, gone, replaced with that oh I'm so busted feeling. Even though he was steaming, Jae-hoon had to sit his butt back down, totally fuming. He was thinking, just you wait. I'll make sure this arrogant punk, who thinks he's hot stuff, gets exactly what's coming to him. Alright, that's enough, Park Se-yeon said, trying to get the meeting back on track. About that thing I mentioned earlier. If it's just about finding the material, then 3 days. Before she even finished, Iichi cut in with a solid deal. Lee Se-jun just nodded after hearing that. 3 days is totally fine. What this whole 3-day plan is, we'll find out later. Now, let's bounce back to that goblin dungeon. where Yujin just ghosted his so-called teammates. In his past life, he'd already gotten all the tea on this place, and after checking the area out, Yujin saw that everything he'd heard was 100% facts. No cap. As he was scouting, he had this super bitter laugh out loud moment. Looking back, it was pretty wild that everything he knew, from scouting to fighting, was taught to him by that same dude, Suzuki Aichi. Back then, he thought the guy was teaching him for his own good, but it was all for the Messiah Guild. Yujin had followed that cold-blooded operator for ages, and in the end, he was just a loyal lapdog for the guild. But they probably never imagined in a million years that all that training would now be a weapon pointed right back at them. At that moment, Yujin finished checking out a tree and hopped down to the ground. The second his feet hit the dirt, something came zipping at him through the air. Yujin dodged right, easy peasy. The welcoming committee was here, 3 super aggressive goblins. Yujin quickly opened his inventory and pulled out a dagger. His blood started pumping. These goblins looked a lot like the ones from the 7-story dungeon he used to grind all the time not too long ago. Now, they were just guinea pigs for him to test out his new blood poison skill. With that in mind, Yujin took the dagger and just sliced it right across his palm. Fresh blood immediately started to drip, and as the 3 goblins charged, he used that same bloody dagger to clap back. I mean, Yujin could have easily one-shotted them. But he decided to just stab one of the goblin's arms to test his skill. Instantly, a notification popped up saying it was hit with blood poison. A second later, the goblin he'd stabbed started freaking out in pain. It turned around and came at him again. Yujin looked pretty let down. For real. It's already hit with blood poison, but this goblin is still coming on this strong. Guess this skill's effect is kinda mid. Okay, so maybe that first goblin was a total low-level scrub, cause the second Jiju iced him. His whole squad rolled up for revenge, and honey, Jiju was so over these games. So Giju, like a total boss, does this slick dagger flip and just eats it, nailing the next goblin right between the eyes. The rest of them just stood there, shook, like they saw a ghost on Bourbon Street. I mean, for real, the strat for these goblin chumps is basic. They're weak sauce, but if you let they'll swarm you like it's Black Friday at the Mall of America. So Giju, seeing the whole posse pulling up, was like, bet, time for plan B. He straight up ditches the dagger and pulls out a freaking leather whip. Like, who even does that? The second that goblin chieftain whip's special effect popped off, every single goblin started bugging out, totally losing their minds, and Giju is just standing there with this little smirk. He's like, see, this is why we prep. Meanwhile, those 4 clowns who ditched him were getting absolutely wrecked by their own little goblin surprise party, and these goblins were not playing nice. Since 3 of them were complete noobs, they started panicking hard, leaving only Joseph, who was supposed to be the big shot fighter, to step up and block the first wave. The 3 newbies were looking at him like he was Captain America or something. Ulmao, he's yelling, what the hell are you doing? Stop being scared of these lame-ass goblins. Joseph screaming, yo, get it together, they're nothing, but low-key, he's sweating bullets himself, just trying to keep up. His hero act, he's hyping himself up, like, I'm ready, I've got my trusty longsword from a Chicago tourist shop. I mean, at the end of the day, these things are just little green punching bags, right? Spoiler alert, everything went wrong. My dude Joseph gets his longsword stuck in the first goblin he takes down, and he can't pull it out for anything. So now Joseph is full on freaking out, pulling on this thing like his life depends on it. Right as the goblins launch their second wave, perfect timing, guys. Yeah, so much for his big hero moment. This time he gets absolutely rocked by a goblin and goes down hard. Listen, even if they're low level, these things have 0 chill and will mess you up. Blood is gushing from Joseph's head, and girl, the pain is real. His whole body feels like a boulder just dropped on him in Denver, and his vision is going all fuzzy. But then he sees the goblin squad coming back for seconds, and suddenly his survival instincts kick in. He starts scrambling away, screaming, help me, don't just stand there like morons, do something. Seeing this, the 3 terrified rookies finally realize they have to do something. With their leader eating dirt, they knew if they didn't step up, they were all about to get clapped. And get this, while they're having the worst day of their lives, Jiju is just vibing, taking on a horde that's way bigger. Every crack of his whip drops a ton of goblins, and some even get so scared they try to dip out, Ulmo. But oh no, Jiju was not having that. Not a single one was escaping his party. His whip just flies out, faster than the goblin can run, and wraps right around its neck. Savage. Jiju gives it one sharp, little tug, and bam, cancelled. Then he gets this pop-up saying some messenger from hell is starting to notice him. And at the same time, he unlocks a new title, the one being watched, kinda creepy, kinda cool. Jiju's just smirking, like damn, the bar is lower than I thought. Surprised that just taking out a few trash mobs was enough to get a shout out from Hell's per team. Thinking about the clowns he came in with, Jiju scoffs, only a bunch of fools would lug around those heavy swords. This whip is literally all you need for these guys. Wasting time in a place like this is just dumb. And he didn't even need to guess. Giju just knew those four were having an absolutely terrible time. And was he right on the money? After finally getting their act together, the four of them managed to survive. But they were all banged up, and the whole vibe was just heavy, like a Monday morning in Cleveland. Then one of them piped up, "Hey, what do you think happened to the new guy?" Obviously talking about our boy Jiju. "If he's not back with info, he's totally dead," Joseph snaps back, all salty. But yeah, the noob's faith in Captain Useless was completely gone. They started calling him out for pushing Jiju away. Things would have gone way differently if all five of us were fighting together. But Joseph was not hearing it, and they all started arguing until this crazy, loud scraping sound cut them off. They all freak and jump into a circle, back to back, weapons out. That sound was 100% goblins, and they were terrified of getting jumped again. Okay, so the sound was goblins, but get this, they weren't attacking Joseph's crew. They were the ones screaming their little heads off while Giju was just tearing through them. His whole mob grinding session was just super chill. Jiju keeps getting these little pings from Hell's Messenger, and this time, he scores a new skill called Skeleton Soldier. How sick is that? Jiju immediately pulls up his menu, like he could not believe he got this skill so early. Back in the day, this was the go-to-death squad for the 5 Venom King J. It was literally one of that dude's main moves. But here's the tea, the skill has a major flaw, which is how Giju totally owned that guy in his past life. The weakness was that the user could only use the corpses of monsters that they, personally clapped. So get this, he literally had to get his hands dirty and, send them on a permanent vacation to build his undead army. Major yikes, right? But even with that huge catch, my boy Kim Jiju was like, "Yeah, I got this, easy." And just like that, Kim Jiju rips the other piece in half, and boom, he's learned the Skeleton Soldier skill. Since he's a total noob at it, he can only pop out one bony boy for now. But for real, all he needed was a decoy to keep the enemy busy. That would make the whole hunt a total cakewalk, so he whipped up a zombie goblin, real quick. Ingel, watching it morph right in front of him was kinda nasty and made him wanna hurl, but peeping those eyes, just full of pure haterade. That was the exact vibe Kim Gi-ju was going for. Meanwhile, the sky's all pretty, looking like a perfect day in Malibu, totally not matching the spooky scary energy. And right in the middle of this peaceful nature painting, you hear this creepy, faint clink of metal. Our dude Kim Gi-ju is just leaning against a tree, totally silent, scoping out the whole situation like he's watching drama unfold on a stoop in Brooklyn. He's rubbing his chin, looking a little let down. "You feel me?" "Not quite the glow up I was hoping for," Kim Ji-ju muttered. "My man is still on low battery, so this is the best I can do." And then the skeleton goblin slowly turns its head like it just heard him talking smack. Okay, its movements were janky as heck, but it was alive. In its super deep, dark eye sockets, this little light flickered, like someone just turned on the Wi-Fi for its soul. He gets closer and even pats it on the head. Bet, I've got my main weapon now," but then bam, Kim Ji-ju just freezes. The scene in front of him was absolutely wild. Wait, is that a player? His brain was just buffering, like why is a human body just hanging there like some forgotten Mardi Gras decoration on Bourbon Street? A million thoughts are racing through his mind, cause let's be real, from goblins to literal dragons, all these monsters are on a major We Hate Humans tour. There was no way they'd go easy on someone just cause they're a newbie, so after that messed up sight, he and his new bony friend make their way to the goblin's crib. And he's thinking to himself, so I have absolutely zero reason to show any mercy to these busted-looking monsters. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the sky is pitch black, and the forest is swallowed by darkness, in front of a dinky little campfire. A whole crew is sitting there quietly, the weak light barely illuminating their corner of the woods. This dude Joseph has a gnarly gash on his forehead, still dripping and everything. He's big mad, cursing damn it, those freaking goblins. Next to him, Sung Mai is literally trembling and bawling her eyes out. Miso's all worried, like, "Joseph, what's the game plan now?" Another guy just lowers his head, mumbling, "I think we got way too cocky, fam." He grits his teeth and says, "All serious, we are not going out like this." Josie frowns, his voice super tight. "They're just goblins though." And then Joseph just snaps, jumping to his feet and screaming, We can't take this L in shame like this. Miso was so shook she went completely silent. She stopped crying, gently wiped away a tear, and just stared straight ahead into the darkness. Hayne was stunned, with cold sweat trickling down his face as he nervously calls out to Joseph. Joseph is on his hype man speech, yelling, "What's wrong with you all? It's tough, but we can do this." Hayne just points at him, stuttering, "Bro, no, it's not that." Joseph frowns, looking where he's pointing like, "What are you even on about?" And Mino says in this freaked out, shaky voice, above your head right now." Joseph is all curious, like, "What is it? Is there something on my head?" And then, right above him, the words "level up" pop up, shining brighter than the Vegas Strip. Joseph could not believe what he was seeing. Level up. We're not even fighting. How is this happening? The only way to level up while you're just sitting around, he tries to play it cool, saying all stiff, "It's gotta be a party member, putting in that work somewhere." Jose was floored, his voice full of shock. If that's the case, does that mean the new kid is still alive? At that exact moment, Kim Ji-ju is holding a torch, its flickering light showing off the dark as heck cave. At his feet, the goblin guards were totally owned and scattered all over the ground. The cave entrance was piled high with wood, like he was building a bonfire for Burning Man. Kim Ji-ju says all calmly, "In my experience, the most effective way to unalive these goblins is..." A super smug look spreads across his face. "But it's not just this." Then my dude just drops the torch, and it falls right into the pile of wood he stacked at the cave entrance. In a flash, whoosh, the fire just explodes, and this blazing red light swallows the whole entrance. He and his skeleton are just standing there, chilling and watching. Their shadows are stretched out long on the ground. That smoky smell had already snuck into every corner of the cave. A goblin sniffs the air, its eyes getting huge with alarm. They all whip around to face the entrance, their bodies getting super tense. And when they saw that thick black smoke rolling in like a storm over Chicago, they couldn't help but start shaking, their eyes wild with panic. Pretty soon, all the oxygen in the cave just pieced out. A few goblins start grabbing their throats, gagging and groaning. They collapsed, writhing on the ground in some serious pain. One of them frantically points towards the entrance. In that moment, it was like a light bulb went off for all of them. And with zero hesitation, they just bolted for the cave mouth. They ran like their lives literally depended on it. Outside, the fire was still raging like crazy. Suddenly, the pile of wood starts to move, followed by these loud thuds. Kim Gi-ju is just standing there silently, his eyes glued to the flames. And soon, peeking through the gaps, you see the enraged faces of goblins. They were struggling desperately, fighting for every last breath. Their shrieks just echoed all over the place. They were filled with so much hate, their eyes glowing like they wanted to rip him to shreds. And our boy, just standing there with a little smirk, quietly enjoying the masterpiece he made. Then Kim Gi-ju said with a sneer, "How about we settle the funeral bill for all the players you've deleted, all at once?" And in that sea of red flames, you see countless desperate hands reaching out, trembling as they tried to grab onto a life that was just inches away. And then, in like a split second, whoosh, everything just gets absolutely torched. All you can hear is this crackling, and the air smells like some seriously messed up BBQ. The whole forest section lit up brighter than Times Square on New Year's Eve, for real. All of a sudden, you hear that system voice like a freaking Alexa notification, all like, "The big boss down under is totally digging your vibe, my dude." And bam, the goblins are toast like, extra crispy. Our guy just scowls, staring at this pile of dust like it owes him money. Kim Ji-ju just scoffs, like, "Teach. This is so weird." He's gripping that whip tighter, muttering, "For real, I thought I'd at least get a face-to-face by now." And with that, he just dips, looking salty as hell. He's all like, "Man, this is a total drag. Is this thing hiding out in Jersey or something?" But right as the skeleton goblin starts to bounce, you hear this little crack. The ground under all that ash starts to crumble, like something's waking up from a nap. It hears the sound and whips its head around so fast, and then kaboom, the ground just erupts, and this massive goblin just bursts out from under the dirt. The skeleton goblin is just standing there, completely shook, getting pelted with rocks and junk. Okay, so this goblin is fuming, legit breathing fire, but our boy, he just spins right back around, cracks his whip on the ground, and is like, "Well, speak of the devil, 'cause honestly, this place was getting seriously lame." Kim Ji-ju's gritting his teeth, all sarcastic like, "Oh, I am so grateful you decided to pop up right here." Meanwhile, the giant goblin is just radiating pure "I wanna unalive you" energy, with its eyes blazing like it's from downtown Detroit. So, plot twist, it's the goblin boss. He keeps talking, "A ton of noobs have totally gotten wrecked in this dungeon," Ji-ju adds, "all because of this one dude." Then he opens his hand, starts charging up his mana, and his whole face gets dead serious. So for all the noobs out there, running into a goblin champion in a goblin dungeon is basically like getting a one-way ticket to meet the Grim Reaper. Then, with just a flick of his wrist, this crazy bright light just flares up, and you can tell he's got a plan cooking. But, like a second later, the light fades and bam, he's holding a sword, all casual. You can just feel him thinking, alright, bet. From now on, nobody else is taking an L here. The skeleton goblin just tilts its head, its cold as ice eyes locked on that new sword. It starts stepping forward, super slow, and you can hear its bony feet crunching in the dead silence. That little move immediately puts Kim Ji-ju on high alert. He's totally surprised, blurting out, yo, it's waiting for an opening. Then, out of nowhere, the skeleton soldier just freezes solid, its whole body goes stiff, it slowly turns its head, and you see that cold little glint flash in its eyes. Oh, it's on. You can hear the hype in Kim Ji-ju's voice. He's got this little smirk going on. Oh, check this out. He even says, its whole vibe just changed. Then my man just kicks back, leans against a tree, and gets ready to watch the show. I mean, the tension is so thick you could slice it. He's just chilling, waiting for the throwdown. Dan the goblin lets out this wild screech. Its eyes are glowing, just full-on psycho mode. And right then, the skeleton soldier crouches down to power up, and then just yeets itself through the air, rocketing straight for the goblin. Bro, the speed was insane. It closed the distance in a flash. Dan charges forward too, all rage and fangs and claws, roaring like crazy. It zips right behind the big guy, does this sick spin and sweeps its leg, kicking up a whole cloud of dust, and with one super clean slash of its sword showing blood, just goes flying from Dan's foot. Ouch. And suddenly, he's frozen. You can see his eyes kind of flicker, like a memory is hitting him hard. It's Kim Ji-ju, having a total flashback to that insane fight with the giant dragon, the one that was literally a walking inferno, just waves of fire pulsing off it. Just raging, like it wanted to burn the whole state of California to the ground. Some terrified dude was screaming, how the heck are we supposed to beat that thing? Ji-ju was the one who yelled to go for its legs, and he whipped out his sword to knock it off balance. That's our window. That's how we get the W. He narrowed his eyes, and they were just burning with this hardcore determination, ready for anything, and without even thinking twice, Kim Ji-ju just launched himself into the air, his sword tearing right into the dragon's leg. His attack was a straight-up hurricane, making both of its huge legs gush blood like crazy. You just heard this terrifying shriek echo everywhere. Seeing this whole thing play out, Kim Ji-ju is even more certain, thinking, those moves, yup, that's it. Just then, Dan collapses to its knees, all messed up, and has to use its club just to stay upright. The skeleton goblin doesn't let up, just keeps hitting him with the same moves. It jukes behind Dan and then zips forward in a flash, and Gi-ju is just thinking, totally stunned. This fighting style is, and in that exact same moment, the skeleton goblin's sword, plunges right into Dan's head, instantly making it log out of life. Kim Gi-ju is just standing there shook, like that's exactly like me. He's thinking to himself, okay, I knew the skeletons would pick up some of my skills. Like a piece of my combat skills and magic, but dude, Kim Ji-ju is stoked, thinking, I had no idea they could straight up copy my entire fighting style. This is wild. He's getting all hyped remembering, before I time traveled, I was a master of every weapon out there. No cap, nobody in the whole game could take me in a 1v1. Then he looks at the skeleton, who's just standing there like, oh, and says, but I dig it. He's just kinda mumbling, well, looks like the whole game plan might have to change, and then, of course, ding, a system window just pops right up in his face. The flickering light totally makes him jump. He taps open the notification real fast, basically screaming, what is this? And right there, in big letters, Lord of the Shadow World, congrats, you just unlocked a hidden achievement. And for your prize, you get a legendary skill. Kim Ji-ju is literally bugging out, a legendary rank skill. He gets this huge, goofy grin on his face, no way I just scored this here, of all the random spots. So then we cut to the watchtower, and some dude is screaming his head off. They're back. Hansik jumps up so fast, slams his hand on the table with his eyes all wide, like what? And before anyone can say anything else, he just throws the door open and bolts outside like his apartment in the Bronx is on fire. Hansik was, like, totally bugging out at the scene in front of him. Players were just casually strolling out of the dimensional gate. He was shook, whispering, no cap, it's real, the players are actually back. Hanek's jaw totally hit the floor and he started sweating bullets, like for real. The dungeon got cleared in one single day. Isn't that supposed to be, like, majorly impossible? Just then, the whole squad was getting patched up by the Ems. He legit sprinted over to them, screaming with joy, "My crew is back." But then, hold up, he wasn't seeing his main man, so Hanek Seach just froze, his eyes darting through the crowd like he lost his wallet on Bourbon Street. He started scratching his head, all confused and worried. Wait, I'm only counting 4 people. Where in the world is Kim Gi-ju? And y'all, the whole group went dead silent, staring at the ground like they just got caught. The awkwardness was thick. Hanek Seach pushed his glasses up, his voice cracking. "I get it, so Kim Ji-ju is." But then, plot twist, a voice pops up from behind, making his heart do a whole backflip, a little spark of hope, you know. As this figure started walking out, the crowd was bugging out. They could not believe their eyes, and who strolls out of the glowing gate, hands in his pockets, cool as a cucumber? Kim freaking Ju. Hanek Seach was stunned for a hot second, then just yelled, "Kim Ji-ju," but my dude just walked off, total main character energy, didn't even look back, so Hanek Seach had to book it after him, screaming, "Wait up, Mr. Kim Gi-ju." Joseph was over there just shook like, he's still alive. That little punk, how the heck did he solo a whole dungeon? And seeing Hanek Seach basically fawning over him. Oh, the jealousy was real. Joseph's face got all dark and stormy. Are you kidding me? How? His brain was just on a loop, like, who is this guy? In the next few days, the timeline was blowing up with news that the world economy had been in the gutter for 4 years straight. So then, get this, the European Union offers a 30% pay bump for players who clear dungeons in the use. Then the Special Act for players gets passed, giving them a 10% income tax break. Like, are we just gonna give these guys whatever they want? On the massive screen in the middle of Times Square, you could hear this news anchor's voice over all the chaos. The ambitions of players worldwide are getting bigger and bigger. People. The analysis is basically this: only players can close these gates, so they're demanding all these special perks. But, like, while all this drama is going down, the Messiah Guild in Korea cleared a 5-floor dungeon and asked for literally nothing. News was popping off about how they were the first to ever do it. The anchor was basically fangirling, Lee Jun, he's saved the world yet again. She kept going, saying that after they cleared that 5-floor monster, the Messiah Guild sponsor, the Hansung Group, saw their stocks go to the freaking moon. Meanwhile, Joseph is rage scrolling and just snaps, turning off his phone. He's gritting his teeth, cursing, "Damn it, that freaking Messiah Guild." He slammed his phone on the table, growling, "The news is all about them. It's making me sick." Joseph kept whining, "So now we're the bad guys who only care about money, huh?" Hosung just laughed like, "Bro, who even cares? That ain't nothing new." Then he got curious, so, spill the tea, how'd the dungeon run go? Joseph just exploded, "Don't even bring it up, it was that newbie, Kim Ji-ju. Because of that little punk, we almost all got wiped." Hosung was shook. "What? Dude, what happened?" Joseph just raised an eyebrow and pointed to his bandaged head. "You see this? I got this thanks to that total psycho." Hosung just looked at him, completely lost. "So the rumors are true." Joseph clutched his forehead dramatically, 100%. He pulled the "I'm a poor newbie who needs items" card, and then just full-on Leroy Jenkins'd into a mob of goblins. Joseph went on, "I had to dive in to save his butt, and this is the thanks I get." Hosung was freaking out. "What? Dude, you gotta report him to the guild, get him punished." But Joseph just shook his head with a big ol' sigh. "Nah, whatever, it was just bad luck. He was probably just desperate for cash." Hosung was so mad. "I don't care how broke he is, that's no excuse. We can't let him get away with this. I'm gonna blast his name all over, so that clown can't pull this garbage anywhere else." Meanwhile, over at some quiet house in Austin, Kim Gi-ju is just staring at a picture on the wall. He's stroking his chin, all thoughtful. "This time, I can't just run up and meet this Lee Jun guy. Kim Ji-ju's new goal, I have to get way stronger before he even knows I exist." To figure that out, he was just standing there, staring at this whole wall covered with photos and intel. It was a total mess of papers, all connected with red strings like some crime show conspiracy board. Kim Ji-ju just ripped one piece of paper off the wall. "I'll start right here, where the string connecting me and him goes cold." Cut to a high-rise office building, where someone just screeches, "The Orc Hunter Dungeon." The male secretary is tripping over his words, all concerned. "Is this because of the nasty rumors going around the guild? Like, are you trying to go extra hard to save your reputation?" Jiju's just like, "Nah, I don't know about all that. To be real with you, I just need the money." Chairman Lee was just staring him down. His gaze was so intense, like he was trying to see right through him. "For money." He gets all serious. "Kim Ji-ju, your life is important, money's great, but you should probably focus on not getting yourself killed, right?" Chairman Lee even offered, "If you're in a tough spot, you can take a loan from the guild's support fund, but Kim Ji-ju just held up a hand like, hard pass. I'm good, but thanks, just go ahead and book it for me, I know what I'm doing. But in his head, he was thinking, they've probably been trashing my name all over the place. That's actually perfect, hunting alone is my jam anyway. After Ji-ju bounced, Secretary Nam immediately reported, so it looks like the gossip about this Kim Ji-ju kid is true. The chairman, just crossing his arms and looking out at the city, snorted, gossip's just gossip, but what's wild is that he seems totally oblivious to it. But what's the status of the dungeon he wants to raid? The secretary continued his report, his face getting serious. After the last Spec Ops team went in, they were totally wiped out. Girl, not a single person has signed up in like a month, so Chairman Lee Se-jun just spins around, fuming, that specialized team, who the hell was that? And poor Secretary Nam is just stuttering, it was some hotshot from Park Yong-won's crew, sir. What are we even gonna do? He's totally sneering, thinking like, paft, even a top-tier player from Park Yong-won's crew couldn't handle this dungeon, and now this little newbie thinks he can just roll in by himself. The audacity. So this other guy pipes up, all like, this new kid has a serious death wish, and our boy, sensing someone was talking mad smack, instantly whips his head around. Chairman Lee Se-jun's warning is still ringing in his ears, but like, who knows, right? So the first play is to get some real backup ready, but Kim Ji-ju just smirks, thinking, if you want to take out a hero, first, and right then, his phone lights up with the name Park Yong-won. Oh, the drama. Kim Ji-ju finishes his thought, dead cold, you gotta team up with the villains first, then he just peels out and, in no time, he's pulling up to Chuncheon City Hall, right there on Main Street. Yo, you Kim Ji-ju, right? This dude Hanjo's face is literally dripping with sweat, and he's looking so skeptical, but, for real. Did you actually come all by yourself? And when Gi-ju stays quiet, he just scoffs to himself. Like, with a greedy, money-grubbing attitude like that, no wonder he couldn't find any teammates. So then Hanjo just rushes him along, like, okay, please enter the dungeon ASAP, this way. He's totally giving him the side eye and cursing him out under his breath. This psycho, is he really about to go in solo? Whatever, not my problem, it's his funeral. Then the huge freaking gate starts to creak open, all slow and dramatic. And this insane light just floods out, lighting up all the spooky darkness inside the dungeon. The second Kim Ji-ju steps in, the gate just slams shut behind him. And boom, the system hits him with an info window right in his face. Orc Hunter, Dungeon Floors 1, Dungeon Difficulty C rank, Max Peeps 3, Entry Requirement Level 13 or below, Mission Eliminate the Orc Hunter, and he's thinking, okay, with my current level. These conditions make it literally impossible to solo this thing. Kim Ji-ju immediately whips out his sword, his whole body tense and on high alert, but if he can just use one orc as a sacrifice for his skeleton soldier skill, then it's a whole new ball game. In a freaking flash, an orc appears out of nowhere and charges at him like a linebacker. Kim Ji-ju's brow furrows, and his eyes get this cold, dangerous look that just screams, you messed up. Just as the orc's club comes crashing down, he pulls this slick move and just slips right past it, dodging with perfect timing. Kim Ji-ju plants a hand on the ground and uses the momentum to just spring back up, so smooth. He swings his sword, and you see these sick arcs of light flashing as the blade cuts through the air straight for the monster. But, plot twist, the result was not what he expected, and what he saw was just staggering. Kim Ji-ju had this oh crap moment when he realized that even for a regular orc, its skin was so thick he'd barely even scratched it. Then he glances where its club smashed down and sees the ground is totally shattered. The thought just burns into Kim Ji-ju's brain, like, plus, with that kind of power, one hit from that thing and I'd be a goner. Even so, he's thinking all I gotta do is take this one down and summon my skeleton soldier. A little hope starts bubbling up inside him. Clearing this dungeon solo might not be a total pipe dream after all. Kim Ji-ju immediately lunges, moving so fast it's like the world around him went into slow-mo. The orc is glaring, flexing all its muscles trying to snatch this blurry figure zipping around. Seeing its chance, it just slams a hand into the ground, sending rocks flying and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Omid-ji, a piece of rock grazes his face, and he starts bleeding instantly, but Kim Ji-ju just speeds around to the orc's back, closing in on it with a flurry of steps. In no time, he's right on top of it, his eyes just burning with this insane resolve. Kim Ji-ju aims right for that little scratch he made earlier, his sword flashing down to hit that exact spot. He hits it again and again, sharp little bursts of light popping off all around its legs. It all happened so fast the orc couldn't even react. It was just stuck there taking the hits. A second later, Kim Ji-ju lands softly, his stance solid, looking like a total hero. It just stood there, totally stunned, its whole body shaking in pain, with these wide eyes like it could not believe what was happening. Then, in an instant, dark red blood just sprays out, like, everywhere. He turns and just starts walking toward the orc. The beast, its legs totally wrecked, just collapses to the ground, its glaring, its eyes burning with pure hatred for him. Kim Ji-ju raises his sword and growls, "Not so tough now, are you?" Savage. A single, perfect thrust goes straight through the monster's body. Blood starts pooling on the ground as the orc collapses, dying with its eyes wide open. And immediately, the system flashes a message: "You have summoned a skeleton soldier." It was a super clear morning, sunlight just blasting these high-rise buildings over on Welshire Boulevard in Ella, With all the bright signs, power lines were crisscrossing the sky over the crazy busy streets, signaling the start of another hectic day. So, in this office, two people are totally gossiping. This dude, Osa-chan, is gushing, "Talent is talent, I'm telling you," and Lee Sun-ju just raises an eyebrow, all skeptical. "What have you been staring at so intensely this whole time, Os-chan? Don't tell me you're about to pitch some other weird product you found in a back alley in downtown Austin again." The corner of his mouth curls into this little smirk, and he lets out this soft laugh that's like, half amused and half totally plotting. Osa-chan just throws a file on the desk and slides it over. "If you're so curious, take a look at this." The second she sees the words on the page, she completely freezes, her eyes bugging out. Lee Sun-ju just screams, "What is this?" She literally could not believe her eyes. A player who just awakened, like yesterday, actually solo cleared his first dungeon. He said, his voice dripping with fascination. Word on the street is he's already in his second dungeon. This time, he went in solo from the very start. Now isn't that a huge middle finger to the title of newly awakened rookie? Pretty damn bold, am I right? Lee Sun-ju was absolutely floored, pointing at the file like, "Osa-chan, are you for real right now? You know how much I had to grind, and you're really gonna buy into some sketchy, anonymous report like this?" She kept going, "That's not the Osa-chan I know. You're being way too naive about this, my dude." And right then, the secretary slides in with some drinks, and her voice is so frosty it literally makes Lee Sun-ju flinch. "Is there a problem with my report?" She jumped and spun around, her face going ghost white. Lee Sun-ju immediately started backpedaling. "Secretary Lee, you made this. No wonder it's absolute fire. Where on earth did you dig up until this juicy?" Then bam, she slams the tray on the table, water splashing everywhere, and deadpans. "That's my job." Osa-chan just takes a little sip of his coffee, like nothing even happened. "Look, since Secretary Lee got the deets, it's 100% legit." He wasn't even done talking when his eyes locked onto the coffee wrapper on the tray. "I mean, if we can't trust Secretary Lee, who can we?" And then he just explodes. "Are you kidding me? What is this trash? I told you I don't do instant coffee. Stop buying this garbage." The secretary, just calmly sipping her own brew, totally ignoring his little tantrum. She slowly cracks her eyes open, her face a total blank slate. The secretary just goes, "Real chill. That coffee is a leftover from last week's meeting with the Phoenix Guild, and this report is printed on recycled paper. Y'all, the 180 Osa-chan pulled was legendary." He starts chugging the coffee, praising it. This has a nice, light sweetness. It's really hitting different. You know what? Instant is the only way to go." He's suddenly radiating this super fake generous energy, saying with a straight face, "For real though, if you can't trust Secretary Lee in this world, who can you trust?" Lee Sun-ju is just giving him the nastiest side eye, thinking, what a cheap, sneaky little snake. Her eyes were just glued on him, silently judging like, so that's why he's still like this at his big age. In a flash, the coffee was gone, leaving a sad, crumpled cup on the table. Then, Os-chan's brain finally booted up, and he asked something. "Oh yeah, speaking of Secretary Lee, what's the 4 to 11 on us copping some dungeons?" She was on it, like, instantly. A few decent ones popped up near some spot on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. But the prices are bogey af, so I'm still scouting. Hearing this, Lee Sun-ju was shook, acquiring dungeons. She's like, "Os-chan, hold up, don't we still own the dungeons we bought before?" The old man's eyes lit up, like he just found a $20 bill on the street. "What are you even talking about? You gotta dive back into the dungeons now, so we're gonna burn through our stash sooner or later." She shot back, loud as hell. "Huh, what is this nonsense? I literally just got out of a dungeon yesterday. S'mon, my guy, you gotta give me a break." Osa-chan just waved his hand like he's some guru. If people chill too much, they get soft, and for real grinders, taking a random day off just makes your body ache more. See, this Osa-chan is just looking out for you. Lee Sun-ju was grinding her teeth. The hell? The secretary just picked up her coffee, minding her own business. Hot steam just swirled up from her cup with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, over in the dungeon, a whole pack of orcs are roaring their heads off, their eyes glowing with pure bloodlust. They just mad dash at the skeleton soldier, and with just one swing of a club, its bones just shattered, flying everywhere like confetti before hitting the dirt. Kim Ji-ju wasted no time clearing out the orcs. He plopped down on their bodies, staring at the bone bits and complaining. Man, my skill level is still so low, my soldiers are weak as hell. Then Kim Ji-ju hops to the ground, and his hand immediately lands on the corpse of a 5-poison king orc. Yuhen, that dude I fought in my past life, really taught me some lessons I am so sick of hearing. In that instant, magic just flared up in Kim Ji-ju's hand, seeping right into the monster's body. A brilliant light just flashes, startling the other orcs who had no clue what was going on. A second later, the system dings, you have summoned a skeleton soldier, and right at that moment, from the orc's corpse, the flesh just rips open, and this bony hand bursts out, reaching for something. Its teeth were chattering like a brand new killer robot booting up, and then, the whole skeleton soldier pulls itself out, looking like a total menace. This dark, demonic energy was swirling all around its body, turning into this freaky cold mist. He said in this ice-cold voice, as long as my mana holds out, the number of skeleton soldiers I get, his voice just kept echoing, will be the same as the number of bodies on this battlefield. Hearing that, the orcs just stared with these empty, vacant eyes. They had absolutely no idea that death was literally right there, about to get them. In a flash, the whole dark dungeon was filled with these agonizing screams. The system was blowing up with notifications. You have leveled up. All of your stats have increased. The skill Blood Poison Water has risen to level 2. But Kim Ji-ju was so not impressed, snorting coldly, is that it? Getting this little XP in a dungeon is super inefficient. I gotta hurry up and clap these basic orcs, and start looking for the orc hunter. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in his feels, his mind just racing with questions. Kim Ji-ju stared hard at the dungeon map. He'd just sketched out, I thought this guy was a cannibal, so he's gotta be the one running this whole operation. He frowned, muttering to himself, but maybe he's just hiding out with the rest of the orc crew. He thought, okay, the only place left is... Then all of a sudden, the skeleton soldier bends down, its eyes glued to the drawing on the ground. Kim Ji-ju just blurted out, yo, what's up with this dude? Seeing it stare so hard, he asked, you see this and know something? Kim Ji-ju scratched his head, all confused, no way for real. He told himself, whatever, either way, I've got a pretty good idea where the orc hunter is now. Kim Ji-ju stood up without even realizing it, doing the math in his head. If he's there, then there won't be any good bodies to use as sacrifices. 8, so check it, one working skeleton soldier, he gives its skull a little bonk with a stick, all serious like, this is the only one, bet, then my boy and his bony bro dip out to find the main event orc in this whole messed up dungeon. 8, so anyway, I gotta find a new strat. After the throwdown, the whole place reeked of blood, smelled worse than a back alley in Philly, and legit a whole flock of crows showed up for the buffet. The orc boss sees his fallen homies, and dude, he is pissed, grinding his teeth with his eyes all bloodshot and crazy. He lets out this gnarly roar that scares the birds away, like, for real. Then the orc chief bends down, grabs one of his own dead crew by the head, and just starts dragging the body like a sack of potatoes. The drag was so rough it, like, tore the dead orc's face open even more, which is so nasty. Fresh blood was smearing everywhere, leaving this long, gross red streak on the ground, totally matching the chief's psycho red eyes. So, in this super creepy, damp corner of the dungeon, the orc chief is just chilling with the pile of bodies he brought back, and get this, he starts ripping off chunks of warm flesh and just chowing down. Behind a rock, our boy Kim Ji-ju is holding his breath, watching this whole horror show unfold. His eyes are laser focused on the shadowy figure, and he's clutching his bow like his life depends on it, thinking, damn, these dungeon bosses have stats that are totally jacked compared to the regular NPCs. He's like, yeah, just running in there screaming is a one-way ticket to getting clapped. But then he's like, all I gotta do is land one little arrow with my blood poison on that thing, and it's game over. Kim Ji-ju gives a nod, signaling his skeleton soldier to go time, and my dude, without even hesitating, the skelly boy just bolts from his hiding spot, marching straight for the boss. The second the orc chief hears it, his head whips around like in a horror movie. He starts sniffing the air, his mouth wide open showing off rows of nasty sharp teeth, and lets out this super threatening growl. In, like, a split second, the orc chief snags his club and charges forward like a total maniac. The skeleton soldier just tightens his grip on his sword. And then whoosh, He flies at the orc like a hurricane. He swings his sword so fast, all you see is this blur. And he's got this total "I'm gonna end you" look. The orc chief barely blocks it, and you hear this loud clang of their weapons hitting. His fiery red eyes are just glaring with pure hate, and then, you're not gonna believe this, the orc chief literally sinks his teeth into the skeleton soldier's shoulder. The skelly is, like, struggling, trying to get away from the monster's crazy fangs, and right then, Giju draws his bow. He's like, yup, those bloodshot eyes confirm it, that's the cannibal orc hunter for sure. Kim Ji-ju takes aim, and he's thinking, there's gotta be a weak spot somewhere besides that thick-ass hide. And it's like his thought guided the arrow, 'cause it just zips from his bowstring, heading straight for the only weak spot. It shot out like a freaking lightning bolt from a summer storm over Austin. Only then did the orc chief realize he messed up. But, lol, it was way too late. No time to dip or dodge. He just had to watch in slow-mo as the arrow came right for him. In a flash bam, the arrow goes straight through the orc chief's eye, and he stumbles back, completely rocked. The orc chief's knees totally give out as he's trying not to fall over. His feet skid across the floor, kicking up a huge cloud of dust, but then, in a flash, the dude stabilizes, and his icy glare is locked dead ahead. He immediately reaches up and just grabs the arrow sticking out of his face, and in one smooth, totally savage move, he yanks it out and throws it on the ground. The orc chief is just fuming, breathing heavy, and staring down his enemy with so much hate. Just then, a little system notification pops up, like a text message. The orc has been afflicted with blood poison. He just frowns, thinking, the more vital the spot, the faster the poison works. Then Kim Ji-ju gets this smug little smirk, his eyes screaming, I'm that guy. His whole vibe was like pouring gas on a fire, and the chief's rage just exploded. Right then, another system message dings. Due to blood poison, the orc's stamina is continuously decreasing. The poison is spreading through his system super fast, making the orc chief wobble like his battery's dying. Seeing him drop to his knees, Kim Ji-ju is like, okay, so the damage from a level 2 blood poison isn't, like, crazy high or anything. But then he adds with this cheeky grin, still, for this level, it's pretty clutch, am I right? While the orc chief is all dazed and confused, the skeleton soldier lifts his sword. Kim Ji-ju just says, cold as ice, it's a wrap for you, bro. In a split second, the blade is covered in fresh blood. The orc chief hits the floor, stops breathing, and boom, life subscription cancelled. Right after, a bunch of system alerts start going off like a slot machine jackpot. Notification, you have defeated the orc hunter, you have cleared the dungeon, you have leveled up, you may return in 1 hour. He kinda kicks a pile of dry bones and mutters, damn, this thing ate everybody, didn't care if they were human or orc. I wonder if any of Park Young-won's crew are in this bone pile. His kick sends some bone bits flying, and they make this clattering noise that sounded super creepy, like an echo from beyond. Suddenly, Kim Ji-ju's eyes lock onto something. In front of him is a single skeleton. Just by itself, its ribs were totally snapped, sticking out like some kind of messed up death warning. Kim Ji-ju touches it and he's instantly like, nah, this wasn't an orc. He looks closer thinking, from the way this cut looks, this person got straight up shanked from behind. This was definitely done by someone who's used to offing people in dungeons. A thought popped into his head. I can't tell if this was, like, a planned hit, or if someone just snapped. But if this was someone from Park Young-won's squad at the Phoenix Guild, it was probably some psycho who just ganks people for their cash and items. He sighs off. I'm running out of time here. Where the heck am I supposed to find a clue about this guy? Bright moonlight suddenly cuts through the dungeon's darkness, like a spotlight from heaven for Kim Ji-ju, to get the dirt on Park Young-won. He'd take any excuse he could get, for real. All of a sudden, this weird light flares up on the rock wall ahead, flickering in the dark like a busted neon sign on Bourbon Street. He has to lift his hand to block his eyes, squinting at how bright it was. Kim Ji-ju hustles over to check it out and finds a little cave. He crouches down, carefully peeking into the entrance, which was barely big enough for one person to squeeze through, and just then, Kim Ji-ju sees a skeleton all huddled in the corner, with its hand still wrapped tight around a sword. He makes a mental note that this guy's weapon was spotless, and his body wasn't all torn up like the others, super sus. And yo, when Kim Ji-ju spots these ratchet scratches on the cliff wall, he's like 100% convinced this dude straight up bailed on his team while they were getting wrecked. Just to hide in here and wait to get unalived, the cowardice is real. Then he clocks the emblem on the skeleton's little cape, and the cringe is so strong he's like, of course, the clowns behind this shady business were from the Phoenix Guild. You already know. Kim Ji-ju just smirks, totally not surprised. He's thinking, Especially since this dude was supposed to be one of Park Yong-won's rising stars. The thought just pops in his head, like, there's literally no better grave for him than this dump. And then plot twist, a notebook just falls out of the skeleton's clothes. Kim Ji-ju literally freezes. The heck is this? He doesn't even hesitate, just snatches it right up. Kim Ji-ju starts flipping through it like a madman. Is this a diary? Spill the tea, dude. He's blazing through the pages, muttering, nah, nothing good in here, this is all junk, when suddenly, his eyes lock onto one page. He gasps, completely shook. No way, this is the official hater list for Park Yong-won's crew. Kim Ji-yu snaps the book shut, his voice buzzing. Oh hell yeah, finding this is a straight-up jackpot. I can totally use this for some drama. Then, a system notification just pops up in his ear, clear as day. The Emissary of Hell is giving you a standing ovation for that brilliant move. He sent you a legendary skill scroll as a treat. Hearing that, Ji-ju is floored. A legendary skill. A little smirk starts playing on his lips. Oh, so this is how you get the good stuff. He's totally mesmerized by the scroll in his hand. It says Eyeball of Anubis, and to get it, you gotta be homies with the Emissary of Hell, with a skill level of at least 1. The skill effect lets you see the memories of the dead. Bro, reading that last line, Ji-ju gets this wicked, smug grin. He literally reads it out loud, cheesing hard, allows you to see the memories of the dead. And then, without even thinking twice, Ji-ju grabs his shot. He just rips that scroll into confetti, thinking, this is the kind of insane luck I never had back in my old life on the south side of Chicago. The second he's done shredding it, the system dings again. Notification, you have acquired the Eyeball of Anubis. You have earned the achievement Successor of Hell. What? Ji-ju slowly walks up to Yonga's skeleton. He lets out a sigh, carefully raising his hands to touch the skull. You know what they say, dead men tell no tales, or do they? Then, Ji-ju's hands gently touch Yonga's crusty old skull. He slowly pulls it in, but suddenly, Ji-ju's vibe shifts to pure hype, and his eyes start glowing with this freaky light. But that's old news for me now. The mana in Ji-ju's eyes starts to swirl, quickly twisting up into a crazy, intense vortex. All the mana deep in his eyes just explodes outwards. At that exact moment, the system is like, by the way, you've activated the Eyeball of Anubis. Instantly, Ji-ju's mana starts gushing out like a fire hose. It zaps straight into Yonga's empty eye sockets, and then, bam, everything around them gets totally washed out by this blinding light shooting from both their eyes. It was brighter than Times Square on New Year's Eve. All of Yonga's memories from when he was alive start playing like a movie right in front of him. You can hear these awful screams from those poor saps on his team. In all the chaos, someone yells out, begging for his help. Yongo, help me. But faced with his teammate's desperate plea, Yongu not only doesn't help, he actually grits his teeth like he's super annoyed. The nerve. In fact, Yongu didn't even blink before ditching his teammate, who was literally about to die. He just booked it. That coward Yongu tucked his tail and ran for his life like he was trying to catch the last train to Brooklyn. After running like a maniac for a bit, he got lucky and found a tiny cave. Yongo is clutching his head, freaking out and screaming, I can't die here. Player hunting is illegal. You can't do this. The messed up memories just kept flashing. In the end, it looks like Yongu just completely lost it. He's laughing like a total psycho and screaming. The day will come when that person becomes the master of the Phoenix Guild. Right after that, only one thing was left in Yongo's memory, this dude with glowing red eyes just chilling on a throne. He screams the guy's name, Park Yong-won. And just like that, Ji-ju saw all of Yongo's shady, messed up past. The dark mana gets sucked right back into his eyes. Ji-ju is gritting his teeth, downloading all of this dude's memories. He's trying to tough out the crazy pain being beamed into his body through his eyes. After he's finished absorbing all of Yongo's mana and memories, the skull is basically just useless junk. Ji-ju slams it on the ground. He's grabbing his head, obviously in a ton of pain. Like he's not used to binging a dead person's memories yet. Ji-ju is panting like crazy. He's screaming in his head, so this is the memory of the dead. Ji-ju just calmly stares at the skull chilling by his feet. He's thinking to himself that seeing someone else's past is not a vibe at all, and it drains way more mana than he thought. But then, this look of total satisfaction spreads across his face. He wipes the sweat off his brow and starts plotting. Okay, the prep is done. He's thinking, if I roll up on him with the tea from this guy's past, and that little hater list I just found, it's a wrap, doesn't matter how careful he is. Scene change, and we see this huge, fancy building, looking all majestic under a perfect blue sky, probably somewhere in Miami. Then out of nowhere, a hand soaked in blood just appears. The knuckles are all white, clenched in a super tight fist. The drama. Okay, so get this. You look down and there's this scrawny dude laid out on the floor, looking like he's about to have a real bad day in downtown LA. Then, boom, Yongwan's voice just cuts right in. He's like, you let some other rando raid that dungeon. And the dude's face is totally messed up by the bodyguard, and he's screaming his head off, trying to explain himself. I screwed up, sir. For real. I'll totally handle that punk, I swear. But Park Yongwan is so not impressed. He's like, handle him. Bro, you couldn't even deal with the dungeon that rookie soloed. Get real. And how exactly were you gonna do that? Then he just whips around to Secretary Kim, who's just standing there. You got something to add to this, Secretary Kim? The second she hears her name, she totally catches the drift. She immediately bows her head like, my bad, sir. I'll clean this mess up right away. Meanwhile, Park Yong-won just goes back to his newspaper like nothing happened. And the headline is literally screaming, plus, rank single-floor dungeon discovered. Out of nowhere, two huge bodyguards show up and start dragging the guy out. He's yelling, wait, hold up, please don't off me, just give me one more chance. But it's like, no matter how much the guy begged, Yong-won was completely unfazed. He's just silently reading this article about guilds having a bidding war over this A+ dungeon that, get this, 150 players can get into. So after a quick struggle, the bodyguards just slam the door. The guy is officially dragged outside to be handled, and Park Yong-won. He just slowly flips to the next page, the nerve. The headline at the top immediately catches his eye. South Korea clears A+ dungeon with one level 20 player. He's shook, like, wait, for real. A noob soloed a whole dungeon. Damn. Guess this kid's got some skills, though it's not a huge deal or anything. Park Yong-won is kinda curious, but he's like, isn't his rep in the guild shady af? And Secretary Kim, right there beside him, just nods like, you bet it is. Yup, sir. Then she spills all the hot tea. So, in the first dungeon, he apparently ditched his party, and word on the street is he totally hogged all the rewards for himself. But that's all just gossip for now, sir. Nothing's confirmed. Based on the tea she just served, Park Yong-won is thinking to himself, okay, even if we forget the sketchy vibes, if his reputation in the guild is that messed up, he's gonna hit a wall. He can't just keep doing this solo forever. Then braring, a phone starts ringing, totally killing their gossip sesh. He picks it up, all cold speak, and the voice on the other end is like, there's a dude named Kim Ji-ju here, asking to see you, sir. Hearing that, Park Yong-won just busts out laughing, hysterical. Well, look at this, just strolling right into the lion's den on his own. This kid is actually pretty interesting. Then, the scene flips, and some secretary's serious voice pipes up. Okay, so about this round of bidding for the A+ rank single-floor dungeons. Our Phoenix Guild got hooked up with 20 of them, sir. The whole deal was supposed to keep things chill between the guilds. But then he starts dropping the real facts he's been analyzing. So right now, the 3 big crews, including yours, are in this massive cold war over those 20 dungeons. The secretary sounds so stressed, explaining the whole drama that's been driving him crazy for days. The biggest issue is, if we give 6 dungeons to each crew, we still have 2 left over, so like, who gets those? The chairman says, all slow and dramatic. 3 crews, but only 2 dungeons left. Man, this is a whole migraine. The secretary looks totally pained, nodding a little. No, right, sir. That's why we're totally stuck. The secretary pushes up his glasses, getting all analytical. Since they're A+ dungeons, the chances of scoring a rare item are super high, and because they're single floor, the odds are even better. It's like finding a winning lotto ticket in Times Square. The chairman is just leaning on his hands, sighing all frustrated. Nobody's willing to give an inch. They're all so damn sure of themselves. If only we knew what was inside each dungeon beforehand. The chairman is totally deadlocked, can't figure a way out of this. He's yanking at his tie all annoyed. Like, this is such a pain. Then he asks a question. Are there seriously no solo players out there willing to take a shot at those 2 dungeons? The secretary answers, all quietly, nope, sir, not a single one yet, and the chairman knew it was a long shot. He leans back in his chair all casual. Yeah, who would be brave enough? Going in without a crew to watch your back. Who knows what kind of crazy stuff could go down in there? Just when he's about to give up. And notification dings. It's a call from Mr. Park Yong-won, sir. Hearing that name, the secretary's face just falls. Park Yong-won. Things are already a disaster. What's he calling for now? The chairman slowly picks up the phone. Talk to me. Then his whole expression changes, and he's literally yelling into the phone. What? You could see the shock plain as day on his face. The chairman shoots out of his chair, asking super carefully, Kim Gi-ju. What are you even trying to say? Even the secretary is bugging out hearing that name, Kim Gi-ju. He tries to keep his cool and says, "All right, I get it for now, I'll get back to you." The second the chairman hangs up, the secretary is all up in his grill. "So, boss, what was that about?" Spill? The chairman just calmly lays out Park Yong-won's crazy idea. He asked us to give one of the 2 leftover dungeons to Kim Ji-ju, but we gotta keep it on the down low from the other crews. The chairman is thinking it through. Kim Ji-ju's rep is in the gutter, and he's a known solo act, so the other factions probably won't even give him a second glance. He's a total ghost to them. Okay, so the secretary is totally buggin', like, is Kim Ji-ju seriously rolling with Park Yong-won's crew now? But the chairman just drops his head and sighs, all dramatic like, who even knows, girl, he's probably just using the kid for this one dungeon, like some throwaway pawn. Then he adjusts his glasses, you know that anime style, I'm about to drop some serious logic move, and is like, but what about the other dungeon? If we let this slide, the other crews are gonna go full on cage match for the last one. But get this, the chairman was already playing 4D chess, he's all chill, like, look, if we toss this one dungeon to Kim Ji-ju, Yong-won's whole squad will have to back off. And boom, then we only have to worry about the other 2 crews. The chairman just sits back, chin in hand, looking like a straight-up evil genius. Bro literally had a secret weapon like Kim Ji-ju just waiting in the wings, savage. But real talk, he's got so many questions swirling in his head, you just know he's putting this whole thing on his tab, ready to call in a massive favor later. But seriously, who even is this Kim Gi-ju guy? Like, what's his deal with Park Yong-won? Anyway, cut to Secretary Kim, who's totally shook, asking, "Boss, for real? You just went along with Ji-ju's plan just like that?" And Yong-won, being extra, just shrugs and goes, "Dude showed up with that thing and dropped a wild proposal, kinda spicy, you know. Plus, I was fresh out of useful bodies to throw at this." And he says this with the most evil grin you've ever seen. Yikes. A dude like that, we just use him and then yeet him when we're done, right? Record scratch rewind, 1 hour earlier, Ji-ju slides into a meeting with Yong-won, notebook in hand. Yong-won slowly picks it up, skims through it, and is like, "You even have a clue what you brought to my office at One World Trade Center, kid?" Gi-ju just stays cool and answers, "Yeah, I was curious what it was, so I took a peek." Yong-won tilts his head, giving him this air, "You for real? Look, so why bring it to me? You here to shake me down for some hush money?" Ji-ju just lowers his head, and you can see this sly little smirk forming. That's all it took. Yong-won's face went dark, and he hits Ji-ju with a total death stare. "You really think you can threaten me, Park Yong-won? Is that the play here?" His 2 goons in the back start squaring up, ready to rock, but Ji-ju is quick on the draw. Like, whoa, it's not a threat, I came to make a deal. Then he just cuts right to it, that single floor, a plus dungeon everyone's been gossiping about. I want to raid it. Yong-won was legit gobsmacked for a second, like a total glitch in the Matrix, but he pulled it together real fast. And then Yong-won just loses it, starts absolutely cackling. He holds up the notebook and points it at Ji-ju like, this kid is a freaking comedian. But after he gets his laughs out, the whole vibe shifts, and he gets dead serious. He asks, all careful like, "Do you have any clue what you're getting into, running your mouth like that?" Ji-ju just casually scratches his head, answering like it's no big deal. "Yeah, I know it's the dungeon all the big shot guilds in the country, including the Phoenix Guild and the Messiah Guild, are fighting tooth and nail over, besides the ones they already called dibs on." Yong-won doubles down, his voice getting low and real threatening. "You know all that, and you still want to jump into that mosh pit?" Then, bam, he slams the notebook down on the table. "You're certifiably insane." And then Yong-won gets that creepy smile back and nods. "Fine, you got it, I'll grant your crazy wish. But I've got a little counter offer for ya." Scene transition. Now we're at a lecture hall at UCLA, where Gi-ju is crashing a talk by some brainiac breaking down the dungeon situation. The professor flashes this data table onto the big screen behind him and points at it, talking all loud. "Okay, people, if you check the dungeon report, we know for a fact there are over 1,000 orcs packed in there. And it's all spelled out on the big screen. Headcount orcs plus a boss, layout 1 floor, main baddie and orc boss. The mission, should you choose to accept it, hunt 1,000 orcs and the orc boss. The fine print gotta be under level 20, max capacity 150 people. The prize bragging rights for wiping out all 1,000 orcs, and being the orc boss hunter." Ji-ju just lowers his head, totally zoning out for a sec. He's standing in a corner, having a major flashback. He's thinking back, before he did his whole time travel thing, the number of people who made it out of this raid alive was. He's just chilling against the wall, racking his brain. He can't remember the exact number, but it was something wild, like 7 people. Yeah, like half the squad got totally wiped. Jeju is stroking his chin, doing the whole thinker pose, and breaking it down. The players they sent in were the best of the best from all over the country, straight up pros. So, considering that, ain't no way over half 'em got taken out just by some random monsters. He's staring hard at the professor giving the lecture. See, back then, he didn't have the receipts, so he had to just let it go. But you can see Jeju's whole vibe shift, his face getting all serious. He just knew what was up. No matter how you slice it, there was a super high chance that some of the players turned on each other. I mean, it was the perfect chance to take out the rivals and yoink all their sweet loot. Jeju just turns and quietly dips out of the conference room. And he knew, in this specific dungeon, he remembered exactly what the grand prize was. The reward for taking down the orc boss was the fang of the orc lord. And oh boy, did Jeju remember exactly who walked away with it. The loot ended up going to the guild that contributed the most, the Messiah Guild. The image of Lee Si-jun accepting that prize with his smug, glowing face was burned into Jeju's brain. And thinking about that look now, man, something was super sus. Back then, I was totally clueless, but looking back now, so much of it seemed hella staged. For all I know, that dude might have already been playing for the wrong team way back then. He slowly pushes the door open and steps out into the empty hallway of a building on 5th Avenue. Jeju is just walking solo, his mind racing, connecting all the dots from the sketchy stuff he's uncovered. So, like, even if Lee Si-jun was pulling the strings, no way the Messiah Guild would get their own hands dirty, you feel me? Jeju's over here squinting, doing some serious mental gymnastics to get the tea. He's totally convinced they planted some spies in the other guilds. So, get this, Kim Jeju is totally playing 4D chess here, calling their next move based on his flashbacks. He starts backing away real slow, acting like he's got the whole playbook memorized, the nerve. Alright, so boom, next scene, all the players are mobbing up in the city square, looking like it's Times Square on New Year's Eve. The paparazzi flashes are popping off everywhere when some random voice just cuts in and gets this party started. The players are now rolling up to the dungeon, and the whole place is swarmed with fans. They're screaming their lungs out and snapping pics for the gram as the players gear up to make their grand entrance. Okay, so a total of 4 guilds are throwing down, and each crew picked a team color, which is giving me major Power Rangers vibes. First up is the Mesha Guild, and girl, every single one of them is dripping in these slick, elegant all-white suits. Rolling in hot right after them is the second squad, the Phoenix Guild. The members chose these fiery red suits to scream strength and power, for the brand. Following them is the third guild, the Lion Guild. They're out here rocking yellow suits over black shirts, giving off this super fierce vibe, like a lion that knows it's the king. And last but not least, the School Guild is serving looks in all black suits, paired with matching masks, which totally amps up their whole mysterious, we're too cool for you vibe. Meanwhile, our boy Kim Gi-ju is just chilling silently in the middle of all this chaos, trailing behind the other 4 guilds like a total creeper. And you already know Kim Ji-ju was the absolute last one to step into the dungeon. He slowly pulls down his hood, and this wicked grin just spreads across his face like, that orc's fang you guys are all thirsting over. Yeah, that's gonna be mine. In, like, a single moment, all the players had filed into the dungeon one by one. Then bam, this crazy bright light flashes, totally engulfing the whole forest that was pitch black a second ago. So right after they get inside, 2 members get completely separated from their guild. The girl is looking around all lost, like yo, where'd our squad go? The guy just sighs, bruh, it's a madhouse in here, for real, it's gonna be impossible to find them. Then out of nowhere, this dude Jongi just screams, Mesha Guild, front and center, fall in, and the second he yells, all the guild members snap into this perfect formation, flexing right in front of all the other players. A player from another guild, seeing this whole display, just exclaims in total awe, damn, that's the Mesha Guild for you, look how fast they got into formation, that's sick. But the dude standing behind him hits back with some major attitude. Bro, cut the pointless praise, man. Then Han, with that massive northern sword slung over his shoulder, slowly steps forward with a smirk, saying that even if they start first, it won't make a lick of difference. 'Cause there are at least 1,000 orcs to deal with, and just points in another direction and yells, orc over there, and all the other members are just standing there looking at this orc, totally clueless. Suddenly, the sound of someone's footsteps just breaks the super tense atmosphere. This dude Jack bravely sprints full send towards the orc, rushing forward to be the human shield for everyone. Such a hero moment. Jack glances at the orc and then starts barking orders at his members. Mesha Guild, we're taking this thing down. Everyone, stay sharp. Immediately, the system voice just pops up out of nowhere. Warrior skill has been activated. The beast has been provoked. At the same time, the shield in Jack's hand lets out this huge sound wave, totally grabbing the orc's attention. Hearing the noise, it cautiously whips its head around like, who dat? The orc immediately goes into full-on berserk mode, raising its fist and charging at him like a freight train. Jack quickly throws his huge shield up to block the attack, using every ounce of his strength to hold it steady. Jack is struggling hard to keep his footing on the stone ground after that massive impact. Then the orc's expression just changes, and you can see a flash of surprise in its eyes. Jack just smirks, staring the orc down with this stone-cold gaze. Like he's saying, is that all you got? Meanwhile, Alina, watching from the side, starts muttering a spell. Her eyes and hands suddenly start to glow with this freaky light, and then countless massive vines just erupt from the ground, wrapping themselves super tight around the orc's arms and neck. The system chimes in again with, skill of the holder of the source of knowledge. The beast has been bound. Alina just keeps chanting her spell, getting louder and louder. The light radiating from her gets stronger and stronger, and at the same time, the vines around the orc's neck are straight up choking it out. The orc is struggling violently, clawing at the vines wrapped around its neck. Its eyes are just filled with desperation as it screams in agony. Its painful cry rips through the dead silent air, and a sudden wave of power just blasts back towards all the other members. That wave of power zips from the air to the ground, violently shaking the earth so hard you'd think it was the big one hitting Los Angeles. The players are yelling in a panic. What the hell is this? An earthquake? A guy immediately steps up, pointing towards the forest and explaining, it's not an earthquake, there's something in the forest back there. And after he says that, every single person's eyes shoot in the direction he was pointing. A wave of pure fear washes over them. They're all holding their breath, everyone tightening their grip on their swords, ready to throw down at any second. Instantly, more than a dozen giant orcs come charging out of the forest right at them. The lead orc launches the first attack, aiming straight for a member of the Phoenix Guild. The guy calmly draws his sword and gets in a few slashes, and a stream of dark red blood immediately gushes out. His blade sliced clean through the orc's arm, and that was the signal for all the other players to charge in and join the fight. The horde of orcs went completely ballistic, charging at the players like speeding bullets. The whole scene instantly turned into absolute chaos, with humans on one side and frenzied monsters on the other, clashing in a wild, no-holds-barred brawl. As for the Mesha Guild, they weren't about that brute force life. They stayed on the sidelines, playing it smart and using magic to control the orcs. All the players there got more and more hyped up as they fought, their minds just buzzing with the absolute thrill of it all. The second everyone saw the Messiah Guild startin' to body the orcs, it was like a Black Friday stampede. Every other player grabbed their swords and just full sent it. Next thing you know, it's a non-stop scream fest all over the place. For real, everyone was just yelling and pushing forward. All the little guild cliques started linking up, and their teamwork was on point, dropping orcs left and right. And get this, nobody, and I mean nobody, even noticed Kim Gi-ju was Mia. My dude was posted up solo on a huge tree branch like a gargoyle in downtown Chicago. Kim Gi-ju was just watching the whole chaotic mess unfold. Probably thinking, wow, okay, so nobody gives a single crap that I'm gone, Olmao. Then this totally wicked grin just spreads across his face. He's like, hey, bet, it's my time to shine. Kim Gi-ju is just casually watching the brawl from way up high, thinking, paft, I'm still not even that far from these clowns. Then he's off, zipping through the trees like Spider-Man, trying to get a G-piece lock on the final boss. As he's flying, his big brain is crunching the numbers. Like, okay, so to win, we gotta delete all 1,000 orcs plus their CO. I mean, to keep people from getting wrecked, they had to take out the small fry orcs first. From what Ji-ju knew, the real boss hunt wouldn't even pop off until every last one of those 1,000 grunts were toast. And you see this sly, sneaky little smirk on his face again. He's thinking, that's my deadline to ID, the big cheese. Meanwhile, back at the orc's crib, some poor orc is on his knees in the main hall, totally about to get cancelled by the orc lord. The orc lord doesn't say a peep, just gives him a death stare that could cut glass. The dude's already bleeding from his mouth when this absolutely massive blade gets lifted up. Total likes moment. And then squelch, the guy's head gets chopped clean off. It rolls right in front of all the other orcs, and you can tell they are freaked out of their minds. Then the orc lord just smashes his fist on his throne like a total drama queen. He gets up, grabs his axe, looking all big and scary. He lets out this massive roar, and all his little minions roar right back like they're at a heavy metal show. After that little pep talk, the whole crew starts stomping back to the battlefield. Not gonna lie, the whole scene was so extra that even Kim Ji-ju, who's still hiding, was kinda impressed, taking out the dudes who tried to dip. A solid power move. His eyes immediately lock onto the orc lord. He's like, wait, is that the boss? Dude looks way buffer than I expected, but then this smug look creeps over his face. He's thinking, talk about lucky, catching him right when he's sending all his goons out to play. Seeing the huge orc lord just chilling all alone on his throne, Kim Ji-ju knew this was his golden ticket. While everyone else is busy with the main event, he's back there skimming with the happiest little evil grin on his face. I gotta jump the boss while he's all by himself, he's thinking now, back on the main battlefield with Jong Ki's crew. They've just wiped out a whole wave of enemies. And of course, some rando gets way too cocky and yells, this is a cakewalk, let's just keep pushing, but Jong Ki is dead serious, thinking nah, their numbers are way too small, their main force has gotta be hiding somewhere else. Just then, a shadow pops up right next to him out of nowhere. Turns out it's Henry, the scout. He spills the beans real quick. Sir, you're not gonna believe this, but a massive army of orcs is headed right for us. Jong Ki immediately snaps back, how many are we talking? Henry's voice is all grim, like, my best guess is somewhere between 900 and 1,000. Sir, it looks like their whole damn army. And bingo, that confirmed all of Jong Ki's suspicions. Without even hesitating, he starts yelling for everyone to push forward and end this thing today. We need to get in formation to face their main army, now. But all that hype was met with some serious attitude from the other guilds. Some guy literally goes, who the hell do you think you're bossing around, dude? Then this clown, Ronal from the Lion Guild, steps up and shouts, we ain't the Messiah Guild's little errand boys. The Lion Guild is gonna attack how we see fit. Still, Jong Ki tries to talk some sense into these stubborn fools. A huge number of orcs are marching this way right now. I get that the guild rivalry is a whole thing, but if we don't team up, he trails off, his voice getting super serious. We could all get totally wiped out in this dungeon, but Ronal just wasn't having it. He just sneers back, what's the matter, feeling a little nervous. If you're that scared, the guy gives Jong Ki this look of pure disgust. And maybe you shouldn't have even come here in the first place. And with that, he leads his little Lion Guild posse forward. Henry just watches them go and sighs, those guys are completely nuts. Not about to waste any more time on that drama, Jong Ki quickly gives the order, alright team, let's find a safe spot, catch our breath, and get ready for the next wave. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-ju has already summoned his skeleton soldiers. It's him and his two bony bros getting ready for a 3-on-1 showdown with the Orc Lord. The sudden appearance of three randoms who had zero fear just left the Orc Lord totally baffled. But he gets up anyway, ready to go all out. Kim Ji-ju and his skeleton squad immediately get super hyped, totally ready to throw down with the big guy. Right away, the two skeleton soldiers charge forward. Without missing a beat, the Lord smashes a button and activates a skill. Fangs of the Orc Lord is now active, just as the two skeletons were about to get up in his personal space. He shoots them a look and one of the skeletons just straight up shatters into a million pieces. The sight leaves Kim Ji-ju absolutely stunned, muttering that's impossible. The Orc Lord then starts aggressively charging the last skeleton soldier. Of course, that last skeleton soldier didn't back down for a second and just growled right back. Out of nowhere, the Orc Lord swings his massive axe, but tough luck, my guy, 'cause the skeleton hits him with the slickest dodge ever. But yo, you are not gonna believe this, the Orc Lord, with its crazy sharp eyes catching every single move, just straight up landed a clean hit on the skeleton soldier. That's when Giju was like, oh, big yeeks, my bony crew isn't gonna last nearly as long as I thought. Okay, so my boy was like, bet, and decided to use the one arrow he had left. Kim Ji-ju leveled his bow at Lot. Talk about a Hail Mary pass, this was his one and only shot, like he had to take it right then while his last bony bro was running interference. And bam, the second Lot swung its axe at the skelly. Ji-ju let that arrow rip, but yo, Lot instantly felt that bad vibe zipping its way. But get this, you won't believe it, in like a nanosecond, this thing pulled a Neo from the Matrix and dodged it. Ji-ju's mind was literally blown, he was like it dodged. Bro, this monster was way more op than the Yelp reviews said. Right then, the skeleton soldier slid in on one of Lot's legs, feel me. It swung its sword, trying to slice and dice, but instead of leaving a scratch, the sword just exploded into a million tiny bits, total fail. And while Jeju was just standing there shook, Lot just lifts its axe and brings it down hard on the skelly. With this insane crash, my dude's bones went flying everywhere, like confetti at a Times Square New Year's party. Jeju just stared at this psycho beast, Lot, and was like, bruh, if this is the vibe, we're cooked. He knew right then he had to switch up the whole game plan, like immediately. Then he spots this fang on Lot's neck and he's like, hold up, it was rocking the Orc King's fang, which basically made a head-on fight a total no-go. So, my man decided to pull what we call a strategic advance to the rear. Yo no. Dipping was def the smart play. His mana bar was basically on empty anyway, so boom, he turned and booked it. But then the weirdest thing happened, and he couldn't figure it out. Why wasn't this thing chasing him? All of a sudden, Lot moves, and Giju's like, oh crap, it changed its mind. But nah, seeing how slow it was moving, he pieced it together, like, wait, is chasing some random dude from Queens a waste of its energy or something? And low-key, that made him feel kinda good about himself, like maybe that's it, and a plus-rank boss is just built different, you know. But hey, he's like, works for me, I can bounce without looking over my shoulder. As he picked up the pace he was all, but next time we meet, you're gonna regret letting me slide. Facts. So while Giju is making a run for it, his silhouette gets clocked by some guild members hiding out in the shadows, and this one dude, Ronal, totally got it twisted, like, who the heck is that guy? He thought Giju was some other guildie and got super salty, thinking his lion guild wasn't the only crew dipping out. Then, Ronal's number 2 whispers, Chief, what if that dude already found the orc boss before we did? The tea is scalding. Ronal's just mulling it over, like, could be not. Then he scoffs, we got nothing to go on, it's all just talk. Like for all we know he's just heading back to grab a coffee in downtown Austin. You can't trust anyone out here unless you see it for yourself. And even though this Ronal dude wasn't all that, his greed was next level. That loot from the A+ rank dungeon boss. It had to go to the Lion Guild, no matter what, but then, plot twist, Ronal's boy starts doing this weird wobble, and then, he just straight up collapses, and the rest of the Lion Guild crew follows suit. Ronal was so shook he couldn't even move, he's screaming, what is happening? Instantly, he's on high alert, thinking, what fresh hell is this? I never heard anything about, some non-orc monster showing up here, and then, bam, these blood-red eyes just pop out of the darkness, giving Ronal the death stare. A chill went down his spine, and he knew, yo, this ain't no monster. But my guy still tried to act tough, yelling, who the hell are you? Show your face, you think you can pull this and just dip. The only place punks like you are going is a permanent residence on Rikers Island, you feel me? Meanwhile, back in some cave lit by a campfire, Jeju had safely linked up with peeps from the other guilds. He kinda scanned the room to check the vibe and felt a wave of relief. He's thinking, sweet, no one's paying me any attention, dope, but then he saw everyone's long faces and got curious, what's with the mood? Feels like I just walked into a wake in Boston, and that's when he noticed all the fresh graves. And that got him thinking, like, how did so many people get zeroed on day one? Jeju's face was a total question mark, cause he had no idea what went down. Something ain't right, he's thinking, only the top dogs are supposed to be here, and everyone's strapped. Did the guilds start beefing already? Then, all of a sudden, an argument breaks out, yo, why do you guys look so wrecked? Dude, look in a mirror, you don't look so hot either, yeah, well, we're different. Then some confused dude from the Pixiu Guild chimes in, our Pixiu Guild is doing just fine. Actually, anyway, you guys got any tea on the other crews? Some rando from another guild speaks up, from what we're hearing, the Lion Guild got absolutely bodied. One of their squads went into the woods for a loot run, and just, ghosted, vanished. And OMG, everyone just starts whispering, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people who went Maya, no cap. That's insane, it's totally possible their bodies are so messed up they're basically unidable now. I mean, those orcs are straight up cannibals, right? They start talking about how they don't want to get eaten. And then their captain chews them out, so nasty. Look, I'm cool with dying, but I'm not trying to be on some monster's menu, you know. Bro, don't jinx us, that's bad juju. Yeah, my bad, ugh. As they're chilling by the fire, some guy's like, but, for real, I know we're talking all this trash, but this whole situation is just way too weird. Another dude was thinking out loud. Usually, you'd at least find a body, or someone who bailed, and then bled out later back at their place on Bourbon Street, right? The guy next to him nods, you're thinking it too, huh? Let's just hope someone who ghosted is still breathing. Jeju's just chilling off to the side, eavesdropping to get the 411. Whatever, we should just worry about ourselves first. All that sweet loot means, Jack if you're 6 feet under, am I right? But even Giju was feeling sketchy after hearing all that. I mean, sure, it's in a plus-rank dungeon, so drama happens, but for whole squads to get wiped off the map in one day, that's not normal, not at all. Okay, so having another enemy creeping around was low-key stressing him out. The whole vibe was super sus. He was thinking, my whole master plan could totally tank if my crew gets any weaker. And he's like, tomorrow's gonna be a whole thing. The sun was literally coming up, but this orc army just kept on marching, no chill. Their numbers were just insane. All the guild peeps were totally freaking out. Someone was screaming, for real, why are there a billion of these things? Dudes were groaning and getting salty, 'cause no matter how many they dropped, more just kept rolling up like they were on the I-5 during rush hour, and you just know a leader was like, yo shut it, and focus up, fam. Okay, so get this, a whole army of guilds was throwing down against the orc army. One of the orcs lets out this massive roar, you could probably hear all the way in Austin, Texas, and the whole battle just pops off. The insane noise totally gets Kim Ji-ju's attention, and he's like, looks like the party's started. But honestly, he could not care less about that sideshow. He was laser focused on the main event, the Orc Lord. He's thinking, alright, this is the real drama. I ain't got the juice to land a critical on this big boss with my current setup. Plus, after yesterday's hot mess, he knew using his skeleton boys as decoys was a total bust. They're just too brittle, you know. Then, out of nowhere, he gets this big brain idea like, wait a sec, can my spooky boys even use a bow? So he's like, let's test this theory, and poof, a skeleton warrior gets summoned. A little later, Kim Ji-ju rolls back up to the Orc Lord's spot, and my guy is just chilling on his throne, like he's at his mansion in Beverly Hills. Ji-ju just lets out this massive sigh. He's all, look at you, still looking comfy as heck today, so, naturally, he decided to absolutely ruin this dude's day. 8-bet. Round 2, let's go, and just like last time, the Orc Lord powers up, Fang of the Orc King has been activated, so dramatic. And bam, homeboy gets a major power-up. There's this huge boom as it leaps and just barrels toward Kim Ji-ju, but right as it's about to throw down, something comes flying out of nowhere straight at its face. Okay, so it was a little shook, not gonna lie, but it flicks its axe up and blocks it like a pro. The arrow just clinks off, the Orc Lord whips its head around, giving the meanest side eye to whoever shot that thing. And guess who it was? Our boy, the skeleton warrior. The Orc Lord was so mad about the cheap shot, it straight up yeeted a whole boulder at the skelly. But thank God, the two skeleton homies dodged it like they were in the Matrix and just kept peppering it with arrows. Like, arrow after arrow was zipping at the Orc Lord, but it was blocking everything. But get this, while it's distracted by the skeletons, Kim Ji-ju pops up right over its head, ninja style. He's thinking, my skeleton crew really can use bows and arrows. You should have seen the smirk on his face. Girl, he was like, this plan is so fire, it's working perfectly. Then he launches himself like, way up. The second he's about to land on the Orc Lord's dome, the big guy finally senses the bad vibes. But it was way too late for that. Kim Ji-ju comes down with a nasty drop attack on the Orc Lord, and while he's at it, he slices right through that Fang of the Orc King necklace it was flexing. The second that Fang dropped, Kim Ji-ju snatched that bling he'd been thirsting for. You could feel the power just flowing into him, and the system was like, you have obtained the Fang of the Orc Lord. Yes, get that loot. At the same time, the Orc Lord's stats just nosedived, the system's popping off like, boss's physical damage has decreased, the boss's defense has decreased, the orc boss's agility has decreased, then suddenly, its legs just completely gave out. Good thing Kim Ji-ju has moves and dodged, or he would have been a pancake. And listen to this tea, the reason it collapsed was a poison arrow stuck in its leg. The system's like, the orc boss has been afflicted with blood poison. And it was his two skeleton boys who landed the shot. What a glow up. Homeboy was feeling himself so hard at this point. He's like, they got the Fang, the attack was a major woe. Then the system dropped some more deets about his new shiny. Check this out, Fang of the Orc Lord, stolen item lolmao. I love that legendary, level requirement 1 and up. It's the Fang. You guys, it's got insane power, giving you a plus 30 to physical damage, a 5% increase in attack power, a 5% increase in physical defense, and a 10% increase in damage when you hit something like, After seeing those stats, Kim Ji-ju was like, say less, and equipped that thing immediately. Now there's just one last thing on the to-do list. The system goes, you have equipped the Fang of the Orc Lord. He got this wicked grin, pulls out his sword, gives it a little wipe, and declares, time to send you packing. Meanwhile, the Orc Lord is over here frantically fighting the two skeleton homies. One of the skellies sees an opening and lets loose a supercharged arrow right at it. You already know this thing let out a roar that could curdle milk in Queens. The Orc Lord just went completely feral, swinging its arms like a maniac trying to swat away the arrows. Then, all of a sudden, it looks down all confused. Turns out, an arrow got it right in the gut, and the system pops up again. The Orc boss has been afflicted with blood poison. Lol. Again. Then, whoosh, a figure flashes by, and Kim Ji-ju just appears out of thin air right behind the big guy. The second it spots him, it charges, all ticked off, but my boy just sidesteps it and hops right onto its arm. So slick. His whole body is just hanging there for a sec. Then he does this sick flip, not wasting a single moment. Ji-ju grabs his sword with one hand and uses the other to push down hard on the end of it. And shing, he just plunges the sword deep into the Orc Lord's arm. The system is like a broken record at this point. The Orc boss has been afflicted with blood poison. Realizing he got played again, the Orc Lord gives him a look that could kill. But before it could even counterattack, Kim Ji-ju just smacks its axe right out of its hands. He flashes this huge, cheesy grin and is like, "Hey, that axe you're using," and the weapon goes sailing right towards one of the skeleton warriors. You could totally tell this was all part of Ji-ju's master plan. The skeleton warrior doesn't even flinch, just looks totally ready for it. It quickly snatches the axe out of the air like a pro quarterback from Dallas. For a second, it looks at the axe like, what is this thing? But then it just chucks its bow to the side. This skelly boy was so hyped for its new weapon, and Kim Ji-ju is just watching this, totally pleased with himself. And he confirmed, yep, that's the perfect little tool to end your whole career. Meanwhile, totally somewhere else, like out in some forest near Portland, some rando lands on a tree branch, looks around all confused and is like, what in the world was that noise? Okay, so orcs are not usually this loud, you know. So my guy thinks it over and is like, bet, someone's gotta be throwing down with a boss over there. But then the realization hits him that someone else beat him to it. And he was so salty, he's muttering to himself, freaking heck, who is it? I gotta scope this out and tell the guild. Like right now, and just like that, he starts booking it, going faster and faster. So once he breaks out of the super dense forest, homeboy hops up on a rock ledge, like he's on top of some building on 5th Avenue in New York, and what he sees. It leaves him totally speechless. Turns out, he found Kim Ji-ju and his two skeleton bros just messing with Lot. Two spooky skeletons and just one player, seeing only one dude had him hella confused, so he's squinting, trying to see if anyone else is hiding out. But nope, crickets, not a single other player anywhere. He was completely shook and bugging out seeing just Kim Ji-ju. Is he seriously trying to solo the orc boss? By himself? No way, how is that even possible? That thought alone freaked him out, and he knew he had to report back to his guild. Like yesterday, without even thinking, he spins around to leave, but here's the tea. My man had absolutely no idea that Kim Ji-ju clocked him a hot minute ago, so as he's sprinting back to his guild, an arrow just thwacks him right in the back. He's so startled he literally yells, an arrow, but lol, it was no use. He couldn't run anymore and just face planted, getting jumped like that. The guy's looking around all dazed and confused, wondering, what the hell just happened? Who was that? Then he thinks of Kim Ji-ju and starts panicking. No shot, did he see me? It has to be him. Is he trying to stop me from snitching that he's fighting the orc boss? All of a sudden, this flash of light pops up next to him, and he's forced to look at this figure that just appeared out of thin air. And get this, it was none other than a member of the school guild, staring down at this poor dude with a look that could kill. The guy was totally terrified and realized, wait, this dude's from the school guild. Before he could even get out a single last word, he got totally deleted. The guy from the school guild just stands there, super casual, over the poor dude's body, who was now, like, gone forever. After offing the guy, the school guild member pulls out a list and carefully crosses his name off. Then he takes a look at who's next on his little hit list. 5 more to go. He glances at all the names he's already crossed off and just has to complain. What a freaking waste of time and energy fighting orcs. When we could be out king instead, you know. Then, out of nowhere, another school guild member up in a tree calls down to him. Yo, listen up, newbie. Half of that dude's drops are mine, so you better split it right. The guy on the ground just sighs. Yeah, I got it, don't worry. Then he suddenly asks, by the way, are you for real gonna go after that guy from before? The senior school guild member is all chill about it. He's not on the list. But if I get the chance, I'm still gonna clap him for his loot. The younger member is stressing, thinking that since the dude is soloing an orc boss, he's basically a monster himself, isn't that way too risky? But the senior member just insists, but Simon, after he finishes off that orc, he'll be totally gassed, right? Taking him out then will be a total piece of cake, and with that, the dude just vanishes, I'm bouncing, clean up the rest and then follow. The other guy just mutters to himself, bro, there's no one left to clean up. Then, he picks up the body of the guy he just murked and decides to drag it off and dump it. His genius plan was to just toss it to the orcs and let them handle it, but right then, someone steps out from behind a huge tree in the forest. And that person was, drumroll please, Kim Ji-ju himself. He'd been listening in and watching everything the school guild members were doing. Meanwhile, back at the main battlefield, where the guilds were fighting the orcs. They had totally wiped out this massive horde of orcs that seemed like 100 times their size. Hands looking at the scene with this smug as heck expression. We're making way better time than I thought. Just then, one of his lackeys speaks up, saying that at this rate, they could clear the whole dungeon in no time flat. Hands all hyped, you got that right, but from now on, we don't need to be on the front lines. If you get a chance, start falling back behind everyone else. These words totally confused his subordinate. What do you mean, boss? An arrogant little thought just flashed through Han's mind. The small fry were almost gone, so starting tomorrow, everyone would start hunting for the orc boss. Then he gives this wicked smirk and orders, get ready for the main event. At that exact moment, a system window just pops up in front of all the players. This even caught Han totally off guard. A line of bright red text appeared. It read, "You have defeated the orc chieftain." Han could not believe his eyes and just blurted out in total shock. The other guys were so stunned they just started screaming. What the heck is this? Somebody tell me I'm hallucinating. Who the hell was it? Han himself was completely floored by the notification. How is that even possible? All the main forces of the guilds are gathered right here on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. Henry, who was right next to him, asked quietly, boss, what's going on? Does this mean those losers from the Lion Guild who bailed on us actually did it? Jong Ki just shook his head. I'm not so sure anymore, fam. His eyes were just filled with doubt. He'd always figured the Lion Guild was all talk. Meanwhile, back with Lot, its own axe was now stained bright red. The skeleton soldier had actually turned its own weapon against it, using the Orc Lord's axe to finish it off for good. At that exact moment, Kim Ji-ju got another notification. Bing, you have leveled up. Bing, you have obtained the Orc Chieftain Hunter achievement. And the reward was a skill book. Seeing he got a new skill, he checked it out all curious. Another new book. Man, I hope it's something good. The second he saw what the new skill was, his eyes went wide with pure shock. You are not gonna believe this. The universe literally just dropped a skill on him. The Deathly Tome, semi rank book, but low key. It's packing the power of Aussies and can hold, like, 5 undead monsters and the effect. Get this, it takes the souls of the dead. And any soul sealed in this spooky book gets juiced up by Aussies, bumping all their stats by a whole 5%, so Kim Ji-ju is reading the deets and he's like, wait, this sounds kind of familiar, but nah, this one had a totally different vibe. He's thinking, okay, so this is like my other pouch, but it's the VIP lounge for my skeleton squad, plus, they get a power-up. Bet, my guy wasn't about to sleep on this. He had to test this bad boy out, like right now. And boom, no hesitation, he instantly absorbs 2 of his skelly boys into the book. That thing went wild, sucking them in like a high-powered vacuum. Even Kim Ji-ju had to plant his feet and hold on for dear life, like whoa. Then this massive explosion goes off with thunder and lightning, kicking up dust everywhere, and all Ji-ju can say is, that's so epic. He peeks inside the book and sees the words orc skeleton, and let me tell you, he was feeling himself. From now on, I don't need a warm-up kill. I can just roll into a dungeon and my army is good to go. A super smug smile just crept across his face. With this little trick, his biggest weakness was totally ancient history. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, another squad is just booking it. Turns out, it's Han's guild, all the way from their sketchy headquarters in Compton, California. He's sprinting toward the Orc Lord's spot and his crew is just like, bro, what's the fire? Boss, where are you even going? The Orc Lord got clapped already. Han, completely over their questions, just spins around and yells, like I don't already know that. His right-hand man is still giving him the confused puppy look, so, then why? Sohan just growls and spells it out for the whole class. You idiot, we gotta at least go check out the scene, so we have something to report. You think Mr. Park Young-won is just gonna let it slide if you waltz back in with nothing to say? And the second they heard that name, the whole crew looked like they'd seen a ghost. Park Young-won, Yeah, that name hits different. So now, they're all running like their lives depend on it. As for the school guild creeps from their warehouse in Brooklyn, New York, they were also shook. Damn it. I can't believe the Orc Lord went down that quick. So their leader is like, 8, new plan. Forget about whoever soloed the big guy. Let's just focus on the targets on our list. But then one of his goons asks, but what about the new kid we left behind on cleanup duty? This one dude with white hair just sighs all dramatically. I told him to catch up when he was done. After this mission, I'm seriously gonna have to teach him a lesson. The leader didn't skip a beat, reminding them of the stakes. If we get exposed, the higher-ups are in deep trouble. We cannot let that happen. And if things go totally sideways, be ready to, log yourselves out. The pressure was on, so he's trying to rush his crew. They're running out of time. But they still gotta be sneaky, and right then, his spidey senses start tingling. Wait, someone's coming. They all look back and see the new guy from their crew, but the way he was running had them all bugging out, the newbie. Why is he sprinting for his life like that? Well, they got their answer real quick, 'cause 2 skeleton soldiers were hot on his heels. The white-haired guy recognized them instantly. He's thinking, did this fool really go and piss that guy off? And then, get this, the newbie runs straight at them, bringing the heat right to their doorstep. The white-haired dude absolutely loses it, screaming, "You bastard, are you insane? What are we supposed to do now that you've led them right to us?" He whips his head to the leader. "Boss, what now? This dumbass newbie just blew our cover." The leader's mind is just racing, trying to find an out. That guy decided to attack us. Does he know something? If we waste any more time, every guild from here to Miami is gonna show up. When that happens, we're all so dead. Even if we have to ditch the mission, we have to kill this guy and erase all traces. But while he's busy having his evil villain monologue, the newbie just whips a sword out of nowhere. The leader turns to his crew, all like, "Is everyone ready?" And bam, before they can even blink, the newbie just blitzes the entire squad. The white-haired guy drops hard with a nasty slash right across his body. The other guys didn't do any better. Trust me, the whole school guild squad got wiped, leaving just the leader and the newbie. He's so shocked his eyes are wide, like, what the hell is this? The newbie betrayed us. And then for the big reveal, the new guy pulls off his mask, and it's not some rando, it's Kim Ji-ju himself. The look on his face was so smug, the leader was stunned speechless. This guy is... Okay, let's rewind a few minutes. Ji-ju was giving the real newbie the ultimate death stare. He'd totally pieced together why the player count in the dungeon suddenly dropped. So it was these clowns. They were the reason only half the players were making it out alive. After doing a quick mind scan of the real newbie, he was kinda bummed, 'cause he couldn't find the tea he was looking for. Yeah, the kid's memories had zero info about the Salvation Guild. Ji-ju's eyes then flick over to the poor soul, who had been taken out by the school guild's actual new guy. It clicked in his head that, in his past life, that player was just listed as missing. So without a second thought, he strips all the gear off the newbie's body and puts it on himself. He decided it looked like he was gonna have to meet the leader of the school guild today. He was planning to dig for info, but he had other business first. If I'm lucky, he thought, I might find a link between the school guild and the Salvation Guild. But before that, I need to deal with the Orc Lord. Back to the present. The leader is just staring at Kim Ji-ju, totally dazed and confused, wondering, who the hell is this bastard? The school guild punks were bugging out, like bro, where the hell did he even come from? Just staring terrified at the skeleton soldiers, and when my 2 spooky boys started creeping closer, the whole crew freaked and started screaming their heads off. They were all like, get lost, get the hell away, but my boy Kim Ji-ju, he was just vibing, totally satisfied the whole squad showed up. He's thinking, looks like I lucked out again. Every single one of these clowns from the rookie's memory is right here. What a reunion. So while the 2 skeleton soldiers were busy giving the school guild's little minions a hard time, Kim Ji-ju was cornering their leader. My boy the skeleton soldier was so over their games, he let out this low-key growl and jacked his axe way up high. The drama. The school guild guys saw that and screamed in pure terror, don't do it, but like, begging was so useless, 'cause they were about to get absolutely wrecked anyway. The school guild's leader was shook to his core by how savage Ji-ju was. He's thinking, this dude is ruthless. He doesn't even hesitate when it's time to off someone. No cap, this is not his first rodeo. But even though he was scared out of his mind, he tried to act tough, saying I have no idea who you are, but you ain't getting jack from me. Knowing he couldn't win against Kim Ji-ju, he decided it was time for a Hail Mary. Even if I live and get out of here, I'll just be a liability to the boss. This is the only play I got left. So without even a second thought, the leader whips out his sword and just eats himself out of existence. His move actually caught Jeju off guard for a sec, a self-destruct. For real, after collecting himself, Jeju said sarcastically, "That's super hardcore, dude, but also completely pointless." But then he's looking down at the leader's body, and something just feels off. Wait a minute. Shouldn't I be thanking this guy instead? He just basically broadcasted that he knew a ton of juicy secrets. Not trying to waste any more time, Kim Ji-ju fired up a skill, Eye of Anubis. A memory just pops into his head from some house. Probably looked like it was on Rodeo Drive and mixed in with the sound of a fountain. He hears someone's voice. The voice is all, "This whole world-changing chaos is gonna be the perfect opportunity for the Japanese Empire to have its glow up. And it's coming from a secret room in the house. We're gonna team up with the Salvation Guild to build an organization and expand our influence." You've got two dudes having a super serious chat. One of them, whose face is all shadowy and sus, goes, "Im-song-jun, you gotta bounce to Korea, link up with the Skull Guild, and do it for the homeland." He's trying to sell the whole idea to the other guy. Like, if we can just get our hands on the dungeons and items from both Japan and Korea. He's making this huge promise to Im-song-jun. We will build an empire more powerful than anything the world's ever seen. It'll be a legit empire. Then, bam, two other guys just appear in the doorway, and the mystery man introduces them to Im-song-jun. "Ait, let me introduce you to the guys who'll be guiding you. The Angels of Japan are gonna help us build Yamato." Im-song-jun was absolutely floored, stuttering, "And no way. You're..." The second he saw who walked in, his jaw was on the floor. He immediately bows super low and says all loud, "It is a massive honor to meet you both." Meanwhile, in his head, he's totally fangirling. He cannot believe I'm meeting the Sword Saint and the Bow Saint right here, right now. Okay, so jumping back to the memory, the school guild leader is asking his lackey, "So there's this dude we need to take care of. When the A+ rank dungeon drops, spill the tea, what's he like?" The guy tells him about some Korean dungeon broker. This guy Xwan is pretty good, but real talk, he's been getting in the way of Japan's brokers. We have to deal with him. Whatever it takes. And then, another name gets dropped. Apparently, Korea has another decent broker. What was his name again? Osa-chan. After Jeju finished downloading all the necessary info, he just casually dropped the leader's body on the ground with a look of pure disgust. He's just thinking, he was really hoping that wasn't true. But I guess I was wrong. This is just disgusting. He's gritting his teeth, absolutely filled with rage and feeling so betrayed. Even when everything was falling apart, we trusted each other and fought side by side. These flashes of Noda Hajiro and Sukahara can pop into his head. The Sword Saint, the Bow Saint, even them, man. In his past life, Jeju remembered, he'd cleared so many dungeons with them before he came back. He had always looked up to them with so much respect. It's crazy. Always on the front lines, fighting to save the world. I wanted to be just like them. They were his literal idols, not just his teachers, but the whole foundation of his beliefs. On top of all that, they were the people he trusted the most in the world. They were my ride or dies, the crew I would have bet my life on. He had always believed in them, no matter how wild things got. But now, everything was flipped upside down. Even in the gnarliest battles, I never once doubted them. In that moment, Kim Ji-ju just knew they were on the same team as Lee Si-jun, and right then and there, he decided he was gonna absolutely wreck every single one of their plans. "Not this time. I am not letting them get away with whatever they want," he muttered to himself. The next target was Osa-chan, wasn't it? The dungeon broker. The fact that this Osa-chan guy got iced in his past life made him realize that if he was on the VIP hit list, he had to be insanely talented. It was like a light bulb went off. I never even heard of him in my past life, which means their little assassination plot actually worked. If this Yamato crew took his spot, Lee Si-jun must have gained something major from it. And so, he decided he had to find some clues. As long as he's on that hit list, assassins are gonna keep coming for him. They'll flock to him like tourists to Times Square. Maybe I can find a clue to mess them up. Besides, he was all about that two birds, one stone life. And I also need a broker to find dungeons for me. So honestly, this works out perfectly. 8. Work's done. Time to peace out of this dump. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a couple dudes are just vibing in a car. The rookie's like, "Yo, senior, is it always this dead around the gate?" The dude they call senior, thought the question was dumb as hell and shot back, all annoyed. "Duh, monsters can't just stroll out the gate. So yeah, it's quiet, but trust me, the second this dungeon's cleared, This whole block is gonna pop off like a club in downtown Miami. So you better catch some Z's, the newbie reporter, all wide-eyed, was like, but when the dungeon's cleared, everyone's gonna mob the players for interviews. The senior just hit him with this super chill reply. That ain't it, Chief. It's 'cause the players are gonna be throwing hands to yoink each other's loot. This literally broke the junior's brain. And he screeched, wait, they're gonna brawl for real. The senior, looking so over it, just sighed and explained. Look, besides the Salvation Guild nerds, everyone else is gonna be in a mad dash to snag all the goodies. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, just crash, it's gonna be a hot minute before we see a bed again. Then out of nowhere, the kid points and sputters, the senior, who was so done with this chatterbox, just snapped, Ong, you are such a pain in my neck, what is it now? But the new guy just kept staring, muttering about the gate like he was possessed, so his senior, all confused, finally looks where he's pointing, and they both see Kim Ji-ju, looking like an extra from a horror flick, covered in blood, and they just start screaming their heads off. Players out, and bam, medics were on him faster than a New York minute, trying to patch up Kim Ji-ju. We got in a plus-rank dungeon clear. People, triage the injured, stat, all the shouting was seriously getting on Kim Ji-ju's last nerve. More players are coming through, get the stretchers over here, let's go, and somewhere else. You've got two guilds looking like they're about to throw down for no good reason, yo. Boss, there's a straight-up brawl happening over there. How is this even more of a dumpster fire than last time? So, a few days later, the tea from that day was spilled all over the news like everywhere. 31 people, gone, and get this, newsflash, not a single soul from the Skull Guild made it out alive. Total wipeout, the Daily News was screaming, who took down the orc chief? And dungeon loot gone missing, guilds at each other's throats. This whole mess had someone so heated they just balled up the newspaper like it was trash. Park Yong-won was grinding his teeth, hissing, how the hell can we not find the so-be, who smoked the chief? On the table, the paper's headline was just mocking him, who dropped the orc boss. His angry voice was just bouncing off the walls of his penthouse in Miami. And you really expect me to buy this garbage? The Yongwon Guild members were literally on their knees in a line, shaking. Their main guy, Ronald, looks up, all pathetic, and promises, Sir, I'm so sorry, this whole thing was just, it came out of nowhere. I swear on my life it won't happen again. But my guy Park Yong-won just lowers his head, his eyes getting all slitty as he asks, later. The time, the money I dropped on you, not to mention how you totally let me down, how you gonna make that right? He leaned over the table, hands planted, and his voice was pure ice. This ain't some soup kitchen in downtown Allah, where I hand out second chances to screw-ups like you. Park Yong-won's jaw was clenched so tight, and he lays down the law, in 1 week. You're bringing me 5 times what I invested. When I give you a lifeline, you better grab it. Trust me, it's the healthy choice. You could just hear this terrified little squeak from inside the mansion, of 5 times the amount. After Ronald and his crew shuffled out, Park Yong-won turns to the person next to him and asks, Kim Ji-ju, that dude's laid up in the hospital, right? Secretary Kim was on it. Aye, sir. Word is he got messed up in the dungeon raid. Hearing that, Park Yong-won just scowls and looks away. Unfreaking believable, not a single one of them is worth a damn, hurt in a 1-floor dungeon. Secretary Kim kinda hesitated, then corrected him, well, sir, the injuries, they weren't from monsters. Park Yong-won slowly slides his eyes over to her, say what now? Are you telling me he got jumped by players from other guilds? Is that intel solid? Secretary Kim starts breaking it down. We could dig into it to confirm. But honestly, in this situation, I think it's smarter to just run with his story. Park Yong-won gets up, shoves a hand in his pocket, and starts heading for the door. Fine, let's hit the hospital. He's not dumb enough to be running his mouth all over town, is he? Secretary Kim, hustling to keep up, replied, nope, already told him to zip it. Meanwhile, over at some hospital in Austin, someone's laying down the law. All right then, Kim Gi-ju, you just focus on getting better. Nam Sang was out in the hall, doing a little bow to the guy in the room, and hey, if you remember anything, literally anything, you call the guild. Then he turns and walks off, scratching his head and letting out this huge sigh. Man, this is a whole disaster. How can he remember Zip? Nada. What am I even gonna tell the big bosses? He gets to the elevator, and the little screen shows a down arrow and the number 4. Nam Sang just looks up, thinking, if it was gonna be this much of a train wreck, why did Park Yong-won's crew even push so hard for Kim Ji-ju to go in? And just as he's stepping into an elevator, wouldn't you know it, the one right next to it dings open. Out walks Park Yong-won with Secretary Kim, and yep, he totally clocks Nam Sang. So the two of them roll up to a hospital room. Right before Secretary Kim opens the door, Park Yong-won gives her his hot take. Judging by the look on that dude's face back there, I'd say our boy Kim Ji-ju knows how to keep a secret. The door creaks open, and the noise makes Kim Ji-ju look over. Park Yong-won struts in like he owns the place and asks, "Hey, long time no see, how you feeling? All your bits and pieces still attached?" Kim Ji-ju just stays silent, thinking to himself, "Great, he's here." All you could hear was the drip, drip, drip of the IV bag, counting down the seconds. Propped up on the hospital bed, Kim Ji-ju starts dishing. There's basically zero intel on the Skull Guild dudes, but from the whispers I've heard, something is super shady. He's replaying what he saw in his head. Can confirm they were in on the Fox Boss takedown. Kim Ji-ju glances away for a sec, then adds, and the fact that they all got zeroed out. That means some other crew swooped in and jacked all the loot. Little flashes of the fight were popping up in his memory. Then Kim Ji-ju dropped one more bombshell, and the last thing I saw was them popping the stealth of the silent hunter skill. Park Yong-won, slumped in the chair next to the bed, was like, "Yo, if that was some kind of stealth skill, I know all about it. That stuff makes you totally invisible. It's op as hell." So they were only gunning for the players and the main boss. Huh, Kim Ji-ju dropped his head, his eyes totally zoning out. Yeah, no joke, if it wasn't for that blood poison thing, I would have been straight up ghosted back there. Hearing the whole story, he let out a huge sigh. Damn dude, you've got some insane luck then. But whatever, the school guild got totally wrecked, completely wiped off the map. Which means you're the only one who knows what went down. Kim Ji-ju shot back. Still, I gotta watch my back for a bit, but, for real, our Phoenix Guild didn't dig up any dirt at all. A super salty look took over Park Yong-won's face as he clenched his jaw. Just thinking about it makes me see red. Because of that trash school guild. This whole thing was a massive L for us. He rubbed his chin, totally scheming in his head. I'm not just gonna let this go, even if it's just to get our investment back. We have to put the school guild on blast. Oof, the tea Kim Ji-ju just spilled was way juicier than he expected. Park Yong-won smacked his hands on the armrests and yelled, "Okay, I get it, so what's your price?" Kim Ji-ju, playing totally dumb, was like, "My price, sir. What are you talking about?" And bam, Park Yong-won shot up out of his chair. "Oh, you can cut the innocent act right now." He turned around, his voice dead serious. "You were probably just watching the other players, waiting for the perfect moment to make a deal with me. You must have some kind of demand for spilling all this tea." Kim Ji-ju went quiet for a sec, then just dropped it on him. "If you're asking, then yeah, I need you to find someone for me." Park Yong-won looked kinda confused, like someone. "Who you trying to find?" Kim Ji-ju fired back, "Ever heard of a broker named Osa-chan? I heard he's the real deal, but like, I don't have the right connects to get to him, so." Park Yong-won gave him a sideways glance, repeating the name, Osa-chan. "How the hell do you even know a name like that?" "You know what, whatever, if you get a call from a blocked number soon, you better pick it up." He and Secretary Kim started walking to the door, but then he just dropped this little gem. He's a cocky son of a gun who's super picky about his clients, but I'll give him this, the dude is legit. Park Yong-won stopped dead in his tracks, turning back to Kim Ji-ju with a serious death glare. "And one more thing. I'm just saying this to be safe, but you absolutely have to keep this whole mess on the down low. If word gets out, you're the only one who's gonna be in the line of fire." Kim Ji-ju just tilted his head, watching the guys back at the door, and was like, "Yeah, got it, loud and clear." And slam, the door shut. Right before Park Yong-won and Secretary Kim bounced, he threw one last thing over his shoulder. "Alright, catch you later." Kim Ji-ju just looked down, totally silent, then he swung his legs off the bed. He slipped his feet into the slippers on the floor, his brain going a mile a minute. "Okay, first things first, everything is going exactly how I planned. They totally bought it. Park Yong-won has zero clue that the school guild and the Messiah guild are connected." Kim Ji-ju stared out the window, thinking to himself, if he starts sniffing around there, either Lee Si-jun or the Divine Bow Holy Sword is gonna pop up on Park Yong-won's radar. A little smirk played on his lips. Lol, Park Yong-won has no idea what a hornet's nest he just kicked. He is so not gonna have a good time for a while. And while Park Yong-won and Lee Si-jun are busy playing their little game of 5D chess, I can just chill and focus on grinding my levels. Cut to a black sedan, headlights on full blast, speeding down the highway, and a voice pipes up from inside. The school guild is huge, but they don't have any big money backers. Then there's only one way this makes sense. Park Yong-won was in the back seat, just chilling. He was just staring at his phone screen. If they moved domestic assets overseas, they could seriously multiply their capital. He watched the red arrows on the map, a whole plan clicking into place. We gotta start digging into the international black market. If we poke around there, we'll probably find the dealers they're working with. Park Yong-won's eyes drifted to the view whizzing by outside the window. This whole thing is definitely tied to some shady businesses they're in cahoots with. And just like that, Kim Gi-ju was walking out of the hospital that same day. He stuck a hand in his pocket. He was digging around, thinking, shouldn't my phone have blown up by now? Seriously nothing. And right on cue, his phone started ringing. Kim Gi-ju pulled it out, thinking, speak of the devil, what perfect timing. He pressed the phone to his ear, and a voice on the other end said, so, I hear you're looking to make a deal with me. Kim Ji-ju's eyes went wide. Holy crap, it was Osa-chan. He shot back, yeah, I'm trying to find a dungeon. Osa-chan laid out his terms, gotta see what you're working with before I make any decisions. Kim Ji-ju was like, what I'm working with? You mean my skills? Osi-chan didn't even bother explaining, just said, I'll text you the deets, and then, click, the dude hung up. A second later, Kim Ji-ju got a new text. The mission: go ham on some goblins. Number of floors. Huh, just one floor. Dungeon difficulty was a C+. Max of 4 people allowed. You gotta be under level 28 to get in, and the win condition: take out 100 goblins. The location: a sketchy warehouse down on 112 West Adams Street in Chicago, Illinois. After reading it, Kim Ji-ju was like, damn, they weren't kidding when they said he's picky. He's seriously using a C+, 1-floor dungeon as an audition. But hey, if I can actually nail this deal, it's gonna be a total game changer. Meanwhile, over in downtown LA, a massive skyscraper was lit up with a bazillion neon signs, looking like a scene straight out of a movie. So get this, inside this room, Lena points at a phone and is all like, bro, who's the poor sucker on the line this time? The dude sitting across from him just goes, just another applicant, man. Park Yong-won's the one who vouched for him and slid me his digits. Lena just drops his head, closes his eyes, and lets out this massive sigh. Bro, for real. After what happened last time, you're really gonna run this play again? What if this one's another dude trying to, delete your account? Second hops up, all confident, and is like, it's whatever, I could take on a whole fleet of U-Haul trucks, filled with those mid-tier scrubs, and not break a sweat. Lena leans back, looking worried and warns him, besides, if he's one of Park Yong-won's guys, he's gonna be extra thirsty for a fight. His bro second totally shoots that down. Nah, if he actually worked for Park Yong-won, the old man would have handled the call himself. He walks over to the desk and yanks open the bottom drawer. Anyway, if he can't even pass the first test, it's all pointless, and if he's here to take me out, the only thing that matters is if he's actually got the skills to pay the bills. Second, with this wild, excited grin on his face, just yeets the phone he was holding into the drawer. It lands with a clatter on top of a whole graveyard of other burner phones. His voice booms out, if someone's actually that cracked, they could probably clear all these dungeons, and finally beat this stupid game. That's the kind of MVP we're looking for. Lina's whole face lights up, and he points a thumb at himself, all cheesy. Bro, you're gonna say that right in front of me. That hurts, man. If you're looking for a hero, he's right here. Hello. Second, with zero chill, just says, you've still got a long way to go, my guy. Lena just yells out, totally shook, Hut. What about me? Bro, second's basically thinking he's just good at surviving, not actually winning, so a solo raid would be way too much for him. Then second cracks this sneaky smile. I already gave him the goblin dungeon as a pop quiz, so let's just kick back and see how it goes. Lena shakes his head and squints. Goblins. Isn't that a little messed up? His bro second just shrugs it off. It's optional, so if he ain't feeling it, he'll probably just dip. Lena throws his hands behind his head, leans back, and sighs at the ceiling. You have absolutely zero business sense, bro. But did you forget I burn through energy like crazy? I'm literally starving over here. Hearing this, second gets totally triggered and yells, you just inhaled a family-sized pizza from that spot on Bourbon Street. What kind of garbage are you even talking right now? Meanwhile, this pale yellow clunker of a car slowly rolls up to a giant crater. And what's inside? A dungeon gate, obviously. Kim Ji-ju calmly steps out of the car and slams the door shut. Kim Ji-ju scans the area and thinks to himself, a goblin dungeon for real. Is this dude even trying to make a profit? He's really not making this a walk in the park. Using a dungeon this overkill for a normal player is just cruel. He thinks this as he slides down into the crater. But it's only hard for people who don't know the secret handshake to deal with goblins. Nearby, someone whips out a pair of binoculars. It's Jisoo, and she's on the phone. I'm posted up near the dungeon at Songbo Mountain. She puts the binoculars down and glances at her phone, giving the play-by-play. Kim Gaiju is walking up to the dungeon now. Jisoo's voice crackles over the speakerphone, and I'm starting the timer. Second flinches and stares at the phone. What? He's there already. He snatches the phone up and asks, dude has zero patience, so what'd he bring? Any gear. A pointy stick. Jisoo just reports back. Doesn't look like he brought anything special. Second's gritting his teeth. Not sure if the guy is a legend, or just plain stupid. Lena looks up and asks, so, are we thinking he's just a total psycho? Second just grunts, not saying a word. Lena shrugs. But you never know, maybe he's so confident he doesn't even need to prep. Second adds, he could be about that life. Then he thinks to himself, but if that confidence isn't just a big front. Cut scene to a fancy pants Japanese restaurant in Austin, where someone lets out a heavy sigh. To still be this out of the loop, I guess the Salvation Guild is only so-so, huh? Back in the room, a voice pipes up, yo, please don't say that, just chill, it's Kim Jae-hun from the Salvation Guild. Waving his hand trying to do damage control, you know how chaotic dungeons are, there are a million variables. It sucks we came back empty-handed, but at least our losses weren't that bad. The guy sitting across from him just repeats those last words, real slow, not bad. Noda Hajiro glares at him. 5 of my students are dead, and you're gonna tell me the losses weren't that bad. Kim Jae-hun totally freezes up at his tone and starts stammering. No, that's not what I meant at all. That's when Sukahara Ken, who was sitting next to Noda Hajiro and being all quiet, decides to speak up. Lijun has to know, right? About our little side deal with the Skull Guild. Isn't that exactly why he's giving us these C+ dungeon gigs first? Kim Jae-hun is stunned, screaming in his head, I messed up so bad. Sukahara Ken, still leaning in, keeps going of course. It's true you can't predict what's gonna happen in a dungeon. He scowls and then asks. Okay, but are you seriously trying to tell us that some orc took out our entire crew? Get real. Kim Jae-hun's face went completely pale when he heard them say, yeah, we're not just gonna let this slide, my guy. He literally slammed both hands on the floor and bowed, like, full-on groveling. I'm so sorry, I was totally out of line. I shouldn't have just spouted that nonsense. Just, please give me a little more time. I swear I'll get to the bottom of this. But Sukahara Ken just smirked and picked up the sake bottle. That's not gonna be necessary, babe, we already got our own people on it. Don't be so tense, my dude, how about a drink? Kim Jae-hun was throwing some serious shade with his eyes. Like he knew exactly what this snake was up to. He picked up his glass anyway. Sukahara Ken started pouring, explaining all smooth like, even with all this drama, we're still tight with the Salvation Guild, right? I just wanted to show you, and Sukahara Ken's eyes were pure menace. Just how ticked off we are, and get this, the wine kept pouring, overflowing the glass and spilling all over the table like some kind of metaphor. Sukahara Ken just glanced down at the mess he made. Since we're all besties here, if there's a little drama, we just gotta sit down, have a few drinks, and let it go, right? Kim Jae-hun's hand, holding that glass, started shaking like a leaf. Spilling even more wine. It was a whole mess. Noda Hajiro had already dipped out of the room. Sukahara Ken followed him, but not before dropping one last line, of course. That's assuming we're still besties. Kim Jae-hun, still frozen holding the glass, just mumbled, yeah, right. The door was yanked shut with so much force, you could feel it from across the room, and just like that, Kim Jae-hun was all alone. He was grinding his teeth, realizing he got way too cocky with the archery master and sword master, and needed a game plan. Like yesterday, outside the restaurant on 5th Avenue. A blacked-out Escalade was already waiting. Noda Hajiro was on the phone. Yo, did you handle it? What were our losses? He listened for a sec, then was like, 8, bet, I got it, once they were all settled in the back of the car. Sukahara Ken looked at him and asked, so, is it what we thought? Noda Hajiro crossed his arms. Nah man, it wasn't anyone on the hit list. Which means it's not one of the pros we know about. He then added that the next target was the Phoenix Guild. 'Cause they're the only ones left on the list. Sukahara Ken was thinking. If the perp isn't on the hit list. Noda Hajiro finished his thought. Then they're part of some crew we don't know about, hiding their power for a reason. Meanwhile, over by the Koi dungeon, the sky was getting all dark and moody. At the same time, in some high-rise apartment with a killer view of Chicago, Bumpun was standing there, hands in his pockets, just speculating, since some rando just went into the dungeon, we can probably just kick back for a few days, right? DM, just chilling on the sofa, shot back, what are you even talking about? That dude went in solo. He was so sure of himself, saying, and I've never seen anyone come out of there, not totally messed up. That guy's gonna be toast in 5 minutes and the gate's gonna pop right back open. Diem had barely gotten out the words, probably any second now, when this massive beam of light just shot straight up into the sky from the pit right behind him. Bum Pun pointed at it. Dude, you totally called it. Doom whipped his head around, all confused. No, that's not it. The beam of light started to fade, and he just stared, completely shook. That's the signal for a dungeon clear, Bum Pun screamed. Wait, what? What did you just say? Diem snatched a pair of binoculars like his life depended on it. That dungeon is impossible to clear, even with a fully stacked party. This is insane. Bum Pun reached out and tugged on his arm. Boss. Doom angrily lowered the binoculars. What the hell are you doing? We gotta find the guy who cleared it, now. Bum Pun's jaw was on the floor as he pointed. No, dude, I think I already found him. His finger was aimed at a yellow taxi speeding down the I-95. There he is. As Diem watched the car get smaller and smaller, he screamed, like a full-on horror movie scream, we are so screwed. Cut to an office building in downtown Houston, covered in signs, where a super loud voice was booming. What? You're telling me you lost him? Osi-chan was absolutely losing it into his walkie-talkie. You already got paid, so do your freaking job. You took my money and half-assed it. Are you seriously making excuses right now? Ju, who was sitting at a computer nearby, literally had to tilt her head and plug her ears. She calmly called out to the guy who was dropping F-bombs left and right. Boss. Osi-chan snapped back. What? Then Ju just dropped this bomb on him. I haven't paid them yet. She stood up and asked him, didn't you say they were your old buddies from back home in Boston? Osi-chan was so confused. But we already agreed to pay them. Ju just stated, deadpan. Nope, they were just helping out as a favor. Osi-chan crossed his arms, double-checking. For real? Ju just looked at him. For real? You told them you'd buy them a round of drinks instead. Osi-chan shrugged, making up the lamest excuse ever. Well, that's too bad, 'cause starting today, I'm quitting drinking. Ju slung her bag over her shoulder and headed for the door. If it's Kim Ji-ju, you don't need to worry. I'm heading out. Osi-chan got all curious. Where you going, Secretary Lee? She didn't even answer, just said, if he actually wants to work with us, he'll hit us up soon. Osi-chan watched her leave and muttered, cold as ice. Then an image of Ju flashed in his mind, sitting on the ground all helpless, clutching a backpack. Come to think of it, he thought, it was right around this time last year that I met her. Just then, Lena came back inside, holding a ton of stuff. Boss, what is Secretary Lee's deal? I told her to grab some food before she left, but she totally ghosted me. Osi-chan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Just let it go. She probably has somewhere she needs to be today. Like, a split second later, his eyes pop open and he shoots a look at Lena. Oh, by the way, Kim Ji-ju already wrecked that dungeon. Dude did it in half a day. The kid's a total rock star. But then he sees the mountain of snacks Lena's holding, and he just completely loses his crap. You little punk, how much of my money did you just blow at that 7-Eleven? Lena, totally unbothered, just keeps munching away. Yo boss, chill out, don't get your boxers in a twist. Osi-chan just snaps, you got a death wish or something. March your butt back in there and return all that junk. Now, Lena tries to whine. Sumun, boss, don't be such a cheapskate over a few bags of chips. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-ju's beat-up yellow car is pulling up to an intersection somewhere off Route 66. Inside, he's just slumped in the driver's seat, face in his hand, looking all broody and deep in thought. See, earlier, after totally owning that dungeon, my boy Ji-ju crawled out of that massive crater and trudged over to his car. And when he gets there, bam, there's a walkie-talkie and a piece of paper just sitting on the hood. Kim Ji-ju's like, what's all this? And scoops them both up. Fast forward to now, and he's reaching over, tapping the thing on his passenger seat. A walkie-talkie for real. He's thinking, oh, so we're playing spies now. Cute. So, get this, the note says, if you actually manage to survive the dungeon, hit us up on this walkie. Office hours start at 9 in the morning sharp. Don't you dare be late. Kim Ji-ju just smirks. Okay, I see you. Dude's got flair. Cut to some underground parking garage, where this flashy red car is just parked, and then, boom, its headlights flash on, totally blinding. Inside that car, Kim Dae-hun is white-knuckling the steering wheel, sweating absolute buckets, and muttering, crap, 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 I can't show up to the boss looking like this. Then some dude's face pops into his head and he's like, us. Do I seriously have to go crawling to Kangju for help? Kill me now. His phone starts buzzing like crazy in the center console, the screen lighting up as his ringtone blasts through the car. Kim Dae-hun shoves the phone to his ear and is all like, this is Dae-hun, what's the deal? Then suddenly, he's screaming, wait, the Skull Guild. You've gotta be kidding me. The red car peels out of the garage like a bat out of hell, with Dae-hun yelling into the phone, "Yeah, got it? I'm on my way." Meanwhile, over at some shady bar, Park Yong-won has this nasty little smirk on his face and he's giving orders. "We gotta keep this on the DL. Same as always. I don't gotta spell it out for you, do I?" Jong-hun, who's sitting right across from him, just nods, crystal clear. "So, have you even talked to the package I'm supposed to be protecting?" Yong-won's like, "Nah, not yet, but now that you and I have had this little chat, it's about to go down real soon." Hearing that, Jong-hun's all business. "Alright, I'll brief my crew on the sitch immediately." Yong-won is totally cool with it. "Good, look, your only job is to babysit him and get him out in one piece. I'll clean up the rest of the mess." But plot twist, they had no idea that up on the second floor balcony, some mysterious figure had popped up and was totally creepin' on their entire conversation. It's Kim Dae-hun, staring down at them and thinking, Park Yong-won, what kind of shady crap is he plotting now? And how the hell does he know anything about the Skull Guild? Just then, some guy pops up right behind him and asks, "Readin' my mind, huh?" I was wondering the same thing. I mean, Yong-won's got connections, for sure, but the Skull Guild. Nah, something's fishy, Dongman smirks, totally raising an eyebrow. He tried to play it off like he needed intel on the Skull Guild for work. But then he started saying some real sus stuff. Flashback to a private room, where Dongman's meeting with Yong-won. He's leaning on the table, all tough guy like, "Even for a big shot like you, Mr. Park Yong-won, asking me to spill the tea on the Skull Guild is crossing a line, my dude." And Yong-won, just chilling across from him, fires back, "A little paranoid today, aren't we?" Alright. Then, he gets this super smug look and drops this bomb. "What if I told you? I know the real secret about those Skull members who disappeared in that A+ rank dungeon." Back to the present, and Kim Dae-hun is literally so shook his jaw hits the floor. No freaking way, he actually said that. He hangs his head, sweat just dripping down his face, thinking, oh man, if that's true, this is way above my pay grade. I'm so screwed if I tell the boss about this. Kim Dae-hun whips his head around to look back downstairs. "Yo, who's that dude chatting with Yong-won?" Dongman just crosses his arms super casual and drops the name Jong-hun. He's one of Yong-won's go-to guys for dirty work. He glances down at Jong-hun too, adding he's a merc, a hired gun, not loyal to any guild. The dude will do literally anything if the price is right, no questions asked. Just then, downstairs, Jong-hun gives this super respectful bow as Yong-won gets up to leave, and upstairs, Kim Dae-hun turns to the guy next to him. "Hey man, seriously, thanks for the heads up, the Saviors Guild owes you one." Dongman just shrugs it off. You guys helped me out once, we're even." Kim Dae-hun just hangs his head, looking like he's about to puke from stress. A moment later, Jong-hun is back at his table downstairs when suddenly, Kim Dae-hun slides right up to his table and goes, "You and I need to talk." Jong-hun looks up and he's like, oh, it's Kim Dae-hun from the Saviors Guild. Before he can even blink, Dae-hun is sitting across from him, all serious, lacing his fingers together on the table. "Look, I don't know what deal you're cooking up with Park Yong-won, but I've got a better one for you." He leans in, a little side hustle, in cooperation with the Saviors Guild. Jong-hun just smiles and plays dumb, asking, "Sorry, you lost me there, buddy. Can you, spit it out already?" Kim Dae-hun gets this psycho look in his eye. "I'm talking about a deal that'll make you stupid rich, and you're still not getting it." You know what? I'm just wasting my breath. Meanwhile, across town, a black car is stopped at a red light on Rodeo Drive. Inside, Secretary Kim is in the passenger seat, giving a report to Yong-won, who's lounging in the back. "So, I booked that public dungeon you wanted," she says, turning around. "But, your whole plan this time is kinda weird." She's totally giving him some serious side eye. Isn't this gonna get, way messier if you jump in yourself?" Youngwon just propped his head on his hand, totally ignoring her, eyes glued to his phone like he was scrolling TikTok. "The Skull Guild has to make a move, 'cause I'm the one who started all this drama. And they're gonna be all sloppy and trippin' over themselves." He peeped the caller at it was Kim Ji-ju and was like, "So, the location's set, the extras are ready. Shouldn't we, roll out the red carpet for our leading man?" Back at the bar, Kim Dae-hun was posted up alone at a table by the door, literally chewing his nails off, thinking, Park Yong-won, what in the actual heck is that psycho planning? Kim Jae-hoon had a total flashback to what Hyunyin said, and since they asked for 5 whole people, including him, to be this guy's bodyguard, he figured this dude must be a super VIP. His name is Wait. He checked the info on his phone. Kim Ji-ju, level 16, Phoenix. Kim Jae-hoon's brain was basically glitching. He was on the list for the Ash Plus dungeon, but that's gotta be cap, right? Like, this dude could solo the Skull Guild's top dogs. This trap is so freaking obvious. I don't even know if I should just walk into it for the lulz. The next morning, some random yellow car was parked outside the gates of a massive mansion on Rodeo Drive. Kim Ji-ju was in the car, talking into a walkie-talkie. So, I guess I passed your little test, huh? The voice on the other end came back like, yeah, and way faster than I thought. You've been hiding your real power level, or what? The guy didn't even wait for a comeback and just kept going. Whatever, man, I'm not being sus. I'm just curious. Kim Ji-ju just played it cool. Hey, I only went all out because you told me to. The voice on the walkie-talkie crackled. 8-bet, anyway, you said you wanted to cop a dungeon. Yeah. I dropped a list of what's on the market. In locker number 19 at Grand Central Station, swing by and hit my line if you need anything else. Kim Gi-ju was already out of the car, saying back, Roger that, but I've got some other stuff to deal with right now. So I'll hit you back in a few days. Osa-chan on his end was like, 8, cool, I'll be waiting. But Lee Sun-ju, sitting on the couch, was giving major side-eye. Boss, are you for real gonna do a deal with that guy? Bro Mao, when has your gut ever actually been right? Osa-chan smirked, turning to face him like, for real, has that gut of yours ever led you anywhere but a dead end in downtown Detroit? And isn't this whole broker hustle about taking a gamble? Meanwhile, back with Kim Ji-ju, my guy was putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, head down, looking all stressed. Mr. Park Yong-won, this is giving majorly dangerous vibes. You're basically telling me to be the bait, aren't you? Park Yong-won didn't even try to deny it, just straight up admitted it. You ain't wrong. He tilted his head, leaning on the armrest like he owned the place. Not sure how our little private chat became a rumor, but oops, the Skull Guild is gonna get the tea any second now. He was totally thinking, Mao, the kid's getting spooked, not my problem. Kim Gi-ju stayed quiet with his head down until Park Yong-won's voice cut in. So what, you just gonna sit there and wait for the game over screen? He held his hand out, all tempting like a movie villain. I personally hired a whole elite squad just for you, so trust me, yeah. How about you just roll into the dungeon with them? Kim Ji-ju finally looked up, staring Park Yong-won down. Yeah, but you're still playing with my life here. Is there some, super critical reason we absolutely have to do this? And my man was ready with a whole sob story. My bad on that, but look, I owe some people, and I'm the type of guy who can't sleep when I've got ice. And then, finally, Kim Ji-ju opened his mouth and laid down his demand. I get it, if that's how it is. Guess I have no choice, but I'm gonna need a raise. Park Yong-won got this huge, smug grin, thinking to himself, he took the bait, but plot twist, Kim Gi-ju smirked right back. Park Yong-won snapped his fingers, signaling the dude behind him. Say less. Secretary Kim slid forward, dropping a brown piece of paper on the table. The boss prepared a little something for you, Kim Gi-ju. Then Park Yong-won added, if you get stronger, your odds of not dying go up, right? Simple math. Kim Ji-ju glanced at the paper Secretary Kim slid over, and he instantly knew it was a skill scroll. A little while later, he was strolling out of the mansion. As Kim Gi-ju walked, he was deep in his feels, a little guilty even. Before I even got here, Park Yong-won already went to see Bae-jama too. He glanced back at the boogie building and sighed, thinking about this whole double agent life. It was truly some Gen Z drama, but whatever, it is what it is. Kim Ji-ju pulled the paper he just got from his pocket. I can't believe he actually gave me this. He's way more useful than I thought. Cut to inside some dreary stone cave, where all you can hear is sad sighing. How did we get so pathetic? At this rate, we're gonna die before we even pay off our debt. Han, the guy in charge, heard all the whining and was so over it, he whipped around and yelled, shut your traps and keep it moving. He crossed his arms, trying to get them hyped. That jerk Park Yong-won was already going easy on us. One of the goons complained, but this is still way too much, boss, and his buddy immediately agreed, for real. It's not even our fault, and how were we supposed to know who that guy was? How much longer do we have to be on dungeon duty? Han just cursed under his breath, turned around, and kept stomping forward. How am I supposed to know? If you have enough energy to whine, go kill some monsters instead. But in a super dark corner of the cave, where no one could see, a monster with razor-sharp teeth was literally watching their every single move. That evening, over on a railway bridge in Chicago, a train was roaring past. Down underneath, a car was parked and a whole crew was gathered. One of the guys pressed his phone to 8. It's all set. Yeah, consider it done. He drops his phone, ending the call, and bam, the screen flashes the name Park Yong-won. Dude. The big boss himself. Jong Hyun side-eyes the dude across from him. Like, okay, let me get this straight. All we gotta do is serve up this Kim Ji-ju dude on a silver platter for you guys, right? The guy just nods. Yup, that's the whole gig. A nasty little smirk spreads across Jong Hyunyan's face. His gaze sliding over to a whole suitcase stuffed with cash. But hold up, he says, this stack's looking a little thin, you feel me? I mean, we about to ditch a major whale for you. A little extra something for our trouble only seems fair, right? Kim Ji-hun just waves him off, all chill. Look, if you re-sweatin' the cash, you will get a fat bonus when this is over. I can even slide some other big spenders your way, if you want. But Jong Hyunyan pushes his luck. Nah, forget the extra green. Get me a contract with the Salvation Guild instead. You pull that off, and we can call it even. But Kim Ji-hun shut that down so fast. Not happening, bro. I can't just make moves that affect the whole guild like that, you know. Jong Hyunyan didn't even fight it. Just shrugged like, hey, whatever, it's cool. So then Kim Ji-hun hops into this sick red sports car and peels out. Jong Hyunyan's crew are all bowing and scraping, but the second he's gone, Jong Hyunyan straightens up and yells, why we just hit the freaking lottery. After this, we are gonna be so paid. One of his boys in the back is like, dude, never pictured a shatty dude like that being in the Salvation Guild. Jong Hyunyan just grins. They all just people. My guy, not everyone's a saint like Lee Si-jun, you know. He spins back to his crew, all hyped up, but who gives a crap about them? All we gotta do is grab this bag and live like kings out in Vegas, baby. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a crazy flash of light dies down, and a whole squad just appears. A voice booms out like a video game narrator, dungeon conquered. Then this dude in a slick black suit sprints towards the three people who just stepped out of the light. Somebody screams. The whole Skull Guild crew made it out. They were all good! Secretary Nam's jaw literally hits the floor as the Skull Guild guys swagger past him. He's thinking, wait, what about the Phoenix Guild? Are they all toast? He's totally bugging out, thinking no way those were Park Young-won's A-listers, his top dogs. After a hot second, Secretary Nam finally snaps out of it and spins around to yell. Hey! Excuse me, hold up a sec. He runs up to the Skull Guild crew. Do you guys know what happened to my guild's members? You could hear the desperation in his voice, for real. He's basically begging, just tell me anything so I can tell their families, please. And then this one dude, hung from the Skull Guild, stops. He pulls down his mask and girl, the smile he gives is pure evil. Oh, those guys. He says all casual. Let's just say I made a real mess of them. You wouldn't even be able to tell who's who anymore. And with that, Hong jumps into a black sedan and floors it, tires screaming down the street like it's a scene from a movie in downtown L.A. Makimoto, already in the car and on his phone, gives him the side eye. Dude, did you forget what the boss said? We supposed to be laying low, remember? Hong just scoffs, yeah, I know. Makimoto puts the phone back to his ear. Yo, it's Makimoto, we literally just finished. Why is there another gig already? On the other end, Kim Ji-hun is practically screaming, I found the target. He's hitting a dungeon at sunrise. Get your butts over there now. Makimoto's voice is totally flat, like he's bored, and remind me why we retaking orders from you. Kim Ji-hun's voice literally explodes back through the phone, full of menace. There's no freaking time. You screw this up. How are you gonna explain that to your boss, huh? And just like that, Makimoto caves. Fine, we'll talk when we get there. He hangs up, and not even a second later, his phone buzzes with a text. The text pops up, mission Lizardman Hunt, we retalking floor 2, difficulty D+, max party size is 10 peeps. Gotta be under level 29 to get in, objective. Take out every last one of those scaly freaks. Meanwhile, over in some crazy huge mansion in Beverly Hills, Park Young-won is standing in front of a giant window, hands on his hips, totally scheming. So he's thinking, a foreign crew is making moves on my turf. This could be a golden opportunity, if I play this Skull Guild situation right. He's rubbing his chin, muttering to himself like a main character. I've always known I was too big for just one country. My talents are totally wasted here. Then Park Young-won checks out this insane gold watch on his wrist. And he's thinking, worst case, this whole plan blows up and Kim Ji-ju gets got. At least I'll get the 411 on the Skull Guild. Welp, it's almost showtime, and on the other side of town, a big old crowd is already waiting by this weird black tent. Kim Ji-ju is just chilling off to the side, silently scoping them out from a distance, raising an eyebrow like, what is this mess? Of course, Jong Hyunyan is the first to spot him, waving his arm like a maniac and yelling, yo, newbie! Over here! He sticks his hand out for a shake. Sup, man, nice to meet ya, I'm Jong Hyunyan. Kim Ju just gives a little nod and says his name back, Kim Ji-ju. Jong Hyunyan slaps him on the back, all buddy. Alright, let's go crush this dungeon! There's supposed to be one more crew joining us, but I guess they, rerunning on New York time, and literally as he says that, a white car screeches to a halt right behind Kim Ji-ju. A huge cloud of dust kicks up, Jong Hyunyan just grins at the car, speak of the devil, 4 dudes from the Skull Guild hop out, And get this, they all wearing these super sketchy looking black masks. Total creep vibes. Kim Ji-ju squints at them, not liking what he sees. Then he blurts out, sorry, where's the restroom? Jong Hyun immediately perks up the John. Dude, I was just about to go myself. Follow me, I'll show you. They get to a blue sign on the wall with toilet, and the little stick figure dude on it. Jong Hyun crosses his arms and leans against the wall, getting all serious, so he asks, you read the package we supposed to be watching over. Kim Ju doesn't even answer, just claps back with his own question. And you read the crew Park Young-won sent. Jong Hyun stands up straight, his whole vibe changing. It's almost time. He says, we can spill the tea on the way. Alright, so get this. He started spilling the tea on the whole op. He's like, the other squad pulling up later has no clue we retight. So we can't be all buddy-buddy in the dungeon. Ya feel me? So Kim Ji-ju is like, hold up, you want me to roll in there solo? And Jong Hyun just waves him off like, dude, chill. We'll be right behind you. We'll have a guy shadowing you on the deal. Then he adds that it's probably gonna pop off on floor number 2 anyway. Like if they throw down right at the gate, clearing this whole place is gonna be a total disaster. And get this, Kim Ji-ju is just walking next to him, head down, quiet as a mouse like he's plotting something serious. Jong Hyun, all cocky, is like, don't even trip, we got this handled, just trust the process and get in there. And our boy just glances at him and is like, 8 bet, I will play along. So Jong Hyun gets this smug look and says, good, you go in first, the whole squad rollin'. In at once would look mad sus. Kim Ji-ju doesn't even say another word, just dips into the tent by himself, talk about drama. And from behind, Jong Hyun is watching him go with this super shady look in his eyes, thinking lol, this is way too easy. Inside the forest. It's wild, these huge trees are packed in tighter than rush hour on the I-405 in Los Angeles. Sunlight is, like barely peeking through the leaves, and in this one clearing, the whole party faced off. On the right, you got Jong Hyun and his goons, and on the left, the whole Skull Guild crew. The tension. Thick. Then, boom, this info screen flashes up. It's like, attention players to hit the next level. You gotta take out a hidden goblin before the whole mob shows up. Someone's like, oh, so floor 1 is basically just a scavenger hunt. Lame. Jong Hyun gets all serious and tells his crew, yo, the mission ain't that deep, so let's just split up and search for this thing on our own. Then he points at Kim Ji-ju and goes, looks like you're reflying solo, so we'll send someone with you. And Jin Guk immediately jumps in like, boss. I got him, let me roll with him. Jong Hyun was like, bet. Alright Jin Guk, you re-up. Then he shouts to everyone else, 8, no more playing around. Smoke that goblin pronto, so we can bounce to the 2nd floor. And just like that, the 2 squads dipped in opposite directions. So now it's just Kim Ji-ju and Jin Guk chillin', but before he gets too far, Jong Hyun throws this sneaky look back and gives a little nod. And get this, Kim Ji-ju sees it and nods right back, the plot thickens. So then my boy Kim Ji glances over at the Skull Guild dudes, thinking to himself, okay, so the real party starts on floor 2. Meanwhile, this guy Mikimoto closes his eyes and is like, yo, why don't we just snag Kim Ji-ju right now? Cause like, if he bites the dust, we so screwed, right? But Jun just keeps it simple. Now the squad I hired will keep him safe. It's all good. The real problem, he says, is if this whole thing goes sideways and Kim Ji-ju decides to dip on us. Mikimoto's like, stuttering a bit, you mean? Like he was checking us out, trying to see what's up. So you don't trust our game. That's why you had to roll all the way out here to this middle of nowhere spot in rural Texas. Jun plays it cool, like, nah, don't be so extra, that's not what I meant at all. But in his head, he's totally adding something else. I'm just here to take out Jong Hyun's trash after this whole thing is over. Meanwhile, Jong Hyun is posted up under a tree asking his boy, yo, what's the 411 on Kim Ji? The dude in the hood is like, he's out here hunting orcs, and low-key, he's kinda nice with it. He's using this blood poison stuff to take em out one by one. Jong Hyun is stroking his chin all thoughtful, like blood poison you say. Spill the rest of the tea, but the hooded guy is just confused, asking, dude, why are you bugging? The bald guy pipes up too, all annoyed, boss. You really think we can't handle one little dude? Jong Hyun hits M back with, nah, that's not it, I'm getting sus cause this whole thing is going too perfect. You know? He's thinking out loud while getting up. Park Yong-won and Kim Jae-hoon ain't the type to just throw around that much cash for no reason. Is Jin Guk still on his tail? Someone's like, yeah, he is. Why? You gonna link up with him? And Jong Hyun starts scheming. If we roll up on him, he'll trust us even more, right? And when he gets all comfy, snatching him up will be a total cakewalk. So Jong Hyun's whole squad starts heading deeper into the woods. Up ahead, there are just white skeletons scattered everywhere. One of the guys looks around. Like, yo, he was just here, where the heck did he dip to? Jong Hyun's like, if he bounced, he had to have left a trail. He's scanning the whole area. I mean, I can smell the blood from here. So this is def the spot. But for real, where the heck is Jin Guk at? Then they see a couple of dead hyenas just laying on the ground. Jong Hyunyan is like, yo, I have no clue what went down here. He's just staring ahead, muttering, this whole vibe is off, something is seriously wrong. The hooded dude spots something and yells, pointing, boss, look over there! And in the distance, Ong Jin Guk is just laying there, knocked out cold in a fresh pool of blood. And right near him, Kim Ji-ju is passed out too. Also in a pool of blood that's getting bigger by the second. Jong Hyunyan starts barking orders at his crew, yo, check on Jin Guk now! The rest of you be on lookout while Min Sik plays doctor. The goons do what they retold and immediately spread out to scope the scene. Kim Min Sik runs over to Jin Guk, but then he just freezes. His eyes get huge, like he just saw a ghost in a back alley in New Orleans. Jin Guk, who was totally out of it, suddenly opens his mouth and blood just starts pouring out. Kim Min Sik is sweating bullets, screaming, oh my god. This is bad. His neck wound is critical. Jin Guk's eyes flutter open and he's hacking like crazy. Kim Min Sik is pressing down hard on his neck, yelling, bro, stay still. I can't get this bleeding to stop if you keep trying to talk or move. But Jin Guk's whole body is shaking as he uses every last bit of energy to lift his arm and point. Kim Min Sik's eyes follow his finger and land right on Kim Ji-ju, just laying over there, and dude, the sweat is just pouring down Kim Min Sik's face, like he's about to pass out. He scrunched up his face and screamed, yo, we reflipping into Kim Jin-hoon anyway. So who cares? Let's just save our own skins first, the client can totally wait. Jong Hun, who was standing like, right there, whipped his head around bug-eyed and was like, what's the deal? What went down? How's Jin Guk doing? Kim Min Sik, trying to slap a healing spell on him, shot back, he's in deep trouble, man. For real, at this rate, he's about to check out for good. Boss Jong Hun just gritted his teeth, thinking, what in the actual heck happened out here? I mean, we supposed to be on the same team, so there's no way they just jump us like this. Hold up! A memory of what Kim Jin-hoon said just hit him like a freight train. Okay, listen. This whole thing is tied to the Salvation Guild, so you gotta be careful. Make sure literally no one, and I mean no one, knows about this. Jong Hun totally froze, realizing Kim Jin-hoon was planning to ghost their entire crew. A light started glowing around Kim Min Sik's body as he totally freaked out. Boss, stop spacing out. Jin Guk is losing, like way too much blood. He yelled, my healing magic alone is not gonna cut it. But then he just stopped talking, like mid-sentence. A freaking skeleton soldier had just popped up right behind him. He felt something, 'cause he turned his head to look. The second Kim Min Sik locked eyes with that bunny freak, it just swung its weapon and sliced straight down. A split second later, this gnarly dark red blood just exploded out of him. Kim Min Sik's hands were covered in it. Big and little splatters everywhere. The bald dude saw the whole thing and just stood there, completely shook, screaming his lungs out. Kim Min Sik. Jong Hun was stunned too, his brain running a mile a minute. Wait, did they mess up Jin Guk like that just so they could get to our healer first? Is that the play? Targeting the healer first. That means these guys are vets when it comes to player killing. He glanced over at the bald guy. I think Kim Jin-hoon totally played us. Should we known something was up, that whole request was shady as hell. Just then, a whole mess of skeleton soldiers crawled out of the woodwork, completely surrounding the three of them. Meanwhile, back with the Skull Guild crew, Kim Sik was telling everyone, chill out, don't go too hard and waste all your juice. Hongdi propped his foot up on a dead hyena, bragging, man, these things have good taste. They know a handsome dude when they see one. So they only come after me. Kim Sik just waved him off with a total eye roll. Yeah, I doubt that's it, bro. It's probably 'cause you reek next time we hit a dungeon. Could you maybe go easy on whatever you respraying on yourself? Hong lifted his arm, took a whiff, and shot back. What the hell are you even talking about? Do you have any idea how much cash I dropped on this call on? Sik just calmly pointed behind him. You absolute moron, how many times do I gotta tell you? Monsters have a crazy sense of smell. And look, here come some more of your adoring fans now. And yeah, behind him, a whole pack of hyenas was booking it toward them. Hong just stood there all cool and asked, as long as I give em a proper welcome, what's the big deal? One hyena opened its massive mouth, showing off these super sharp fangs with drool dripping everywhere. But before it could even get a bite in, a hand just shot out and snatched its neck tight. Hong had the hyena's neck in one hand and grabbed its leg with the other, literally lifting its whole body up. His eyes got all narrow and started glowing with this insane red, murderous vibe. With one massive swing, Hong ripped the hyena's body clean in two. Another hyena swiped with its claws, lunging right at him. But as its claws came down, a fist shot up from below and met them head-on. Hong slammed his fist right into the hyena, and its head just exploded in a spray of blood, like a fire hydrant on Main Street in Phoenix. The thing's body just crumpled to the ground in front of him. Hong's face was all speckled with blood. He peeked over to the side. Over there, another hyena was just staring at him, its mouth hanging wide open. In another spot, deep in a forest with these giant trees, sunlight was cutting through the leaves, making little spots on the ground. A little trickle of blood dripped from the corner of Jong-hun's mouth. He gritted his teeth and spat out the words, "You backstabbing punk. Why'd you betray me?" Kim Ji-ju just looked down on him. Betrayal. Dude, you re-knocking on death's door, and you still not gonna be straight with me. He said with total disgust. I've seen so many players use the power they got for their own messed up reasons that, honestly, it doesn't even faze me anymore. But this time your greed just went way too far. Kim Ji-ju looked him in the eye. You were the one who said everyone has a different price. Right? Jong-hun looked up and cursed. How the hell do you know I said that? Flashing back, a lamp on a table was giving off this dim yellow light as a voice piped up. Why is some chump from the Salvation Guild even here? What's so special about that Kim Ji-ju kid anyway? Looks like both Park Yong-won and Kim Jin-hoon are pretty interested in him, Jong-hun explained with a smirk. He said he wants to keep Kim Ji-ju alive too. Ask him a few things. A dude in a hat who worked for him started grumbling. If we can't take him out, then you don't get to have your fun, boss. Jong-hun rolled up his sleeve, showing off all the tally marks on his arm. You mean this? It's whatever, there's always a next time. There's no shortage of people to hunt. The bald guy got all excited and pointed at one of the marks. Boss! You've already racked up a ton. Is this one from those 3 kids who were begging for their lives last time? He said all hyped up, the more jobs like this we get, the better. Wasting just 3 people pays out way more than clearing a whole dungeon. Jong-hun cracked this twisted smile. You think every life is worth the same? Nah, everything has a different price. He and his crew turned to bail, and his last words just hung in the air. And we only make a move if someone's paying the right price. Plot twist, sitting in a booth they hadn't even seen, probably tucked away like a speakeasy in Chicago. Kim Ji-ju had heard the entire thing. Back in the present, he summoned a sword right into his hand. And now, I'm kinda curious, Jong-hun was toast, couldn't even run. Just had to stare up at him. Without even hesitating, Kim Ji-ju swung his sword. So tell me, how much is your life worth? And as he turned and walked away, Jong-hun's head just rolled right onto the ground. Alright, so get this, it's late at night in some creepy-ass woods that look like they straight out of rural Pennsylvania. And Kim Ju just gives this goblin the ultimate side eye. He's like, for real. You were hiding in the exact same spot as my last run through this hellhole. Then, totally ice cold, he says, okay, let's bounce. Next floor. Then Kim Ji-ju adds, can't keep my skelly squad waiting, you know. And with that, he just raises his sword and totally yeets the goblin out of existence. The system voice pops up like, congrats. You've cleared the first floor of the dungeon. Instantly, this huge pillar of light just blasts into the sky. Basically a giant flare for Jae-hun's crew. His boys are freaking out, yelling, the first floor's already cleared. What the heck? And Jae-hun just whips his head around, thinking, yo, wasn't Jong-hyun supposed to hit us up if he found the goblin? Machumoto asked, looking all kinds of sus. The vibe you giving off right now tells me this definitely wasn't the play, was it? He says all grim, the first floor got cleared out of nowhere. I bet they already on floor 2, setting us up for a trap, that's gotta be it. And with that, the whole squad just bolts towards the light. Jae-hun is looking so salty, thinking damn it, did they figure out my plan to smoke M? They flipped the script on me first. And wouldn't you know it, there's Kim Ji-ju, posted up in front of this massive gate. He barely touches it, gives it a little nudge and the gate swings open, and this insane light just blasts him in the face. The system lady chimes in, transporting to the second floor. Then, scene change, we in some Baoji corporate high-rise in downtown Chicago. Secretary Kim just randomly pipes up items. Most players cop a ton of them before a dungeon run. Park Yong-won, kicking back in his fancy chair, is like, what's the problem? She's reading off her tablet. He bought a boatload of test tubes, which is, like, super sketch. She explains, like, I get that monster goo and blood, and whatever gross parts are worth bank, but the dungeon he's in is full of trash tier mobs. There's nothing valuable, which is why I'm flagging this for you. Park Yong-won gets this look on his face, like he's buying arts and craft supplies when he's supposed to be live bait. What is this dude's angle? Back in the forest, Jae-hun's crew is closing in on the gate. Machumoto says on the down low, looks like they beat us to floor 2, high chance they resetting up a welcome party. So keep your head on a swivel, fam. Hongdi slides up next to Jae-hun, pats his shoulder, and says with so much sarcasm, hey, thanks to a certain someone, we finally get to have some fun. We should totally send a thank you card, right? But inside, my guy is absolutely seething, like, that clown Jong-hyun. I'm gonna make you regret ever clowning me. The whole squad grabs their steel and creeps through the gate. A little pop-up says, transporting to the second floor, and girl, The gate was throwing off this crazy bright light, like you re-staring into the sun. But deep in some murky lake, a monster's eyes just snap open, glowing all red and demonic, like its alarm just went off. Machumoto is totally shook, like wait, what? I was so sure they were gonna gank us the second we stepped through. But it's dead silent. So Hongdi, acting all cocky, steps forward and immediately trips a wire like a total noob. He's like, what, did they get scared and dip? But then he feels it, like something is way off, and he pauses. Next thing you know, a storm of arrows is flying right at him. And then the arrowheads just shatter, showering blood absolutely everywhere. The whole crew gets drenched in whatever nasty red stuff was in the arrows. Hongdi looks at his hand, totally grossed out, like, what in the actual heck is this? Is this blood? They were all staring at the puddles on the ground, so confused. The arrowheads are test tubes. What kind of messed up trap is this? One of them picks up an arrow, thinking, this makes zero sense, that was the perfect chance to ambush us. Hongdi is gagging this stench is nasty. Then, Kim Ji-ju just pops up out of thin air, all slick. My bad about the smell. Just thought it really captured your whole vibe. You know. Hongdi completely loses it, roaring, you little punk, stop playing games with us. Yo, where's Jong Hyunyan? You really think you can play us like that, and just walk away? Meanwhile, Jae-hun was just whispering his name, Kim Ji-yu, and Ji-ju's over there frowning, thinking for real. Just like I called it. This dude still thinks I'm rolling with Jong Hyunyan's crew. Get a clue, man. He smirks, and oh my god, the smirk. He goes, playing you. Please, I knew you were planning to backstab Jong Hyunyan and his boys after this was over. But I gotta admit, I never figured you'd follow us all the way out here to the middle of nowhere. Kim Jun of the Messiah Guild. Kim Ji-ju's like, but let's put a pin in that, this really isn't the time for chit-chat, and just then, Machumoto, who's always on point, notices something is up in the lake behind them. He screams, dude, what is that? It's coming right for us. This gigantic lizardman warrior just explodes out of the water. It zeroes in on this one blonde dude in their squad, and hoops. Sucks to be him, the lizard literally chomped his head clean off. Bro was deleted from the server instantly. Hongdi just shoots this death glare at Jae-hun, his face a total mask of horror. And the lizardman crawls onto the shore, with the poor dude's body still hanging from its mouth like a chew toy from Petco. Machumoto whips around to Ji-ju and just screams, you absolute psycho. What did you do? Ji-ju calmly holds up a little vial of blood and explains, this red stuff you all wearing. Freshly squeezed goblin. He smirks, oh, and it just so happens to be the lizardmen warrior's favorite little snacky snack. And since I went to all the trouble of marinating you in this special sauce, you're pretty much a 5-star meal for these guys. Machumoto is just screaming absolute chaos at him. You freaking monster! I'm gonna end you! And he just charges like a maniac straight for Ji-ju. Hongdi spins around and yells, yo Machumoto! Don't just ditch us, man! But it's too late. Machumoto is already swinging his sword right at Ji-ju's face. Ji-ju just lifts his sword and blocks the hit. No sweat, the guy is screaming, I'm gonna rip your eyes out and make you eat them. But Ji-ju just taunts back, yeah, keep chirping little bird, but then, all of a sudden, Ji-ju spots something. He clocks the pattern on Machumoto's sword and thinks, wait, is that the swordmaster's blade? Ji-ju looks up at him and goes, wow, with you acting all unhinged, I just figured you were some random mook from a cul-de-sac in Ayo. Never thought you'd be one of the swordmaster's own students. Machumoto is totally stunned. What? Then he's like, how do you even know that? Meanwhile, Jae-hun is scanning the area, frantically searching, where the hell is Jong Hyunyan's squad? Kim Ji-ju is just a distraction here. He's just standing there, lost in his own little strategy session, thinking, even with just 4 of us left, we've got more than enough juice to clear this dungeon, all while Hongdi is literally holding back the giant jaws of the lizardmen with his axe, screaming his absolute head off. Yo Kim Ji-ju, what the hell are you even doing? He screamed, get your butt over here and give me a hand. But Ji-ju just frowned, thinking, bruh, if the Jong Hyunyan squad rolls up right now from like, Fresno, we were totally screwed. All while this jacked lizardman warrior was staring them down, looking ready to throw hands. Hun was over there sweating, thinking, oh, we are so dead, clang! Their swords totally just smashed together. Machumoto was all like, wait, how'd you even know that? And Ji-ju hits him with this smug little smirk, like just a lucky guess, I guess, and would you look at that, I hit the jackpot. Huh. And Machumoto totally flew off the handle and swung his sword at Ji-ju, screaming, shut up. Ji-ju blocked it like a total pro, thinking to himself, head, this dude is so easy to trigger, I swear I have a fee D in getting under people's skin. He's probably thinking I can't even handle a sword, lol. But my guy, you are so dead wrong. Out of nowhere, Ji-ju bites his own lip hard. Machumoto pulls his sword back for a big ol' slash. He swings it in this huge arc, forcing Ji-ju to do this sick backflip to dodge it. Machumoto is giving him the death stare, And then get this, Jiju just spits a mouthful of blood right at him. It splattered all over his face. Machimoto knew something was way off and jumped back like, "Oh, hell no! Damn!" Machimoto's wiping his face, cursing, "You nasty punk, did you just spit blood on me?" Then a little ding pops up. You've been hit with blood poison. Your health is dropping like the stock market. He's gritting his teeth, thinking, "I'm gonna absolutely end you, you son of a gun." So that was your little party trick. So Machimoto does this cool little sword twirl and raises it way up high. You could literally feel the energy crackling around the blade. Like something out of a blockbuster filmed on a Hollywood backlot. Jiju's watching, actually a little shook, like, oh damn, so this is that move. Totally reminded him of Lee Si-jun and Ken, the signature move of the Butcher of Holy Light. Machimoto touches his sword to the ground, then flicks it up, launching this massive wave of power right at Jiju. The system's like, beep! Holy Light slash. The system alert says, the Butcher of Holy Light's skill is coming for you, boo. Jiju squints, focusing every last brain cell on blocking this thing. Machimoto's attack kicks up a dust cloud bigger than a Texas haboob, after he's totally slumped over, looking gassed. He's thinking, I'm still not a pro at this. My body feels like I just ran a marathon in Miami. Machimoto's gripping his sword. All like, man, I should be just captured him, and then poof! Jiju appears right behind him like a ninja. My dude whips his head around, completely freaked out like, ain't no way he dodged that. Jiji just starts wailing on Machimoto with a blur of slashes. He's in total disbelief, thinking, how did this random dude just sidestep my ultimate move? His eyes are wide, and he's literally coughing up blood. Then we get a flashback. It's Machimoto, training his butt off, just hacking at straw dummies until he passed out from exhaustion. He was so proud, thinking, I can finally use my master's skill. But at my current level, I can only pop it off one single time. Ken just walks up ice cold, and goes, so, you finally got it, huh? Then he drops the bomb. But you are so not ready to use this in a real battle yet. You used it once and your hand is already shaking like you on a roller coaster at Six Flags. Look at you! Ken points right at him. Saying big damage means it eats up a boatload of stamina and totally wrecks your body. Dude, if you pull this stunt in a real fight and your enemy sees that opening, you retoast, game over, man. Machimoto looked like he was about to get sassy, but Ken totally cut him off at the pass. One day, you were gonna fight dudes who won't get one-shotted by that move. And when you all tuckered out after using it, slash. Giju's sword zips right across Machimoto's chest as Ken's voice echoes in his brain, ouch. The one who's gonna get clapped is you, and with that, Machimoto totally eats dirt. I met him, master, he thinks. Hongda sees this and just screams, Machimoto. But oh, my guy left himself completely open, rookie mistake. The lizard warrior just headbutts him like a freight train from Baltimore. Hongdi smacks so hard against a tree, he probably left a dent. The impact was so gnarly he started coughing up blood. Dihan's just watching, thinking. They said they were students of the Sword Master, but why are they all so frickin' useless? Plus the Donghyunyan crew hasn't even bothered to show up. We are so screwed, that's it. Dahan had made up his mind. A truce. I propose a truce. We don't gotta fight to the death like this. The guy yells over to Gijiyu, hey, let's just pause this beef and focus on clearing the dungeon. Yeah. If we keep this up, we were all gonna be monster kibble. But Jiju just smirks and says, oh, don't you worry your pretty little head about me. The guy's totally stunned. Like, oh what? Jiju's like, honestly if you all just vanished, clearing this dungeon would be a total cakewalk for me. Savage. Hun's jaw is on the floor. What in the world is that? A creepy skeleton hand just punches through the dirt. And then a whole army of them pops up. The system goes bing! Skeleton warrior summoned. Geju gives him this look of pure disgust. Like, and why the heck would I trust you? You were just screaming about how you were gonna wreck me like 5 seconds ago. Dihan's eyes are bugging out. Blood poison. And now he's raising the dead. Why was none of this in the files from HU in Boston? Suddenly, this huge shadow pops up right behind the guy. The lizard warrior opens its giant mouth chomp and snaps at him. He dodges just in time, thank God, but that lizard is quick and gets right behind him again in a flash. Hun totally covers his face and squeezes his eyes shut, bracing for the end, but nothing happens. He peeks one eye open to see Hongdi going to town on the lizard's tail with an axe. He mutters, the attack dog of the Salvation Guild, huh? Hongdi growls. So you got time to stand there begging for your life on some street corner in Philly, but you can't help me out. While he's ranting, the lizard warrior gets free. It whips its tail around Hongdi and starts squeezing the life out of him. And just like that, our boy is totally trapped. The lizard's glaring down at Hongdi, but Hongdi, with zero fear, just yells back, let go of me. You nasty lizard. You smell so bad I'm gonna barf. The lizard warrior just squeezes its tail even harder. Meanwhile, Dahan is just standing there like a total moron thinking, help you. With what, my thoughts and prayers. The guy's looking up at this thing, trying to scheme. Crap, what now? How am I supposed to get out of this mess? Hun grits his teeth, realizing he has zero chance against this lizard solo, so, like the total coward he is, he decides dipping is his best bet. He literally turns on his heel and gets ready to book it. His master plan. Just go hide somewhere in the boonies of Nevada until they do all the hard work for him. The guy turns to bail. Figuring he will sort out his next move later, survival was number one. No way was he gonna die for nothing in this garbage dump. So get this, while my dude was trying to book it, he saw something. Jae-hoon whipped his head back like, what was that flash? And bam, a freaking skeleton holding a sword just shanked the lizardman right in the neck. He's whispering to himself, a skeleton soldier, no way. Then this system window pops up, basically a DM from the universe, saying the lizardman warrior is now hit with the blood poison effect. Jae-hoon is just staring, completely shook like, bro, it's a skeleton, how is it moving like that? That's some high-rank player level stuff right there. Then the whole skeleton squad just rolls up on the lizardmen, and plot twist, there's 5 of them, not just one. Jae-hoon's mind is racing, like, hold up, if Kim Woo-jin is this op, he must be already clapped the entire Hunyon crew. So that's why they re a no-show. The lizardman opens its mouth wide, all teeth, and suddenly it all makes sense. The whole mystery of how the Skull Guild got wiped in that a plus-ranked dungeon. Yet consider that case closed. The lizardman's tail whips up, and Jae-hoon is sweating bullets, thinking I gotta dip out of here, like, yesterday and report back, but then he's like, wait, why is this giant gecko on my 6, tailing me like I'm on a freeway in La? For real, why is it ghosting the skeletons just to come after me? Then one of the bone daddies steps up to block its path. The skeleton just starts hacking away at the lizardman warrior's leg with its sword. It just glares back at the skeletons, bug-eyed. And then timber. The lizardman totally eats dirt. The system chimes in. Due to the blood poison effect, the lizardman warrior's strength is continuously tanking. Jae-hoon literally yells, they actually took it down. But psych! The lizardman warrior slowly gets back on its feet, its eyes burning a hole right through him. Jae-hoon is freaking out. It's still not down! What in the world makes it so tough? Then its gaze locks onto him, and my dude almost has a heart attack. He's in full-on panic mode, thinking no freaking way, why is it so obsessed with me? It's like the skeleton squad is completely invisible. So Jae-hoon just turns and bolts. The bunny crew keeps up the beatdown on the lizard, though. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin is just chilling, watching the whole thing like it's a new Netflix drop. Yo, thanks for being the perfect lizard bait, my guy. This fight just got a whole lot easier. He looks at the dude and says, you still have zero clue what's going on, huh? Kim Woo-jin just deadpans, back when people only knew how to rely on levels and items to clear dungeons. He gets a flashback of some guys holding a handful of gross, mushy mud. This girl is totally whining, ugh, for real, why do I have to rub this nasty stuff all over me? And Jordan replies, look, I don't know all the deets, but the tea is that lizardman warriors have, like, terrible eyesight. He points to his eye and grins, so we gotta camouflage ourselves and use that to our advantage. Jordan spins around and yells, am I right or am I right, Kim Woo-jin? Woo-jin just smiles back and is like, not quite. Back to the present. Kim Woo-jin's just thinking, man, I hope they're redoing okay. The lizardman warrior raises its claw to turn Jae-hoon into confetti. And Jae-hoon's like, I can't keep running this marathon forever. And guess who's right in front of him? Kim Woo-jin. It seems like these lizard warriors only have beef with players, for whatever reason, so he sprints at him with everything he's got. Jae-hoon is totally thinking he's not about to take this L by himself. Come get a piece of this with me, you jerk. He's giving Kim Woo-jin the dirtiest look as a skeleton slides in to block him. He leaps up, swinging his sword and screaming, you think a pile of dry bones from some cemetery in Queens can get in my way? And he actually clears the skeleton's head, but Jae-hoon's eyes go wide, are you kidding me? More. Another skeleton flanking him from behind just swings and slashes him good. Jae-hoon totally loses his footing and face plants. He's just staring at the ground, bug-eyed, because his mask was just sliced clean in two. The skeleton just slides away after its attack, so smooth, he's just stuck on the ground, totally paralyzed. The lizardman warrior has caught up. It rushes forward and headbutts him so hard he probably flew to a different zip code. Kim Woo-jin just stands there watching, completely unfazed, and Jae-hoon is left crawling on the floor. Get out my leg! He looks back at the lizardman, absolutely terrified. Lucky for him, the skeleton soldiers plunge their swords into it, bringing it down right before it could finish him off. He's thinking, so stoked, they killed it! I'm gonna live! Kim Woo-jin just calmly walks up to him. Thanks for being such a nice distraction for the lizardman. He says it ice cold. But now it's time to clean up. Jae-hoon stammers. What do you mean? Clean up. Suddenly he's full on begging. Wait, let's make a deal. What do you want? Just help me get out of this dungeon. Kim Woo-jin just points behind him and says, sure, if you were begging for your life, you should be asking the one behind you, not me. Jae-hoon whips his head around and gasps. What? The lizardman warrior was still alive and kicking. Kim Woo-jin says, you must be dying to know why it's only coming after you. He points to its eyes, those peepers. They basically function like thermal binoculars, so obvious from the lizard's point of view. Since you re-alive and kicking, your body is giving off heat like a furnace in a Chicago winter. So of course it's not going to be interested in a bunch of cold skeletons. Jae-hoon stares in absolute horror, as the warrior just pounces on him. And cut! The media reports breaking news, a 2-floor-plus rank dungeon has been discovered. All the online news sites are blowing up with the story. World News is screaming, the dungeon boss is a Gorgon. You know, the monster that players all over the world basically gave up on fighting. Gorgon Daily confirms the Messiah Guild has officially peaced out on the dungeon. On TV, an anchor is reporting a special announcement from the Phoenix Guild. Breaking news. The Phoenix Guild refuses to participate in the new dungeon raid. In the headquarters lounge, Secretary Kim and Yeonwon are just watching the news. She says, all serious, I can't believe this is happening right as you're replanning to conquer a 6th-floor dungeon. The timing could not possibly be worse. Secretary Kim is just scrolling through the news on her tablet. Just as I expected, the public's opinion of the Phoenix Guild has totally nosedived. The public is just flaming the guild nonstop whenever a powerful monster shows up. What the hell is this? Why are they bailing on the new dungeon? Scared to death, but they go on TV and talk like they re-heroes. What a bunch of cowards. I knew this would happen. Those trash-tier Phoenix Guild members are scared out of their minds. So the only crew we can even trust right now is the Salvation Guild. But get this, Park Young-won is so salty, why are we even listening to these broke boys whine? He's like, we gotta focus on that 6th-floor dungeon, ass sap. So the TV is just blasting this breaking news, right? Hold up, why all? The Salvation Guild just announced they're re-hitting pause. Like a whole official statement? The T is they re-ghosting the dungeon raid for now, cause this situation is, super critical. Their PR person was basically like, we'll hit up the raid once we totally prepped, and girl. The internet went wild. The comment section was a whole mood, everyone screaming, we only stand the Salvation Guild. Then you got comment number 11, Queen Park Jin-ho has spoken, period. Comment 8 was like, if you real one from Miami to Seattle, you ride for the Salvation Guild. Comment 14 is all, I'll await. I'm literally counting on them. Then comment 12 just scrolls by, and we cut to OC-chan doom scrolling on his phone, just soaking it all in. So he's like, wait, even the Salvation Guild is dipping out for now, and Lee Sun-ju, mid-slurp on some ramen, is like, duh! They don't call it the Serpent of Death for kicks and giggles, apparently. France, the US, Japan. Nobody's cracked a code on this thing in 2 whole years, 0 solid intel. He's getting all hyped, and get this, not a single player who's gone after it has ever made it back, ever. He's saying when that monster pops up, the dungeon's difficulty level is basically just a meme. OC-chan's just stroking his chin, big Wike's energy, he's thinking, and of all the places. This thing had to spawn right here in downtown Austin with absolutely no walkthrough. He's getting low-key dark, everyone's blindly worshipping the Salvation Guild without a single doubt. But he's thinking, is the Salvation Guild really doing this out of the goodness of their hearts? Or is there some drama I'm missing? And then bam! He spots something while scrolling, he's like, wait, no freaking way. And this little smirk just creeps onto his face. Look at these absolute clowns. He says to his boy across the table, yo. What do you think would happen if every single guild just decided to chill and not enter this dungeon? Lee Sun-ju looks up, what else? All the tryhards would team up, but they get totally smoked. He says this while making the loudest noodle slurping noises ever, lol, after a minute. The government's gonna be desperate for someone to clear this dungeon ASAP. And you know other countries are gonna wanna get a piece of that action. OC-chan is still scrolling, exactly! So long story short, it's gonna turn into this huge, epic raid. And if one person shows up at the last second and just slays the serpent, Lee Sun-ju's like, whoa, that dude would blow up and get crazy famous. Wait a sec. Are you saying the Salvation Guild crew is stalling on purpose? OC-chan gets all quiet, I'm not 100% sure, but look at their stats, it's kinda sus. Then he pulls out a tablet with all the receipts. He's showing him all this data on the Salvation Guild, see. There's totally a reason, they're redragging their feet. The longer they wait, the more everyone freaks out. And the better the loot drops are gonna be inside. So whoever finally takes down that serpent is gonna get paid and become a total legend. Bling! System alert, you just unlocked the title, Lizardman Warrior Hunter. Peep the rewards and boom, a bunch of his skills just leveled up. One of the skelly boys just eats its sword right into the Lizardman Warrior. Our guy's like, yes! Finally took this chump down, ding. System notification, poison blood skill ranked up. Summon skeleton warrior skill ranked up. Hell's messenger just dropped you a little power up. You're welcome. Kim Ji-ju strolls over to the lizard dude's body and is like, man, that fight was way easier since my skeleton crew has like 0 body heat, no infrared for you buddy. He's thinking to himself, but now that I'm all tangled up in this Salvation Guild mess. Kim Min-ju is just staring deep into the dead lizard man's eyes, seeing his own reflection. It's gonna be so hard to move low-key from now on. He glances over at one of his Bonnie bros, then picks up Machimoto's sword. He's thinking, screw it, I'll just wing it. Then the system menu pops up with the Deets sword forged from an armored turtle's shell. The stats are pretty fire grade unique, required level 20 or higher. It's a sword made from some super tough turtle shell. Effects physical damage is 109. You get a plus 11 strength boost when you equip it, and a 20% damage increase. On every single hit, he's kinda frowning at the sword, like yo, this was the sword master's old weapon. The stats are actually legit. Then he just hands it over to one of the skeletons, who takes it super respectfully. It's all you bro. He walks past the skeleton, who's totally admiring its new bling. The blade is reflecting in its creepy, hollow eye sockets. Kim Ji-ju walks right up to Makimoto like a boss and says, alright you and me, we were gonna have a little chat. Bust. System alert activating Eye of Anubis skill. Then, back in the real world, this huge beam of light just shoots up over Main Street. Some guards start screaming, the dungeon's cleared, and a staffer comes running over, totally panicking. That's awesome, but what happened to everyone else? Kim Ju, cool as a cucumber with his hands in his pockets, just goes, oh they all got wiped. It's just me. The staffer is losing it. Like, what? What does that even mean? Can you give me more details? I gotta write a whole detailed report for the association. But Kim Ji-ju just strolls right past him, not even breaking stride. Just write that the lizardman warrior was way stronger than we thought. That's the whole story. If you will excuse me, the guy's yelling after him, Mr. Kim Ji-ju. He slips through a door onto the roof, pulls out his phone, and his whole vibe changes. Yeah, it's done. Exactly like you instructed. He says, dead serious. Just like Mr. Park Yong-won called it. One of the dudes targeting me was rocking that unique grade sword that belonged to the sword master. Kim Ji-ju keeps spilling the tea, and as you know the sword master is kind of a big deal. A core member of the Salvation Guild, and he runs the Yamato faction, you know, the Yamato crew from Japan. That's gotta be the Skull Guild's main headquarters. He kinda glances to the side, and his eyes land on the TV in the room as he talks. Besides that, I got nothing, but if you give me a little more time to snoop around, I might dig up some new intel. 8. I will hit you up later. He opens the door to bounce, but his eyes are locked on the TV, and yep, he called it. Someone planted a bug on the back of the TV. Kim Ji-ju just shoves his hands in his pockets and casually strolls out onto the rooftop like nothing happened. Then all of a sudden, he looks back at the door and just smirks, so, flashback. A little while ago, Mao was at some coffee shop on 5th Avenue, meeting this sketchy dude from a surveillance guild, and she's like, so you don't trust me, is that the deal? He was like, nah, fam, of course not. We just gotta be extra low-key since you're about to link up with someone the guild is totally side-eyeing. Then he's like, yo, I stashed the bug behind the TV, just giving you a heads up. Demon Pig Moto, what a name, pulls up his mask and is just like, bet, and OMG gets this wicked smirk, totally thinking, you clown-ass skulls are about to get wrecked by your own trap. Like for real, how is the Skull Guild even gonna handle a boss like Park Yong-won after this? The drama! So then his phone starsing in his jacket pocket, right? Ji-ju whips it out and, you will never guess, it's Park Yong-won. Talk about speaking the devil into existence, literally. He answers and is all cool like, yo, I heard what went down. So let me get this straight, everyone else got smoked except you. You were one lucky dude, huh? So what's my cut? And Ji-ju is just like, bro, I was a little busy, not dying to dig up any more juicy deets. But I think I might know where the Skull Guild's main crib is at. He strolls out onto the street, pops his car door open, and Yong-won is losing his mind on the other end like, not bad, kid. Get over to my place tomorrow, I need the full scoop. Ji-ju's all chill, 8 see you tomorrow, and sticks the key in the ignition, his destination. The train station in Philly, over on Arch Street, he's heading for locker number 19. He's standing there like, sigh. This OC-chan dude is sketchy F super paranoid. Ji-ju pops open the locker, thinking yeah, this guy def knows he's on someone's hit list. He bends down to see what's inside and bam, it's a whole list of dungeons. He's just praying, please don't let this list be lame. So my boy Ji-yu takes the papers back to his whip to check him out, and his jaw is on the floor. It's insane. He's like, whoa. No wonder the Savior Guild saw this dude as a major problem. He's flipping through page after page, mind totally blown. The tea is piping hot. and there's a lot of it. Then it clicks. He starts remembering all this stuff from the dungeons he ran back with the Savior Guild, and he's like, oh my god, it all makes sense now. This is where they got all that intel. Bro, Osichan has a massive target on his back for a reason, why all? And then bam, something totally catches his eye, a page for the albino lizard's lair. I'm talking a 2-floor, a rank nightmare, max party of 8. And get this, there's an entry condition. You gotta be below level 30 to win. You gotta snatch the albino lizard's eggs, and the loot. Mad skills and titles, Gijiu is shook, like no way he has intel on this place, this is insane. He's thinking, dude, the info on the albino lizard's lair is practically non-existent, even I couldn't find jack squat on it. He's deep in thought. Like for real though, what's even in there? Then his whole face scrunches up. Well, guess I'm gonna have to find out the hard way. He grabs his walkie-talkie, thinking, this is the kind of secret sauce only Lee Si-jun would know. This is it. This gets me closer to the truth. Jiju's staring at the walkie like it's the holy grail. He's made up his mind. This dungeon, I'm clearing it. I don't care what it takes. The walkie on the other end crackles to life. And you just know Park Yong-won is on the edge of his seat. Listening in. Breaker, anyone copy. It's your boy, Kim Ji-ju. And he's got this totally evil grin. It's like, Kim Ji-ju, our first little deal is about to go down. So next morning, he cruises over the guild HQ at 1 Phoenix Plaza as promised. Yong-won is barely looking up from his newspaper. Like so, the Talvadra is the Union crew, and the Skull Guild basically murked each other. Giju's like, yep, and there was this one super op dude in the Skull Guild, he's explaining, judging by his sword game. And his gear, they were 100% connected to Japan. Yong-won gets this major frown going. Japan, you say. Hemp, there are a few crews over there with some serious clout. Then he just slams the paper down on the table. The second we clear this dungeon, we are diving deep into this mess, and get this. The newspaper headline is all about Park Yong-won and the Phoenix Guild trying to raid a 6th-floor dungeon. The whole city's gossiping. Can the Phoenix Guild even handle a 6th-floor beast? Apparently the Prime Minister had a little chit-chat with Yong-won. He crosses his arms and stares down Jiju, and don't forget, you've been the last man standing twice in a row while a bunch of skulls got wiped. People are gonna start watching you, kid. Yong-won's like, so lay low and don't go rogue until I'm back. Then he nods to Secretary Kim, and she just swipes her tablet and chirps. The wire transfer to Kim Jiju's account is complete. So then Yong-won's all, you heard the lady, that's your paycheck. He picks his newspaper back up, total boss move, and says, I'll hit you up after I'm done with this dungeon. Giju does this little bow, thanks boss, and as soon as he's out the door and walking to his car, this super smug Cheshire cat grin spreads across his face. Oh, when he gets back from that dungeon, he's totally thinking about that bug he planted behind the TV. Now those losers know Park Yong-won is backing me, they were gonna be all over him. Not me. Jiju hops in his car, thinking, I cannot wait to see the look on Yong-won's face when he crawls out of that dungeon and finds out what's up. He grabs the walkie thinking, okay, all the pieces are in place, that whole don't go rogue speech. Yeah, right? Cut to this sketchy-looking warehouse district, somewhere off I-95 in Baltimore. Inside a shipping container that's been turned into a makeshift apartment at 3500 East Biddle Street. Jiz is on the phone. Yeah, all set, sir, but honestly, I have no clue if Kim Ji-ju is gonna be down for this. She glances at the dude sitting at the table next to her, on the other end of the line. Osi-chan just laughs. Don't even trip. If he gives you any trouble, I'll handle him, and right then, Jiju rolls up to the container, just as Jizu's saying, yeah, got it. He's about to yank the door open but freezes when he hears voices. It's Jizu, talking to the other guy in there, Lee Sun-ju. The boss says it's go time, so get ready. And this guy gets all whiny, Secretary Lee, I told you it's sir when other people are around, and he keeps going. And I've told you like a million times, I hate being called Sun-ju, it just sounds weird. Like what if someone hears and gets the wrong idea? Hearing that name, a light bulb goes off in Jiju's head, Lee Sun-ju. As in the Lee Sun-ju from the Phoenix Guild. No way, so boom, he throws the door open and walks in, and yup, there's Lee Sun-ju and Jizu, caught red-handed. Jiju just gives her a look. Jizu, completely deadpan, says, you re-getting a babysitter because you picked a dungeon that's way out of your league. She shoves a contract at him. If you re-cool with it, sign on the dotted line. Alright, spill the tea, ask me anything, Kim Ji-ju thought, sizing up the dude sitting across from him. And get this, it was the immortal Lee Sun-ju. The player who literally can't be killed. He was thinking, yo, I remember this dude. Back when I was basically the Salvation Guild's attack dog, he totally ghosted me twice. And I never got a third shot. Never in a million years did he think this guy was connected to Osi-chan. So Kim Ji-ju just sat down and was like, okay, so this is the first I'm hearing about needing a babysitter. But long story short, I have to roll into this dungeon with you, right? met Lee Sun-ju, and Lee Sun-ju shot him this nasty look like, "Hey punk, were you eavesdropping on me and Secretary Lee?" But Kim Ji-ju did not back down, firing back, "My bad. I guess you prefer to be called Sir, huh?" Mao, he totally pushed a button. Caused the guy puffed up his chest, like he owned a penthouse in Manhattan and screamed, "You think this is funny? So you were listening, you little rat! You trying to disrespect me?" Ji-ju just gave him the side eye, thinking to himself, yep, still got a temper shorter than a New York minute. Then he decided to be the bigger person. Eight, let's chill. Can I just talk to Mer, OC-chan? Jisoo just pointed to a walkie-talkie and said, "Sure, go for it." So Gi-ju snatched it up and was like, yo, Mick, check 1 2, you there? And C-chan just crackled back, "Whatsup? Don't tell me you already got beef with the supervisor I sent you." Ji-ju was like, "Nah, that ain't it." He got real and asked, "But what if the supervisor, totally eats it in the dungeon?" You never know what's gonna pop off in a dungeon. Lee Sun-ju is over there frowning, thinking, is this little punk ass from Miami threatening me? But C-chan just busts out laughing on the other end, "Bro, you do not need to worry about that. Trust me, he can more than handle himself, don't you worry about him." Ji-ju frowned and said all seriously, "I understand." And the second he says that, Lee Sun-ju gets all up in his personal space and violently snatches the walkie-talkie right out of his hand. The drama! And then Lee Sun-ju starts whining to C-chan like a total baby. "Boss, I think our new client is completely nuts. If he doesn't pull his weight in the dungeon, can I just, take him out?" C-chan totally lost it. "Take him out, my butt. I told you to stop eating all the snacks in the office." Lee Sun-ju screamed right back, "How am I supposed to get full on one measly bowl of udon? I need to eat like 10,000 kilocalories a day." C-chan screamed, "Then go buy a jug of cooking oil from a Texas Costco and chug it. 1 liter of that stuff had 1,000 kilocalories. Now shut off the walkie before the battery dies." Jisoo, totally over it, just scratched her chin and cut them all off. "So sounds like we redone here. I'll lead the way to the dungeon entrance." Kim Ji-ju replied, "Yeah, after you." But as they were walking out, Lee Sun-ju just had to throw out a final warning, "Don't try any funny business." He said, all annoyed, "I show zero mercy to anyone who tries to pull one over on me in a dungeon. And believe me, no one's ever gotten away with it. Either." Ji-ju just looked at him and thought, "Yeah, based on what I know from my past life, he ain't bluffing." He let out this tiny smirk, "To think I'd run into the immortal Lee Sun-ju here, of all places. My luck is insane. This guy is going to be so freaking useful." Meanwhile, Jisoo was staring out the window, talking on the phone. "Yeah, they just left, but for real, is this gonna be okay?" she asked, all worried, like, what if Lee Sun-ju doesn't come back? And C-chan got dead serious. "If that happens, then we officially consider Kim Ji-ju an enemy." In the forest, this crazy pillar of light just erupted. A system notification popped up, "Attention, to get to the next floor, you gotta take out 111 demon wolves." Lee Sun-ju, decked out in his armor, got super dramatic and was like, "Ji-ju, you had a real fun time messing with me earlier, didn't you? So now I'm just gonna kick back and not give a single damn about you." He looked so smug, you wouldn't believe it. 111 demon wolves. Let's see how you handle that. I'm just gonna sit here, chill, and wait for you to come begging for my help. And he literally did it. Lee Sun-ju plopped down on a rock and just started vibing. Kim Ji-ju was looking at him, completely speechless. Then this dude opens his item window and pulls out a snack bar. "I'm already starting to feel sorry for you." The nerve! "What, can't handle it on your own?" He took a bite and said, "I'm a merciful guy. After all," Lee Sun-ju said with this unbelievably cocky look, "get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. If you want my help, maybe I will think about giving you a little." Kim Ji-ju just silently watched this clown show, thinking, he's definitely got the blessing of the river Styx. Only someone with the tenacious gladiator as their patron god could get that legendary skill. Gi-ju thought, dude's head could get chopped off or his heart could get ripped out, and he'd be fine. The guy's unkillable. He completely ignored Lee Sun-ju's bragging, and just turned to walk away. He probably thinks he's so lucky to have that immortal body. But since you've met me, boom. The system announced, "Skeleton Warrior has been summoned." All of a sudden, Lee Sun-ju stopped chewing, looking completely shook. A skeleton just appeared and bowed to Kim Ji-ju like a friggin' butler. Kim Ji-ju glanced over his shoulder and grinned. "I'm about to show you that your whole immortality thing is just a cheap party trick." Then this insane roar echoed out, and the skeleton wielding a katana just blitzed a wolf. Lee Sun-ju was just sitting there doing commentary like he's on Espeen. "Yo, this little dude can really fight. What's his name?" "Skeleton." He goes, "I was wondering before, but I'm picking up what you re-putting down now." In front of them was a literal mountain of wolf corpses. The skeleton took care of all of them by itself. Lee Sun-ju finally said, "So this is how you solo dungeons." He finally had to take the L and get serious, even though his brain was still buffering. Lee Sun-ju was replaying how the skeleton handled those wolves. He thought it was just some rattling bag of bones that would be dead weight. But nah, it was swinging that sword like a high-level player you'd see at a convention in San Diego. Not only that, but the higher his level, the more of those things he can probably summon. He side-eyed Kim Ji-ju. Making an enemy out of this dude would be extremely dangerous. Lee Sun-ju couldn't help but think as he stared at Kim Ji-ju's back. Just like the boss guessed, he's not some rando. He scratched his chin, thinking, I gotta report this to the boss the second we re-out. Just then, Kim Ji-ju turned back and asked, so, what do you think? Startled Lee Sun-ju quickly shot back, not bad at all. Guess you don't need my help, huh? He said it all cool with his eyes closed. After we wrap this up, I'll report the results to Mr. Si-chan. Kim Ji-ju just replied, okay. Lee Sun-ju's eyes snapped open, and he yelled, what? So then he, stands up all dramatic and goes, excuse me. Did you just try to play me? And this whole dark aura flares up behind him, which Lee Sun-ju totally clocked. The system literally announced it was summoning a skeleton warrior, and then bam, a whole freaking army of skeletons just pops up. Surrounding Lee Sun-ju, he just smirks all like, well, these bonny little dudes seem a bit cranky all of a sudden, don't they? Spill the tea, what did you do? Lee Sun-ju was low-key shook, thinking to himself, wait, there are 5 of them. Kim Ji-ju just scratches his chin, trolling him. Yo, what was all that big talk a minute ago? Something about how you just chill, and watch unless I begged for your help. Lee Sun-ju just scratches his head and gives this super fake laugh, like bro, why would you even say that? I was totally just messing with you. He's all not for real, I was just kidding. My bad, I guess I didn't realize you were built different. So Lee Sun-ju starts walking toward him all slow, then psych, he dashes forward out of nowhere. Yep, this dude was looking for a throwdown. Winding up a kick aimed right at Kim Ji-ju. My bad, you little punk. But Kim Ji-ju just gives him this look of pure, unadulterated contempt. And then, get this, Kim Ji-ju snatches him up and just slams him on the ground. A beam of light cuts through the forest trees, and lying there, Lee Sun-ju looks up at the sky like, huh. Kim Ji-ju's just staring down at him, trying to go for the summoner directly instead of the summons. Cute attempt, though. Then Lee Sun-ju flips, right back up like a pro gymnast. It was like he saw the whole thing coming. This guy has been hiding his real skills this entire time, no cap. So what's the deal? Why'd you roll up on us? You after me, or you gunning for the big boss? He smirks again. Doesn't matter what you re-after. 'Cause you ain't getting jack from me. My lips are sealed tighter than a vault in Fort Knox. Kim Ju was totally unbothered and had his skeletons close in on him. Is that a fact? 'Cause it really doesn't seem like it to me. Lee Sun-ju starts freaking out, yelling, you son of a biscuit! Get them off me! As all the skeletons point their swords right at him. Lee Sun-ju was completely frozen, couldn't move a muscle, like he was stuck in traffic on the 405, so in the end, Kim Ji-ju decided to just tie him up and leave him dangling from a tree like a busted piñata. He's screaming his head off, let me down, while Kim Ji-ju just stands there, looking up at him. Lee Sun-ju is still screaming bloody murder. How long have you had me hanging up here? He's struggling and yelling, get me some food. Are you seriously gonna let me starve to death up here? Then Kim Ji-ju just casually uses his sword to snip the rope. And thud, Lee Sun-ju just plummets straight to ground. Kim Ji-ju finally speaks. Alright, I'll give you one chance, so get ready. Lee Sun-ju is all confused, for what? And Kim Ji-ju's like, I've shown you what I can do. Now it's your turn to show me what you got. He's totally bewildered. Like what the hell is this pop quiz all of a sudden? Kim Ji-ju just says, dead cold, you gonna act as bait so my skeleton crew can land their hits, and then I'll let you go. Lee Sun-ju stubbornly snaps back. Yeah, like hell I'm gonna do what you say. But Kim Ji-ju just tightens his grip on the rope binding him. No. You don't feel like it. He threatens, then you can go right back up there, and be a tree ornament for a while longer. Lee Sun-ju was practically shaking with rage, thinking, this dude is 100% insane. But even though he hated it, he was forced to say, all sarcastic, you know what, sir? Absolutely right, I have zero objections. After all, I am a top-class tanker. So everybody gets to work. Lee Sun-ju is running for his life, luring the wolves, and just for kicks, punching them into oblivion. But then, more wolves charge in, gathering into a massive pack and swarming him like it's Black Friday in Times Square. He's punching and cursing at the same time. Why are there so damn many of them? A second later, a pack of dozens of wolves just dogpiles and crushes him. All you could see was his hand sticking up, calling for help, as one wolf was about to lunge. But it caught a weird scent, and whipped its head around. Behind it was a skeleton, ready to clock out. The skeleton raised its hook high, and the whole bunny legion lifted their swords, just tearing through the wolf pack. One went flying into a tree, another got sent tumbling by a slash. Lee Sun-ju gets his second wind, and just eats the wolves that were crushing him off. Kim Ji-ju is just chilling on the side, scratching his chin and letting out a little oh. He's posted up on a tree branch, just watching the wolves get wrecked one by one. Lee Sun-ju was also going ham, enthusiastically punching the lights out of the wolves. His fists were completely covered in their blood. He was panting like crazy, surrounded by a mess of wolf corpses, and as he caught his breath, he glanced to the side. The system pinged. You have leveled up. He looks up and there's Kim Ji-ju, just casually chilling on a high branch. He's staring down at Lee Sun-ju and says, not quite as good as in the past life, but hey, you're not too far off. He's crunching the numbers in his head. Oh yeah, he's gonna be hella useful in the future. The sound of wolves howling still filled the whole forest. Kim Ji-ju hops down from the tree and just zips off, while Lee Sun-ju is so wiped he can barely even breathe. A whole new wave of wolves just keeps charging at him. Lee Sun-ju glares in Kim Ji-ju's direction, absolutely fuming. He won't even give me a second to catch my breath. And with that, one wolf gets kicked into next week by Lee Sun-ju, while another gets deleted by a skeleton slash. The other skeletons kept on slashing away at the wolves, while Lee Sun-ju was panting, completely gassed. He uses his hand to wipe the blood off his face, and you're not gonna believe this. A wolf is literally gnawing on his leg, making him sigh like he's so over it. What is this? There's still one left. After saying that, he just punts the wolf away. It lets go of his leg and goes tumbling toward a skeleton nearby. Yo, Bones! This one's all yours! And like it was programmed, the skeleton immediately took care of the wolf. An announcement chimes in. You have cleared the first floor of the dungeon. With the job done, Lee Sun-ju leans down to talk to the skeleton. You guys are being worked to the bone just 'cause you got a bad boss, you know that. He's throwing mad shade at Kim Ji-ju, who's just chilling by a tree. Unlike a certain someone over there, you guys are way too hardworking. He holds up his hand and says, so how about a high five? The skeleton just stares at him with its deep, empty eye sockets, then it straight up turns its head and walks away. Leaving Lee Sun-ju totally embarrassed and hanging, he yells, you re just a pile of dry bones, how dare you ghost me? Lee Sun-ju tries to bop it on the head, but the skeleton just tilts to the side and dodges it. He's furious, yelling what? You re-dodging now too? What else can you do besides ignore me? Let's go you and me! Today we are settling the pecking order. Kim Ji-ju was off to the side, watching him carefully. He is so not the person I remember from my past life, he thought. I remember a ridiculously powerful being who took on the entire Salvation Guild head-on with an immortal body. Okay, so like, Lee Sun-ju is low-key one of the toughest dudes out there. I gotta give him his props right now. He's literally arguing with skeleton soldiers, screaming, the hell you mean I can't touch it? This whole scene just sent Kim Ji-ju spiraling back to his past life. His whole fighting style was pure chaos, like you scratch me, I'm taking your whole skeleton home, just to max out his immortal body. Ji-ju was just scratching his chin thinking, man, even I wouldn't get near that dude's self-destruct mode. But for real, looking at him now, he's got zero of that villain arc energy he had back then. Something big must be happened to change him. I got no memory of this OC-chan dude in my past life, but yo, they look like they re-boys for life. Maybe OC-chan kicking the bucket is what unleashed the old Lee Sun-ju. Kim Ji-ju basically figured if OC-chan stays alive, there's a huge chance the Salvation Guild is gonna go even more off the rails than he remembered. Then he looked up and just kept watching Lee Sun-ju, who glanced back like, I still have no clue what this dude from Chicago is plotting. But then Sun-ju remembered what just went down, like how Ji-ju always brought back just enough mobs so he gets swarmed but not actually die. He was like, hold up, this is way too sus. The next wave popping up the second he heals. Nah, this ain't just some basic monster analysis. This is some next level, 4D chess stuff. This was like, someone who knows every single thing about this situation level. We were way past what a normal high-ranked player can do. Sun-ju narrowed his eyes, totally hating it, but he knew this guy was just built different, better in every single way. So after that, Ji-ju casually strolls over to Sun-ju like, nice moves, let's hit up the second floor, and my boy just blurts out, huh. Ji-ju gets this little smirk and says, oh don't you worry, the second floor is gonna be a total cakewalk. A notification just pops up, zapping them to the second floor. Same old, same old. A giant pillar of light shoots up to the sky. Sun-ju's whining, bro. I'm so exhausted I feel like I'm gonna pass out right here on the spot. And he just starts yelling at Ji-ju. I've been grinding my butt off all day from here to Chicago. Give a guy a break. Meanwhile, Ji-ju just pulls 4 sketchy-looking vials of blood out of his inventory. Sun-ju sees them and is like, yo, that's not a potion. What in the world is that? Ji-ju just claps back with a question. You think you can hide fast enough? Sun-ju's just looking at him all confused, like hide. What are you even talking about? And the second he says it, Ji-ju smashes the vials on the ground. Sun-ju is bugging out. What the heck are you doing? Gia! He just smirks. You better get your butt in gear and run, like, right now. Then this massive roar echoes out of nowhere, and Sunju's head whips around so fast he probably got whiplash. An albino lizard just busts out of the ground, its glowy eyes and psycho-sharp jaws locked right onto him. Sunju is cursing up a storm. This freaking psycho, I couldn't even catch my breath yet. Okay, so flashback to the real world. Osi-chan is just reading a newspaper, like, well, things are about to get real busy. The headline is basically screaming South Korean government ox foreign guilds getting in on the A+ rank rattlesnake dungeon. He's just muttering to himself. I totally knew this was gonna happen if the Salvation Guild bailed on us. Osi-chan looks up and asks Jizu, so, what's the head count on foreign guilds RSVPing to this party? She's holding a teacup, all chill, and replies, we got all the gossip this morning. We were cross-referencing and analyzing it all now. He's like, good, we still have time before Lee Sunju gets back, but put a rush on it. Jisu gets all concerned. You don't think something bad is gonna happen to him, do you? Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, it's total chaos. Dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Lee Sunju is running for his life, no joke. And as this lizard is chasing him down, he's thinking, okay, but why am I the only one it's trying to eat? The skeleton soldiers are right on its tail, slashing at the lizard with their swords. Sunju glances back and it finally hits him. Oh my god. He's the bait. He just skids to a stop and turns to face this absolute unit of a lizard. Lee Sunju is fuming. How is this any better than the first floor? You punk. Just wait till we re-outta here. I'm gonna beat you into next Tuesday. The lizard snaps its jaws at him, but get this, Sunju catches them with his bare hands. And where's Kim Ji-ju? Just casually watching from a high tree branch like he's got box seats at a Lakers game. Literally just going, huh. A huge cloud of dust kicks up as Sunju digs his heels in, trying not to slide back. He's struggling with all his might against this thing. Then Sunju smirks. Let's not drag this out. Behind the lizard, a skeleton soldier charges in. Sword ready, he smiles. Yeah, finish it already. The sword-wielding skelly boy goes for the stab and bam, it lands a perfect shot right on the monster. The system dings the albino lizard has been infected with hemolysis. Time to press the advantage. The other skeletons just leap in all at once, plunging their swords into it. Another notification pops up, blood poison has reached maximum level. Sunju is looking at these skeletons like they were some kind of elite Delta Force squad, all perfectly trained. Like normally, skeletons other players summon are just cannon fodder, used to attack or buy time, but the system is literally announcing that the lizard's stamina is dropping like a lead balloon. Cause of that hemolysis. The monster is writhing in total agony. It swings its tail at a skeleton, but the soldier just dodges it, easy peasy. It starts thrashing its tail like a maniac, but all the skeletons are just weaving and dodging like pros. The lizard stares down a skeleton, its blood-red eyes sizing it up. The skeletons are just standing there, right in front of it. But then the lizard just ignores them and looks away. So weird. Sunju is like, what the heck? It can't see them. So that's why it's only coming after me. He looks up at Jeju, still chilling in the tree. What kind of crazy voodoo did Jeju even use? Then it clicks. He remembers what Jeju said, you'd better run fast. Sunju's eyes go wide, he knew from the start. And in that same instant, he gets absolutely rocked by the lizard. The hit was so gnarly it probably made Sunju's eyes pop. Then the lizard just yeets him straight into a tree trunk, hitting it so hard the whole thing snaps in half. Jeju just watches as Sunju and the tree go crashing down. Dust and debris are flying everywhere, but through the smoke, Sunju gets right back on his feet, gritting his teeth and holding his side where he got slammed. Then you hear its skill, Blessing of the River Styx, has been activated. Sunju stands up straight, wiping a little blood from his mouth like a total badass. You just know Jeju is thinking, paft. A little hit like that will heal in, like, 2 seconds. He slowly starts walking to the resin, which is practically drooling at the sight of him. Sunju grinds his teeth and curses, what a total waste of my damn energy. He starts casting a spell on his hands, and then boom, a pair of sick gauntlets appear, and he immediately charges in for the punch. Sunju gets into position, pulls his right hand way back, and puts his entire soul into that punch. He lands a solid hit right on the resin. Its eyes go wide, staring at him. The resin is so stunned by the hit it just drops to its knees. The skeleton crew immediately swarms in. One of them closes in on the resin, and Sunju is just thinking in horror, you've gotta be kidding me. Those dudes are straight up ignoring me, just like their master. That one skeleton stabs its sword right into the resin side. At the exact same time, another one stabs the other side. The resin just lets out this insane scream of agony from the tag team. The system literally announced that hemolysis was running through the albino resin's entire body. Then a third skeleton bro goes full Michael Jordan, leaps into the air right over the resin's head, and just delivers the final yeet. Stabbing right through its freaking head, the resin just face planted. Game over. And boom, the notification pops up: Albino Risen has been defeated. Sunju let out this huge sigh, like thank God, when the system said he leveled up. Once the dust settled, Jeju just hops down from a tree like he's dropping into Coachella, and the system starts spitting out his report card. Albino Resin Hunter, you get a Turlock as a prize. The skill Hemolysis, that went up by 1, the skill Skeletal Disease. Also up by 1, and get this T, the representative of the Dark World is like, damn, I admire how savage you are. So this big bad representative of the Dark World is gonna slide him some power, and Jeju. My dude just snorts like, is that all you got? Lol, then bam, cut to some other part of the dungeon, probably down by Bourbon Street in New Orleans. And there's this massive troll just screaming its head off. This thing was a beast, okay. One slap and a skeleton soldier just completely obliterated. It was tearing through the other skeletons like they were nothing. But then one bony boy, bless his heart, charges in and actually sticks the troll with his sword. And it worked. The big oaf lost its balance and went down. The last 3 skeleton soldiers totally ganged up on it, stabbing it over and over. Meanwhile, Yuhan is watching this whole mess like, bruh, these skeletons are so dumb. They have zero strategy, just swarming 1 or 2 at a time. I gotta spam the summon button to get anywhere. The system thinks 50 trolls have been defeated. You have leveled up, you got the Troll Hunter achievement. But here's the gag, still not enough to get the representative of the Dark World to even look his way. Total ghosting. So he looks up, and Yu Seong is just fuming, thinking, are you for real? I soloed 50 of these ugly giants and got absolutely no attention. Who the hell is this damn entity simping for? So back in Jeju's zone, my guy is just holding his sword, having a major staring contest with the dead Risen. Sunju's over there thinking, what is this fool even doing? He's gotta be starving, so he's like, yo, Kim Jeju, we redone here. Let's bounce, I'm trying to hit a Waffle House. Sunju's getting impatient, like, is there something else? And Jeju gets all mysterious, saying softly, nah bro, the most important part is still left. Then he starts touching the Risen's body, walking along it, measuring it with his hands like he's a tailor. He's all around here, I guess. Swoosh, he just slashes it horizontally and cuts the resin open. Jeju literally reaches inside, which is, like, so gross, and is like, finally got this thing, and he pulls out a freaking glowing egg. The system pops up, you have found the albino lizard egg, you have cleared the dungeon, and Jeju is just holding it, thinking, so this is what the Saviors Guild was so pressed about hiding, super sus. Now I finally get to find out what it is. Then Sunju's brain finally finishes buffering and he's like, oh yeah, I remember now. We had to find some item to beat this dungeon, right? He asks, looking totally lost. I was too busy getting yeeted across the map all day, so I totally forgot. Anyway, what were you gonna do with that thing? And Jeju just taps the egg with the hilt of his sword. And crack. Sunju is shook, screaming, damn, that's rough. You don't even know what it is, and you already smashed it. The eggshells go everywhere, and inside, there's something glowing. This is, Jeju wonders, looking at a skill scroll, but then he crumples the paper. Gritting his teeth, it was all because of this. Sunju's so confused, what the hell is that? A skill scroll inside an egg? Is this some weird kinda surprise? Jeju just glances at the paper and mutters, damn it, it reads the power of Apophis, requirement Messenger of Hell, level requirement level 1 or higher. The effect, resistance to all types of poison, and Jeju is like, no way, how could that bastard skill be here? He's thinking about one specific person, the Poison King, the psycho who loved playing with all kinds of nasty toxins. But this guy was never hurt by poison, all because of the power of Apophis. Jeju starts having flashbacks of all the messed up stuff he did. A total scumbag who loved to steal whatever he wanted, then use poison to take people out in the most gruesome way ever. He remembered it all, when the guy's psycho level hit its peak. The Saviors Guild made this huge public announcement that they were going to bring the Poison King to justice. Jeju remembered that a ton of members from the Saviors Guild, including Jeju himself, had joined the squad to take him down, but man, so many people got wiped out during that whole thing. His eyes went wide as he thought, even now, I can perfectly remember the face of every single friend who died from that bastard's poison. The albino lizard egg, the only thing I knew was that the Saviors Guild had it at one point. Jeju is just staring at the broken egg, his mind racing. I also didn't think it was even possible to get this skill anywhere else, and there was no way the Poison King could be just stolen it. He frowned. The only answer left is that the Saviors Guild literally gave it to the Poison King. The plot thickens. They basically created their own supervillain just so they could look like the good guys. He's grinding his teeth. So mad he wants to shred the scroll. Lee Si-jun, he thinks once again. You've shown me that my friends' deaths were just stepping stones for you. And then, rip! Jeju tears the scroll into a million pieces. But this thing belongs to me now. You walking over their dead bodies to get ahead is never happening again. The system announces, you have obtained the power of Apophis. You can resist all types of poison. And then Jiju thinks of someone. But see Jun. I definitely will. His whole face just twisted into pure killing intent. Your corpse with my own 2 hands. Lee Sunju is literally sweating, looking at Jiju like he's from another planet. Why the sudden vibe shift? He's the one who got all the loot, right? So a second later Gaju just says, let's get out of here. Lee Sunju was just completely lost looking at him, like he understands him less and less every second. A portal of light shows up again, and poof, they're back in the container room. Lee Sunju runs over to a bag on the table, super excited. He's thinking, aw, Boss Chan is so thoughtful. Then he whines, I'm starving to death, but inside the bag, just 2 measly bottles of water and a phone. Seeing this, Lee Sunju lets out a scream. You cheap old bastard. What the hell is this? If it's just 2 bottles of water, why did you even put them in a paper bag? Meanwhile, somewhere in a penthouse in Vegas, OC Chan is just picking his ear. He glances at a walkie-talkie and goes, I wonder who's talking smack about me. My ear keeps twitching. Then OC Chan just breaks into this huge grin, like, they did it faster than I thought. He grabs the walkie-talkie and says, even though it was just one with a low difficulty, you still cleared. A whole dungeon in, like less than 3 days, seriously, Spill how was it? Kim Jiju was all chill, like it was 8, but real talk, what's the tea on the outside? OC Chan just starts click-clacking on his mouse, you know the vibe. He pulls up some shady-looking news sites, and is like, 8, so there's still 0 goss on Park Yong-won's crew hitting up that 6th-floor dungeon. But, get this, the Great Ancient Guild. And the Frontline Guild, literally 2 of the 5 biggest players on the planet, are teaming up. OC Chan leaned in, like, oh. And peep this, the Dragon Hunter just bagged himself a freaking golden dragon in some 5th-floor dungeon. Kim Ji-ju's over there getting all pensive. You can see the gears turning. He's thinking, golden dragon, back in the day. When the first one popped up, everyone was just thirsty for its skin. That stuff was tough as nails and basically fireproof. They were all hyped, thinking the armor from it. Golden Dragon's hide was going to be a total game changer for players. But hold up, plot twist. It wasn't the hide, it was the dragon's stomach acid that literally changed history. At first, nobody had a clue what to do with it. I mean, who looks at dragon barf and thinks, yeah, that's useful. But then, total fluke. They find out it can eat seals and curses into oblivion, and boom. Kim Ji-ju gets this flashback of Lee Si-jun sticking him with that sword. Lee Si-jun's whole Banmung sword sitch. Unlocked with that same golden dragon goop. Gi-ji-yu is doing the math in his head like, bruh, this stuff is priceless. He's thinking, hey, gotta cop that before anyone else gets wise. And then OC Chan crackles over the walkie. So yeah, that's basically all the major headlines from the past few days. You good or you need more tea? Kim Ji-ju's like, nah, we re-solid. He keeps it moving, bet I'll get the full scoop from the supervisor. Then, there's a special burner phone there just for us. He grabs the phone, and OC Chan's immediately on it. Yo, that line's untappable. So it's super secure, and Lee Sun-ju, don't you dare stop for a taco in downtown La. Get your butt straight back to the office. Like right now! The second he hears his name, he's instantly salty. Yo, can a dude get a break, boss? Who's to blame for me getting treated like some Postmates driver? OC Chan claps back, because I'm your boss, that's why I will even buy you some chipotle. So, get your ass back here now. And with that, Lee Sun-ju jumps up, snatches the walkie right out of Ji-ju's hand. All you ever do is bark orders. And 1 bowl off, try 10 bowls, you cheapskate. Then he just storms out the room. But right before he leaves, Lee Sun-ju gives Kim Ji-ju this look, thinking, oh hell no. Don't tell me I'm gonna be stuck babysitting this clown. Kim Ji-ju, feeling the stare down, just glares right back like, bring it. Slam. Lee Sun-ju just rages and slams the door. The next morning, back at the office, he flops onto the sofa like a drama queen. Nook, I barely even slept. And you were blowing up my phone at the crack of dawn. What did I even do? I turned in the report yesterday. OC Chan's holding this file like it's the Holy Grail and says, yeah, I called you because of that report. We gotta hit the gas on the plan. He slaps the folder down on the table. Here, check it. Lee Sun-ju is still whining. What could possibly be so important you couldn't let me grab a bagel from the corner bodega in Brooklyn? He glances at it and his whole face just drops. What? He's holding the paper, full on screaming his head off. Are you for real right now? You want me to go in there by myself? The file literally says, mission hunt the spiked serpent. Details 2 floors, a freaking plus difficulty, with room for 99 people. The catch. You gotta be under level 35. The goal, take down the spiked serpent. The prize, a philosopher's stone. And get this, a total of 58. Koreans and 41 foreigners are already signed up. OC Chan rolls his eyes, totally over it. Why are you screaming? Who said you were going solo? Obviously, you re-rolling with someone who's at least halfway decent. Lee Sun-ju scratching his chin, thinking halfway decent, you talking the Dragon Hunter, some secret agent. Don't you dare say Lee Si-jun, his level's way too high, he can't even get into a 2-floor dungeon. Is there literally anyone else as beast mode as me under level 35? Si-chen gets a super smug look on his face. Aw, did you forget about little ol' Kim Ji-ju? Lee Sun-ju starts sweating bullets and absolutely loses it, screaming, no way am I going back in there with that psycho. He's flailing around like a toddler throwing a tantrum. I told you yesterday. Yeah, he's got skills, but the dude is straight up unhinged. Supposed to have, like, teamwork. That guy's got a major personality flaw, he literally used me as Monster Chow. Lee Sun-ju closes his eyes, all dramatic, if you make me team up with that psycho one more time, I swear I'm going on a hunger strike. Si-chan starts pulling something out of his pocket, grinning, a hunger strike would actually save me some money. So please be my guest. And then bam, he whips out a voice recorder. It starts playing Lee Sun-ju's own voice back at him. The kind of partner I need is someone who just won't get in my way when we re-throwing down. The voice on the recording sounds so freaking certain. I don't give a crap about personality. Do monsters care if you re-a-jerk? No! So skills are all that matters. If you find someone like that, just point me in their direction. But there's no way they re-stronger than me. Obviously, after hearing his own words, his face goes completely white. Wait, boss. Hold up. Si-chan's just smirking. Ring a bell, pal. Lee Sun-ju's just rubbing his head, totally defeated. You actually recorded that. For real. And you've just been holding on to it all this time. That is so full. Si-chan pockets the recorder and is like, whatever, dude. I already signed you both up. 2 big, juicy pieces of bait. Lee Sun-ju totally freaks out. Registered. Wait, what do you mean bait? Si-chan just gives him this look that screams him up to something shady. Later that night, at some busted up ruins outside of Chicago. Kim Ji-ju is just chilling, sharpening his sword, pressing the blade right against the grinder. Then Gaiju lifts it off, wiping the blade down with a cloth. Damn, this thing is beat up, Guess I actually need a proper case for it. He side-eyes this briefcase next to him, then just clicks the latch on it. Kim Ji-ju's just thinking. I wonder if Si-chan has anyone else this good. Who the hell is the guild even trying to get rid of? I'd love to meet him. Just once, the next morning, bright and early at the office, Lee Sun-ju is grilling Si-chan. Yo, boss. Are there even any spots left in that monster's dungeon? I mean, the government already opened it up to all the foreign players. Just then, Ju comes walking up the stairs toward them, holding a briefcase. Si-chan gets this super confident look on his face. Oh, you don't gotta worry about that. My secretary and I already handled everything. Lee Sun-ju gives him the side eye. Still skeptical. They were totally prioritizing rankers, so getting spots for me and Kim Ju couldn't have been easy, right? Did you have to grease some palms in Vegas this time, boss? So get this, the office door cracks open, and Si-chan just glances over and goes, do we really have to just keep blowing cash like this? He looks at Ju. Yo, you back? Was the mission a go? She just holds out the briefcase and is like, locked in the dungeon deal with Russia, no sweat, and that little care package for Kim Ji-ju. It's been delivered. Lee Sun just about spits out his drink. Wait, what? Russia? Cool as a cucumber from Queens. Just adds, the mask you ordered is ready, too. Si-chan gets this little smirk on his face. 8 solid work. Meanwhile, social media is absolutely blowing up with news about everything from audio comics to sports, weather out of Chicago, and politics. Word on the street is 41 foreign players are confirmed. The tea keeps spilling. 99 players have officially been recruited. The headline on every site from Miami to Seattle is, will the world's first clear of this new dungeon actually happen? And over in some place called Sinpangri, a classroom door has a sign taped to it that just says Romocause of Russia. Lee Sun-ju is literally squeezing the life out of his mask. This freaking mask, he groans, it's so annoying for trying to eat. He snags a piece of bread, side-eyeing the dude with him the whole time. Kim Ji-ju now, Isaac, you good bro. Are you so stressed you just gonna inhale that whole loaf? Lee Sun-ju jabs at him while chewing like a cow. Stressed. I don't even know what stress is. Kim Ji-ju, in his Isaac cosplay, takes a chill bite of bread and says, I guess, but his leg is bouncing like a jackhammer. He's thinking, I've never been in a dungeon this high level. How the heck is this clown so calm? Lee Sun-ju, rocking his space of a fit, calls him out. Bro, aren't you the one who's tweaking right now? I literally just asked you why you shaken. He just deadpans. Of course I'm nervous. Lee Sun-ju immediately puffs up. Oh, for real, is that it? Pef, don't even sweat it. Man, just stick with your boy. But Kim Ji-ju is staring at his screen like he just found a winning lottery ticket. No freaking way, I cannot believe this actually fell into my lap. Lee Sun-ju glances over and keeps yapping. So counting everything, you not gonna flake on buying me that Texas barbecue, right? Anyway, we a team, so we gotta have each other's backs. He gets all serious, so don't go pulling any of your weird stunts like last time. Got it. Isaac is just zoned in, reading the item deets on the screen. Mask of the Picture Reaper. Item class Legendary. Can be used from level 1 and up. Sheesh. This is the Mask of the Picture Reaper. You can effectively communicate with and control the undead monsters you summon. Magic power goes up by 10%, and mana recovery gets a 10% boost when you use it. That's so fire. He was seriously impressed, thinking, I can't believe OC-chan was just sitting on this heat. The night before, Kim Ji-ju got a call from the man himself. Yo, heard you were going off in that last dungeon. You trying to join the Needle Snake dungeon party? He'd played it cool. We'll see. Sounds kinda sketchy just jumping in there blind. OC-chan just busted out laughing. Knew it! I knew you wouldn't make it easy. I heard you kinda cracked at controlling those skeleton soldiers. Back to reality. Kim Ji-ju's just vibing and thinking. The king of the Invincibles. Even a big shot like Yu Seong was desperate for this. And now I'm the one holding it. He's thinking. I've never even seen his loadout, so I have no idea what this is gonna do. But Lee Sunju cuts him off. You. Kim Ju, Isaac. Are you even listening to me, dude? He gives a tiny smirk. The timeline for wrecking the Mesa Guild just got moved way up. For real. Then a staffer pops their head in the door. 8. Romoko's players, let's get ready to roll. He puts his hands on his knees, and the two of them bounce from the room. Kim Ji-ju thinks to himself, okay, first floor. I'm about to test the absolute limits of this Mask of the Picture Reaper. And then, the dungeon system's voice booms. Announcement to reach the next floor. You must survive for 5 days. The whole crowd of players just loses their minds. What? A freaking survival mission. That is the absolute worst. Everyone is dropping F-bombs left and right. One dude's clutching his head like his brain's gonna explode. Lee Sun-ju, in his full Space Eva armor, starts breaking it down. Okay, so survival mission. On the surface, that just means we gotta, not die for the time limit, he adds dramatically. But that means the number of monsters is gonna be, completely insane. So many that just staying alive is gonna be a whole thing. Lee Sun-ju turns to Kim Ji-ju. So what's the game plan? He just replies, let's test it. Lee Sun-ju's confused test. Then bam, he has a flashback to being surrounded by wolves, and gets a full body cringe. No way, Lee Sun-ju is screaming in his head. He's gonna make me be bait again. His face just totally crumples as he whines, dude, do you not remember what I said? Are you seriously doing this again? Kim Ji-ju's just like, it's a test. When you get a new toy, you gotta check out its specs, right? Lee Sun-ju immediately claps his hands. Oh, right, a test! Bet. Then Kim Ji-ju turns away first. Let's dip to a quieter spot, in a secluded corner of the forest. The system announces, a skeleton soldier has been summoned. A skelly just poofs into existence in front of them. Lee Sun-ju's all hyped, whoa. Hello there, Bones. He's totally geeking out, look at that. It even came with its own armor. That's sick. He gets all up in the skeleton's grill, poking it for fun. Yo, move it. What, you got a bone to pick with me? Lol. Kim Ji-ju just takes a mask out of his inventory and slaps it on his face. The system pops up its info. The Mask of the Picture Reaper, a legendary grade item, usable from level 1 and up. This is the Mask of the Picture Reaper. You can connect with and control the undead monster you summon. Effect magic power increases by 10% when equipped. Mana recovery increases by 10% when equipped. The screen even flashed that he got the Master of the Picture Reaper achievement. Jiju's thinking, just the magic boost alone isn't bad at all. What the heck? All of a sudden, he sees this thread thing coming down from above. It links right into the skeleton soldier's head. Jiju can't help but wonder. A thread. For real. It looks like it's shooting out from his fingertips, straight from his own veins. Jiju's face is pure shock. The system announces, connection established. His eyes snap wide open. There's a huge flash of light. When he can see again, he sees Sunju grabbing his head. Gotcha, you little punk. He's giving the skeleton's head a noogie, looking like he's having the time of his life. What's wrong? Suddenly the skeleton glares and yells, "Get your hands off me!" And Sunju in his spacey vajup lets out a scream that could wake the dead. A talking skeleton soldier. You guys, this skeleton thing started moving, but it was twisting its whole body like it was doing the worm after 3 shots of tequila. Its arms and legs were just flailing everywhere. Sunju was like, but why is it moving like it's trying to find a bathroom at a packed concert in Miami? After 2 steps, it just face-planted. And seeing that, he literally screamed, "Yo, is it dead?" Then Sunju has the nerve to poke its head with his foot, and Jiju, inside Isaac's body, just snaps, "Bruh, get your nasty foot off me." He was thinking, damn, staying quiet is way harder than I thought. Meanwhile, way over on the other side of the forest, this other crew was having a full-on committee meeting. 8 John, what's the play? We chill here for a bit or we go scout it out and circle back. And Jun's like, I have no clue how many of these things are out here. We can't just run in like idiots. He looked around like he was casing a joint in downtown L and said, okay, first, we were gonna post up here and just vibe for a day or two. Everyone else is camping out here. So teaming up is gonna be a major key for survival. His squad glanced over at the other groups, probably thinking, low key. I bet those guys over there are on the exact same wavelength as us. Jun pushed his glasses up his nose, thinking all smug paffed in this dungeon. There's no big shot like messy Arl calling the plays. In a mess like this, it's always the big brain players who win. Okay, so next, we gotta gas them up and convince them to let us be the main characters of this whole hunt. Then bam, night falls. Sunju just lunges forward and throws a punch so hard he sends an orc's head flying into next week. He laughed to himself, all cocky. The hell is this? I was so stressed, 'cause it's a survival trial, but for real, are these little scrub-level monsters all they got? No way, right? Damn, I guess I'm just built different. But right behind Sunju, the skeleton soldier swung its sword and clapped 2 orcs at once. They just crumpled. Sunju's face totally dropped watching the skeleton. He side-eyed Gaiju controlling it, and just clicked his tongue, thinking, that dude is a legit monster. Sunju remembered what went down just a few minutes ago. The skeleton started walking like Bambi on ice. Couldn't even take a few steps without toppling over. But before you know it, it was straight up sprinting. And now the skeleton was flipping around like a Parker Pro from Brooklyn, moving stupid fast. Sunju just stared at Jiju, whose fingers were flying through the air like he was playing a crazy rhythm game. Summoned skeletons are already a total pain, but this guy is literally piloting it on top of that. He gritted his teeth. Isn't this a straight up cheat code? One person is out here risking their neck while the other just kicks back wiggling his fingers from his penthouse in Vegas. This is some serious BS. Suddenly, he peeped something behind him a way bigger. Buffer skeleton soldier was getting summoned. The system alert popped up. A skeleton soldier has been summoned. Sunju was just staring at this massive thing like, you have got to be kidding me. He was wondering, you can even use a summoning skill in that state. Sunju thought, okay, so you can pop a skill while linked to the skeleton, but the mana drain is 3 times higher. And obviously, you can't chug any potions. The little skeleton soldier just turns and says, how you doing? Then it crosses its bony arms and adds, all salty. Yo, when you talk to someone, you supposed to, like, look at them. Sunju's fist clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. Getting dissed by a pile of bones was sending him. Do you seriously have to be such a jerk right now? Jeju shot back in a trimmy tone, oh for real. Sunju was just staring dead ahead. Then Jeju rips off his mask, pops up right behind him, and whispers, you satisfied now? Sunju freaked, whipping around like, holy crap, you scared the hell out of me. Jeju was like, so what? How's the body holding up? Sunju gave this little smirk and waved his hand, sober enough to teach some manners to anyone who needs it. Not you, obviously. I mean the monsters. Gigi just went cold. Good, then let's officially start now. Sunju legit screamed. We've been murking a ton of monsters already. What kind of cryptic nonsense are you even talking about? He asked, totally lost, huh? What do you mean officially begin? Then what were those orcs we just fought? Appetizers. Sunju clapped his hands and started stammering like a bad actor. What was it again? Oh, yeah, anemia, I'm anemic. Then he started grabbing his head, whining, whoa, I'm suddenly so dizzy, what's wrong? All of a sudden, a sword was pointed right at Sunju's face. He yelled, what the hell are you doing? Giju said, half joking, heard you were anemic, so I was gonna give you some iron. Sunju shrieked, iron supplements. You were not about to slice me up with a sword, are you? Giju just said deadpan, either way, it's iron entering your body. Sunju screamed in frustration. How can you even say that? Giju made the skeleton soldier talk. Seeing you so hyped up, your anemia must be all better. I was just gonna spot you some iron. Then he turned and walked off like a boss. There was still a lot to prep, follow me. Sunju was so mad he could just scream, I'm such a freaking idiot, what do I do now? Up ahead was this dead-ass tree, and then with a huge crash, it was chopped down. Giju and Sunju were out here working hard, chopping down trees like lumberjacks in Oregon. Sunju looked at him, totally baffled. What the hell is Kim Jiju even thinking? Did my guy come to this dungeon to play a logging simulator instead of killing monsters? Meanwhile, on another channel, a goblin was charging ahead. A whole squad of players was chasing it, finally cornering it. One dude stepped up and iced the monster with his sword, while some veteran sliced through a couple more goblins. Day 3 in the dungeon. Early morning, and the player squad was still grinding on these baby monsters. An older guy asked, yo, why is it so dead in here? A survival challenge ain't supposed to be this chill, right? John Jun, standing next to him, replied, it's definitely sus, there are way too few monsters. He looked around and said, this is a C+ rank survival trial. We were way too comfy instead of fighting for our lives. This ain't it, Chief. We gotta go scout around, even if it's risky. Eventually, Kim Ji-ju and Lee Sun-ju used all those trees to build a legit barricade. Then a notification popped: level up. The agent of the underworld is hyped about your awesome growth and sent you some gifts. Kim Ji-yu, still looking like Ezak, held up the paper and was like, huh. This paper says a skeleton warrior command. Absorption condition for the agent of the underworld. Okay, so get this: absorption level over 20. It's basically a massive glow up for his skeleton crew, letting him summon way more of M. The higher the rank, the more up the skill gets. Major buff alert. And you know my boy looked at that and got the biggest, cheesiest grin on his face. Rape goes the paper, and boom, the system's like, UV unlocked skeleton warrior command. So he hops on the barricade like he owns some penthouse in Miami and calls down, yo, let's chill for a sec. So Lee Sun-ju or Space Eva, or whatever is totally buggin'. He's like, huh, bro, what gives with the sudden switch up? He's tapping on their little wooden fort, whining, this spot is clutch, why are we dipping? Do you have any clue how much I sweated building this yesterday? Juju just hops down all cool like, yeah, the vibe has shifted, we gotta remix the plan, and poor, confused Lee Sun-ju is like, the situation? What situation? Did Godzilla's cousin just pull up to downtown L, or something? And Jiju just gives him this smirk, looking right past him. The drama. So over there is this dead snail, right? Gross, but Jiju just strolls over and taps it, bing. System alert: skeleton soldier has been summoned, bing. Skeleton soldier has been summoned. And Lee Sun-ju's jaw is literally on the floor. My guy is shooketh. He's just staring at all these new Bonnie boys like, why at? Lee Sun-ju is sputtering, bro, I thought you could only pop out, like 6 of these things. Gaiju turns with that smug look again and go, that was, like 5 seconds ago. He hits him with the, but things are different now. I am living for this energy. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the woods, probably lost near some state park in Texas, this dude is sprinting for his life. It's John Jun. And he's totally freaked, looking over his shoulder and screaming at his crew, everyone, this way!
Move it!
His whole squad stops and just gawks at these massive piles of monster bodies. Like, whoa! John Jun turns to his crew, Jimmy, the final score, what's the body count? Then he pushes up his glasses, thinking, bruh, this wasn't a fight, this was an absolute wipeout, a total curb stomp. Who the heck even did this? He's muttering, I thought I scouted all the big shot players for my squad. Did I totally sleep on someone? Then out of nowhere, Jin Hong points, like, yo, John Jun, we spotted something else down there. And my guy looks where he's pointing. So Jun follows Jin Hong, all annoyed like, what now? And then he just freezes. He is absolutely gobsmacked by what he sees. Down at the bottom of the hill is this insane, massive wooden structure. And, like, duh, you already know this was the masterpiece of Kim Ji-ju and Lee Sun-ju. John Jun is just breathing. This is a freaking maze. He hops up on the wall for a bird's eye view, and his whole team is peeking over the edge, looking down into this crazy thing. And inside, it's just monster bodies piled up to the sky. He looks totally shook, whispering, they built a whole-ass wooden maze just to trap monsters and farm them. John Jun looks out in the distance, and yup, the body count over there is just as wild. He looks back at the maze, and it's like, the carnage outside was nothing compared to the absolute party of destruction inside. John Jun is just thinking, what kind of galaxy brain genius came up with this strategy? This whole method is on another level. Like, I've never seen anything like it. He's literally starting to sweat, pushing his glasses up his nose. Thinking, so this is how they've been kicking back, living the good life for days, while the rest of us are out here playing Survivor. On the flip side, I totally messed up. That was my bad. I should been out there trying to recruit every single player. Even the quiet kid from Boys. To think they could just use traps to win this easily. It's just embarrassing. Cut back to Lee Sun-ju, who's chiming in with, this ain't really my vibe, but whatever, I guess. Then he starts whining again. But why do we have to move? This is so exhausting. And Jiju's just like, you seriously think we rib out to run the same play twice, my guy? He gives one of his little skeleton paws a gentle head pat and is like, even trip, we don't need this janky fort anymore. Jiju explains. Listen, our firepower just got a major upgrade. Traps and mazes are just a waste of time now. And Lee Sun-ju's eyes light up. So you're saying we can just hunt M down directly now? That it'll be faster. Now that is what I call a real fight. He says, obviously. Jiju replies. Then out of nowhere, Giju summons a sword. Lee Sun-ju totally freaks, thinking he's about to get rocked, and starts flailing around like, 8-bet! This time I'm about to show you what I'm really made of. And Jiju's just like, because I'm going first. Lee Sun-ju just yells, huh? Then he summons his own giant gauntlets, and is like, oh, if that's how it's gonna be, then I'm going full beast mode, too. I don't know what your master plan is, but I can't have some clumsy scrub slowing me down. And then, like 2 seconds later, Lee Sun-ju is completely gassed. He's bent over, hands on his knees, panting, "Hey, you!" Lee Sun-ju is wheezing. Can we take, like, a 5-minute break? Then one of the little skeleton soldiers scurries over, and Lee Sun-ju gives it the meanest side eye, and I swear, the skeleton just shakes its little skull head like it's disappointed in him. The disrespect. Then the skeleton just turns around and walks off. Lee Sun-ju sees this and absolutely loses it, screaming, "Hey, get back here! Are you clowning me right now? Get over here!" But the little Bonnie dude is already gone, so Lee Sun-ju is just standing there, pulling at his hair and cussing up a storm. It's a whole mood. Dang it, that dude Kim Do-ju has, like, superhuman stamina. Nah, it's not that. His whole fighting style is just different from mine. Lee Sun-ju is thinking to himself, when I fight, I'm going one-on-one with these things, so it totally drains my energy bar. But he just hits him with one massive wombo combo and keeps it moving. It's crazy efficient. Lee Sun-ju is just staring, and of course, Ji-ju catches him. He stops, turns around, and is like, "Yo, what's good? Weren't you just talking all that smack about showing me what you remade of?" Ji-ju asks. Lee Sun-ju is wiping sweat off his face, thinking he really remembered that. Then he says, "I am showing you." And right on cue, a whole mob of monsters shows up, and Lee Sun-ju just charges in and wrecks all of them in one go. "Okay, pop off then." Gi-ju is just watching him from the sidelines. He's thinking, if this was the old Lee Sun-ju, he'd be trying to copy the moves he just saw me do. But nope, this dude is just going full rage mode, demolishing this monster. Gi-ju's like, man, this kid has probably never had a real coach in his life. He's watching him dodge attacks, basically just tanking hits with that immortal body of his and running around like a headless chicken. Yeah, Gi-ju's thinking this fighting style is probably not its chief. It's not giving effective. Ji-ju kinda frowns, thinking, with a little training, he might be a bit more useful than a screen door on a submarine. Then this huge, smug grin just spreads across his face. Nah, he's gotta be way more useful. Fast forward to day 5, the sun's all pretty, streaming through the trees, making the forest look like a postcard from Vermont. And on the ground is this poor, unlucky hyena that totally got deleted in a pool of its own stuff. The system pops up 24 hours remaining in the survival mission. Meanwhile, Lee Sun-ju is drenched in sweat, breathing heavy, and just giving Kim Ji-ju the dirtiest look. He's thinking, why is this dude grinding so hard? The mission is just to survive, not to go full try hard. At that exact moment, Ji-ju is looking at his system window. You have leveled up. And Lee Sun-ju is left completely baffled. Like, did these monsters steal his lunch money back in Chicago or something? What's the beef? So, like, the system totally dropped him a level up reward. It was all, the Emissary of Hell is, like, super impressed with your hustle. Here's a skill scroll. You've earned it. But Lee Sun-ju was so over it, screaming, this is just straight up exploitation. He was yelling, "Yo, Kim Ji-ju, this is a freaking sweatshop, not a training montage. I've been punching and kicking for 8 straight hours. I'm not some robot out of a factory in Cleveland. Dude." And hearing that, a break sounded like actual heaven. Lee Sun-ju's whole face lit up. His eyes were sparkling like crazy. For real. Where are we crashing? Finally getting a breather, he whipped out his snacks and just started inhaling them, his mouth going a mile a minute. Then out of nowhere, the skeleton soldier just strolls up, which made him pause mid-bite, feeling all generous and bro-like. Lee Sun-ju offered it his food. "What's up, Bone Daddy? You want a piece of this?" And waved his jerky around. "Mun, hold out your hand. I'll hook you up." And get this, the super proud skeleton soldier actually listened and held out its bony little hand. Lee Sun-ju was, like, shook for a sec, then he just cracked up. Aye, so my little homie Sengi Snung is finally warming up to me, huh? Lee Sun-ju was gloating hard. You see that, Kim Ji-yu? This is what you call a vibe. He was so in his feelings he was actually getting misty-eyed. So freaking touching, right? It was a bond that words just couldn't capture, you know. So Lee Sun-ju asked all concerned, "You hungry, Kim Do-ju?" But then he went dead silent when he saw his so-called comrade, the skeleton soldier, offering the food to Ji-ju. What the heck? The second he realized he got played, he shot up demanding, "So you were remote controlling it this whole time, are you kidding me? Do you get your kicks out of messing with people?" And Kim Ji-ju just smirked and said, "He just wanted to see what that camaraderie of yours tasted like." My boy Lee Sun-ju looked like some tourist who got scammed on Hollywood Boulevard. He put his hands on his hips and just went off. "You absolute troll, you work me like a dog, don't feed me, and now you re-stealing my food. If you keep being this shatty, you re gonna go bald just like big bro Osi-chan." And while Kim Ji-ju was chewing, all he could think was, wait, did he say bald? That is the first piece of tea I've ever heard about Osi-chan's appearance. Then bam, a flare goes off in the sky. Lee Sun-ju saw it and frowned. "Is that an so-sa flare? The deadline's almost up anyway," he said with total scorn. We've wrecked this many monsters, and those other chumps still can't survive. Kim Gi-ju just said flatly. It's not a distress signal. Lee Sun-ju looked at him with a total smirk. Oh yeah, then what is it? Genius. He took off his bone mask and broke it down, because the survival period is about to end. We're about to get beamed up to the second floor, and they're regathering everyone to decide who gets to fight the snake first. Lee Sun-ju crossed his arms and scoffed. They probably couldn't even win if they all mobbed it. And now they were gonna split up and take turns. What? That's pathetic. They were getting way too cocky. Kim Ji-ju just stated coldly. You and I basically nerfed this entire floor. So for the past 5 days, they've been on vacation mode. Of course they were feeling themselves. Lee Sun-ju was like, "Ah, so that's the tea." Kim Ji-ju was already checking his new loot. Let me just peep this reward scroll. Then we'll bounce over there. When Lee Sun-ju saw the item in his hand, he was completely floored. Huh, is that what I think it is? He couldn't help but shout, no way, it's a legit golden scroll. Kim Ji-ju just smirked, totally entertained. This was Yu Seong's signature move. For real, the scroll described the corpse explosion skill, condition Emissary of Hell. Level requirement 30 or higher, effect pump some mana into a monster's corpse. And you can make that sucker go kaboom anytime you want. Okay, so the scene changes to this clearing where everyone's gathered. And it's already getting dark. This dude Jo-jun is standing on a high rock like he's giving a speech at a rally in Chicago, yelling, "Alright, everyone, listen up." Since pretty much all the survivors have pulled up, I'm here to announce that in a little bit, the survival mission is a wrap, and we all getting teleported to the second floor. The allied forces, including the Pixu Guild, are gonna handle the thorn-bodied snake first. We good? Any objections? Lee Sun-ju shot a look at Kim Ji-ju and whispered, "Dude, you called it. These psychos are really planning to take turns." Seeing that nobody was putting up a fight, Jo-jun continued from his little power podium. Since no one's complaining, let me just give ye all a heads up, and remember, you are not to get in the way of our hunt. He paused for dramatic effect, then really stressed it. If you deliberately interfere, we will drop you on the spot. Kim Ji-ju was just thinking. Lame, he's just trying to scare us, Lee Sun-ju whispered. So what's the play? You got one, right? All of a sudden, some guy shoves him, and this huge hunter gets all up in his personal space, trying to act tough. Did you hear what the man said? Lee Sun-ju has like a super short fuse, and he gritted his teeth thinking, is this dude for real? What, you don't speak English? Just as he was about to throw hands, Kim Ji-ju grabbed his arm. Lee Sun-ju turned, and just saw him shaking his head like, don't even. Signaling him not to start a scene, Kim Ji-ju made it clear they wouldn't interfere. Alright then, good luck with that. The wanted tough guy just smirked. Good. Then he turned and walked off. Lee Sun-ju did not get it, asking all annoyed. Why'd you stop me? Kim Ji-ju had to spell it out for his partner. You really planning on fighting that whole crew by yourself? Lee Sun-ju was just confused. He pointed, look at the red band tied on his arm. That's how you know they were all on the same squad, and just, like, look around. Lee Sun-ju scanned the crowd, and it finally clicked that besides the two of them, almost every single person was rocking a red band. He tried to save face. Peft, yeah, I already saw that. He finally understood, so that's why nobody complained. But after figuring out who was on what side, Lee Sun-ju started getting nervous. Dude, there's nobody else without a red band. Wait! Does that mean we were totally outnumbered? Kim Ji-ju just gave this cryptic little smile. You really think so? Just as the timer ran out, the system announced to all the hunters. You have completed the survival mission, now teleporting to the second floor. And just like that, they were in a forest on the second floor, where this gigantic spiked body snake is on the move. Its crazy long tail was dragging and scraping the ground, while all the hunters were hiding behind trees, just waiting for the right moment to pounce. So get this, the snake was scoping the place out, super paranoid, like it knew some drama was about to pop off. All the weaker players were literally trembling, staring at it dart its head around, not even daring to breathe too loud, you know. The spiked body snake just kept slithering, its huge tail just randomly smacking the ground like it owned the place. But plot twist, someone was already camped out on its route. Seeing the perfect moment, Jo-jun was like, alright y'all, light it up! The whole squad just went off, and the mage crew started blasting the spiked body snake from way downtown. The sneak attack totally threw it off, and it started thrashing and smashing everything, making the ground explode like a construction site in Chicago. There were like a million explosions, big and small, the booms just echoing all night. Meanwhile, Lee Sun-ju and Kim Ji-ju are just kicking back on a cliff, watching it all go down. Lee Sun-ju couldn't help himself. He was like, are you for real just gonna watch the show? Low-key, it looks like they might actually clutch this. Kim Ju, cool as ever, just hits him with nah, not a chance. Lee Sun-ju was totally confused. Like, what you mean? Look how many of them there are. Instead of just telling him, he quizzes him. 8 bet, you run up on a monster. What's your first move? He crossed his arms and thought for a sec. First thing. I mean, I just go full send and start swinging. 'Cause like, you never know what they were gonna pull. Right? It's tough to handle some crazy move if you blow all your cooldowns from the start. Kim Ji-ju nodded, and then pointed at the spiked body snake. Exactly, so that monster over there. That snake is literally eating fireballs for breakfast. You still gonna run in there and start swinging. Hearing that, Lee Sun-ju's face just went blank for a few seconds, then he started stammering, well, I mean, isn't it better to just Zerg rush it with more bodies? Kim Ji-ju crossed his arms, staring at the battlefield like he was watching a game from the nosebleeds. Sure, that'd be sweet if it worked. But if this was such an easy mission, why is this dungeon still more locked down than Alcatraz? You think they were short on people? You think the other crews that wiped weren't just as stacked? Right then, seeing the snake getting lit up, John Jun checked the situation, and was getting ready to call the next play. He got all hyped, good everyone push in. But psych! The snake wasn't trying to throw down at all. It turned and bailed, its massive body just charged, eating itself right over the hunters' heads. Seeing this, some guy on the team yelled, the snake's getting away. John Jun was probably thinking this was the easiest boss fight ever. Like, if this keeps up, he's about to be the first player to ever kill this thing and get all the clout. The spiked body snake was booking it, its huge body leaving a trail, so obvious you could see it from the moon. But then its eyes went wide. You could see the oh crap moment on its face. Straight ahead was a wall of jag, sharp rocks blocking its escape. Like rush hour on the I-5 and L. Somebody had made a move, the master of destructive knowledge skill went off, and these huge, sharp chunks of rock and dirt just shot up into the sky, but the spiked body snake just ignored it and smashed right into them. Its body was way tougher, and the rocks just shattered. The snake plowed through like a freight train, like it was nothing. Lee Sun-ju was bug-eyed staring at them. Whoa, okay, they were prepped. They even knew it would try to bounce. But Kim Ji-ju had a totally different take. He just said calmly, it's starting. Lee Sun-ju was so lost. What? It's just starting. Bro, it looks like it's almost over. So Kim Ji-ju started to break it down for him. Now that venomous snake never fights head-on, and all those gnarly spikes on its body, you not seeing those. Down on the battlefield, Jo-jun was commanding, don't stop attacking, focus fire on its head. The snake lifted its head, watching a million magic spells fly right at it, boom. The explosions were insane, and the spiked body snake let out this angry growl. Then, all of a sudden, a shadow just rises up behind the archers and mages. The snake's tail swung up high, looking like it was about to drop the hammer on them. A mage finally noticed. Like, huh. And yup, the snake swept its tail right at the ranged squad. That thing was so long, it was basically sniping them from a different zip code. But the attack didn't land like you'd think. There was this huge thud. And the dust cloud was so thick that the mage had to cover his mouth and nose. A warrior screamed, group up. We gotta keep attacking. We were assigned to protect this area. The mage looked over, and this flashing light totally caught his eye. Over there, a whole squad of tanks with their shields up were blocking the snake's tail, stopping it from turning the damage dealers into pancakes. The mage put a hand on the ground to steady himself, and you could see it shaking. He pushed himself up and started running. He's right. Let's finish this. The ranged attacks just kept pouring onto the snake's head. The booms were relentless. Jun commanded, it's starting to slow down. I see it. The rest of the group started tightening their formation. But in the snake's eyes, they were just a bunch of little ants huddling up. Its blood-red eyes were like lasers, piercing right through the smoke and dust. The spiked body snake suddenly shot straight up, like a giant pillar trying to poke a hole in the sky. Ja-jun was kinda shook, since the snake had just been running away the whole time. Then, the scene got even more terrifying. The snake's head flared out like a cobra's, with jagged spikes sticking out all over the place. Ja-jun immediately started screaming orders. Cease the attack, everyone on defense now! He barely got the words out before the spines on the snake's body just launched, shooting straight for the hunters on the ground. A whole shower of spikes rained down, and the entire crew scattered, running for their lives. The thundering impacts kicked up a massive dust cloud, and you couldn't even see who got hit. The spined snake's body was now covered in these nasty-looking black holes, where its spikes used to be. It let out a savage roar, and the shockwave literally ripped through the forest, hitting Lee Sun-ju and Kim Ji-ju. Even standing on the ledge, they had to take a step back. Kim Ji-ju looked a little surprised. He totally figured the spikes would be laced with some deadly poison, but it turned out they were just, like regular old spikes. Lame. Lee Sun-ju was just standing there thinking, okay, that attack was intense, but that's all it was. After the shockwave passed, the snake just sat there, the dust started to clear, and you could see John Jun was totally fine. What a letdown. Dude's glasses were cracked, looking like he just got jumped on Bourbon Street, and my guy was still shook. He's like, oh what? That's all you got. Took John Jun a hot second to reboot his brain. Bro was expecting some epic final boss weapon, but it was just a basic spray and pray attack. Like whatever. So get this, one of the homies, probably from somewhere basic like Ohio, leans on a giant spike to get up, and the thing just crumbles like a cheap cookie. He tries to snap it, and for real, the thing was hollow, fragile as my will to live on a Monday morning. He's like, wait, these cheap-ass spikes came from that snake. He really thought they'd be tougher, you know. But then he got a closer look, and bam, the inside was as empty as a politician's promises, totally hollow. The snake is over there screaming its head off, but like it's fresh out of ammo, no more spikes, so John Jun, trying to be the main character, yells, "Ayol, the snake's got nothing," and he dives in, trying to catch it before it can call its mom for backup. So the whole squad just floods in like it's Black Friday at the Mall of America, not even scared of the spiky snake anymore. This time, all the sword and shield bros are jumping into the mix, and John Jun, he's just standing there, pushing up his busted glasses like some anime protagonist, so cringe. He's thinking, all cocky, what's this? Slaying some overgrown garden snake is easy mode, with the win basically in the bag. They were all charging, but then, plot twist. One of the dudes starts doing the wobble dance. Some blonde tank from like, Huntington Beach, sees it and screams, "Yo, hold up, fam." So he runs past his boy, all annoyed, like, bro, what are you doing? Stop lagging and get a move on. But then he sees his dude covering his mouth like he just saw the bill at a Vegas nightclub. And he starts hacking up blood, and then just collapses. The whole vibe was so messed up, it literally made the guy freeze. Then from behind him, he hears this massive clang of another set of armor hitting the floor. Another one bites the dust. Just falls flat on his back, eyes wide open, also spitting up that red stuff. The blonde tank dude sees his whole crew dropping like they heard a surprise pop quiz, and he is just frozen solid. Then, like, a few seconds later, he starts feeling all kinds of nasty himself. Then a system notification pops up, it's giving you got mail. But, like, deadly, it says he's been poisoned by the spined snake. The tanks in the back see what's going down and screech to a halt. Someone's screaming, "It's poison. Get back now!" And then radio's in, like, "Yo, John Jun!" The call comes through. We're getting wrecked up here. A ton of our tanks are down for the count. John Jun is just shook, whispering to himself, poison. He's staring at those fake-out hollow spikes like, what in the actual fresh hell is going on? Like there were zero signs. He's thinking, were the spikes poisoned or what? The tanks are all bugging out, but John Jun is just standing there, literally trembling. I mean, if the big boys are going down that fast, you know this poison is some next level, straight outta Compton kinda lethal. Meanwhile, up in the trees, our boy the skeleton soldier is just munching on some popcorn, its eyes glowing as it watches the drama unfold. The crowd is in a full-on panic, trampling each other like it's a concert for some pop star. Total chaos, people screaming, "Move. Get out of my way. I'm trying to get to my Uber." Kim Ji-ju, who's basically streaming this whole thing through his skeleton's eyes, just sighs at the sight. What a total hot mess. Lee Sun-ju, watching from the cheap seats, is just completely clueless, like why's everyone dipping? He's like, this is so frustrating, why the hell is everyone bailing? So Kim Ji-ju explains, real chill, they were pulling back cause of the spine snake's poison. Hearing that, Lee Sun-ju completely loses it, poison. What are you talking about? You mean those spikes were poisoned? So Lee Sun-ju's over there with his one brain cell, trying to connect the dots. Maybe the poison was inside the spikes. So close, yet so far. Kim Ji-ji had to shut that down. Nah bro, that ain't it. Explaining how the spray and pray attack hit the dudes in the back too. Like if the spikes were the problem, the guys chillin' in the back would be dropped before the frontline tanks. Lee Sun-ju, acting like a 5-year-old on a road trip, is all but why. When did they get poisoned? Then, ding ding ding. A light bulb finally goes off in his head as he remembers that snake's massive Karen scream. That crazy shockwave that rippled through the whole forest. He's like, damn it, I thought homeboy said the plan was fire. What is this, some kind of doom noodle? Lee Sun-ju has zero plans, just a million questions, so what now? What's the play? Are we gonna, like, team up with those losers? Kim Ji-ju just gets up to his feet. He gives this look that could curdle milk and says, we know the enemy's playbook now, it's our turn. And behind him, his whole skeleton posse had just finished mopping the floor with a bunch of punk-ass goblins. The second Lee Sun-ju sees Kim Ji-ju start walking towards the snake, he absolutely loses his mind. What? You were going over there. Have you lost your damn mind? Without even turning around, Kim Ji-ju just drops his orders, cool as a cucumber in a snowstorm. I just gotta get to the snake, you stay put and get ready for phase 2. Lee Sun-ju's relieved for like half a second. And then he's like, hold up, am I getting played? He goes for real. Nah, screw that, you little punk, I ain't your sidekick. Kim Juju just hits him with this little smirk. Oh word. Good for you, my guy. In that case, feel free to peace out, not my problem. And seeing how fast he was getting dropped, Lee Sun-ju did a full 180 on his attitude. You love to see it. He's shaking his head like a bobblehead on a dashboard in downtown Lel. No, that's not what I meant at all. I meant, like I volunteer as tribute to stay here and work my butt off for you. Meanwhile, the spiky snake is just vibing, not moving a muscle. A little night breeze rolls in. And get this colorless poison gas was just leaking out of the empty holes on the snake's body. A shadow flickers behind a tree. Kim Ji-ju makes a mental noter. No color, no smell, no taste, basically invisible. Yeah, no wonder these noobs didn't notice it. So that explains why the whole first wave got absolutely deleted. Mystery solved. Scooby-Doo. He looks down at all the poor schmucks littered on the ground and finally gets it. This ain't no game. He would be been toast. Like, permanently messed up. But he's built different. Kim Ji-ju reaches up, adjusts his bone mask like a boss. The system chimes in. Power of Apophis is now activating. It's like, you re-immune to the thorn snake's venom. Also, the venom supercharges your hemolysis skill. Reading that last part, he gets this little smirk. Bro never expected the power of Apophis to come with a free skill boost. It's giving, overpowered. Talk about a majoroo. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Kim Ju spots something. He looks down and sees a spear just lying there. So my guy crouches down, pulls up the system menu for a little window shopping. He's scrolling through his inventory, checking out his stuff. Kim Juju's thinking, a body that massive. Its skin's gotta be tougher than a $2 steak. I'll just chip away at it instead of going head to head. He smirks, yeah, way smarter. Meanwhile, across town, some kid with a red string on his arm is punching a tree like a total emo. It's John Jun, and he's spiraling. Damn it. I have no idea what to do. This is all on me. Everything is my fault. He hit up his boy. Like, yo, how many of us dipped out alive? Jin Hong just turned and was like, bro, I got no clue. When we were bouncing, I think I saw maybe 30 peeps. Either way, it's a total dumpster fire back there. He was all up in John Jun's grill begging, Simon, man, let's go save him! There could still be a ton of survivors. But my guy Jun was on a whole other vibe. Nah, we re-chilling right here. We gotta get the squad back together. He pushed up his glasses like a total nerd. Anyone still back there is toast. Jin Hong freaking lost it. Wait, with the few people we got left, we can't even throw hands. We've got 0 tanks, my guy. Jun was like, deadass, we just going back to collect their loot drops. We can't afford to take another L. It's better to bounce, regroup, and try again later. Dude had already rage quit in his head. Going back now would just be serving ourselves up as a snack for that snake. Jin Hong grabbed his head, totally buggin', and pointed at the exhausted crew gathering near some spot off Route 66C. We still got a squad. Because of that snake's nasty venom, everyone was feeling super green, holding their heads like they had the worst migraine ever. Jin Hong was like, so we just gonna ditch our homies? The absolute nerve. John Jun was malding, for real, thinking, even if I say we'll regroup, the math ain't mathin'. Fighting with no tank is like showing up to a Philly street fight in your PJs. But you gotta keep it chill when things get crazy. All of a sudden, this crazy loud rumble echoed from far away, and everyone snapped to it. That sound. One of the crew panicked. Oh hell no, don't tell me that thing's coming down the New Jersey Turnpike for us. Just to be sure, John Jun immediately barked out an order. Quick, get eyes on that snake's location. Like yesterday! Their scout dude immediately yeeted himself up a tree. With his crazy agility and quick feet, he found a solid perch way up. He's scoping the area, looking for the snake, and then, my dude just straight up froze, blue screened. Seeing him just chilling up there, the people below started bugging. What's the hold up? Spill the tea, dude. What's its 20? The scout was struggling to even talk. Okay, well, all are not gonna believe this. But there's some random player throwing hands with the thorn snake. That tea at John Jun totally shook, huh? Jin Hong was like, nah, that's cap, he yelled up, for real. Give me the deets. Spill it. The scout just pointed towards the snake. I'm telling you. Some dude is taking on the thorn snake. If you think I'm lying, get your butt up here and see for yourself. John Jun was just stuck, completely floored. Someone's just vibing in that toxic hellscape. For real? Jin Hong asked, totally stunned and not buying it. No cap. My guy John Jun started sweating bullets. You can't even get within 10 feet of that thing, cause of the poison, to see for himself. The whole squad scrambled up a high branch to look, and for real, they saw the snake getting absolutely clapped by someone. And you know they were all thinking the same thing. How is that even possible? John Jun, with his big brain, connected the dots real quick. Hold up, if that's happening, does that mean the poison is gonzo? I mean, what else could it be? He balled up his fist. If we roll out now, but the whole crew was running on empty. After a hot sec of debating himself, John was like, 8, bet we were going in. Jinhong's eyes bugged out, back in there. Dude, you literally just said that was a one-way trip to the graveyard in downtown Chicago. John got all salty and snapped. Did you not hear the man? The thorn snake's poison is gone. He was so thirsty for that comeback story. This was his shot to make up for his bad call. He started hyping up the squad. If we don't squad up and clap this thing right now, we might never get another shot. Way over on the battlefield, the thorn snake, looking all bald without its thorns, was screaming its head off. Arrows were just peppering its body 24/7. You could hear these dull thuds, but the snake wasn't even flinching. If anything, the Scale Boys' attacks were just making it super ticked off. But the Scale Boys down below, zero emotion, just relentlessly spamming arrows cause Kim Ji-ju said so. So with the Skellies running interference, our boy was free to sneak around back, thinking, just like I thought, arrows and spears ain't doing squat to this thick hide. But there's a life hack for this. You just gotta skip the skin and hit it with that blood poison. The snake, totally clueless about the beatdown coming its way, didn't even see Kim Ji-ju leap onto its back, holding 2 super sharp spears. Getting constantly poked by the Scale Boys' arrows, the thorn snake finally lost its cool. Its eyes were bloodshot red with rage as it opened its giant mouth and just charged Seeing the snake coming, into brawl, the 2 Scale Boys got ready to throw down. The thorn snake dropped its head low, its mouth wide open, about to slurp up those 2 annoying skeletons like a milkshake. But nah, the Scale Boys were super slick with it. They both jumped up in the air, totally dodging the snake its big old chomp. The snake lost its balance and its face met the floor, hard, kicking up a huge dust cloud, and by now, my guy Kim Ji-ju was right there by its head, and it still had no clue. Not missing a beat, he did this cool spin with the spears, his eyes looking dead serious. Shink. Kim Ji-ju shoved both sharp spears deep into the snake's freaky dark holes, and boom, a system notification pops up. The thorn snake has been hit with blood poison. The world-ending pain made the snake whip its head around to see the dude who just messed it up. And Kim Ji-ju is just talking to it. Super casual, so the spikes vanish and then bam, these holes just show up. So I figured I'd just park a spear full of blood poison right in here. Some nasty gas started leaking out of the holes. He could not have cared less and just said, on a human you'd call him pores. You re just holy. Bet that stings a little, huh? Who knows if the snake got it, but it just opened its big mouth and hissed right at him. Kim Ji-ju just smirks, all cool. You were totally faking before, weren't you? Playing possum and acting all cornered. That's your whole game, right? Get humans to drop their guard, so they walk right into your crib on 5th Avenue. The snake just lunged at him instantly. He just whips out another spear, laughing a little. Yeah, the players it clapped before probably never saw that coming. Kim Ji-ju holds the spear up high. All those useless spikes were gone. Just these weird holes were left. He just yeets the spear as the snake its head came right for him. For real though, this thing was just blasting out a gnarly amount of toxic gas. This time, homeboy aimed the spear right for the snake's eye, and girl, with this nasty squelch sound, the snake just shrieked. Its eye totally messed up. The system started blowing up his notifications. Like the thorn snake has been hit with blood poison. For real. And get this, it's taking non-stop poison damage. It was writhing around like crazy, its body twisting and kicking up a whole dust cloud. But all that drama did literally jack squat to Kim Ji-ju. He was just effortlessly hopping from branch to branch, finding a new spot. He even shot a look back at it, taunting, kinda slow for a big guy, huh? How's that poison feelin', bestie? Somewhere else, the body of some goblin just crashed to the ground. Lee Sun-ju, who was undercover as Space Eva, looked over the whole mess, and was just grumbling. He has the nerve to tell me not to get noticed. Then he goes and causes a scene big enough to stop traffic in Times Square. He was grinding his teeth, totally pissed. And he makes me haul around monster bodies. Is this seriously how you treat an A-list talent like myself? At least Kim Ji-ju was nice enough to leave a few skeleton soldiers to help him out, but Lee Sun-ju's pride was too big to swallow. So he straight up flipped the bird at a skeleton soldier, getting more heated by the second. Suck on this. But then the skeleton's jaw dropped, and Kim Ji's voice came out. Status report. Lee Sun-ju freaked out and snatched his hand back so fast. Holy crap, you scared me half to death. When did you even get in there? Kim Ji-ju just ignored the finger and asked all cold. Are you done with the thing I asked you to do? Lee Sun-ju let out this super fake laugh. Of course, just this last spot and I'm all set, boss. But are you, like 100% sure the snake is gonna come this way? How can you even know its route? Kim Ji-ju just said, super icy, no time to explain it, just get it done. Lee Sun-ju full on yelled back, so mad, the hell. You're gonna work me like a dog and not even spill the tea on why. He so did not care. The skeleton in front of Lee Sun-ju just went silent. Connection terminated. Kim Ji-ju was thinking to himself, alright. He's about done over there, so I guess it's showtime. He bolted through the forest, heading straight for his target, back at the fight with the thorn snake. A skeleton soldier was frantically hacking at the snake's body with a sword. Then, all of a sudden, it snapped its head around like it sensed something. The skeleton's eyes flashed with this sharp blue light. Boom, connection established. Kim Ji-ju was officially in the driver's seat of this bunny boy. He had it drop the sword, then turn its head to check out the spears that were gleaming behind it, and it immediately went to snatch one up. Kim Ji-ju made the skeleton's body charge forward, spear ready to go. His target was that ugly thorn snake just a little ways away. After getting a running start, he had it leap super high into the air. Then, Kim Ji-ju navigated the skeleton in this sick zigzag pattern through the branches, thanks to the total element of surprise. He pulled off a perfect ambush on the snake. 2 spears stabbed right into 2 of the pores on its body. The snake thrashed around in pain, completely blindsided by the attack. The system went ding, announcing that the thorn snake had been hit with blood poison. The snake instantly whipped its head around and found the skeleton Kim Ji-ju was controlling, but he had already bounced, cutting the connection. The now lifeless skeleton found itself in a seriously messed up situation. A little parting gift from its master Kim Ji-ju, staring right into the massive, gaping mouth of the thorn snake. Then another skeleton nearby got a running start and jumped. This one was also dual-wielding 2 poison-tipped spears, and it launched itself into the air, aiming right for the snake's head. A second later, both spears slammed into the pores right on top of its dome. That move not only saved its buddy, but it also made the snake its head just droop. The skeleton that just attacked suddenly started talking with Kim Ji-ju's voice. So to help you live up to that whole thorn snake name, I'm gonna give you a little makeover. He deadpanned. As soon as he said it, Kim Ji had the skeleton go absolutely ham, relentlessly stabbing its spear into the thorn snake's pores over and over, and the snake was totally helpless to stop it. The system was spamming him again. Thorn snake has been afflicted with blood poison. Thorn snake's abilities have decreased. By now, the black holes on the snake's head were bristling with countless spears, looking like a fresh set of punk rock spikes. But only the snake knew how agonizing those new spikes really felt. It started to panic and tried to make a run for it. Not far off, a skeleton gripped a poisoned spear, just staring it down. This is the one I'm in, he thought, getting ready to throw. Things so big it takes a minute for the poison to kick in. With that, he yeeted the spear at the snake. Right after, he hot-swapped his connection to the skeleton, already clinging to the snake's body. This skeleton's only job was to play catcher for the incoming spear. Kim Ji-ju made the skeleton nimbly jump, its bony, gloved hand snatching the spear right out of the air. Next, he had it brace itself and swing, aiming for another one of the snake's pores. With a solid thud, the spear drove deep inside. The system was blowing up his phone with notifications. Thorn snake has been afflicted with blood poison. Thorn snake's stamina has decreased. Thorn snake's resistance has decreased. The insane pain made it struggle non-stop, but its opponent was just way too smart, so all the snake could do was roar in frustration. It tried to shake its head violently to throw the skeletons off, but they just clung on tight to the spears stuck in its pores, and would not let go, so the snake decided to just dip, not even daring to face Kim Ji-ju anymore. The second that thing bolted, the skeleton Jew was joyriding totally parkered off its back. He snagged a branch all like, 8. I've had my fun, guess it's time to dip, and boom, Ji-ju disconnected, zapping right back into his own body. The snake, completely dazed, just booked it for its life, not even noticing the goblin bodies scattered around. Lol. It had no clue its personal horror movie was just getting started. The moment it got to the pile, bam, a massive explosion just went off. System voice: the corpse explosion skill of the Underworld's rep has been activated. The snake got a face full of that blast and staggered out of the nasty black smoke, shaking its head like it just left a 3-day festival in Vegas. So then the snake whips around and slithers off in the total opposite direction. Ji-ju, watching this whole soap opera through his skeleton's eyes, just smirks, thinking, "Aw, honey, running that way ain't gonna help," and no cap, the new escape route was just another goblin corpse party. As its big roaring head just plowed right through that pile of bodies, Ji-ju hit the detonator again. System voice: the corpse explosion skill of the Underworld's representative has been activated. You re-welcome. The snake barely even registered the flash of fire that erupted right in its grill, and that blast. It set off a whole chain reaction, boom. It sounded like the 4th of July in downtown Chicago, lighting up the whole dang place. Then, the system just casually sent a notification. The thorn serpent has been afflicted with blood poison. The thorn serpent's resistance is dropping. The thorn serpent's health bar is in freefall. Record scratch, and we cut to some fancy office, where a newspaper gets slammed on a desk with a headline just screaming, "Wiped out." The 4th floor dungeon raid. Yeah, that was a massive L. OC-chan is over there smirking slyly. So this is how Park Young-won's little fan club goes down. Woof. The tea is piping hot. Things are getting juicy. If they actually clear the 6th floor, I bet Park Young-won is gonna be absolutely devastated. Right? He told Secretary Lee to go rent a whip and park it at the entrance of the Thorn Serpent dungeon. And Lee was just shook. Aha. Bro, they've been in there for less than a week. OC-chan just laughs and goes, I'm not trying to waste my cash keeping them on the down low. If nobody's watching, they can really sync up and unleash their full power. Secretary Lee just tilted her head, giving him a major side eye. So, what's the plan? We just rent some clunker from a junkyard in Detroit. Their cover is that they're Russian now. She immediately shot up. All business. We need to prep a diplomatic vehicle, so they can bail instantly if things go south. The second he heard diplomatic, OC-chan started sweating buckets. You could literally hear his wallet sobbing. Diplomatic. How many more stacks is that gonna set me back? He's yelling at her, wait, hold on, Secretary Lee, can't you just, do diplomacy on a budget or something? Yeah. Knowing her boss was a legendary cheapskate, she just hit him with a hard no and slammed the door. Savage, back in the dungeon. Lee Sun-ju was watching the whole show from a cliff, seeing the snake getting hurted exactly where Ji-ju wanted it. She was amazed, thinking, no way that dude predicted its escape route, for real. He's using freaking explosions to block it and hurt it into a corner. And yeah, Ji-ju and his bunny paws had the snake surrounded. Checkmate. The snake's shaking its head, trying to clear the smoke, its body looking like it went 10 rounds with a cheese grater. Then the system announces that the blood poison has officially gone viral all up in the Thorn Serpent's body. Ji-ju smirks, thinking that even though it's still acting feisty, the game is already over, down below. The skeletons are just peppering the snake with arrows. Pissed off from the pain, it whips its head around to glare at them with pure rage. But these skeletons were not playing around, they just kept on firing. The snake went absolutely ballistic and hissed back. But when it turned right, the skeletons on the left clapped it, making it whip its head back to the left. Ji-ju thought his crew was having the time of their lives. Ji-ju didn't even need to go full on try hard since the blood poison was already doing its thing. The longer this dragged on, the weaker it would get, just racking up the pain points. Meanwhile, this dude John Jun was leading his crew, hauling major ass toward the snake. As he was running, he was totally confused, because up until then, all he'd heard were straight up screams. It was obvious most of the players had been totally trapped and owned by this dungeon. John Jun was seriously curious, just who in the heck was this mystery guy? Midway through their sprint, all the players in the dungeon get a system-wide alert. The Thorn Serpent has been killed. Everyone was floored. Like what? The Thorn Serpent's already been taken down. One guy was freaking out. We can get out of here alive now. Yes! Another one asked, was it him? You think he's gonna loot the Thorn Serpent's body before he dips? John Jun's eyes went wide. No way. They actually hunted that thing down. Jin Hong saw him freeze up and immediately turned back, yelling out to John Jun, this way. Let's move. He didn't hesitate for a second longer, and just started running. That's right, my dude couldn't just leave empty-handed. John Jun switched his whole mission objective. He had to see this guy's face. On the other side, Kim Ji-ju got another little ping from the system. You have obtained the achievement, Master Thorn Serpent Hunter. The representative of the underworld is granting you a piece of their power. Second notification, Master Thorn Serpent Hunter, achievement rank. Unique, achievement effect all stats plus 20. Thorn Serpent Hunter, achievement rank, achievement effect, all stats plus 3. Next up was a skill notification. The rank of the blood poison art skill has increased by 1 level. You are rewarded with a skill stone. A beam of light zapped down on Kim Ji-ju, and he leveled up! And finally, a little personal quest just for him. Notification: find and collect the yellow dragon's core inside the Thorn Serpent's body. Looking at the absolutely massive snake corpse in front of him, Kim Ji-ju sighed internally. Off, what a total drag. Just then, John Jun's group arrived, only to be blocked by a random figure. Lee Sun-ju, rocking her Space Eva disguise, stood in the middle of the path and yelled at them in perfect English. Back off. Jin Hong was stunned. What? Why are you blocking us? John Jun tried to play peacemaker. Hey, we're not here to hurt you guys. Lee Sun-ju didn't say squat, just held up a hand to stop them. You shall not pass. One of John Jun's crew members turned to his teammates and asked, she doesn't speak Korean. Can anyone here speak English? John Jun cautiously raised both his hands in a we come in peace gesture. Hey buddy, I just want to take a quick look. He tried to sound super sincere. We were not the bad guys here, promise. But all he got back was Sun-ju's ice-cold stare and 3 massive bone soldiers that sent a shiver straight down his spine. Are those bone soldiers? Looking at them, John Jun put 2 and 2 together, since skulls wouldn't be affected by poison gas. Duh. Even though it'd be super effective against the thorn snake, the whole situation was just unbelievable. He gritted his teeth, thinking, our player group has been infiltrated, but there's no way the attack on the thorn snake could have failed this hard. He was still missing something. Just as he was thinking he needed to check the thorn snake's limbs himself, a sudden tremor shook the ground like a freight train was passing through downtown Chicago, sending the birds in the forest scattering everywhere. Jin Hong and his crew's eyes went wide when they saw what was causing the ruckus. A squad member on Jun's side turned to his teammate and stammered. What in the world is that? Even Sunju, Jiju's own teammate, had to turn around for a look. So get this. Right behind them, this snake pops up, and no cap, all its flesh and blood just melted off like a popsicle on a hot sidewalk in Austin, Texas, leaving this gnarly, giant skeleton. Jun was totally bugging out. He could barely whisper, yo, that's a freaking thorn snake. Dude was shook like, for real, is this clown really trying to summon a whole-ass skull? While Sunju was looking the other way, Jun went full ninja mode, dipped low, and tried to sneak a peek. Without even thinking, my man Jun hit the dash, zooming right past Sunju, but psych. Next thing you know, a shadow just materializes in front of Sunju, throws a lock around his neck, and bam, slams him right onto the pavement like a sack of potatoes. Bro was literally bugging out at how fast and strong this blonde Russian dude was, with a sick thud. Jun got tossed and went skidding across the floor like he was trying to steal home base in the World Series. When he finally stopped sliding, he was gritting his teeth, like bro, what kind of cheat code was that? Sunju, staying in character as this crazy Russian, just growled back, I told you, get lost, realizing he wasn't getting past this brick wall. Jun yelled to his crew. Freaking get outside and check, I got his face memorized. Meanwhile, back at the ranch over by Jiju, the snake literally poofed into a skeleton. And check this out, a shiny golden orb pops up right under its dome. This crazy bright golden orb was just spinning there, vibing with some major energy. Jiu, still rocking his Arca cosplay, just smirks like, well, that was easy, save me the grind. At the exact same time, the system was like, lol, summoning failed, your skill level is too low, you noob. Then the whole giant snake skeleton started cracking, and just collapsed. Those bones were massive, so it hit the ground hard, kicking up a dust cloud bigger than a Texas aboob. A sec later, the wind clears the dust, and who do we see standing there looking like a total boss? Gyu holding the orb, then the system chimes in, like ding ding ding! You've got the owner of the yellow dragon. Owner of the yellow dragon wall. It's a straight up legendary grade item, but he's gotta level up one more time to use it. It gives you magic powers, a plus 50 boost to mana effectiveness, and a 20% buff on mana regen. That's totally op. Okay, so outside the dungeon, there's this white Ford Fusion parked over on 1234 Fake Street in Miami, Florida. Inside, some reporter is already typing up a headline, Thorn Snake Attack Fails. Then he's like, it's been a whole week and still nothing, huh? His buddy leans back, all chill, and goes, no news, and for real, nobody thought they'd actually pull this off anyway. The first reporter is like, no cap. If they actually did it, the internet would literally break. The other guy just shakes his head, totally over it. Man, whatever. I just wish this would wrap up so we can bounce. We can't camp out here forever. We were reporters, let's just find some other tea to spill. And then, boom. An announcement from outside the car screeches that the raid was a success. The reporter with the dad bod literally throws his door open and scrambles out to get the story. He's totally shook, like, no freaking way. How is that even possible? It's a total madhouse out there. A bajillion reporters from every news station you can think of are mobbing the entrance. All you can hear is click, click from the cameras and someone screaming, yo, who's the manager here? Is there seriously no one in charge? Jun and Jin Hong just stumbled out of the dungeon, totally losing it trying to someone from the Karen Guild support team. Crap. Where are they? Then a voice calls out, yo, right here, over here! Jun is bugging out, yelling, the Russians, stop all the Russians. Those guys jacked the Thorn Snake kill. Stop them, don't let them get out. Jin Hong totally remembered what they looked like. The second he sees Jaiju and Sunju in their disguises, he points and screams. That's them! Those are the dudes from before. They were the ones who smoked the Thorn Snake. Instantly, the reporters swarmed them, cameras flashing and shouting questions like, please give us an interview over here. How are you feeling right now? Meanwhile, Jun is getting totally boxed out by the reporter mob. All he can do is scream while he watches Jiju just stroll away. Stop em! Somebody stop them from leaving. He's getting shoved around and starts cussing, move it, people. Didn't you hear what I said? But by the time he finally shoves his way through the crowd, a black sedan with one of those special blue diplomatic plates is already there, waiting for Jiu and Sunju to dip. John spots that license plate, and looks like he's about to pop a blood vessel. Those shady mofos. You can't just stop a diplomat's car. Inside the car, Sunju is bouncing his leg, all hyped. Yo, Osi-chan must be dropped some serious bank for this. Now we can just chillax in VIP style. He rips off his disguise mask, and boom, back to his usual handsome self. So for real, who even were those guys? We bagged the giant thorn snake, right? How sick is that? He sees Jeju just zoning out on his phone, not saying a word, and gives him major side-eye hello. If you were gonna treat me like your sidekick, you could at least fill me in on the deets. Jeju totally ghosts him, and just calls someone up. Hey, it's Kim Jeju. Yeah, just got out of the raid. On the other end is Osi-chan, who's kicking back at his desk at some high-rise in Chicago, Illinois, just scrolling through the firestorm of news. Kim Jeju, oh my bad, I mean Ajakanavo, so how's it feel to be a hero? Jeju just cuts to the chase. Yeah. So what's the vibe out there? Osi-chan just laughs, bro. You literally trending, every single headline is about you. Thorn Snake Annihilation Raid. Hunting the Thorn Snake. The question is, who is Ajakanavo? You read the main character right now, the hottest topic on the block, a new skill showed up, but hey, it's worth using up your fame in one big shot. Osi-chan was already cooking up a new plan to boost the Ajakanavo brand. How about we play in the big leagues? If you don't mind, I have a proposal. He instinctively thought that name would be a total golden ticket for getting into some exclusive dungeons. Even so, he was about to make the proposal himself, but it was way more chill since Osi-chan asked first. He suddenly became all polite to Osi-chan. This is great. Then I will be counting on you in the future. Osi-chan shared. Good. While you were in the match, something very interesting happened. Do you know Jin Hyemi, one of Park Young-won's close bodyguards? The team led by Jin Hyemi was wiped out while entering the 4th floor. It's not strange for players to die during a match, but it didn't seem like anything special. But I've analyzed the data my own way. It looks like a spy infiltrated Jin Hyemi's team, and I've got info on the players who received support from the Yamato Union. So get this, Osi-chan is flashing a bank statement, all like, yeah, I all crushed it, and I mean, duh, the Skull Guild totally landed a solid punch. But Kim Jeju's just looking at him like, bro, why are you even telling me this? Then Osi-chan, smooth as silk, goes fam, there's no point hiding the tea from me. I already know the whole deal between you and Park Young-won, and your little side hustle with the Skull Guild. And Jeju's just thinking, hold up, is this dude bugging Park Young-won's penthouse in Manhattan to get the dirt? And by the way, Osi-chan is a whole different breed, so the Boji diplomatic car pulls over at a freaking rest stop off the I-95. Kim-ju just opens the door and hops out. Alright, this is us. Lee Sun-ju's brain just short-circuited, huh? We were getting out now. He immediately starts making stuff up. Oh, did Osi-chan say he was buying us dinner? 'Cause we were such rock stars. Lee Sun-ju would not quit. Even if he didn't, I am absolutely craving some of that questionable rest stop tofu udon right now. But for real, why are we here? Kim-ju just pats this janky, beat-up old car. This is my new whip. Lee Sun-ju is staring at a car that looks older than his grandpa. And he is just shook. What his lanky ass barely fits in the car. He literally has to fold himself like a pretzel to get in. Lee Sun-ju starts blowing up at Osi-chan. Oh, I get it now. That son of a... I knew there was a catch to him letting us use that ridiculously expensive car. Dude was just popping off, his mouth running a mile a minute. But honestly, no matter how you look at it, this ride is a total piece of crap. It looks like they dragged it straight out of a junkyard in Detroit. This is so whack. What even is this grimy-ass car? Does anyone even drive junkers like this anymore? Kim Jeju, feeling a little salty, just says flatly, this is my car. Hearing that, Lee Sun-ju switches up so fast you'd get whiplash. He lets out the super awkward laugh. Haha, you know, in our country. A car that runs this smooth without leaking a single drop of oil is obviously top tier, right? For sure, the man driving this beast has to be a certified genius and a patriot. Then Jeju remembers they re-starving and is like, oh yeah, he told me there was some lunch money in the glove compartment. If you re-hungry, we can grab a bite before we dip. Lee Sun-ju swings open the compartment, and inside is a little envelope. He snatches it up, his eyes all sparkly with hope. No way. He's actually covering our food. Did hell just freeze over? But when he turns the envelope upside down, a few sad little coins fall out. 2,501. Like that's not even enough for a decent burger. Kim Jeju just starts the engine and pulls away like, yup, that's Osi-chan for you. Meanwhile, the headlines are going nuts over the guy who first hunted the thorn-bodied snake, some dude named Ajakanavo. Who even is this guy? Is Ajakanavo a freaking necromancer? Is a whole new skill branch about to drop? Are they just gonna let any rando from across the pond waltz into Korea's dungeons now? The online forums were in a total uproar. Politics, money, gossip, world news, then an exclusive interview drops with Anon Jun. A member who was in on the thorn-bodied snake hunt. Girl, the comment section under that video was an absolute war zone. That big-nosed Russian punk snatched the A+ rank. Get out of here, he said he got jumped. That clown, why are we even opening our gates to foreigners? This is total bull, I knew this was gonna happen. Our country's players are all talk, cause they can't do squat. If that's how it's gonna be, they should. Just let the Messiah Guild handle it. Kang Jae-hoon's just scrolling through the comments like, well, the public vibe has officially gone from curious to straight up toxic. Especially this Anon Jun. Her interview is just pouring gasoline on the fire. She asked for the go-ahead to make a move, awaiting your instructions. I'll start now. Ost-chan just nods with this sly-ass grin, okay? We gotta have a comeback, for sure. The internet basically imploded again when the international news sites dropped a new story, an exclusive interview with Isaac Inavo. Breaking news, Isaac Inavo says, I have always been a massive stan of the Messiah Guild. Isaac Inavo, my idol is Lun. Isaac Inavo, I wanna be the one to do the stuff nobody else will, just like the Messiah Guild. See, I knew it! You can't just listen to one side of the story. I'm totally Team Isaac now. Lun is a legit Korean legend. I see you, man, respect. Why hasn't anyone sent this king a coffee truck yet? Reading the news, Kim Ji-ju just had this all-knowing smirk. He's thinking to himself, damn, OC-chan is an absolute savage. Did he not just completely flip public opinion on its head? After a play like that, the Messiah Guild can't just leave him on read. He's looking at his phone, sighing internally at what a dumb move his rivals made. Like, if you were not gonna try to recruit the guy, at least pretend you are. I can't believe the Messiah Guild just used the media to throw bait at someone else. Staring at the pile of weapons in front of him, Kim Ji-ju is just buzzing with anticipation, seriously hoping the Messiah Guild bites. Until those clowns get close, he's gotta be prepped and ready. All of a sudden, his phone buzzes with a news alert, and he clicks on it instantly. A notification just pops up, breaking news. Park Young-won clears the 6th floor dungeon. See more, Kim Gi-ju just smiles. It's finally go time. At press conference, Park Young-won is just soaking it all in, totally cool in front of a blinding sea of camera flashes. The sound of shutters is non-stop. Secretary Kim rushes over and whispers, Director, I have something I need to report. Park Young-won just says softly, if it's not urgent, table it. So get this, Secretary Kim scoots and all panicky and is like, boss, it's an emergency! Jin Hyami's entire crew got totally zeroed in that dungeon out near Austin, and bam, that cocky smirk just slides right off Young-won's face. He scowls, gives his dude the nod to handle the mess, and just dips. He gives this weak little wave to the paparazzi and bounces, leaving his rep to be like, this press conference is, over for now. We gotta rush Park Young-won to the hospital for a, checkup. Then Young-won's guy adds that the Fire Guild will drop some official tea later to, clarify everything. Meanwhile, Young-won's already storming out like Jimmy the Lowdown in the whip. He hops into his blacked-out Escalade, and they peel out. Inside, Secretary Kim spills that a few days back, some ghost dropped a bank statement at their office on Wall Street. Young-won's buggin' like anonymous, some rando source, is this even legit? Secretary Kim is looking stressed, totally clueless about the sender's game, but he admits the doc doesn't look like complete bees, either. So the report says the investigation team went back to the dungeon to scope things out. And listen, most of the crew was unalived. And the way they got messed up, it wasn't from any monster. Jin Hyami's team was the only crew that clocked into that dungeon, so it couldn't have been a rival guild. Hearing that, the light bulb went off for Young-won. He got so heated he straight up snapped his tablet in half. So they planted a snake in my inner circle. Damn, looks like the Skull Guild finally decided to bite back. Later that night, over at the Messiah Guild Tower on Park Avenue, someone in a stuffy meeting asks, so, what's the play with Park Young-won? Shin A is all ice, like if we want to use him as the fall guy for the media later, just let him spiral. You've been making some big moves lately, haven't you? And she's talking to Suka. He's just like, yeah, I'm rolling with the Skull Guild, just trying to handle this business. Shin H literally shoots up and slams the table, excuse me. This is not the time to be welding out. Did we forget what happened in the Lanzarden Warrior dungeon? She points to this empty chair. If you were gonna play these games, don't be sloppy. If Kim Dae-hoon gets dragged into this, we are so toast. Are you trying to put our whole connection with the Skull Guild on blast for the entire world? Ju warns, I know you C-suit types don't care how it is in the trenches, but we can't just sleep on what just happened. The dude just glances at the empty chair, looking kinda sad. Kim Dae-hoon, that kid was so hung up on that whole powerless thing, and in the end, he got erased without anyone even knowing his real name. Shin H crosses her arms, dropping the hammer. Our Messiah Guild is officially done with the Skull Guild. Then she orders, pull the plug on every single thing we have going with them, immediately. Sukahara Ken slams the table, freaking out, no way, hold up. The guild master isn't even here. You can't just make that call on your own. But Shinef wasn't having it, clarifying, look, you clearly not read in, but this is coming straight from the top. Hearing that, you could see Sukahara-kin was heated. His whole face scrunched up, he totally clammed up. Though Noda Hajiro was giving Shin-H the nasty side eye, like he wanted to say something but bit his tongue. The meeting finally wraps and everyone pieces out. The two Japanese guys leave together, and Sukahara-kin whispers, "Yo Hajiro, what's the vibe?" The other dude lowers his voice. "This is some straight up bees. Right?" Sukahara-kin nods. "Totally, maybe it's time we bounced and did our own thing, separate from Mesai." The next day, over at Park Young-won's private mansion in Beverly Hills, Kim Ji-ju is having a chat with him. Jin Hyami's team, weren't they supposed to be, like, top tier? It's wild that something like this went down. Young-won frowns and goes, "8, look Imma, keep it a buck with you. I was just trying to cook up a business plan to make bank after digging up all the tea on those Skull Guild clowns. But the script's been flipped, now? I won't be good until I see every last one of them gone." Hearing that, Kim Ju just stays quiet. After a sec, he speaks up, all hesitant. He's thinking about his past life, how Park Young-won was the thirstiest dude out there, in like 10 years. This guy would be taking items to Japan, selling them, and then dipping to live on the down low. All the people who weren't in the know called Park Young-won a sellout, but the real tea was that he only moved to Japan, 'cause he was terrified that the Messiah Guild was gonna swallow up everything he owned. I mean, even if he had to ditch his country to save his own skin and his cash. You can't just ignore what's happening now, so Jiu makes his move. "Let me join your private crew." He lays it out. "You probably want to use me to go hunt them, but I'm not going to be some disposable piece on your chessboard. And you know what?" This makes Young-won just bust out laughing. He's thinking, join my crew. The absolute nerve on this kid. He's tapping the table, plotting, Kim Ji-ju. I never saw him rolling up on me with this kind of energy. I was literally about to strong-arm him into joining me, so what's his game? 8 bet, if he can help me smoke the Skull Guild. I honestly don't give a damn what he's really after. And with that, Young-won slaps the table and says deal. Then he asks, "So the arrangement is you take care of the Skull crew for me, and in return, I got your back, we good on that?" Gi-ju nods, "That's the one, if you need me. That's your end of the deal. Besides, I've got my own beef to settle with the Skull Guild." Young-won gets a slick-ass grin, thinking yes, music to my ears. After they shook on it, Ji-ju walks out of the mansion, already plotting how, from this moment on, all the heat for his actions is gonna fall right on Park Young-won's shoulders. He looks up with this wicked little smile. "Park Young-won, you get to carry all this weight now. Appreciate you, big dog." The next day, at Young-won's high-rise in downtown Chicago, in the penthouse office, he meets with the big boss man. The secretary checks over his new contract and announces, "Since the contract terms have been maxed out to the highest level, I'll go ahead and get this locked in for you." Hearing that, Gigi just stands up and gives them both a cool, confident nod. "Yeah, got it, I'm hyped to work with everyone." Then he just bounces out of the office. Closing the door, Secretary Nam adjusts his glasses, like, "Kim Ji-ju, how in the hell did you finesse your way onto Park Young-won's personal protection squad? He hasn't even been in the guild for 6 months. I've been grinding for years, building a perfect resume from my place in Chicago, and it's still not enough to get me on the guard team." The chairman just mused. "I'm not sure, but it has to be connected to something we don't know about. Park Young-won is definitely not the type to do things just because." Down in the elevator, some guy starts spilling the tea. "Yo, did you hear? That punk who totally snaked his old crew made it onto Park Young-won's guard team. And there's Gi-ju, standing right in the middle of them all, just vibing with his hood up." "I heard that too!" "How the hell did that kid even make the team? I bet he just got lucky and found some super rare item. Gotta admit, I'm a little jelly though, damn." So as they spilled out of the elevator, this crew just kept running their mouths, jealous. Of what? His non-existent bank account. Dude's just a freaking parasite trying to cling on. But honestly, Gi-ju couldn't care less. He just whipped out his phone and hit dial. Totally unfazed. And y'all, he had this sly little smirk, like he knew he just hit the jackpot. Luck was totally his bef right now. But whatever. That's not even the main event. The real game was just getting started. And cue the drama, a phone on some desk starts blowing up. The screen literally flashes Kim Ji-ju. So this Osi-chan dude picks up and he's totally messing with him. Like, well. Look what the cat dragged in. It isn't the legendary Mir Isaac himself. I'm shocked you could tear yourself away from your super packed schedule to call little ol' me. So Giju spills what he wants, and Si-chan's face just scrunches up. Wait, what? A fake-id. Meanwhile, Lee Sun-ju, who's just chilling across from him, lets out this massive dramatic yawn. Off. What kind of mess is that clown trying to start now? Look, it's not like I can't hook you up. O.C. Chan started explaining, but trying to pull some strings with the guild and dungeon gatekeepers. That's a whole other level of headache, you feel me? 8 Fine whatever, I'll get it ready ASAP. After he hangs up, O.C. Chan fills her in. So, my guy wants a fake it to sneak into the dungeon. He's like, I guess we about to find out what he's cooking up. Lee Sunju just scratches her head, looking like she just rolled out of bed. Hold up, she says. Why are you bending over backwards for this dude, when you don't even have the full scoop? Don't tell me you're actually starting to, like, trust Kim Ji-ju, and then, why all? O.C. Chan hits her with this all-knowing little smirk. Girl, I don't trust anybody. I'm just trying to see who he's pointing that sword at, you know. 'Cause that's what will tell us if he's someone we want on our team or not. Figuring out his target is literally everything. Because what people want, that never lies. And bam. Cut scene. Now we rewatching this sick white muscle car absolutely flying down the I-95. Inside, some totally ripped dude pops a question. Wait, so you retelling me Kim Ji-ju is stalking the Skull Guild? Tae-sung just looks at him and nods. 100% possible, word is. Park Young-won is also itching for a major throwdown with those Skull Guild clowns. Tae-sung gets all thoughtful, propping his chin on his hand while he games it all out. Most of the Skull Guild is hitting the dungeon today, too. That makes this the perfect setup for both Park Young-won and Kim Ji-ju. But we can't forget there's a chance that Kim Ji-ju is gonna squad up and use a fake it to slide in. Fine, a Jew grunts, looking dead serious. I could not care less about all that. My one and only goal is to make sure Kim Ji-ju gets inside that dungeon, period. And with that, they slammed the gas, peeling out towards their destination in downtown Chicago. So later that night, out on Staten Island, there's this one flickering streetlight over a totally empty lot, super sketchy vibes. So get this, Kim Ji-ju rolls up with his brand new fake ed, like he's trying to get into a club, under the name, Lee Jong-hoon. The attendant who looks bored out of his mind drones. Lee Jong-hoon, you flying solo, right? Just sign here, we ain't got tour guides inside this dump. So here, read this pamphlet instead. He grabs the sheet, and it's the deets for the two-headed dog dungeon. We retalkin' floor 2. Rank difficulty, which is basically easy mode, and a wild capacity of 61 people. Plus, you had to be under level 40 to get in. And the T is, Kim Ji-ju was kinda shook, like, even for a deranked dungeon, 61 people is a straight-up crowd. The management of this place, located right off some forgotten exit on the New Jersey Turnpike, was a hot mess. Seriously, there was no better spot to pull a fast one on someone. He hops back in his car, just vibing for a sec. He totally saw this coming. But damn, this whole dungeon was screaming it's a trap, just to get him to show up. Then bam. Blinding headlights flash right in Kim Ji-ju's face. Across from his busted-up ride were 2 super slick, white-on-white whips. A whole crew gets out, and Kim Ji-ju is just staring like, who are these clowns? He was expecting some top-tier players, but this dude, meanwhile, back at O.C. Chan's office, Ju gets the update and literally gasps. Wait, what? Kang Ji-hoon is there. O.C. Chan just looks up, not even surprised anymore. Why the heck is his name popping up now? Ju, like, totally frantic, goes, I checked the roster for real. I think he snuck into the dungeon, using the alias Kang on hack. O.C. Chan's like, is that the same sketchy dungeon on that island off the coast of Florida? At the same time, Lee Sun-ju, who is clearly not in the loop, asks, who's this Kang Ji-hoon guy? O.C. Chan just face palms. So over it, he's this massive problem child, a new player under level 50 who causes chaos everywhere. He's part of the Knights of the Round Table. Girl, we are so screwed. Back in that dingy parking lot in what looked like Gary, Indiana, Kim Ji-ju gets a good look at the guy he's up against. Kang Ji-hoon. He just gives him a once-over, thinking, wow, didn't think the Messiah Guild would send their star psycho this early in the game. But then he's like, oh, right, that dude was also one of the legendary Knights of the Round Table, the Knights of the Round Table. You guys were this whole squad of players who had, like, god-tier items from the King Arthur legends. The guild was basically them and all their hype men. The whole story was that the Knights of the Round Table fought for the little guy after the government went belly up, protecting all the people who were struggling, like some kind of savior, you know. But as time went on, the Knights got weak and basically became glorified bodyguards for Park Jin-hyuk, the dude who had Merlin's Og magic and started that whole Messiah complex. Kim Ji-ju figured it all out later, though. The whole thing was just a fantasy, a massive story they cooked up together. And get this, the Knights getting weaker. That was 100% the Poison King's dirty work. No doubt a ton of those Knights got totally wrecked by him. Kim Ji-ju was just standing there, doing the mental math. That necklace Kang Ji-hoon was rocking, it had to have been jacked from its original owner, a real Knight of the Round Table, he thought. Yeah, that tracks. Those guys are shady enough to pull a stunt like that. They were also the ones who got left behind in the dust. While he's lost in thought, He pulls up his system window, control stone, C rank. And you can't trade it, the effect. It boosts his skill from a D rank to a C rank. It looked like some random rock you'd find in a park in Phoenix. But Kim Ji-ju knew it was way more. Still, that thing was like a ticking time bomb for whoever had it. And honestly, he didn't need to be hoarding power-ups right now. Then his system dings with a notification. The control stone has been used to control skeletons. Skeleton control F rank, a skill that buffs his power to summon skeletons and lets him summon even more of them. The effect gets crazier the more he levels up the skill. The deets juices up the skeleton's abilities by 20% and lets him summon 5 more spooky boys. Kim Ju finally gets out of his car and slams the door. He hears the other crew's leader yell, "Alright, we're heading into the dungeon. Everyone get your game faces on." A second later everyone's inside, and right on cue, the quest window pops up. Please eliminate 3,000 monsters to move to the next floor. One of the players just goes, "Are you kidding me? 3,000 monsters." Someone else just groans, this is so whack. I'd rather fight 1 or 2 super strong monsters. That's way less of a grind." Taesung glances over at Kang Ji-hoon and says, 3,000 monsters, it's not dangerous, but it's gonna take us, forever. Kang Ji-hoon just stabs his sword into the ground and tells Taesung with zero emotion, "Perfect. It'll be way easier to sneak up and ice Kim Ji-ju from behind. Then we can just say it was an accident. In all this chaos. Now quit wasting my time and find out where he is." Nearby, Sung-hoon points over toward the Skull Guild. "Commander, look, it's those guys." Kang Ji-hoon turns his head to look. He actually looked a little surprised. The Skull Guild. They really showed up to the dungeon dressed like that. Do they not get how much trouble they're in right now? He saw one of them pointing, like signaling some drama was going down over there. So the whole guild just takes off in that direction. Kang Ji-hoon sneers to himself, thinking they can't even sort out their own mess. But they're always sticking their noses where they don't belong. What a bunch of useless wanibs. Then he suddenly remembers Noda Hajiro and Sukahara Ken. They were probably told to stay out of this. The nerve. To go against the boss. Bet. I'm taking them out the second we leave this dungeon. Kang Ji-hoon barks at his crew. Forget about the Skull Guild. We just need to focus on our mission. No matter what happens. We're the ones who are going to deal with Kim Ji-ju personally. He slams his massive sword down for emphasis. His face was dead serious. And he was giving off major I'm about to wreck someone vibes. Report to me the second you spot him. His special skill is poisonous blood, so do not get sloppy when you close in. And you have my permission to smoke anyone who gets in our way. I'll take full responsibility for it. Deep in the forest, something was moving super fast and quiet, a figure with black hair, just zipping through the trees like a ghost. He sighed to himself. I really didn't think I'd have to throw down with the Skull Guild on the very first floor. Damn Giju, he muttered, we're not usually this extra, are we? After running for a bit, Sung-ho ducks behind a huge tree, peeking his head out to scope out the scene. Where are the South Chicago Royal Guards in this dungeon too? His eyes suddenly went wide, like he'd just seen a ghost, because Sung-ho was staring at skeletons, fighting other skeleton monsters. It was a total mind freak. So get this, one of his goons totally rolls up with a necromancer, how shady can you be? He's nervously scoping the place out, but where the heck is our boy Kim Ji-ju? The second that thought crosses his mind, bam, a shadow just creeps up on him out of nowhere. Sung-ho whips his head around, sweating like he just ran a marathon in Miami in July, and guess who it is? The one and only Ji-ju. Sung-ho's hand is already on his sword, 8 bet. Ready to square up, he yanks his blade out and just lunges at Ji-ju, zero chill. And you just hear this nasty showing sound. Red stuff goes flying everywhere. It was a whole scene. In literally one move, Ji-ju smacks the weapon out of his hand and carves this gnarly gash across his chest, straight up shattering his armor. Savage. Homeboy immediately throws his hands up, pleading woo, stop! Why are you just jumping me like this? This has got to be a mistake, dude. I ain't got squat to do with the Skull Guild. I swear. Ji-ju just points up, not saying a word. Got nothing to do with them, huh? The dude up there just told me you were a Skull Guild member. Hearing that, Sung-ho looks up, probably expecting a snitch, and lol. It's a dead body just dangling there, awkward. Yeah, it was just hanging out on a tree branch sticking out over his head. When he gets a good look at the guy's face, Sung-ho is grinding his teeth, thinking no freaking way that corpse could ratted him out on. Plot twist, they totally knew each other. Turns out they'd met up in some sketchy bathroom, like at a rest stop off I-95, and this blonde dude gave him super strict orders. Machumo totally blew it. That's why, even if I'm in deep trouble, you are absolutely not allowed to jump in. No matter what, you have to survive and spill all the tea about what happened in the secret chamber to the boss. You got that? It's more important than our lives. That's on you, bro. Sung-ho just starts screaming. What are you even talking about? I've never seen that dude in my life. Why are you doing this to me? Jeju is so not here for the lice he just smacks him again, and boom, my guy is on the ground. Feeling his life totally draining away, Sungho still keeps his mouth shut. For real, I don't know anything, but Jeju wasn't even trying to get info. He just says all cold, you guys are way more trustworthy when you not breathing. At that exact moment, ping, a system alert pops up saying the Eye of Anubis had opened, somewhere else. A skeleton soldier just zips right past some warrior dude. Then two skeleton soldiers with blades drawn start booking it straight for Kang Jae-hoon. He grips his giant sword and swings it wide, totally planning to turn these skeletons into a pile of bone dust. But psych! One skeleton jumps clean over it, while the other one slides right under it, dodging his attack like they in a dance battle. Kang Jae-hoon is just standing there, completely shook by their moves, and get this, neither of the skeletons even tries to fight him. They just peace out to go fight other mobs, leaving him totally baffled, like hold up, did a couple of bones just outplay me? They were just skeletons, right? That had to be what was going through his head when, surprise, another figure shows up. It's Jeju, and he's moving faster than a DoorDash driver in downtown Chicago, aiming low. He's got his sword out, going right for Kang Ji-hoon's legs. The disrespect. But this dude's reflexes are insane, and he immediately jumps back. Jeju just gives him this deadpan stare, totally unreadable. Like he's just ordering Aladdin in Seattle. Kang Ji-hoon gets this cocky little smirk on his face for blocking the move. Jeju's grip on his sword tightens, and he frowns a little. He knew this Kang Jae-hoon guy was supposed to be tough, but he didn't think he'd be this fast. Then, with a sick flick of his wrist, he just twists his sword and breaks the deadlock easy peasy. Jeju brings his sword down hard, moving so fast all you can see is a blur. But surprise! The attack doesn't even leave a scratch on Kang Ji-hoon. His ridiculously massive greatsword totally blocked the vertical slash. He sneers, buddy, is this some kind of joke? Kang Jae-hoon looks seriously unimpressed. Is this really the power everyone's been gassing up? Kinda lame, not gonna lie. Gya doesn't even try again. The second it fails, he bounces back to a safe distance. He's doing the math in his head, like, dang, he was saving his strength for this moment. But this fight is definitely not gonna be a walk in Central Park. All of a sudden, the system hits them both with a notification. The persistent fighter is totally interested in this battle. Kang Ji-hoon's eyes light up, thinking, oh snap, it's been a hot minute since I got an aura notification. Jeju says nothing, his face is still a total blank, like he's waiting for the tea in Boston. Then another alert pops up, the representative of the shadow world has entered the chat. Kang Jae-hoon stabs his sword into the ground, sizing up his opponent. If he wasn't the real deal, then notifications like that would never show up, so. You were one of the guys the auras are watching, huh? How interesting, taking you out must come with some epic loot. Jeju doesn't even bother to answer, he just frowns. He's getting serious for the fight, probably thinking, yeah, easier said than done, pal. Meanwhile, outside the action, a hand reaches for a perfect, greasy slice of pizza. It's all about the hustle, man, let's just grub, why are you stressing over nothing? The guy sitting across from Sunju is like, you call that nothing? He asks Midshu bro, for real, what's your read on this Kim Jeju player? The second he says the name, Osi-chen's face just soars, like he's wondering why he even brought it up. A player who's like, way stronger than you, oof, right in the ego. Sunju gets so salty he just chucks his half-eaten slice back in the box. Seriously, dude, I have feelings too. You know, whatever. I wasn't even gonna eat it anyway. Os-chan just kicks at the pile of empty boxes under the table. Not gonna eat, huh? Funny, cause you just inhaled 5 whole pizzas from that spot on Bourbon Street. Sunju gets ticked off, his voice getting sharp. I helped pay. So can't I eat if I want to? Is eating this much really that big of a deal? Osi-chan just waves a hand, telling him to take a chill pill. Alright, I get it. So what were you trying to say? What's the deal with Kim Jeju? Let's just put your bruised ego on ice for a sec. Sunju explains, that dude is a dirtier player than anyone I've ever seen. No cap, Osi-chan's confused, dirty. Thinking back on Jeju's playbook, Sunju says he's the type of guy who absolutely refuses to take an L. If he's not 100% sure he can win, he will not fight, period. Back in the dungeon, this creepy black fog starts rolling in with a spooky whistling wind. The whole vibe change has Kang Jae-hoon cautiously looking around. What the? The black mist starts to form into shapes, and the system announces that skeleton soldiers have been summoned. Jeju figures that even if he can't win this straight up, he's gotta call in the whole squad. A bajillion skeleton soldiers pop up, with the 2 absolute units next to Jeju being impossible to miss. Kang Ji-hoon glanced around, and was like, hold up, ain't those still skeleton soldiers? 2, 3, 4, bro, just how many of these Bonnie boys you saving up to throw at me? And get this, after summoning his entire legion, only Kim Jeju himself charged forward to attack. The audacity. I mean, all the better for Kang Ji-hoon to focus, right? The sound of their weapons clashing was echoing like crazy. But who would be thought the little sword in Kim Ji-ju's hand could parry Kang Ji-hoon's ridiculously huge blade, like multiple times. Behind him, two absolutely massive skeleton soldiers started to move. Kang Ji-hoon smirked, like, okay, now this is getting interesting. He straight up roared, come at me all at once, I'll take you on! But lol, the skeleton soldiers completely ignored him and went for someone else behind his back. Kang Ji-hoon finally realized something was super sus and whipped his head around like, what the hell? Using that opening, Kim Ji-ju backed off, putting some serious distance between them. Our boy figured out he wasn't the main character, but it was already way too late. From behind, these agonizing screams started ringing out as a few players got totally jumped by the skeleton soldiers. A squad mate named Ndong, who was already hurt, started yelling for help. Captain, help me! If any more of these skeleton soldiers pop up, we were so done for! Kang Ji-hoon silently cursed his crew for being so useless. He jerked his chin at Kim Ji-ju. Yo, you punk, what's with the cheap shots? He just smirked back, cheap shots. Look who's barkin'. Kim Ji-ju kept taunting him. You still don't get it, do you, dog? Now you roar more like a puppy from a shelter in Austin, Texas. Oof. This ticked Kang Ji-hoon off, and he decided to use a buff. But my dude was messing with the wrong guy. A system notification popped up, announcing the activation of the blessing of the skill from Park Yong-won's necklace. The chain on Kang Ji-hoon's neck started glowing, and this powerful, warm aura just wrapped around his whole body. Kim Ji-ju smirked, thinking to himself that the dude finally used it. Right then, a few skeleton soldiers closed in on Kang Ji-hoon from behind. He didn't even have to turn around. He could already feel exactly where his haters were. In a flash, he spun around and unleashed a single sword strike, taking out both skeleton soldiers at the same damn time, with a loud crash. The skeletons were straight up obliterated, their bones scattering everywhere, like confetti after a Super Bowl win. Kim Ji-ju kept a safe distance, totally sizing up Park Yong-won's necklace. Turns out it was one of the Knights of the Round Table's artifacts. The skill's effect was just as op as he'd expected. Now that he'd seen the guy use it, it was go time. It was time to kick off the next phase. Without a second thought, he gave the order, fall back. Kim Ji-ju's tactics were so weird that Kang Ji-hoon couldn't make any sense of them at all. What? Fall back. His skeleton soldiers were so obedient, they pulled back immediately, freeing Kang Ji-hoon's teammates. Then Kim Ji-ju himself took off too. Kang Ji-hoon just watched him go, his mind totally spinning. Is Kim Ji-ju trying to run again, because he thinks he'll lose this head-to-head? But I gotta take him out before the other guilds clear this dungeon. He turned back to give his team their orders. I'm going after him. You guys hunt down those skeletons and then catch up. His teammates called out to their captain, totally shocked. In the thick woods, Kim Ji-ju's figure zipped through the trees like he was running the Boston Marathon. As he ran, he was mentally dissing his rival. Kang Ji-hoon, you haven't changed one bit, still don't give a damn about your grunts. All because you were so sure of your own power, of course. Even that confidence was useless with a cheat code item like Park Yong-won's necklace. It's an item that can max out every single one of the user's stats. But for a chump who doesn't even know how to use an awesome item like that properly, he sneered. What a total waste. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from behind him. Kang Ji-hoon was right on Kim Ji-ju's tail. He glanced back, calculating still. He couldn't just ignore the massive gap in their stats. Kang Ji-hoon was feeling way too cocky for his own good. He saw him as nothing but weak prey. Kim Ji-ju, no matter how far you run, you re still in the palm of my hand, while chasing him. He thought, now that I've activated the blessing of the sun, you don't stand a chance of getting away from me. Being so arrogant and careless, he didn't even notice the corpse at his feet. Kim Ji-ju seized the moment, activating the skill Explosive Confrontation of the Underworld's Emissary. A massive, earth-shattering explosion went off, and a wave of searing fire blasted Kang Ji-hoon right in the face, catching him completely off guard. Black smoke erupted as a shockwave of heat spread out from the blast, bigger than a wildfire in California. The explosion was so huge that Kang Ji-hoon's squad could see it from far away, and Dong asked nervously, what the hell was that? What was that explosion? Taesung tried to calm everyone down. Don't freak out. The captain isn't the type to go down that easy. We just gotta wipe out these skeletons real quick, and then, he couldn't even finish his sentence before an arrow slammed into his chest. The force knocking him back a few feet. Ouch. The system announced, you have been infected by poisoned blood. That arrow was an attack from a skeleton soldier. Taesung snapped the arrow shaft, growling, we can't treat these things like cannon fodder, meant to stall us. We need to go all out. Back at the explosion site with Kang Ji-hoon, as the smoke cleared, he snarled, damn it, that son of a witch. He scanned the area, yelling, stop running like a coward and show your face. Kim Ji-ju popped out from behind a tree to taunt him. So what if I'm a coward? It's obvious I'd lose in a fair fight, so if you want to catch me, you better run faster. After saying his piece, he turned and took off again, totally baiting Kang Jae-hoon. He gritted his teeth. What did you say? When I catch you, I'm gonna rip you in half with my bare hands. And so, the chase between them started all over again. To catch Kim Ji-ju, Kang Ji-hoon activated the Immortal Warrior's dash skill without a second thought. His bulky frame shot forward like a bullet. And in a flash, he was right behind Kim Ji-ju, sword ready to slice him down. Even in this hairy situation, he looked pretty calm and unbothered. Kang Ji-hoon thought he had victory in the bag, yelling, "Die, you little punk." But he never saw it coming. The ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. The sudden twist made him look down in shock. Like, huh. Kang-hoon fell right into the pit. It was a trap Kim Ji-ju had set up beforehand. While he safely got away, the special prize waiting at the bottom of the pit was a gross pile of goblin corpses. Get wrecked. And then, you guessed it, a freaking massive kaboom went off, but Jaiju, he didn't even flinch, just stood there admiring his own chaos like he was watching the 4th of July fireworks over the Hudson River. As the smoke cleared, some shadowy figures started to rise up. Bro Ji-hoon was so unbelievably mad. He had veins popping out of his forehead and his face was all scrunched up. He screams, "I'm so done with this crap. Stop playing games with me." But Ji-ju just looks down him in the hole, smirking hard, playing games. Fam, you don't even know the first thing about strategy. You really think I was playing tag with you, cause I was bored. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon's last nerve was officially fried. He's thinking, for real. Is he still yapping? But Ji-ju's tone got all preachy, like a TED talk from hell. Building a whole strategy around your opponent's weak spots, the terrain, and like, every possible outcome. That's just Battle Basics 101. My guy, a dude who only knows how to throw a tantrum and flex his muscles. Like you is just a totally worthless leader who gets his own squad murked. And those words hit Ji-hoon like a ton of bricks. He's like, hold up, is this some messed up rerun playing in my brain? It was throwing him back to when he bailed from that dungeon and everyone was whispering, yo, isn't that Kang Ji-hoon? The so-called famous assassin from the Mesa Guild. Wasn't he the only one who bounced this time? How many times is that now? Low-key sus. I heard he was totally swarmed by monsters back then. He totally lost it on the gossiping crowd. Shut your pie holes. Who's brave enough to run their mouth like that? Huh. If you got something to say, don't be a coward and say it to my face. I'll give you a permanent address at the local cemetery, and then, poof, this random dude holding a folding fan steps out of the crowd. Talking like that, it's so obvious you literally feel nothing for your teammates who just died. Then he taps the fan on his own head, totally mocking him. No wonder your brain is all static and you got zero heart. You read such an open book, dude. I mean, for real, you set up camp in a spot I warned you about over and over again. It's like setting up a picnic on a freeway in Miami. Driven by pure rage, Ji-hoon went to turn Suzuki Ichi's head into a slushie. Who the hell do you think you are, lecturing me? But Suzuki Ichi was totally unbothered, not even a little bit. He just squinted, tracking his every move. A second later, he hit him with the Matrix dodge, ducking Ji-hoon's wild attack. Then he slid and smooth swept the dude's leg and sent him flying, losing all his balance. Ji-hoon totally ate dirt, humiliated. He scrambled up, trying to save face by blaming everyone else. The rest of the party died, cause they were weak. That ain't on me! But Suzuki Ichi just clapped back. Now you killed them, and everybody knows it. He stepped closer, staring right into Ji-hoon's soul, and his next words sent the guy into a full-blown panic. You're just a worthless leader who only knows how to endanger his own crew. The flashback ended, leaving him with a whole tangled mess of salty memories. That's right, it was all coming back to him now. Kim Ji-ju's playbook was, like, weirdly identical to Suzuki Ichi's, and maybe that's why he was even more heated. Kim Ji-ju or Suzuki Ichi, he didn't care. He swore he'd personally delete them both from the server. Gi-ju's voice suddenly cut through his angry thoughts. It's time. Ji-hoon was just confused, leaning on his sword like, what? What are you gonna do now? And Jae-ju was nice enough to spill the tea on the trap he'd laid. I'll let you in on a little secret, my skeleton soldiers. They don't need voice commands, which means I didn't actually have to yell retreat. But I did, so, like, why would I do that? Ji-hoon's brain was literally short-circuiting, trying to keep up with Ji-yu's 5D chess moves. He's thinking, no freaking way, this dude. Did he do all that just to bait me? Ji-ju looked at his blank, confused face and just laughed. Aw, looks like someone's finally getting it, huh? If my watch is right, that little sun's blessing buff of yours is about to run out. No. Ji-hoon instinctively peeked at his status. Sun's blessing 30 seconds remaining. A whole wave of panic and confusion washed over him. How the heck does this random dude from Las Vegas know the exact duration of my item's skill? To hide how shook he was, he just roared, you damn mutt. Who do you even think you are? Jaiju smirked, full of contempt. You still don't know who I am. That's kinda sad. Not gonna lie, fine. I'll tell you who I am. But before he could even finish his big reveal, A system alert just chimed in. The sun's blessing effect has expired. The chain around Ji-hoon's neck just faded and poofed into thin air. The system pinged him that his Onin's necklace was going into sleep mode. Ji-ju just casually glanced at the idiot. Welp, looks like your fancy necklace is all out of juice. I'm so grateful you let yourself get played like a fiddle from start to finish, falling for every single taunt. Ji-hoon was fuming, screaming, "You bastard." Ji-ju just looked around. Oh good, looks like my boys are done with their chores, too. Suddenly a noise from behind. Ji-ju's entire skeleton squad was back, and they had the totally stunned Kang Ji-hoon completely surrounded in the crater. Ji-ju offered a friendly little tip. "You were so busy chasing me like a lost puppy, you didn't even notice where you were," Ji-ju explained. "This spot is, like, super close to where I first ran into you guys, 'cause we've just been running in circles this whole time." He also dropped some more breaking news on him. "And thanks to that little detour, my skeletons cleaned up all your little friends and got here super quick." Then he just casually patted the skull of a skeleton soldier standing next to him. Hearing that, Ji-hoon was absolutely floored. My crew is all wiped out." He was shaking with rage. He'd never been backed into a corner like this in his entire life. "This son of a gun. How dare you look down on me?" Ji-hoon powered up, the ground literally cracking under his feet as he popped his immortal warrior speed skill. In a flash, Ji-hoon blasted out of that pit. Leaving a cloud of dust behind him, he launched himself into the air, bringing his sword down right on top of Ji-ju. But Ji-ju just stood there, chillin' like he couldn't even process how fast Ji-hoon was moving. And yet, the one whose eyes went wide with shock was Kang Ji-hoon. His sword was dead stopped by a crazy massive skeleton soldier. No matter what he tried, he couldn't even scratch Gi-yu, and Gi-ju wasn't scared at all. He just kept taunting him. "Yo, chill out, man. Don't get so heated. Aren't we just getting to the good part?" Okay, so boom, outside the dungeon. This car is straight up flying down some back road in rural Texas, looking super rushed. A totally wiped out Lee Sun-ju is driving, groaning like, "For real, is this dude ever gonna give me a day off?" He peeks over at a photo of Kan-hoon chillin' on the passenger seat. He's running his hands through his hair, totally stressed. Like, why the heck do I have to be the one to go check on this guy? So rewind a bit, he was in O.C. Chan's swanky Chicago office when the old man hit him with, "We Lee Sun-ju. I need you to jet over to the two-headed dog dungeon. You don't want to go, do you? But for real, why's it gotta be me?" And O.C. Chan was like, "Look, I've thought about it, and my brain just won't shut up until we get eyes on him." And even though Lee Sun-ju is always getting the crappy end of the deal, you can tell he secretly thinks Kim Ji-ju's skills are legit. "Bro, we don't need to check squat. I'm betting my entire paycheck he's gonna stroll out of there totally fine." "You really think he's gonna lose to Kang Ji-hoon after all this drama?" O.C. Chan just strokes his chin, looking all mysterious and thoughtful. "Actually, you've got it twisted. It's the other way around if Kang Ji-hoon gets totally wrecked, just like you recalling it. There are a few things we gotta get squared away for our next big move." He was breaking it down like, "And I'm guessing it's the same deal for Kim Ji-ju. Since he's a sharp dude, I bet he wants to know what everyone's endgame is, too. It's exactly why we invented the fake identity of Isaac Ivanov, or why we were looking into the sketchy connection between Park Young-won's crew and the Skull Guild. And also the real reason we keep hooking Kim Ji-ju up." He paused for dramatic effect, then went on. "Even though we know the Messiah Guild is pulling all the puppet strings, this whole showdown is just one tiny little square on the giant chessboard. We plan to take down the Messiah Guild." As he's saying this, he slides a fat envelope full of intel across the table. Even if Kim Ji-ju completely bodies Kang Ji-hoon, it's still gonna be crazy hard to figure out what his true master plan is. But at the very least, we gotta confirm if he's still gonna ride with our crew after this. And that's the T on why Lee Sun-ju is now stuck in traffic, heading to the two-headed dog dungeon. Back inside the dungeon, it's getting super dark, and the whole vibe just went from spooky to straight up terrifying. The ground is just a carpet of white bones from skeleton soldiers, which is a major hint that an absolutely brutal fight just went down. Kang Ji-hoon is leaning on his sword, panting like crazy. He's so mad, his body is lagging because of that poison. He's a total mess, covered in wounds and blood, and he's death staring a skeleton soldier that's about to charge him. And there were just way too many of them. A skeleton soldier with a massive blade just leaps up and brings it down in this crazy powerful slash. Kang Ji-hoon is just staring, like, in total disbelief. Are these really just skeleton soldiers? No way. And then bam! The blade comes crashing down, and he barely, and I mean barely, manages to block it. The shock wave was so nuts it literally made the ground under his feet crack, while he's stuck playing patty cake with that skeleton. Some black shadow just zips right past him. Kang Ji-hoon's eyes dart to the side, his focus totally split. But that just left him wide open for the other skeletons to jump him. A smaller one snuck up behind him, and sucker punched him right in the back. Kang Ji-hoon caught up a whole mouthful of blood, then a system notification popped up, basically saying, "Hey loser, that poison has now spread through your entire body." He's gritting his teeth in pain, feeling so helpless and majorly pissed off. Kang Ji-hoon swings his sword, but the two skeletons just dodge it like they're in the Matrix or something. Then he suddenly feels his body sink, like he's falling into a hole all over again. But psych, it was just one of his legs, stuck super tight in the dirt. He totally freaks out, screaming, "Crap, my leg is stuck." And this entire time, Kim Ji-ju is just standing there watching the whole thing go down, not giving a single care in the world. My guy held his own pretty well against 12 of the skeleton soldiers, not gonna lie. Now there were only 2 of them left. Too bad I can't just summon more with the Master Stone. Watching Kang Ji-hoon flail around with the last 2 skeletons, Kim Ji-ju's just thinking to himself, okay, he's completely poisoned now. No need to play with my food anymore. Kang Ji-hoon felt so humiliated. He was losing his mind. He screamed, "Fight me!" He said, "Get over here and freaking fight me!" But it was just his own screams echoing through the creepy trees. Stop just standing there and fight. Time dragged on forever until he finally collapsed from being totally wiped, still managing to groan out, "Fight me." Kang Ji-hoon whispered, "Even if I have to crawl, I can still fight, but lol, no, the poison had already won." His eyes rolled into the back of his head, and just like that, Kang Ji-hoon breathed his last, officially leaving the game inside the dungeon. He died with his eyes wide open, looking so full of regret. It was intense. A system notification appeared, saying something like, "The emissary of the underworld totally digs your easy victory. The emissary of the underworld has shared some of its authority with you. The rank of the skeleton soldiers has increased. The opponent has been eliminated. GG." Kim Ji-ju just casually walked over to the body. He opened the system to see what loot he could get from Kang Ji-hoon, and in his hands was a seriously epic piece of war swag. Onion's necklace, a legendary great item. Wall. You can't even put it on until you re-level 22 or higher. It's an artifact from Onion, one of the Og Knights of the Round Table. It's even got the blessing of the sun, so extra. And the effects. Get this: plus 40 health when you wear it, plus 40 strength when you wear it, plus 40 magic power when you wear it, plus 10% attack when you wear it, and plus 10% defense when you wear it, plus another 10% stamina when you wear it, and it lets you use the blessing of the sun skill once a day. I mean, what? Kim Ji-ju was pretty hyped about this haul. This was the first time he'd ever snagged an item from a Knight of the Round Table. Anyway, a light bulb went off in his head, like a dude like Kang Ji-hoon would 100% go crying to his bosses, right? To find out for sure, he used the Eye of Anubis, and a few of Kang Ji-hoon's memories started playing like a movie. So he was on his way somewhere when he bumped into this guy Suzuki Iichi, who immediately started talking smack. I guess it must have been, like, super tough getting this far with a brain like yours. And then he just brushed past Kang Ji-hoon like he was nothing. Of course I'm talking about your little followers, not you. Then he shot back so coldly, if you re a hound, then bark. Kang Ji-hoon got all threatening, I'm on my way to see the master, so I'll let you off the hook this time. But next time I see you, I'll smash your stupid mouth in. Suzuki Iichi wasn't scared at all. In fact, he looked like he was having the time of his life, just like, he'll be waiting. Then the scene switched up. Kim Ji-ju saw Kang Ji-hoon walk into the meeting room of the Round Table. He bowed all respectfully and introduced himself. I am the newest member of the Round Table, Kang Ji-hoon. It is, like, a massive honor to meet such a great hero. So get this, my boy Ji-ju looks up, and who's sitting there, all smug in the center? Freaking Lee Si-jun. Ji-ju was straight up seething, like, of course it's your busted face. He's thinking low-key, if the Salvation Guild finds out Kang Ji-hoon got, unalived, they were gonna lose their minds. And Ji-ju basically made a blood oath that anyone riding with Lee Si-jun and his whole shady agenda was gonna get absolutely wrecked. All of them. Meanwhile, like 123 Oak Street in Austin, Texas, a whole squad of orcs are just passed out, snoring like crazy. And hiding in the bushes is this other crew, and one dude is totally losing his chill, like, bruh, are we serious? How much longer we gotta wait on this? Baekjian shoots him a look and is like, yo, pipe down. Being all antsy isn't gonna help us bag this two-headed freak. He's like, we gotta chill until it takes the bait. Then we all jump it at once. It's the only way to make sure we don't get totally wiped. Then bam! The system just casually drops an announcement: the two-headed dog has been defeated. Baekjian is just staring at his screen, completely shook, bug-eyed and stuttering. Wait, what the actual huh? So dungeon cleared, game over. Ji-ju dips out real quick and is just cruising towards the parking lot, and who does he spot? Lena just posted up, looking like they've been waiting there forever. Ji-ju gives a little wave, like, yo, you re out too, and asks, what are you even doing here? And Lina, being a total smart aleck, goes, oh, just grinding on my Uber side hustle. Saw some drama going down and had to get the tea. Then Lina holds up this file. All right, I got something for you. Hop in, let's chat. So they dip, and pretty soon the car pulls over somewhere super sketchy, like a dark alley in downtown Chicago. Then Lina finally hands over the file. The big boss wants us to hit a new dungeon together. Then Lina gets all curious, so spill. What went down with that dude, Kang Jae-hoon? But Ji-ju doesn't say anything. Just takes the file while the gears in his head start turning like crazy. I knew it. They were already onto it. He's thinking, in Kang Jae-hoon's memories, he used a fake id to get in the dungeon, which means OC-chan had to know. Why I asked for a fake id, and he went along with it anyway. Lina sees Jae-ju just spacing out and gets all huffy, giving him a nasty look like, so you scrapped with him in there. Yeah. Was he tough or what? Gi-ju just smirks, dripping with sarcasm. Oh yeah, way stronger than you, for sure, and Lina totally loses it. Excuse me? Are you talking trash right now? You blind. You want me to show you what's up and school you for real? Gi-ju just slowly flips through the file, all calm. Kang Ji-hoon was mobbed by 12 skeleton soldiers, and still managed to clap 10 of them all by himself. If you really want to prove you, re better than him. Ji-ju just snaps his head to the side, his voice ice cold. That's easy, I can make that happen for you, like, right now. And you should have seen Lina. Dude starts sweating bullets and immediately tries to change the subject. Classic. You know what? On second thought, real strength is about being humble. Not showing off, anyway. Back to the important stuff. Where were we? Ju, totally over it. Just slams the file on his lap. It's the One-Horned Fox dungeon. Over in Bucheon, New Jersey, there have been 12 raids, and every single one was a massive fail. Ji-ju's totally locked in on the details. Mission: hunt the One-Horned Fox, floors 2, difficulty a rank, and it only holds 40 people. The catch. You gotta be under level 40. To win, you gotta hunt the fox and snag its horn. The prize is a sick new title and an exclusive skill just for the hunter. Lina's just scowling like, good, you read it. Now I don't have to explain the whole thing. This time we re-going public, and you re-rolling with the Isaac alias again. I'm sure you can guess why. So, you in or what? And you can literally see the light bulb go off in Ji-ju's head. He's thinking, they want me in the One-Horned Fox dungeon right after I dealt with Kang Ji-hoon. It can only mean one thing, so he just goes. Bet I'm in, deal done. They head back to the lot, and Lina just stands there, hands in his pockets, watching Jiu's car drive off into the distance like some moody movie scene. And get this, a second later, Lina whips out his phone to report back. I'm back from the meet with Ji-ju. See? Told you not to sweat it. A dude like him isn't dumb enough to just walk into a trap. The person on the phone is all frantic, like, okay, you re the man, but did he take the deal? And Lina's all, he said yes without even blinking. He was even laser focused on the dungeon deets. It's OC-chan, and he's totally stoked. That's clutch, Lina. From here on out, you gotta stay sharp and keep your head on a swivel. He gets serious then. Now that Ji-ju's on board, there's no turning back from this. But then OC-chan is thinking to himself, I'm still not 100% sure I can trust Ji-ju. But if we gonna have any chance of standing up to the Salvation Guild, we gotta roll the dice. His eyes are glued to this newspaper headline that says, Salvation Guild gets control over all the sketchy dungeons in the country. And OC-chan's like, the clock is ticking. We've only got 2 years, 3 years tops. If some crew doesn't step up to challenge the Salvation Guild in that time, they were gonna go full on villain mode for everyone to see. A little while later, Ji-ju rolls back to his apartment in like Queens, New York. He's just staring at the file when he gets hit with this major déjà vu from his past life. Wait a minute, I remember this. This happened right after I cleared the One-Horned Fox dungeon. So in the memory, Lee Si-jun's little secretary goon is standing in front of Ji-ju, acting all high and mighty. I was watching you in the dungeon. You were not as weak as people say. How about you join the Salvation Guild? And Ji-ju is just frowning, not having any of it. He fires back, totally annoyed. If you actually want to recruit me, maybe your boss should have the guts to show his face. And right on cue, some dude steps out of a car. Heh, I'm starting to like this kid. And it's Lee Si-jun himself. Going, we need your power to save this world. Then he drops the big line, be my ally. And that just echoes in Ji-ju's head now. Lee Si-jun, that was the very first time we ever met. Just then, his phone buzzes, snapping him out of it. It's a new text. He flips it open and reads. Re-officially cleared for the One-Horned Fox dungeon raid. It's going down in 2 days. So they were basically like, go on, pop off, queen. Show us what you got, and get this. Kim Ji-ju was only kinda surprised. Like, show off? You want a show? A whole smirk just played on his face. 'Cause he knew those so-called saviors would be waiting for him. Probably camping out like it's a Black Friday sale. So Kim Ji-ju just shuts the device, thinking, 8 bet. He whips open the system window, his mind going a mile a minute. All are about to witness the main character energy. Just you wait. But plot twist. Actually, Isaac Ivanov is going to be the main character, and with that, my boy Kim Ji-Ju picks the spiked serpent, thinking, okay, I'm going to need to get my whole glam squad ready for this performance, and bam, the item just materializes right in front of him. He was kinda zoning out, but then it hit him like, wait, hold up, I've already cleared this thing once. Kim Ji-Ju got so hyped. A massive grin spreading across his face, thinking this was basically his personal stage, like he booked a residency in Vegas or something. The next day, Sunshine is just blasting the Buchin Sports Stadium, and the guide is all like, alright, listen up, buttercups! Everybody huddle up, it's almost go time for the dungeon dive. Some dude just calmly asks, you all kitted out, and Lena, with all the energy of a cheerleader, goes, girl, I was born ready. Then the first guy gets all cocky. I'm the one who conquered the spiked serpent dungeon. The thing everyone said was impossible. A dungeon like this. Paf, that's a walk in the park. But girl, the second he stepped inside, this crazy cold just hit him, like a polar vortex straight from Chicago. Lena was literally shaking. Okay, maybe it's a frozen park. My brain is literally freezing over right now. And right then, Kangi's voice cuts through the drama. Get your winter gear on, stat. Especially you glass cannon mages and clerics, stay sharp and watch your own six. She was serving Ice Queen realness. If you lag behind, you re on your own, cause we not running a daycare here, so don't be dead weight. Kim Ji-Ju just stared at her. Totally impressed, like, damn, okay, she's definitely seen some stuff, she's a real one. Like for real, sometimes the weather is scarier than the actual monsters. Lena was shivering so hard his teeth were doing a tap dance. And he whispers, dude, even I'm feeling this. What's the temp in here? Like negative a billion. Kim Ji-Ju immediately goes, Lena, we gotta dip now, and Lena's like, what's the fire? But Ji-Ju just bolts without a word. Seeing that, Lena was like, oh shoot, and scrambled right after him. A few minutes later, they're in this totally empty spot, nothing but white snow for miles, like the middle of nowhere, Montana. Lena is so annoyed. Wouldn't it be, like, smarter to stick with the saviors for 2 seconds? You really want to ditch the whole squad in this weather. Kim Ji-Ju just clapped back, full sarcasm mode. What's the matter? Feeling a little shrinkage from the cold. And Lena just exploded. Are you kidding me? Hands on his hips, totally fuming. They call me the Siberian brown bear, okay? This weather is nothing. It's a light breeze in Miami for me. Look, do I look like I'm freezing my butt off? And that's when Kim Ji-Ju's whole vibe just got dead serious. Good, then you better know this dungeon is way gnarlier than the spiked serpents. Hearing that, all of Lena's confidence just poof, gone. He started sweating bullets, gnarlier than the spiked serpent. Like how much gnarlier? Kim Ji-Ju just deadpanned. Stick around and find out, and just then, a whole bunch of system notifications started blowing up his screen. Equipping a Kiravan's necklace. You no longer feel the winter's chill. Equipping Death's mask. You can now telepathically link with your summons. Kim Ji-Ju shoves him. Well, let's get a move on and warm up. Maybe you'll feel better then. Lina just sighed, grabbing his head in defeat. Fine, whatever, but you are so buying me a massive Philly cheese-a-steak after this. Then he's like, so what's the game plan? It's a survival gig, so are we building a fort like last time? And Gi-Ju just hits him with a quick nah, not necessary. Lina was so relieved, oh thank God, I hate manual labor. But literally at that exact second, a system notification for summoning skeleton soldiers goes off, and the scene that unfolded was absolutely bonkers. What in the actual heck? Out of this sketchy magic circle, a whole squad of skeleton soldiers just pops up, their eyes glowing with this spooky light. Totally thirsty for a fight, Lena just jokes, what's up, bone daddies, you headed to a rave? Why are you all dressed up? He keeps going, dude, you re-rolling in dough, and you this cheap. You only gave them leather armor. But then he squinted, looked closer, and his jaw dropped. Wait a minute, is that spiked serpent hide? He absolutely lost it, you absolute menace. We did the exact same amount of work, and you kept all the serpent hides for your bonny little friends. It hit Lina that just one of those armor sets was worth a freaking fortune. And this dude really dripped out every single one of his skeletons in it. Kim GQ just gave him a look and said, ice cold, I already sent your share to the office. Lena cried out, no! That means the old bald dude snagged it all. Meanwhile, back in some office in Dallas, Osi-chan is cleaning his ear out, muttering, is someone talking smack about me right now? At the same time, Kang Wai finally realized 2 people had totally ghosted the main group. Was it the Russians? She yelled, has anyone seen Isaac Anov and his +1? Kim Jun got all flustered. Sorry, I was just setting up the camp, but Kang Wai cut him off so fast it would give you whiplash. Sorry for what? Did you just completely forget what corporate told us to do? She frowned, thinking hard. Beating the dungeon was like plan B. The real mission was to see if they could vibe with this Russian guy, Isaac Ivanov. Kang Wai immediately started to bounce, but not before barking orders. Have this camp locked down tighter than Fort Knox by the time I get back. Kim Jun tried to stop her, like, wait, why don't you send a scout? Why do you have to? Go yourself. Kang Wai just growled, stay out of my business. If things go south, use the whistle. I need to see what these guys are made of myself. Meanwhile, back with Kim Ji-yu, a whole pack of gnarly-looking wolves had them cornered. They were baring these crazy sharp teeth, drooling all over the place, and staring like they hadn't eaten in a week. The skeleton soldiers just charged in and started absolutely wrecking the wolf pack. Lena jumped in, unleashing his own move. He slammed his hands on the ground, and this huge wave of snow just blasted up right at the wolves. Then the skeleton squad went into full beast mode, charging into the chaos, swords swinging and taking names. The wolves were literally screaming, fresh blood spraying everywhere, and staining the snow crimson, like some abstract art piece you'd see in Soho. The sight left her completely shook. What in the actual hell are those? Kangya was speechless. Are those supposed to be skeleton soldiers? Yo, these things are on a whole nother level compared to any skeleton I've ever seen, Kim's son whispered. Captain, what's the move? Should we, go help? Kangya gritted her teeth, spitting out every word. Are you blind? This whole place just became their personal hunting ground. Kangya added. Jumping in now would just make us dead weight. She was seething, realizing these guys were way out of her league. Kangya was legit shaking with rage, her hands balled up tighter than fists on a New York subway at rush hour. No wonder he's the player who cleared the Thorn Serpent dungeon. I gotta make a report. We have to get him on our team. Whatever it takes. Then out of nowhere, Kim's son screamed. There's a signal. Kangya whipped around, her face instantly filled with pure panic. A long, sustained note like that is a major SOS call. Something bad happened at the camp. Without even a second thought, the two of them were gone, like poof. Hearing all the drama, Kim Ji-ju shot a quick look over there, and yikes, the wolves were now charging straight towards the camp. A terrified voice screamed, they've broken through our defense line. The whole group was fighting for their lives. They were swinging their weapons like lunatics in a blizzard. Someone roared in total desperation, damn it, where are they all coming from? The person next to him tried to chill him out, just hang on until the captain gets back. At that exact moment, the sound of footsteps slicing through the wind echoed across the white snow. A dark, shimmery figure just appeared in the sky. It shot down with terrifying speed, rocketing straight for the pack of wolves like a heat-seeking missile. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous kaboom erupted. Dirt and rocks went flying, and thick smoke billowed into the sky like a busted factory in Detroit. As the smoke started to clear, it revealed this absolute unit of a figure standing in the middle of a freshly made crater. One of the team members' eyes went wide with relief and joy, exclaiming, Captain! Kangya yelled, totally annoyed, what are you all gawking at? These are just floor 1 monsters for crying out loud. Shut up and get back into defensive formation, now. She immediately started barking orders, fight and fall back to the camp. The injured moved to the back. On a nearby peak, seeing its whole crew get wrecked, the alpha wolf threw its head back and let out this long, super sad howl. That cry echoed through the mountains, filled with pure sorrow and rage. All of a sudden, the ground started to shake, the tremors getting stronger by the second. Some dude instantly sensed something was off. He hopped onto a nearby tree to get a better look. The man was frozen solid by what he saw. Countless wolves were swarming down the mountainsides like it was Black Friday at the Mall of America. Heading straight for the camp, he screamed in pure terror, It's a monster wave! A massive horde of monsters is stampeding this way. Kangya's face went pale as a ghost, her mind racing with worry. Oh crap, the team's defense is already a total mess. And now an even bigger attack is coming. On another peak, watching the ant-like swarm of wolves frantically charging the camp, Lee Sun-ju spoke up. If we just let this happen, they all gonna be, super dead. Her companion was stunned, his voice laced with panic. Yo, don't tell me you, rethinking of going down there right now. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-ju was quietly having a flashback to his phone call from last night. OC-chan had asked all casually, I gotta admit, I was a little surprised you wanted a skill book. Lucky for you, I was still able to get one. You get it yet? Kim Ji-yu looked at the scroll in his hand and answered quietly. Yeah, I got it. Thanks. Oh, the scroll displayed the deets for Force Field, a rank a skill, with the effect of releasing a power field. It can either juice up your allies or put a curse on your enemies. The field's radius gets bigger as the skill levels up. A moment later, a system notification popped up. You have learned the skill Force Field. Kim Ji-ju glanced to the side, his voice cold as a Chicago winter. Just watch me and do what I do. It's a drag to explain everything. In the meantime, the people below had been completely swarmed by the wolf pack. Kangya's face was covered in blood, her eyes blazing with fury. Damn it, now I see why the 12 teams before us all failed. I completely underestimated this floor 1 dungeon. Suddenly, from within the wolf pack, a shocking explosion went off. engulfing a section of the sky in smoke and flames and blowing the wolves away. Someone shouted with joy. "We got backup." She snapped back irritably. "Did the cold freeze your brain? Who else is in this dungeon besides us?" Kangye glanced towards the cliff, a suspicion forming in her mind, unless, flashing back a few minutes, he held the corpse of a wolf in his hands. Kim Ji-ju coldly just yeeted its body downward. Without the slightest hesitation, the corner of his mouth twisted into this arrogant smirk. Soon after, the system's voice rang out once more, activating Hell's Messenger's skill, corpse explosion. A chain of explosions rocked the earth, and thick black smoke blanketed the wolf pack. In an instant, the smoke slowly cleared to reveal the motionless bodies just lying on the ground. Lee Sun-ju shot forward. The wind whistling around her caused the smoke to swirl with every step she took. With a single wave of her hand, the snow beneath her feet shot up like sharp knives, launching straight at the enemy. The skeleton soldiers also charged in like total maniacs. They were fighting without a break, their momentum threatening to completely flatten the wolf pack. The system announced, activating Sun's blessing. Right after, the cord around Kim Ji-ju's neck began to glow brilliantly. It then displayed another message, establishing link with a skeleton soldier. In an instant, his body and mind completely synced with the skeleton soldier, becoming a single, unified being. The system reported again, using force field. "You are linked to a skeleton soldier. Mana consumption is drastically increased." Instantly, the skeleton soldiers' bodies flared with light, magic wrapping around them and empowering them as a bloodthirsty aura surged, overwhelming the entire sky. Their dark, empty eye sockets opened, revealing swirling vortexes of magic that radiated a piercing, cold light, making the very air around them feel like it was freezing solid. Witnessing the skeleton's magical glow-up, Lee Sun-ju was completely floored. Her eyes were wide, and a cold sweat trickled down her face as she stared in total disbelief. The skeletons let out these unearthly roars, flexing the new power they had just received. Lee Sun-ju frowned, wondering to herself, what the hell is this terrifying aura? He's scoping the scene, checking out the leftover skeleton soldiers like, what in the actual heck are these boneheads on? Bro, Lee Sun-ju's mind was doing 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like for real, did that god dude juice em up on some crazy stuff? The skeletons were screeching like their non-existent lungs were on fire, their eyes glowing with pure murder vibes. They were gripping their weapons, ready to throw hands at any second. One of them just slams its sword into the ground, and a massive boom sends the wolves flying like they were shot out of a cannon in Vegas. He was totally shook, thinking, no way, these bunny boys are fighting like straight-up maniacs. That punk Kim Ji-ju is totally holding out on the good stuff. Then Kim Ji-ju's voice, just dripping with sass, pops into his head. "Why you looking so shocked? This is just basic crowd control, my dude, instead of focusing on juicing up one guy at a time. It's way more efficient to throw up a force field and make the sun's blessing an EO buff for the whole squad." Meanwhile, the alpha wolf's body is just chilling in Kim Ji-ju's hand as he silently watches the absolute carnage below. Then with a casual flick of his wrist, Kim Ji-ju just eats the corpse down there. A second later, the system dings about the Hell's Messenger skill, and then kaboom! A freaking massive, earth-shattering explosion just goes nuclear. Fairy red flames lit up the whole dang sky. Kang Yandi was completely shook. The explosions creating this wall of fire that stopped the beast horde cold. She's thinking, is this the real power of a thorn-bodied snake hunter for real? Seeing they had an opening, she immediately starts barking orders. Their attack pattern is a hot mess. "This is our shot, move in." Then boom, scene change to some bogie skyscraper in downtown Chicago, where a voice pipes up from inside. We all swoop in and save the Salvation Guild at the very last second. Os-chan is smirking like he just won the lottery. That's right. They call themselves heroes, don't they? You really think they'd have the guts to screw over the people who just saved their asses? Plus, with the media all over this like paparazzi in Los Angeles, they'll have to pay us back, and I mean handsomely. He crosses his arms, puffing out his chest. See, this is what you call killing two birds with one epic stone. Jisoo claps back. Sounds amazing if it works, but can you actually pull it off? She voiced her concern. The Salvation Guild has a whole squad of heavy hitters at that level. Exactly. To pull this off, we gotta be way stronger than them. You seriously think Kim Ji-ju is that much of a beast? Osi-chan shot back instantly. Bet based on how fast he's leveling up and the insane skills he's been flexing lately, I'm ready to bet the whole damn farm on this kid. Hearing that, Jisoo's fingers just froze on the keyboard. She was stunned. Like for real. Jisoo immediately shot up from her desk. You really think he's all that and a bag of chips? He said with zero hesitation. You better believe it. So while Lee Sun-ju and Kim Ji-ju are in the dungeon, Osi-chan's voice got dead serious. We have to protect their identities, no matter what. They re-out in the open. We re in the shadows. That's how we secure the bag. And just like that, we re-back in the dungeon. where a sharp sword just gets buried in a wolf's body, sending blood spraying everywhere. Kim Ji-ju's voice was heavy with exhaustion. Is that the last of them? Another squad mate is wiping sweat from his face, glancing at Kim Ji-ju. Dude, if it weren't for that Russian guy, we would be been so toast. Kang Yandy quickly hustled over. She held out her hand with a super genuine thank you. My entire team made it out alive because of you, when they just gave her crickets. She got all flustered and tried to cover. Hey, if you guys don't speak Korean, it's totally cool. We can manage. Don't sweat it. The two of them just turned and walked away, straight up ignoring Kang Yandy as she yelled, Hey, wait up! Lee Sun-ju whispered, Yo, we seriously just gonna dip. What about the plan? Kim Ji-ju answered all chill. We just wiped out the biggest wave. The rest are just small potatoes, he added. Hanging around them just increases our chances of our cover getting blown. Now that they've seen what we can do, they won't have the guts to act like this dungeon is the Salvation Guild's personal playground in Miami. So what are we waiting for? Let's get back to the grind. He freaked out, his face all tense. Whoa, hold up, don't tell me you're gonna pull that same psycho stunt again. But all Lee Sun-ju got back was a cold-ass chuckle. The two of them pushed on, exploring every nasty corner of the dungeon. After another long, nasty fight, he was gasping for air, thinking to himself, Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind teaming up with this psycho. Just then, the system dinged. You have leveled up. Both of them just stared at the notification. Kim Ji-ju was hyped. Yes, I hit level 35, mission accomplished. But the system kept on talking. The Hell's Messenger has used its authority to grant you power. The Poison Blood skill has leveled up. He tapped the screen to check out the new deets. The words Poison Blood lit up. Skill ranks a skill effect, turns your blood into a gnarly poison. You can use mana to refine its toxicity and whip up some mystic blood. Kim Ji-ju was just thinking, is rank Poison Blood and Mystic Blood? Oh, it is so on. This is gonna make my master plan way easier. Lee Sun-ju asked, Yo, why the serious face? Did that wolf meat give you some trouble down in Dallas or something? He stammered, Nah, it's nothing. But before we head to the second floor, there's one super important thing we gotta do. He completely blew up. What the hell is it now? What is your stupid plan? Kim Ji-ju just shrugged. Dinner, the second floor is gonna take a lot of energy. Lee Sun-ju was floored. Are you serious right now? A little later, a fire was crackling, and the amazing smell of barbecue filled the whole dungeon. Lee Sun-ju grabbed a drumstick and started absolutely demolishing it. Now this is what I'm talking about. This is how a team should roll. Here, have some, my dude. He glanced over, curious. Yo, something's been on my mind. You re-immortal, but you can still feel pain, right? So, like, in the middle of a crazy fight, could the pain just make you, like, pass out? He took a huge, satisfying bite of meat. Hell no, who the hell do you think you re-talking to? A real man like me, Lina, passing out mid-battle. Girl, please, but Kim Ji-ju's next line had Lina absolutely shook. Yeah, that's cute. But if that one-horned fox turns your guts into a jamba juice, how long you think you gonna last? He clapped back like, what the hell, dude? You got a problem with me or something? But seeing Kim's ice-cold death stare, Lina started backpedaling so fast, his voice all shaky like, hey, let's just, talk this out, man. No need to get all bent out of shape. So get this, in the second floor dungeon, the team was getting totally wrecked. This monster was moving like it was on fast forward. Zipping past them so fast nobody could even tell what it was. This one dude's trying to aim his bow, eyes darting everywhere. Sweating like he just ran a marathon in Miami. He's like, damn it, it's too fast. How the heck are we supposed to fight this thing? And literally right after he said that, the monster just pivots and starts charging straight for him. You could see the instant regret on his face. His whole body just tensed up. In legit the blink of an eye, his whole body was inside the monster's giant mouth. Then, just as quick, it was gone, vanished. Poof. Watching this horror show, Kang Wai was getting so anxious. Like, at this rate, the whole squad's about to be deleted. We were basically just sitting here like snacks. She was gritting her teeth, her mind racing, trying to cook up some big brain plan. Is there any way to even slow down the one-horned fox? Suddenly, footsteps echo and stop right next to her. She jumped, her eyes bugging out, like what is happening right now? It was Lina, trying to hide who he was, speaking in what sounded like terrible Google Translate Russian. He's all like me Russian. Me kill damn fox. Kangi's just staring, thinking a Russian dude. Is he here by himself? That's when she saw Lina just casually strolling towards the fox, like he's on a Sunday walk down rodeo drive. Kangi literally screamed in a panic, Hey, wait! Going 1v1 with that is basically asking to get turned into a meat crane! But at that moment, all she could see were its eyes, glowing super bright and filled with this bone-chilling coldness. He totally ignored her warning, just kept walking forward all calm and collected. The one-horned fox bared its super sharp teeth, letting out this gnarly growl. Then in a flash, its whole body just disappeared, leaving behind a cloud of snow. The sound of the attack proved the one-horned fox was right there. In a split second, its sharp fangs were closing in on Lina. A massive hole was instantly ripped in his cloak. Lina's internal monologue was just, "Damn, it's fast." The one-horned fox was zipping around Lina like a freaking rocket. Its body was a total blur, so fast it was impossible to see, leaving just this white shadow that blended in perfectly with the pure white snow. He raised his arm to block its attack, and you could tell he was getting super mad. Just like he said, its damage isn't that high, but it's crazy agile. He's thinking, damn it, all I can do right now is defend. There's like 0 openings to fight back. But then, at the most clutch moment, Lina's footing totally gave out, and his body lost all balance. His eyes rolled back into his head, and a single curse flashed through his mind. Shit, what a perfect time to slip. Not about to miss that golden opportunity, the one-horned fox immediately lunged. Its entire massive body slammed straight into Lina like a freight train. The impact was so insane that he was thrown backward, completely unable to even react. Fresh blood sprayed out of his mouth, his vision went all blurry, and his head was spinning like crazy. In that instant, the only thing echoing in Lina's mind was the conversation from last night. Kim Ji-ju was rubbing his chin, his voice all thoughtful. The one-horned fox's attack isn't the real problem. Its speed is the major headache. The skeleton soldiers would get shattered in one hit, so they were totally useless, and trying to use traps to corner it would take way too much time. Lina snapped back, all annoyed. So you were basically telling me to be the bait, huh? No wonder you were suddenly so nice, even stopping for dinner. Kim Ji-ju just taunted him. Too much for you to handle. A moment later, focus slowly started coming back into Lina's eyes. He reached out and snatched the one-horned fox, grabbing it super tight. The fox was totally caught off guard. It panicked and bolted, dragging him along for the ride. Lina gritted his teeth, trying to dig his heels into the snow, but the monster's strength was just too much. In an instant, the one-horned fox was just dragging him across the snow, leaving this long white streak, with snow kicking up everywhere. Lina quickly popped his blessing of the river stick's skill. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You son of a beach, it hurts like hell but I got you now, you damn crafty fox." Lina then slammed its head down into the snow, putting all his strength into his arms, giving the fox absolutely no chance to escape. The scene playing out in front of her made Kangyi's jaw drop. Like for real. He's holding the fox down by literally turning himself into a human punching bag. But then her heart just sank. But he can't keep that up forever. If nobody deals the final blow, holding it down is totally useless. All of a sudden, an arrow flew from out of nowhere, just tearing through the air. It shot straight towards the one-horned fox at a ridiculous speed. The beast immediately sensed the danger. Its face was full of tension, its whole body twitching, trying desperately to dodge. But the one-horned fox was helpless. It couldn't do anything. Its eyes flashed with pure despair, facing its own death. In a flash, the system displayed a notification. The one-horned fox has been afflicted with blood poison. Only then did Kang-yi whip her head around. Kim Ji-ju had been standing there the entire time, his hand still in the bow drawing position. Immediately after, the skeleton soldiers rushed forward to help out. She just stood there, completely stunned, drenched in a cold sweat. Kang-yi was thinking to herself, are they both really under level 40? No way. The skeleton soldiers surrounded the one-horned fox from all four sides, just relentlessly swinging their cold, sharp blades down with insane force. She realized, compared to these two monsters, we were nothing. We were not even playing the same game. This is a completely different level. Very quickly, the system popped up a report. You have successfully defeated the one-horned fox. Outside the dungeon, the spatial gate slowly creaked open, basically announcing that the players had cleared the challenge. The reporters all raised their cameras, snapping pictures like crazy. Someone asked, all curious, who cleared it? Was it Kang-yi of the Salvation Guild, or was it Aza? The person next to them was like, whoever it is, we have to get an interview with them. Suddenly, a car pulled up into the middle of the crowd. Someone wondered, why is a government car all the way out here in Austin, Texas? Another person screamed, it's Isaac's car. And inside that car, Kim Ji-ju took the horn he had just hunted out of his storage box. So my boy grabs his phone, speed dials OC-chan, and is all like, yo, drop a press release from me, ASAP, and OC-chan, not even skipping a beat, goes, bet, you wrapped that up way faster than I expected. 8 Kim Ji-ju's like, but spill the tea, what's the announcement? And my dude, cool as a cucumber, says, just leak it to the blogs that if the Salvation Guild is like, really hurting, he goes on. We were totally down to just, give them the one-horned fox's horn. Lee Sun-ju absolutely loses it, screaming, are you out of your mind? We literally grinded our butts off all day for that loot, and you just gonna hand it over like some charity case. But on the other end, OC-chan is just vibing, like, oh I see you big brain move, my guy, that's fire. He's still fuming like, bruh, if you're just giving it away, give it to me! Who the hell donates to the Salvation Guild? Well, all are buggin'. But Kim Ji-ju just cuts in. Ayo, make sure you put heavy emphasis on the if they were really in need part. OC Chan's like, say less, I got you, and boom, next thing you know, the news goes viral faster than a TikTok dance. Challenge Isaac Ivanov says he's ready to donate the one-horned fox's horn if the Salvation Guild is actually down bad. The headlines are wild. Like Isaac Ivanov offers to squad up with Salvation Guild for dungeons, and Salvation Guild's Kang Yi spills. No cap. We would be gotten totally wrecked without Isaac Ivanov. I'm living for this drama. He's just doom scrolling, glued to his phone, and thinking, damn, my per team is on it. They got that news out lickety-split, and right on cue, his phone starts buzzing caller red. Park freaking Yongwon. So picture this next day. Kim Ju's kicking back in his swanky office in downtown Austin. The TV's on, and some talking head on the news is going. The internet is blowing up with conspiracy theories about who this Isaac Ivanov really is. Park Yongwon's just muttering to himself, Isaac Ivanov, can't escape this dude's name. He gives Kim Ji-ju a look and is like, anyway, let's talk business. Engel, you work faster than I thought you would. Looks like those skull bondheads totally dipped from Korea and booked it to Japan. Low-key, I want to chase them down and run their fade. But hey, for now, this is a wah I can live with. He does this dramatic finger snap, and Secretary Kim is on it like white on rice. You held up your end of the bargain. So it's time for a little payday. She slides this piece of paper over to Kim Gi-ju, and Park Yongwon keeps talking. Don't get it twisted though. Keep grinding, you do good work, the rewards keep coming. So Ji-ju looks down at the paper. And get this, it's the skill scroll for frickin' Blood Mist, job class required. Emissary of Hell, like, how metal is that? The fine print says you gotta be over level 40, and it literally makes a fog out of your own blood. So metal. Park Yongwon gets all serious. You re-in my inner circle now, my team, so you better pull your weight and contribute. And Kim Gi-ju is on it immediately. Heard boss, but then bam! A breaking news alert flashes across the TV, and Park Yongwon's eyes are glued to it. We were just getting this in! The Salvation Guild has dropped an official statement. They re-like, we totally appreciate Isiak's gesture, but it's the thought that counts. Instead, the Salvation Guild wants to send a lil something to thank him for saving their guildie's life. Park Yongwon just busts out laughing. Ma, what a bunch of clowns! Clinging to that cheap pride is gonna wreck them. For real. My boy Ji-ju is just sitting there, quiet, with that little smirk on his face, you know. He's just replaying OC Chan's press release in his head. If the Salvation Guild is truly in need, I am willing to donate the one-horned fox's horn, mic drop. And he's just thinking, all smug lol, if I hadn't said anything. They would have tried to drag me on social media to force me to give up the horn. But that play only works if everyone thinks you, their hater. The 4D chess continues in his brain. Not only did I play the hero and save their guy, but I was also like, here, you can have my legendary item. They literally can't say squat about me now without looking like total jerks. They're retrapped, they have to protect that squeaky clean. We re the good guys brand. If they actually need that horn, best believe they were gonna have to cough up some serious cash for it. He just knew it. And just how much bread they were gonna have to drop depends on how desperate they are, snapping back to reality. He grabs the skill scroll and thinks, a level 40 scroll. 8 I see, they want me to hit the XP farm hard. So Kim Ji-ju's like, hey, can you hook me up with some dungeons to level up in? And Park Yongwon just waves it off, dungeons. Say less, that's chump change, he's all generous. Hit up some brokers, just send the invoice to my penthouse on Park Avenue, I got you. A little smirk plays on his lips, good looking out boss. Meanwhile, across town, Lee Sun-ju is stuffing his face with Cheetos, watching the news like, the Salvation Guild would like to send Isaac Ivanov a gift as a thank you. The news anchor is laying it on thick, what a truly generous organization, always ready to give massive support to heroes dedicated to salvation. All while he's rage-eating and mumbling through a mouthful of chips. That sneaky snake Ji-ju. Did he run that play? 'Cause he knew this would happen. The dude totally finest them. He keeps the horn and gets a present from the Salvation Guild. No way! Lee Sun-ju shoves the rest of the Doritos in his mouth. For real though, what were they gonna give him? I'm low-key curious. OC Chan, without even looking up, just says, the golem summoning skill, and Sun-ju literally shoots up out of his chair shook. Ha! Bro, how in the world did you know that? OC Chan just sips his iced coffee, all chill. Oh, they cut a deal before they went public with it. A little smirk on his face. He's like, a gift is a gift, but you always secure the bag first, you feel me? And if they're re-offering up the golem summoning skill, you'd be a fool not to take it. Lee Sun-ju's already ripping open a new bag of funyuns. Then he pauses, hold up a sec. He jumps to his feet, pointing a cheesy finger at his own chest. He's practically screaming, Ayo, what about my cut? Your boy was out there putting in the work, the blood, sweat, and tears. How am I not getting a piece of this pie? I deserve some of that loot, for real. So Osi-chan just casually walks over, grabs like 5 boxes of Hostess cupcakes, and slams them on the table here. This is your cut. He says it shamelessly. I know you love your snacks, so I got you a whole care package. The absolute nerve! He's pointing furiously at this mountain of snacks over in the corner. Dude, this is the free merch fans sent to our P.O. box in Beverly Hills, cause they think we were the official fan club for that Russian guild. You didn't buy any of this garbage, so stop capping. Bro, where's your gear? Where's the game? Even so, my man popped a box of snacks and went to town like he hadn't eaten in a week. Osi-chan, just chillin'. Was like, what you studying so hard, my guy? It's a purchase order for a dungeon from Park Jin-ho. He was shook. Park Young-won. Hold up, I thought you were done with that clown. You called him a cheapskate snake who only cares about his own bag. So why are you suddenly doing deals with him? Besides, I heard he's already got the Phoenix Guild on lock, so why would he even need a dungeon hookup from us? His eyes were still glued to the papers, like they were the hottest new kicks. He's saying he wants to buy a few dungeons to level up his new crew. Sounds like he's trying to be a real one for his homies. Huh. Lee Sunju was like, new crew. Spill the tea, who we talkin' bout? Osi-chan dropped the bomb. It's your bestie. He was floored. Wait, for real? Kim Ji-ju? Lee Sunju got all sarcastic. Oh, I get it. You two are teaming up to play Park Young-won. All are straight up scammers. He was fuming, grinding his teeth. Scammers. Nah, that's what they call a hostile takeover, down on Wall Street. That's the hustle, lil bro. You should get Kim Ji-ju to give you a TED Talk on it sometime. Then, boom. He shoves a piece of paper in his face. This one's got some potential. Looks like it came straight out of Chicago. Lee Sunju snatched the paper, survival mission. Osi-chan was like, so, what's the vibe? He was hyped. Yo, a dungeon that's just a pure survival run. That's mad rare. This thing could sell for a boatload of cash. We retalkin' Beverly Hills money. The paper read 240 hours, 2 floors. Rank difficulty and a 25-person cap. Entry requirement below level 40. The win conditions survive on the 2nd floor for 7 days straight. And the prize. A C-rank skill stone for everyone who makes it out alive. Lee Sunju handed the paper back like it was on fire. Hold up. Survive for 7 days in a B-rank dungeon. This is the perfect spot for a high-risk, high-reward level grind. He was just stunned. Why the hell are you giving this to me? He was totally lost. What? Oh, Sichan laid it out. What do you mean? What? You re-going too? My man was absolutely floored. The paper just slipped out of his hand when he heard that. No pain, no gain, my dude. If you don't put in the work, Lee Sun-ju immediately tried to backpedal. Wait, hold the boss! On second thought, this ain't it, chief. This ain't the one. But Osi-chan just smirked. Look at you, finally learning how to scout a good dungeon, huh? See, man, I'm doing you a solid here. Just go. In the end, dude was trapped. He had no choice but to dive into that crazy dungeon. Lee Sun-ju was just muttering under his breath. Oh, hell no now. I gotta babysit this absolute psycho through another one of these death traps. Just then, Kim Ji-ju chimed in. Alright, first things first. How about we take a little stroll down to Venice Beach to clear our heads? Cut scene! We re now at the Hansen Group headquarters. This is the top dog, the #1 financial empire in all of South Korea. They basically run the world. No cap. All by bankrolling the Salvation Guild. In the CEO's suite, Park Jin had just screamed. Wait, what? Kang Jun is dead. Assistant Bae reported, why yes, my am. He went into a dungeon saying he was gonna snag Kim Ji-ju and well, he never came back out. Park Jin-ha gritted her teeth, totally pissed. Ugh, why is he always doing extra credit crap that nobody asked him to do? And what about Onion's necklace? He stalled well about that. She snapped, they jacked it, didn't they? Find it and bring it back to me. I don't care what it takes. Park Jin had gently touched her lips, deep in thought, replacing Kang Jun. Paf, that's easy. But that necklace from Wonian is the real prize, she was thinking to herself. The Skull Guild's massive lull streak was kind of funny at first, but now it's turning into a full-blown migraine. It's just cranking up the beef between us, and the Grand Swordsman and the Grand Archer, Park Jin aside. Our so-called perfect alliance is starting to crack like a sidewalk in Phoenix. And just like that, his punchable face popped into her head. The root of all this drama is Park Young-won, that bastard. If I'd known it would get this messy, I would have had him taken out ages ago. Park Jin-ha bit her lip, running the numbers in her head. He's too big a player now. I've gotta start chipping away at his crew. Piece by piece, she asked, totally casual, that new kid on Park Young-won's personal security detail. What's his deal? Assistant Bae flinched. You mean Kim Ji-yu? He was so stressed he was sweating bullets, loosening his collar. Well, we were trying our best to get a handle on him. But Park Young-won is protecting him, like he's hiding him in a bunker in Montana. We can't get anywhere near him. Assistant Bae kept going. And it's not just that. He's dropping some serious cash on skills and gear to basically power-level Kim Ji-ju. Park Jin-ha just waved him off. Spare me the excuses. Her voice went ice cold. I just want to know one thing. Do you have a plan to take him off the board yet? That's it, he piped up. We've already got a team deployed to go grab Kim Ji-Ju. Park Jin asked, her voice like steel. Who's running point on this? Assistant Bae answered respectfully. It's Suzuki Miam. A thought crossed her mind. Suzuki Aichi. He's the one with Lancelot's ring. Okay, he's legit. We can trust him. Park Jin oppressed. So where are they right now? He reported back. They were currently laying low in Kong City, waiting for the green light. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, a system alert dinged. You have leveled up. You have reached level 40. The Messenger of Hell is seriously impressed with your grind. You get 8 extra inventory slots. Kim Ji-Ju was pumped. Level 40. Yes! I can finally unbox that gift someone hooked me up with. At the same time, Lee Sun-ju was over there, panting and totally wiped out. He wiped the sweat off his face, cursing in his head. This Kim Ji-Ju dude, I swear, the more I hang around him, the more I think he's a total freak of nature. He's gotta be the only person on Earth who can grind this hard and make it look like a casual walk in the park. Setting up traps after scoping out the area looked so simple, but damn, it was crazy effective. It's not just that he knew the type and number of monsters. He knew their exact spawn points, like he had their piece coordinates. He even knew all the cheat codes for hunting them in the fastest way possible. He knew literally everything. Lee Sun-ju's eyes narrowed, thinking, no cap, it's like he's already played this level before. His eyes were glued to the paper in his hand. Okay, with this, I could probably stroll into a tiger cage at the Bronx Zoo and walk out with my life. The system alerts just kept dinging. You have learned the golem summoning skill. You have learned the blood mist skill. He suggested. Look, we hit our quota, so can we just focus on clearing this dungeon clean and easy now, please? But Kim Ji-Ju was not on the same page. Nah fam, it's the exact opposite. 8 now that we re-leveled up with new skills. We gotta grind like trying to get to Times Square on New Year's Eve. It's the only way to really see what we remade of, you feel me? Lee Sun-ju was so over it, like can you just chill for 5 seconds? So after who knows how long, they finally cleared the dungeon. The portal pops open again, but this time homeboy's legs are shaking like crazy. Too weak to even stand up, so he literally has to crawl his way out. Total mess. Lee Sun-ju totally freaked, screaming, Mr. Kim, what the heck is wrong? Are you good? She drops down to help him up, her voice all shaky with worry. Are you hurt anywhere? His face was ghost white, completely gassed, and all he could get out was one little word, gonna hurl. But he acted like he didn't even care. His voice was ice cold. I gotta dip, gotta be somewhere. Lee Sun-ju was like, okay. Then my dude just face plants right on the floor, whispering all weak, I need some tacos. She slid Kim Ji-Ju a burner phone. Here, you can hit him up with this. A voice that was way too familiar came through. This is Secretary Lee. What can I do for you? He just deadpanned back, it's me, Kim Ji-Ju. Right then, he was probably thinking he was in Kaesong already, plotting his next move. Kim Ji-Ju's voice just kept going. Yo, there's a spot I gotta get to. And just like that, click, call over. OC-chan was just staring at his phone, dead silent. Like, why the hell did it have to be Kaesong? What is this dude even cooking up? See, after the gates showed up, North Korea, which was basically off the grid, had to open up for help. And that place was Kaesong, where you could come and go as you pleased, no questions asked. And if you could clear a dungeon, man, you could do whatever the hell you wanted, so the whole Kaesong special zone basically turned into a sketchy hideout for players, with rap sheets longer than a flight from Miami to La. The whole city got swallowed up by pure greed, so boom, scene changed to Kaesong, nighttime, dark as hell, everything's pitch black. This busted old bus is just rattling and clanking down some deserted back road, and there's Kim Ji-Ju, all disguised and acting like he's shaking in his boots in front of this thug, so Hun gets all cocky. First time seeing your face round here, you the new pack mule, kiddo. He played dumb, like a pack mule. The dude just rolled his eyes. Yeah, nobody who just tags along to carry all the loot back from the dungeons. Kim Ji-Ju nervously pushed up his glasses, a cold sweat breaking out on his face. So dramatic. Nah, that ain't it, so Hun just smirked, all confident. Don't even try to lie, bro. Anyone here can sniff out a rookie, but looking at you, you don't seem like the type who got sent here for throwing hands, huh? Did you finance some rich kid out of their trust fund? No need to hide it. We were all in the same messed up boat here. He said it all condescending. But you look a little green. 'Cause pretty much everyone here is a certified screw-up. If they ain't catching bodies, they re on some other real full stuff. We re all outlaws. Living free just 'cause we got that player title next to our names, so Hun kept going. Pretty sweet deal, right? With this status, as long as you remaking bank, you can always bounce back. Being a player is a pretty damn good gig. Anyway, your turn, spill the tea. How'd you wind up in this dump? He just said, I got played by the one person I trusted the most. And you could tell the guy was totally hooked on Kim Ji-Ju's drama. Oof, that's rough. Betrayal, huh? I don't know who that snake is, But I bet you want to see him get his. A second later, So-hun turns to bounce. Well, if you need anything, just give your boy a shout. His eyes went sharp and cold as ice, totally matching his mood. That's right, this is the price for trying to play the entire world. The thug was just chilling in a corner, tapping on his phone, this nasty little smirk popping up on his face, every now and then. On his screen, So-hun gets a text from his crony. How re the pack mules looking? He just lazily typed back, no one sketch, they were all totally disposable. After a while, the bus finally rolls up. The tires screeched on the dirt, the sound echoing as the driver yelled out all disgusted, we rehear. Get the hell out! At the exact same time, back at Osi-chan's office, you could hear Lee Sun-ju yelling from outside, Kaesung is in North Korea. He was just rubbing his full belly, casually picking his teeth. He really went there. That absolute freak is always pulling some wild stunt. That place is just a giant meet-up for a bunch of bloodthirsty psychos. What's he even think he's gonna find in that lawless hellhole? Os-chan looked this ridiculously long bill in his hand, and his face just twists up with rage. You absolute lunatic. He pointed right at the person across from him, roaring, it's you damn freeloader. You just had to show up right when the food got here, didn't you? She just frowned, her voice dripping with annoyance. I seem to remember Kim Jae-ju saying something about sharing the spiny snake skin. Osi-chan totally panicked and switched up his whole vibe. What? Since when did Kim Ji-ju go to Kaesong? Lee Sun-ju potted, see. Stop being such a weasel. You only changed the subject because you got called out. Huff. Osi-chan tried to play it cool. But you could tell he was sweating buckets. Why would he go to Kaesong right now? This is so not convenient. That person is also in Kaesong right now. She was shook, that person. Girl who? His face was dead serious. There's another monster out there even more terrifying than Kim Ji-ju. Osi-chan went on. He's probably around level 50 by now, right? At that level, nobody can touch him. A thought flashed in his head, man. I hope I'm wrong. It's way too early for those two to cross paths. Lee Sun-ju couldn't believe what she was hearing and clapped back. You have got to be kidding me, dude. There's someone even more psycho than Kim Ji-ju. No cap. If there was, I'd know his name, so what is it? He answered all calm. Oh, you've definitely heard of him, Suzuki Ichi, the Salvation Guild's personal attack dog. And at that very moment in Kaesong, Suzuki Ichi was on the phone. Understood. I'll prep immediately, Lemon asked all worried. Is there a problem? Boss. Suzuki Ichi just said, the queen wants us to handle the next target. The guy looked so confused. Who's the next target? At the same time, the driver's angry voice boomed from the front. Get the hell off my bus. He just growled, Kim Ji-ju. Lemon was surprised. Kim Ji-ju. Never heard of him. Suzuki Ichi's voice got real serious. She specifically said to be on high alert. So he's definitely not just some random dude from Boston. The man flashed a slummy, bootlicking grin. Whatever, an order's an order. Let's just get this bag. He hit, and with the reminder that a new hit list just dropped, so they had to clear this dungeon, like yesterday, and then start digging up dirt on the new target. 8, so what's the sitch with the porters? Kim Jun was like, yo, the foreman hit me back, said we were all gukshi and the plan's a go. Suzuki Ichi got him hyped. Alright, squad up. Let's roll out. And guess who was eavesdropping on the whole convo? Our boy Kim Ji-ju. He's just dead-eyeing them, not even blinking. Suzuki, man, never thought I'd catch you in a spot like this. If this was yesterday's me, I would have avoided you faster than a New Yorker avoids Times Square on New Year's Eve. His mind was just spinning out, a total whirlwind, you know. He was the Salvation Guild's mad dog, ready to wreck anything they pointed him at, but once he hit level 100, they put him on a short leash, 'cause his power level was just too insane. He thought to himself, oh, I get it now. That's why the Salvation Guild needed to train up a new attack dog to do their dirty work. A nasty little truth he wouldn't figure out, till way later. If it wasn't for that, he thought, that clown wouldn't have shown up at my place on Bourbon Street to recruit me himself. And all. Sleeping on Suzuki would be a massive L. For all I know, Park In-won already passed him Lelut's ring. If this keeps going, that dude's gonna become a straight-up unstoppable monster. Kim Ji-ju locked in his next mission. I gotta shut this whole thing down while I still can. Alright, time to dive into this dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the game plan was simple: clap some red orcs to get to the next floor. But somewhere else in this maze, it was a whole different story. Fresh blood was spraying everywhere, mixed with some seriously agonized screams. Hearing that, Suzuki Ichi literally yelled, what in the hell was that? Kim Jun, bugging out, stammered, dude, one of the porters just iced one of our crew and bounced. He looked at his boss, Captain, what's the play? We going after him? Suzuki looked at the gash on the cold body and his face just twisted up. It was one clean hit, right to a vital spot. He turned the dead guy's head over for a better look. He's thinking, okay, so this guy is no rookie when it comes to this stuff. Sensing things were about to get real ugly, Suzuki gave the order. Scrap the plan. Waste every single one of the porters that are left. Lim just nodded. Say less, Captain. In a flash, one of the goons whips a whole sword out of his inventory. The blade glints in the dungeon's creepy light, and his buddy instantly summons his own weapon, gripping it tight, ready to throw down. In a heartbeat, another dude pulls out this wicked-looking axe. That glint of steel was the only warning sign you needed to know all hell was about to break loose. And right after that, they straight up surrounded the porters, closing in with pure murder in their eyes. A freaked-out Sohun stammered. What's going on? What are you guys trying to do? We just porters. We don't even have weapons on us. We signed a contract and everything down at the office on Rodeo Drive. Just chill out. Bro couldn't even finish his sentence before they were on him, slashing him countless times. Blood went flying as the others just watched in pure horror. A panicked dude screamed, "Everybody run for it!" But yeah, that was totally useless. A complete bloodbath just erupted, painting the whole floor red. The screams were echoing like crazy, mixed with the sound of clanging steel. It was a chaotic, suffocating nightmare. Before long, the ground was just a carpet of bodies, with pools of blood making this gruesome as hell scene. The guy walks up to Suzuki Iichi. "It's done, they were all deleted. Can we split up and find him now?" He replied in this ice-cold voice. He bounced after taking out just one guy. That means he's trying to use hit and run tactics. He's by himself, so he'll for sure pick us off one by one if we separate. His whole game plan is clear as day, and you want to walk right into his trap. Suzuki laid out the new objective. First things first, we need to get more intel on this dude. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and he snapped his head towards the sound. Seeing the absolute unit of a monster in front of him, Suzuki Iichi was stunned. A golem. He said it with total conviction. So his constellation is Hell's messenger. Suzuki Iichi was calculating in his head. He can't summon minions without a sacrifice. So this big rock head is probably just a diversion to slow us down. With that, he yelled, "Change of plans. We were chasing him down. But we gotta deal with this golem first." Immediately, the system menu popped up, showing the skill bind, from Guardian of the Fount of Wisdom activating. As Jun-6 magic flared, these wild vines just shot out of the ground, lashing out like lightning. They instantly coiled around the golem's arms, holding it completely still, basically serving it up on a silver platter for his teammates. Suzuki Iichi shouted a warning, and his crew immediately started swapping weapons. Golems have crazy high resistance to light physical damage. "Everyone switch to your heavy hitters," he yelled. "They were not even that dangerous. Just go for its legs, and it's game over." His crew just went feral on the golem's legs, giving it zero chance to fight back. And from his hiding spot, the whole scene unfolding made Kim Ju give them some props. For real, they knew to switch to the right weapons for the job. Their teamwork was slick. And on top of that, they knew exactly where the weak spots were. It didn't take long for both of the golem's legs to get completely shattered. Kim Jun leaped up like a ninja, getting ready to deliver the final blow. He raised his weapon high, aiming right for the golem's head. In a flash, a deafening explosion just ripped through the dungeon. The monster's head was just gone, obliterated. Thick smoke and dust filled the air. You couldn't see a thing. Then all of a sudden, this sharp, shrill sound cuts through the air. Jun-6 was like, "What was that noise?" An arrow came flying out of literally nowhere, rocketing toward him at an insane speed. In a split second, it was just inches from his face. And you know Jun-6's heart just dropped. It was one of those do or die moments. Suzuki Iichi popped up in the nick of time, blocking the arrow and saving him from getting totally deleted. Jun-6, still shook and looking pale, stammered, "I'm sorry, Captain." Suzuki just snapped back, all pissed. "Don't get careless just because he's rolling solo." So, get this, while the whole squad is losing their minds over the golem, Suzuki Iichi is having a major brain blast about Heller. He was getting super sus. Like, not only did the dude's fighting style feel mad familiar, but he was also cracked F, with ranged attacks and summoning. For real, who is this guy? Then all of a sudden, some dude starts screaming bloody murder, making Suzuki Iichi whip his head around so fast he probably got whiplash. We've got another wave coming in hot. Kim Jun sees this whole shadow mob rushing at them and totally freaks, yelling, "Who the hell are they? Players? Or did they just pop up from some back alley in Detroit? I thought we were the only ones in this whole freaking dungeon." Lemon, being a total G, instantly whips up his bow. "I'll hold him off. Get information. Stat." An arrow just rips through the air like a bolt of lightning. And right on cue, you hear that system ping, activating the skill Silent Hunter's scatter shot. Bro, the arrow literally explodes in Lemon's hand, scattering into like a billion smaller arrows that just zoom toward that dark mob in front of them. The sound was insane. They were carving these super sharp arcs straight at the shadow boss. But when the arrows hit, they just phased right through, like they were shooting at ghosts. The dark figures didn't even flinch, just let every single arrow pass through M. Lemon's jaw hit the floor. He was so shook. They were just charging straight ahead like it was nothing. What in the actual heck is this? The skeleton soldier's fire red armor started glowing, lighting up the whole smoky mess. Like some kind of possessed bonfire in the dark, one of them just lunges forward, getting right up in his business. Lemon screams in pure terror. They were skeleton soldiers. A sword comes slashing down, and my boy dodged, but couldn't completely get out of the way. The blade sliced clean across Lemon's face, drawing blood. He immediately yeeted himself backward, getting some safe space from the bunny dude. Wiping the blood off his cheek, Lemon was just in total disbelief. What kind of skeleton soldier moves that fast? The whole battle was a mess, both sides going hard, just the non-stop sound of metal on metal. Kim Jun was holding the line, cussing his head off. Freaking hell, these stupid minions. They don't have to worry about getting wrecked, so their attacks are just relentless. He was so mad, grinding his teeth like. I've never in my life seen a skeleton soldier fight this dirty. Suzuki Ichi was quick on the draw and unleashed his skill, Holy Light Executioner Severing Strike. These sharp blades of light just flared up, sweeping at the skeleton soldier and dicing its body into a million pieces. He's thinking to himself. These skeletons are straight up copying their master's moveset. Suzuki Ichi muttered. So that means their summoner has to be some kind of god-tier player. The fight was still a total stalemate. With both sides evenly matched, he told himself, this is so not good if it keeps going like this. His sword swung out again, and in a flash the skeleton soldier's body was cleaved in two, saving Kim Jun from a super close call. Kim Jun whipped his head around, looking totally stunned. Captain Suzuki Ichi growled, his voice all low and angry, don't you dare underestimate these skeletons. Treat them like veteran players from Boston and give it every last thing you've got. He added, they were wearing heavy armor, so aim for the joints. You hear me? He answered back sharp, got it, Captain. Kim Jun kept on fighting, yelling out, did y'all hear the man? From now on, focus all your attacks on their armor joints. He then unleashed this sick flurry of strikes, perfectly hitting all the critical weak spots on the skeletons. The rest of the team behind him immediately got serious and started copying his moves. Suzuki Ichi leaped, rocketing through all the chaotic dust and smoke. A super chilling thought ran through his mind. I can totally feel him hiding somewhere on this battlefield. That thought barely even crossed his mind before Suzuki Ichi's eyes lit up, spotting something that was way out of place. If I can just take out the player who summoned these Bonnie freaks. In the middle of this absolutely chaotic battlefield, one figure was standing perfectly still, like he was totally disconnected from the fight. He cheered silently in his head. There he is! Suzuki Ichi instantly slammed on the brakes. His feet literally dug into the ground, kicking up a whole cloud of dust behind him. Suzuki Ichi then shot forward like an arrow from a bow, charging straight at his target. In the blink of an eye, he was all up in the guy's face. His icy eyes were just filled with murder vibes. A cold blade came slicing down, ripping through the air with this terrifying sound. Like it could literally cut space and time, Suzuki Ichi just stood there, all proud, like a swordsman who just nailed a flawless victory. But to his total surprise, there wasn't a single scream of pain. All Suzuki Ichi saw was a cloak, sliced clean in two. The fabric slowly drifted down to the ground, revealing a figure standing motionless on the battlefield. He was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. A skull mask. Suzuki Ichi wondered, is this guy for real the Thorn Snake Hunter, Isaac Ivanov? One unlucky skeleton soldier hit the ground, its skull absolutely crushed into bits. Kim Jun reported to Suzuki. Only 2 skeletons left on the field. But then he saw Kim Maju decked out as Isaac, a blonde dude in a skull mask who was supposed to be Isaac Ivanov, the Thorn Snake Hunter. Kim Jun was thinking, isn't that guy a massive fanboy for the Salvation Guild? What's he even doing here? Kim Ji-ju glanced around, plotting his escape. Time to bounce and move on to Plan B. He immediately took off with the 2 remaining skeleton soldiers. One big and one small. Suzuki Ichi frowned, getting a really bad feeling about this. A retreat. Is this some trick to drain our stamina? He's a necromancer. It'll be seriously bad news if we give him time to set up shop, Kim Jun demanded, clearly pissed off. He already took out 4 of our crew. What are we waiting for? A formal invitation sent to Beverly Hills, 9210. Why aren't we chasing him? Suzuki just shut him down. No. We can't make a reckless move until we know what he's up to. Kim Jun didn't even listen and charged forward anyway. Wait for what? My butt! He's obviously running on fumes. Suzuki was thinking that, by the book, chasing him down after he lost almost all his summons would be the smart play, but he hesitated. What if his summons aren't his real ace in the hole? So get this, my dude totally peeped it and screamed, yo, hold up, it's a setup. But like, the second the words left his mouth, a massive light just goes poof, and this crazy loud boom echoes from where Kim Jun was sprinting. It was Kim Ji-ju's move. For real, he just activated his Hell's Messenger skill. And then BAM! A freaking cloud of black smoke, thicker than the morning rush on the I-5 in Los Angeles, just rolls in and swallows Suzuki, Aleman, And Jungsik's whole crew, they were all gagging, covering their faces, totally on edge. What in the world is this gnarly smoke? Suzuki's out here trying to be a leader, like, everyone, stay frosty. We can't see squat, so there's no telling what's about to jump off. Then through all that nasty haze, this shadowy figure stumbles out and it's Kim Jun. Girl, the explosion messed him up bad. He was leaking from everywhere. He's groaning, all like, my bad. Well, I got way too ahead of myself. Then the system just dings like, you have been poisoned, so he's got busted ribs and poison. He just hacks up this massive glob of straight up black blood. Suzuki Iichi, who misses nothing, saw that and got super sus. He's like, hold up, my guy's coughing up black stuff. Jungsik is already rushing over. Bro, just chill, I'm coming to patch you up right now. But Suzuki just puts a hand up and stops him cold. Don't even bother, his blood is straight up black tar. It's a wrap for him. Jungsik just stared at him, completely shook. Captain Kim Jun is wobbling like he just left a frat party on Bourbon Street. Then just collapses. Black goo starts pouring out of his eyes, his nose, everything, and he's shaking like a leaf. It's just a little poison. I'm good for real. Get over here and heal me. Please. It was like his last bit of energy, you know. Kim Jun used every last ounce of strength to scramble back to his team, screaming, I don't want to go out like some chump. Yeah, about that. His wish was totally denied. Cause in a flash, there was this glint of light. It was the ice-cold shine from Suzuki's own sword, He straight up sent his own teammate to the great beyond. Watching Kim Jun drop, he was already running through all the intel in his head. The T was that Ajak Ivanov never messed with poison. But for this dude to be using something so potent it could one-shot his own guy almost instantly. Suzuki Ichi was like, wait a minute. Why didn't he just lead with the poison from the jump? Then boom, a thought hits him so hard it was like a lightning strike. Could it be? At the same time, that little cut on Lemon's face starts throbbing, and the blood dripping down. Pitch black. A bunch of the other crew members with, like, minor scratches start seeing the same thing. Lemon starting to feel the bad vibes, like, I was so focused on the explosion I didn't even notice, but like, why is this poison fog not clearing up at all? Right then, Suzuki gets a little ping from the system. Lelit's ring has activated its powerful poison resistance feature. His eyes go wide and he just screams, it's the poison. Everybody get out of the mist. Like right now! But by the time they figured it out, it was way too late. Jungsik started feeling all dizzy, swaying on his feet like, oh, crap baskets. I am so boned. He gets a notification too. You have been poisoned. Your life force will continuously drain, due to the effects of the deadly poison. And it wasn't just Jungsik. Literally every member of the squad without poison resist just started dropping like flies. Suzuki finally gets it. Everyone's been poisoned, so this was his real play all along. He used the poison fog to completely wreck their whole formation. Just then, a skeleton soldier pops up out of nowhere and tries to gank him from behind. Suzuki Ichi just scowls and whips around, ready to throw down. But get this, the two skelly boys just straight up ignore him and keep moving. And he realizes, oh no, it's not even aiming for me. It wants to finish off my crew. And in that same second, Suzuki totally predicted the next move. So that means he's about to. Thinking this, he spins back around, and yep, there he is, Kim Ji-ju's silhouette. The sound of their swords clashing was so loud you could hear it from Miami to Seattle. In literally a blink, they'd traded like a billion blows, before jumping back to give each other some space. Then out of nowhere, this super special notification dings. The Holy Sea's executioners are showing interest in this fight. Suzuki was bugging out on the inside like a notification from a constellation. For real. Same thing happened on Kim Ji-ju's end. Hell's messenger is showing interest in this fight. He cautiously pops a power-up item. Knew it. This dude is on a whole other level than that scrub skeleton butcher, Kang Ju. Kim Ji-ju's whole plan was to fake him out and then end it with one big hit. If I'm not careful, this whole thing could go south so fast. He activated the skill of his necklace of the sun's blessing. And at that exact moment, we cut to Osi-chan's office. It's late, and his is the only floor lit up like a penthouse on Park Avenue. Jizu is reporting. We've confirmed Kim Ji-ju's location. Just like you said, he's in that dungeon. Osi-chan's like, so he's really gonna try and throw hands with Suzuki. He's scratching his chin, totally scheming. If that's his move, then he's 100% going after the Salvation Guild. Kim Ji-ju would be a sick ally to have, but that's a big if. He's gotta make it back in one piece first. Jizu asks him for the play, so what's the move? Osi-chan just goes, Secretary Lee, I think it's about time we used that. She got all hesitant before asking, are you talking about? Osi-chan just nods, yep, the one you spent all that effort on. For months to find the power of the pharaoh. Back in the dungeon, Suzuki Ichi's entire crew is just gone. They were all laid out on the ground. Not breathing, a super tired Kim Ji-ju collapses off to the side. His last big skeleton soldier had just been chopped into a million pieces by Suzuki. He turns back to look at Kim Ji-ju and asks all cold, so, It's just us two now. You got any more party tricks, or are we done here? A little blood trickles from the corner of Kim Ji-ju's mouth. He'd already juiced himself up with the sun's blessing. But the power difference was still insane. Suzuki was way stronger than he remembered. Kim Ji-ju was covered in cuts, big and small, and was losing a ton of blood. He was totally beating himself up. You got way too cocky, thinking you could take on Suzuki by yourself. But the guy didn't even attack. He just started complimenting him. You're the first punk who's ever given me this much of a headache. I'll give you props for that. But I'm sure you've noticed it too, right? You've lost way too much blood, bro. This whole fight's about to be over. The system sends a little message to Suzuki Iichi. You have been poisoned. But then a second one pops up right after. Lelut's ring has activated its blood poison resistance feature. He glances down at the ring like, real talk, if it wasn't for this little thing, I'd be 6 feet under with the rest of my crew right now. Then he thinks to himself, but man, I'm reaching my limit too. Suzuki starts walking forward real slow, still super careful. If I lose any more blood, I'm gonna be the one taking a dirt nap. He raises his blade way up high, ready to end Jiju's whole career later. And in that moment, with his life hanging by a thread, a whole bunch of memories just started flashing through his head. So, like Park Yong-won had totally warned him, saying his blood was basically poison. So if he got seriously messed up, surgery or a blood transfusion was pretty much off the table. So then Secretary Kim hooks him up with something the big boss had stashed away. Park Yong-won was like, look, once you level up, this thing's kinda useless, but for now. Bro, this could literally save your life. Kim Ji-ju stared at this old, yellowed piece of paper on the table, and that memory was a total lifesaver right then. His eyes went wide as he fired up the skill he got way back when. In a flash, Kim Ji-ju just lunged forward with everything he had. Suzuki Iichi was totally shook by the sudden move, like a cornered rat, for real. Kim Juden didn't even have a weapon, he just used his bare hand to touch the open wound on Suzuki Iichi's body. Ew. The system was like, Hell Emissary's blood-sucking skill activated. Blood just erupted from the guy's body, swirling all crazy before zipping into Kim Ji-ju. The shock of losing that much blood so fast made Suzuki Iichi just fall backward. But for real, they were both running on fumes. And the two of them just collapsed, totally exhausted. Suzuki Iichi got a pop-up. You've lost way too much blood, all stats have taken a massive hit, but Ji-ju. He was slowly getting his energy back. This crazy red stream of power started swirling around him. You have recovered 5% of your vitality. The bleeding has stopped. Getting his strength back, Kim Ji-ju strolled over to the dude. A guy like you should be smart enough to know the real tea on the lycanthrope by now. So are you still gonna be his little follower? The guy let out this weak little laugh. Mr. Isaac Ivanov, why are you coming at us? Everyone and their mom out in Miami says this world is about to end. But I see things differently. Kim Ji-ju just let him ramble on. With this power, us players running the world is the only way to actually win this game, eh? That's so stupid. It literally makes no sense. He was so overhearing this guy's monologue. So he just yanked the ring right off Suzuki Iichi's hand. Ring of Lelut, legendary quality, whatever. Get this, it's some legendary bling given to Lancelot by the Lady of the Lake. It protects you from all the bad vibes like poison, curses, and going crazy, adds 100 magic power, and blocks all negative effects. That's some serious drip. The second the ring was gone, he got a new notification. The effect of the Ring of Lelut is gone. Surprise. You've been poisoned, resistance stat has tanked. Cause you're basically out of blood. Oof. Kim Ji went ice cold, a truth and justice. That's for the winners, dude, so just accept you. About to get owned by me. The poison started creeping in, and with the massive blood loss, Suzuki Iichi started coughing up blood. It was tragic. In the end, all that was left was his fading cough in that creepy-as-hell dungeon forest. The system pinged Kim Ji-ju about opening the Eye of Anubis. Dungeon cleared, and a figure walked out like a boss. The gate slowly faded away, stepping outside onto what looked like a backroad in rural Texas. The disguised Kim Ji-ju saw something up ahead. A military officer and 2 Humvees were there to pick him up. The guy handed him a walkie-talkie. We've been waiting. Take this. This gloating laugh came through the walkie. Damn. You actually managed to take down Suzuki Iichi. Don't even try to sell me some story about accidentally offing him without knowing who he was. Kim Ji-ju replied, cool as a cucumber. What's the big deal about taking out one of the Salvation Guild's trained poodles? Hearing that much sass, Osi-chan was speechless for a hot second. He was quiet, then said, no prob, but I didn't think you'd go that hard. At first, I just thought you were some eccentric client from out in Portland. I get the picture now though. This time, it was Kim Ji-ju's turn to go silent. But he didn't have to. Cause Osa-chan kept going. To be real with you, we were kind of on the same team here. So how about we meet up and talk shop when you get back from your raid? Kim Ji-ju took off his glasses, just soaking in Osi-chan's offer. This is some sensitive stuff, so I think we should meet in person. This whole walkie-talkie thing is not the move, and he was totally down. Bet I got no reason to say no, as long as the plan is to totally wreck those Salvation losers. Meanwhile, at the Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn, a few drops of dew were on the leaves. A woman walked up to a little wall vault. Jiu, looking super sad, reached out and opened a little niche door. Inside was an urn, with a throwback picture of her and the deceased from their school days. She just pressed her lips together, totally lost in her thoughts. Jisoo stood there for a quiet moment, then she just dipped. Meanwhile, in some pitch-black dungeon, a huge burst of fire lit up the sky. Someone put a whistle to their lips and blew with all their might. A piercing whistle echoed, and the hunters who heard it started yelling, "That's the signal!" Everyone fall back now. But one dude was walking against the flow, heading right for the massive fire. He was this tall, built guy, just walking slow and steady with zero fear. It was Lee Sun-ju. His eyes were full of determination as he muttered, "Spasiba." The gold ring on his hand flashed. He suddenly had a flashback to his convo with Kim Ji-ju. "So you want me to hold off that firefox? Are you insane?" Back then, Kim Ji-ju had totally roasted him. "What's up, you scared? Got an immortal body but can't handle a little fire." Lee Sun-ju shot back all defensive. "No way, I'm not scared. I just want to know if your plan is even gonna work." Kim Ji-ju just calmed him down and tossed him an item. "You only need to hold it off for 5 seconds. I'll handle the rest. Here, take this." Lee Sun-ju caught the thing on instinct. The system announced, "You have received the Ring of Lelat." He opened his hand and just stared, stunned. "What the hell is this gold ring?" Kim Ji-ju was like, "Just take it for protection." Lee Sun-ju's brain went into overdrive and he got super weirded out. "What do you mean by that? Are you proposing to me?" "Hey man, I respect your lifestyle, whatever you re-into." But Kim Ji-ju was so not in the mood for jokes. He turned to leave. "Stop being weird and listen. That's the Ring of Lelat. It'll protect you from all the bad status effects. But it won't do jack squat against getting burned to a crisp." When he heard that, Lee Sun-ju just blurted out, "Then what's the freaking point?" But Ji-ju was like, "Bro, if that fox's fire hits you with some nasty debuffs, this ring is gonna be your lifesaver, for real. Peep this, it's in a plus-ranked dungeon. The kind where literally anything can pop off." Lee Sun-ju was sweating buckets, totally stressing. He promised to treat him to an all-you-can-eat steak dinner in Vegas, till he popped, if he could just hold the firefox for more than 5 seconds. "You better not be cappin', you clown." After gassing himself up, Lee Sun-ju just full sent it, yelling some choice words as he charged, and bam, he just dove right at the firefox. And get this, the firefox charged right back at him. The fox tried to chomp him, but totally whiffed. Sun-ju saw his opening and snatched it right by the neck, for their first date. He put the firefox in a nasty headlock, which the fox was definitely not vibing with. It threw its head back and let out this super pissed roar. Its eyes started glowing, and straight up fire shot out as its whole body just whoosh went up in flames. Sun-ju started tweaking, cause the fire was instant, and my dude was screaming like he just got a parking ticket in downtown L.A. Then a system alert popped up, like the firefox's flame just hit you with a darkness curse, bro. You can't see. But thank God for that ring Ji-ju gave him. Cause another message came in clutch. Lancelot's ring has activated, and is resisting the darkness curse. Sun-ju could only bite the bullet and hang on for dear life. "I'm holding onto this thing, till the wheels fall off. And then I'm running your pockets dry on that dinner. You slippery little punk." And then boom! The flames just went supernova, way more intense than before. Who even knows if Sun-ju's good? Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Ji-ju pulls out his weapon, Blood Key, Hell's Messenger type. And you gotta be at least level 1 to even touch it. It's a rank D skill, lets you literally forge a weapon from your own blood, wild, right? And what you make totally depends on your stats. So to stop Sun-ju from turning into a well-done steak, Ji-ju just launched himself like a rocket. He was rocking the spear named Blood Kie and just sprinted full speed at the firefox. And even in those crazy hot flames that could melt anything, Sun-ju was clenching his jaw, absolutely refusing to let go of that fox's neck. What a beast. The fox opens its big ol' mouth to roar, but it had no clue this was the exact opening Ji-ju was waiting for. Cut scene. Somewhere else, like in some fancy office on Wall Street, there's a newspaper on a table. Front page story is all about a dungeon. So, the Japanese government basically gave the Salvation Guild the green light to conquer one of their dungeons. That a plus firefox dungeon. Yeah, it's Salvation Guild property now. Osa-chan was not feeling this, breaking it down like, for them to get their hands on one of Japan's national treasures. And a plus dungeon. That means they've got some serious dirt on the Japanese government. He's stroking his chin, thinking. Ever since this Ezak Ivanov dude showed up, the Salvation Guild has been acting extra bold, no cap. It's a safe bet they're blackmailing not just Japan, but probably China and the US too. And right on cue, Lee Si-jun waltzes into the office. Mornin'. Chan turns to look at her like, oh, you re-in. He gives her a quick once-over and then hold up. His secretary's usually pristine stilettos are all caked in mud and grass today. Totally sus. Lee Si-jun immediately plopped down at her desk. I'll get on that report from yesterday, boss. Just Jim a sec. Chan strolled over to his own desk and picked up the desk calendar. Nah, no rush. We were not even officially on the clock yet, chill. He glanced at the date he circled on the calendar. It's Secretary Lee's birthday. He felt a little bad. Like, damn, he'd been so swamped he totally spaced it. She must be just gotten back from that place. Chan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, you know what, it's her birthday. I should surprise her. So he cracked a smile and told her, let's go get some Texas barbecue for lunch. Lee Si-jun just looked at him, completely shook. For real, you retreating boss? Did you find a Groupon or did you fall and hit your head? Chan got so salty she was calling him cheap. Yo, who do you even think I am? She just deadpanned. I pled the fifth. That evening at the Korean International Airport, picture Jafk, two figures walk out, dragging their luggage. Lee Sun-ju was still in his head. Thinking, man, if Gi-ju hadn't hooked me up with that Lancelot's ring, I would be been straight up barbecue chicken. He watched Gi-ju walking ahead, still bugging out that the fox's fire could mess you up that bad. After literally walking through fire. Sun-ju was basically simping for Ji-ju, cause the guy called every shot and came 100% prepared. Dude still gets the chills remembering that system alert. The fire fox's flame has cursed you with darkness. You are now blind. Sun-ju just gritted his teeth, all pissed off, thinking he was so close to being on his level. But then reality hits when the guy in front is like, I'm Emma dip out here. Sun-ju slapped a hand on Ji-ju's shoulder like, whoa. Hold up, what do you mean separate ways? You forget the deal we made or what? He turned his head back playing dumb. What promise? Lee Sun-ju got this smug grin and went, you said if I held the fox for more than 5 seconds, you'd treat me to a feast. Ji-ju didn't deny it, that's right, but you only held it for exactly 4.9 seconds. Oh, that cheap shot got Sun-ju heated. What, you trying to play me dirty? 4.9 my butt, that was at least 50 seconds. You really trying to sell me that garbage, dude? Lee Sun-ju dragged his suitcase and chased after him. Hey, you little snake, where do you think you re-slithering off to? Ji-ju just insisted, 4.9 seconds. Sun-ju tried to bargain, fine, 5.9 seconds, but you can't just ditch on the deal. You troll. Gi-ju just ghosted him, still insisting it was 4.9 seconds. Meanwhile, in a penthouse suite overlooking Central Park, some dude is reading a newspaper with a headline screaming that Isaac Ivanov totally crushed the Firefox dungeon. This dude was none other than Park Yong-won. He's like, this Isaac Ivanov is something else. At first, I thought he was just another clout-chasing clown. He asks the person across from him, what's your take? Kim Ju just nods. I'd have to agree. Right then, Secretary Kim bursts in, Chairman, I've got an urgent update. Realizing he had a guest, she hesitated. Oh, if you've got company. I can circle back later. Ji-ju side-eyed her, wondering what's got her so worked up. Park Yong-won was chill about it. It's fine, just spill the tea. What's the deal? And Secretary Kim dropped the bomb. Yuhan, that guy we been trying to headhunt. Yeah, he just signed with the Salvation Guild. Girl, when he heard that, he freaking slammed the newspaper down on the table. He was like, the Salvation Guild. Secretary Kim was all, Wikes, it looks like the Salvation Guild totally played us. Using that Yuhan dude's clout over in Europe to get a step ahead. Meanwhile, our boy Kim Ji-ju was just lost in his thoughts, playing 4D chess. Yuhan Yu-seong and the Salvation Guild, like, teaming up this early. He was shook. He swore in the OG timeline. They weren't supposed to link up for ages. He started thinking, wait a minute. Did me taking out Suzuki Ichi basically fast-forward the whole plot? He knew he had to watch how things played out and switch up his game plan. On the other side of the room, Park Yong-won was sighing like he'd just seen his 401k after a market crash. My whole plan was to use Yuhan as our inside man. Our spy in the Salvation Guild. And now the dude's rolling with the enemy crew. He crossed his arms, doing the whole thinking man pose, then was like, alright, I guess we re-on to plan B. That's when Kim Ji-ju, smooth as ever, chimed in. In that case, what about that Isaac character you were just talking about? Park Yong-won just kinda frowned. Isaac, I mean, it'd be sick if could get him on our team, but we know literally nothing about him. Zip, nada, it's not gonna be easy. Secretary Kim spilled the tea. Well, word on the street is that Isaac's been hitting up the black market a lot lately. Like that sketchy one down by the old Miami shipyards. He's trying to buy skills for the White Bone Knight. Park Yong-won was like, this is gonna be a total nightmare. Yo, that skill is like, ultra rare, but after thinking for a sec, he just starts cackling, so he's hunting for the White Bone Knight's skill. Is he? Park Yong-won got this huge smirk on his face. Okay, this might be way easier than we thought. And you already know Kim Ji-ju was over there with a little smile, 'cause his master plan was clicking into place. Meanwhile, at night, the moon was popping over the Salvation Guild's super tall HQ, probably some high-rise in Chicago. Some mysterious figure was just chilling by the window, staring at the moon, when Xin-8 scurried over to report. So, get this, Suzuki Ichi is toast. And his entire crew. Wiped out, the person by the window asked with, like, zero emotion, and the workshop. Xin-8 bowed her head and was like, the Kong workshop, it's been completely erased, like, poof, gone. Lee Si-jun was trying to hide how absolutely livid he was, so who had the balls to come at us? Xin-8 was literally shaking. You could tell she could feel the rage coming off him, and she stammered. There's a rumor that one of Park Yong-won's goons was found using a fake-it in Kong. I know it sounds kinda wild, but I think that Park Yong-won's crew was the mastermind behind this whole mess. Lee Si-jun turned around, his eyes like ice, and asked, so what's the play? How are you handling it? Xin-8 bowed her head even lower, like a kid caught with her hand in the cookie jar, answering all nervous. If you were asking about the Park Yong-won situation, I've already kicked off the payback plan. It's gonna happen, and soon, at that very moment, Park Yong-won was off signing some contract. With no idea he was walking right into a trap, his whole beef with the Salvation Guild. It was about to blow up in his face, big time. After she finished talking, Xin-8 flicked on this massive holographic screen on the table. Okay, so there's one more thing. She pointed at the screen. We brought this guy on board to basically babysit Ezak. He started the intro. He's this super ambitious player who's been making major moves all over Europe. His constellation is legit the messenger of hell, and his signature skill is bone soldiers. Basically, he can whip up a crazy number of them. Like enough to build a whole freaking army. It doesn't matter how up the enemy is. They just get steamrolled by his squad. All the players who've seen that terrifying power started calling him the king of the underworld. This dude who literally rolls up on a bone horse with his skeleton army, Yuhan. And there he was on screen, a cold-looking blonde guy with this massive, gnarly burn scar over his right eye, total edgelord vibes. 8 sat down and kept dishing the dirt. We decided linking up with Yuhan was a better move than betting on some mysterious rando like Izak. He's way easier to control, 'cause his ambitions and what he wants are totally obvious, but she still sounded worried. I know Isaac told the tabloids he's cool with our guild and all, but honestly he's cost us way too much, so we're gonna have Yu Seong keep tabs on Izak, just in case things go south. All of a sudden, Lee Si-jun walked over and put his hand on her shoulder, and Ong she jumped. He gave her shoulder this little squeeze, but it was not friendly. That's right, the more they want, the easier they are to puppet. She was freaking out. You could see the sweat dripping down her face as she glanced at him. With the light behind him, Lee Si-jun looked like a million times scarier than his usual handsome, polite act, he whispered, his voice super low. King of the underworld, huh? He was just staring at the hooded picture of Yuhan. That name, and Lee Si-jun just dipped, leaving her with a final warning, this is your last shot, don't mess it up, and boom. You could just see her spirit shatter, like she totally thought he was about to fire her, or worse. Somewhere else, Park Yong-won was walking out of a fancy convention center, maybe the one in Las Vegas, outside. Secretary Kim was already pulled up in the car, ready to go. The whip just peeled out into the night. Park Yong-won hopped in, quietly resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Secretary Kim noticed he was being extra quiet and asked, Yo boss, you good? Did the meeting with the Pioneer Guild go sideways or something? He replied, still thinking, nah, the talks went great. Park Yong-won started breaking it down. Look, those Pioneer clowns have been desperate to break into the South Korean market for ever, but their egos are too massive to ever bend the knee to the Salvation Guild to get it done. So, teaming up with us. It's their only real move. Secretary Kim got it, but seeing his boss still looking tense, he tried to help. Partnering with one of the top 5 guilds on the planet is gonna definitely give us an edge in trying to cap the Salvation Guild's power trip. So, what's really eating at you, sir? He started tapping his fingers on the window. Yeah, well, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He's a sly old fox for a reason, and his gut was screaming that something was off. You know the vibe. When someone's that hyped to give you a gift, there's always a catch. Park Yong-won just stared out the window, running the numbers in his head. If the Pioneer Guild even thought about double-crossing him, he dragged their precious reputation through the mud from New York to Cali. Once he made up his mind, he told his secretary to get Kim Ji-ju to the guild headquarters first thing in the morning, so the next day, at the Phoenix Guild Q, probably some swanky building in downtown L, someone yelled in shock, Wait, what? The Pioneer Guild. And yup, that was Kim Ji-ju. He sounded so annoyed. So you were telling me I have to work with those guys now? Park Yong-won did that little no-no finger wag. Nah, chill, it's not like you re-becoming besties. It's more like we're gonna be your bodyguards so you can grind freely. Then he dropped the bomb. They said they re-hitting the dungeon in 2 days. So you better get your gear ready. So Kim Ji-woo was like, bait, and just like that, he bounces, hitting the elevator down to the lobby. Stepping out of the Phoenix Guild Echo on Rodeo Drive. Giji knew the only way to get a leash on the Salvation Guild was to bring in some outside muscle. But damn, this whole plan was feeling a little extra like, there was no way that witch, Park Sin-H, was gonna clock Park Young-won's real game. He couldn't help but crack a smirk. Gripping that flashy red vest, he knew he was stuck teaming up with America's big shot mega guild, Pioneer, at least for now, and honestly, with the way things were looking, it was a solid bet Pioneer and Salvation were already scheming on the low. Jiju immediately whipped out his phone to hit up Os-chan. A cause, guessing wasn't gonna cut it, he needed the real tea. A couple days later, you find them posted up at some busted-down factory in Detroit, right next to the dungeon gate. Inside this janky waiting room, Jiju was just vibing in the corner, keeping it low-key, while the rest of the crew was buzzing. Totally hyped to meet the legends from the Pioneer Guild. Yo, word on the street is they sent one of their top dogs. Hamble was basically bouncing off the walls, totally stoked, having them cover our 6 on this raid. Bro, we lucked out, for real. Seriously, making it onto Park Young-won's personal squad is sick. And right on cue, the door creaks open. This dude, Jemmy, strolls in with a slick smile. My bad, Wall, meetings are a total drag, am I right? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Jemmy Kim, from Pioneer Guild's legal department. He gestures for everyone to sit. Got a few things to run by you. Then he kicks off the meeting. All business. So, rest assured, the Pioneer Guild will do everything in its power to guarantee your safety. Jemmy dramatically flips open the contract. We're gonna lay down a few ground rules, and we expect your full cooperation from this moment forward. You do not set foot in that dungeon unless a Pioneer Guild member is holding your hand. And once you re-inside, he growls, his whole vibe shifting. You do not do a damn thing! Hemble shot up, totally bugging, whoa, hold up! What do you mean do nothing? Are you trying to say? Jemmy just taps the contract between the Phoenix and Pioneer Guilds. Looks like someone misunderstood the fine print. This contract's only job is to make sure you little guys level up safely. See, there's not a single word in here about your rights or your freedom. He gives Hamble this condescending pat on the shoulder. So, let me be clear, this ain't advice. You don't play by my rules, and things are gonna get real messy for everyone. Then he literally shoves Hamble back into his chair. So sit your ass down and shut up. I will spell it out for you. Jemmy raises an eyebrow, acting like a total tool. Don't even think about lifting a finger in that dungeon. And just let my guild spoon feed you your experience points. He finishes his little power trip, then scans the room. Now, anyone got a problem with that? Speak up. I'll personally call Park Young-won and tell him this whole deal is off because his new toys don't want to play nice. Seeing a room full of stunned silence, he walks out with a smug-ass grin. Glad we all on the same page. Then, we head into the dungeon in 30 minutes. Don't be late. But Jaiju was just coolly putting the pieces together, so that's the game. They want to control Park Young-won's crew under the guise of supervising them, Just then, his phone buzzed, and he stepped away to take the call. This is Jiju, what's good? The voice on the other end was frantic. Listen, we gotta pivot, right now. It was Osi-chan. Whatever you do, you cannot go into that dungeon. He did some digging, and you were right on the money. The Salvation Guild and Pioneer are totally in bed together. Just like you called it. He was spilling all the intel. Salvation has been moving hella shady. But I wasn't 100% sure they'd actually teamed up with the biggest guild in the U.S. We gotta dig deeper, figure out if this is just a few bad apples or if Salvation has the whole damn guild in their back pocket, Osi-chan added. Look, why don't you just ditch this whole thing? I can hook you up with a much safer dungeon, he offered, but Jaiju just laughed. Come on, man, you reselling me short. He glanced over at his crew, who were all muttering and throwing shade. He whispered back into the phone. You gotta walk into the lion's den to snatch the cub, right? The old man basically screamed, are you insane? You were walking straight into a trap. It's a suicide mission. But Jaiju just chuckled. Hey, if I didn't take risks, I wouldn't even be here talking to you. Look, I can't really talk now. Just knowing they're in cahoots is all I need. Osi-chan sighed, giving in. Fair point, we need a new game plan, like yesterday. Juju immediately hit him with his shopping list. Okay, I just need 2 things from you first. I need every last drop of intel you have on these Pioneer clowns, and I mean right now. And second, clean up my mess when I'm done. Hearing that, Osi-chan went dead silent for a sec, then he just burst out laughing. Alright, kid, you got it. If you were really gonna do this, then go give hell. I'll take care of the cleanup, no doubt about it. All of a sudden, the spot where they were sitting just starts glowing. A second later, a system notification pops up. You have leveled up. The whole crew went silent for a beat. Then Jun turns to Gunu, like, dude, you leveled up again. Gunu just looked bored out of his mind. Oh yeah, that's twice now. He lets out this massive yawn. This is our third dungeon. And I still can't get used to just sitting on my ass and doing zip. He added, all casual. You mean it's not all bad? We were getting paid to just chill, you know. And these raids are over in, like, 5 minutes. At this rate, we'll be raiding with the man himself, Park Yongwon, in no time. Gunu chimed in. Totally, I heard Park Yongwon is already prepping for the 6th raid. Jun looked shocked. For real. But they haven't announced anything official. Gunu leaned in, dropping the gossip. Nah, it's not official, but word on the street is they were already scouting the Alisters. And hearing that, it all clicked for Kim Gi-ju. So that's their angle, he thought. Pioneer is rushing these raids to get a leg up on Park Yongwon. Their whole shady scheme is way easier to pull off once the big boss is locked away inside a dungeon. So, like a hot second later, this status window just poofed to existence with a dungeon cleared. Notification, and my boy Kim Ji-yu, he sees this and just stands up, does this huge stretch, and is like, ugh, finally over, for real. But then, get this, Sam Oliver stumps over all up in his grill, grumbling, yo, who told you to get up? You moving on your own now. So Kim Gaiju flashes this super fake, super sweet smile and goes, what's the deal? The pop-up literally said dungeon cleared, which, like, means we redone here. So Di-hun jumps in, trying to be the chill one, like he's right, dude, can't we all just vibe? Why you gotta be on a power trip? But my guy claps back with, Io, don't get it twisted. We ain't here to braid each other's hair and sing kumbaya. And lem just remind you, when you re in a dungeon, you don't so much as breathe without our say-so. Oof. You could literally feel the daggers Kim Ji-ju was shooting from his eyes, like pure, unadulterated Haterade. Fast forward to the next morning, we re at OC-chan's swanky loft over in Tribeca. He's on the phone with Kim Ji-ju, spilling the tea like, bro, being stuck on your butt like that must be sucked, right? But for real, that Park Yongwon is a whole different breed of crazy. Like the dude's so paranoid, they didn't even try to pull a fast one, but low-key, I bet they about to make their move. Park Yongwon has got to be sweating bullets. 'Cause he already dropped a press release way sooner than I thought he would. And as he's saying this, OC-chan just slaps this newspaper down on the table. The headline is screaming in bold print, Park Yongwon's back for round 2 with the 6th floor hellscape. And over the phone, you can hear Kim Ji-ju's voice get all low and serious. I mean, he's got to lock down his rep ASAP, so he didn't really have a choice. You know. Right then, some assistant drops off a report for OC-chan, but he just waves them off, totally locked into the call with Ji-ju. The second Park Yongwon steps foot in that dungeon, you know those Pioneer Guild snakes are gonna show their ugly faces. But hey, I don't gotta spell it out for you. You got this. But Kim Ji-ju was still hung up on something, so he just came right out and asked, so what's the deal with that info I asked for? OC-chan, barely glancing up from the report, just smirks and says, don't even trip, you'll have it by tomorrow, and trust me, it's gonna be juicy. New scene, we were on some quiet, leafy street in Pasadena. You see landscapers trimming these perfect-looking trees. Cut talk Kim Ji-ju. And he is pissed, staring daggers at the person across from him. After a beat, he finally grinds out, I was told Osa-chan was showing up today. And Ju just, like, totally avoids eye contact, looking down as she mumbles, it's been a minute, hasn't it, Kim. And then bam, flashback to OC-chan saying, I gotta meet this Kim Gi-ji kid face to face, at least once. And she's like, wait, what? OC-chan goes, Secretary Lee, you got something to say. And Ju just straight up says, I can go to the meeting tomorrow. This totally blindsided him. He's like, wait, you will go. And she gets this super determined look and says, yeah, this is personal for me too. And boom, that's the tea on why OC-chan bailed. So, back in the now, Ju feeds Ju some lame excuse like, so sorry, my boss had, like, a last-minute emergency pop-up. After dropping that line, she starts frantically digging around in her purse. A few awkward seconds later, Ju whips out a file and is like, he wanted you to have this. The plan is still a go, same as before. Kim Ji-ju could only be like, 8 bet. He starts flipping through the papers real quick, and then his eyes go wide. Homeboy is shook, thinking, whoa. Hold up, this ain't just a list of the big shots from the Salvation Guild. This thing maps out which other guilds they secretly cozy with. At the same time, you can see Ju is majorly stressed, taking a big gulp of her lat to steady her nerves, and then, a second later, the floodgates open, and Ju just unloads everything she knows on Kim Ji-ju. Okay, so based on our intel, the Salvation Guild hasn't just weaseled its way into the Pioneer Guild. They've got their claws in all 5 of the top guilds on the planet. First things first, we gotta take out the trash, the Salvation Guild's little minions. And as she says this, She casually glances outside at those landscapers. In one clean motion, they just felled the entire tree chop. And Jiju's head whips back around to Ju, and he's like, so you re-saying we start by clipping the branches? And she just nods, dead serious. Exactly, it's the only way we were even gonna see a crack of daylight. Then Ju slides another folder across the table about that compensation we talked about last time. I'm thinking this ought to cover it, right? And y'all, when Kim Ji-ju pops that thing open and takes a peek inside, his jaw hits the freaking floor. Ju gives him this little smile and says, that file is basically worth a king's ransom. It's got a whole list of the gear the Salvation Guild uses, plus a list of all their potential secret agents hiding inside the Big Five. It even breaks down the legendary tier loot those moles are packing, and he just grins, like he hit the jackpot. Oh yeah, I'd say this more than covers the bill. Then Ji-ju goes quiet, his eyes glued to the pages. A few minutes go by, and then he freezes on one page, the profile for some dude named Sam Oliver, whose main gear is listed as the Spear of Percival. And then it clicks. Ji-ju suddenly pictures that dude's punchable face and mutters, Sam Oliver, that's the clown who was babysitting me. I knew that name sounded familiar, but damn, I never would. He pegged him as the guy with the Spear of Percival. And that's when he decides to ask Ju for a little favor. Oh hey, since Mar Osi-chan is so busy, could you pass a message along for me? She looks a little taken aback, like excuse me. He just taps Sam Oliver's picture and says, tell him I want to place an order, same as last time. And Ju, looking totally sketched out, asks again. Way louder, same as last time. What are you talking about? Cut to later that night. We re at Sam Oliver's bachelor pad in Austin. He's totally zoned out, and his boy Doran is yelling Sam, hello. Earth to Sam, you even listening to me? I asked you how many targets we gotta handle tonight. What's up with you, man? You're a million miles away. Sam snaps back to reality. Like my bad man, I was just thinking. Tonight, it's just one guy. We just need to make sure one of them gets taken off the board for good. The other four. They can walk or they can get dropped. I could not care less. Doran just turns back and laughs, like wait what? Just one. And here I was thinking you were bugging out. 'Cause the list was too long, man. It pays to be on your crew. They weren't lying when they called you Red Sam. You lucky bastard. Sam Oliver just shrugs. Yeah, word on the street is the other team's got a punch. Like 4 to 7 tickets tonight. Then Sam just stares into space. Thinking, and I thought I was lucky too. Right up until I got that call from director Nami. So his mind flashes back to this convo he had with Nami, right? She's, like, thumbing through some papers and is all, yo, Park Yong-won is off in some dungeon. So today's the day we make our move. For real. And Sam Oliver, not being an idiot, straight up asks her, director, spill it. You didn't just call me in here for a one-on-one pep talk, right? And Nami's like, you caught me for real though. You keeping that Percivan spear safe and sound. Look, this Kim Ji-ju dude you supposed to be watching. He's public enemy number 1, like top of the list. Other crews have tried to smoke him mad times and totally flopped. We didn't give you that spear just to play around with. She's like, got it. And you could totally see the steam coming out of his ears. Sam Oliver was clenching his jaw so hard, probably thinking, I have to pull this off. He grinded way too hard to let them snatch that spear back now. So a second later, my man yells out, alright, squad up! We were going in. Then bling, the system window pops up, basically saying, welcome to hell, survive for 4 days to level up. After scoping it out, Kim Ji-yu is low-key side-eyeing Sam Oliver, thinking, oh hell no, a survival mission. If that clown gets a clue and dips, we were gonna be playing tag for 4 freaking days straight. And if he actually makes it to floor 2, it's gonna be a whole mess. So they were trying to get me on the first floor, huh? 8, but I guess I'll make my own moves. Just then, down slides up to Sam Oliver and whispers something. Yo Sam, when are we doing this thing? And Sam's all hush hush, nah, we ain't playing games, let's just ice him, quick and clean. Get him away from his crew, and make it look like an accident. Then out of nowhere, some dude just yells out, where you think you regoin? The two of them whip around and see this guy shouting at Kim Ji-ju. But Ji-ju, he just gives him this look, and I swear, that death stare alone made Sam Oliver get all stiff. So finally, Sam's like, okay, go. Get him. But everyone's just frozen like mannequins in a Macy's window on 5th Avenue. So he screams, what are we all standing around for? Go. And Hungo's just like, ow, ow. And bam, in like a New York minute, their whole crew is surrounded. Ji-hun is totally bugging. Like, yo, what the heck is even happening right now? Hunga had zero clue, so he just had to roll with it. Maybe that punk Kim Ji-ju is booking it like his hair's on fire. I mean, yeah, it's a little tight in here, but what's better than this? The vibes are getting super tense again, and while they re-gossiping, some dude just rolls up with a spear. And literally the next second, this guy makes his play, then everyone starts chasing, yelling at each other like, that sneaky little rat. Where the hell did he disappear to? When Hung-go lost sight of him, he was so freaking mad.
Frick, we lost him!
Can't see jack squat with all these trees. Then Hyan, all nervous, is like, maybe we should split up. He couldn't have gotten, like, to Vegas or anything. He whips around and snaps, are you out of your mind? This is a survival mission. It's crawling with monsters, dude. If we get sloppy and split up, we're the ones who are gonna get wrecked. The other guy just clicks his tongue like, Sue. What's the plan, Stan? Hung-go jumps in like, yo, let's just dip back for now, see what Sam's thinking. But the other dude blurts out, that snake. You don't think he, figured out the plan and just bounced, do you? The guy just busts out laughing, puffed. No way, that's Cap. So after they peace out, Kim Ju just hops down from a tree like Spider-Man. He pulls up his system, whips out a ring, and starts scanning the area, saying, man, I couldn't even test this baby out, 'cause they were watching me like a hawk. But now's my chance. His mind drifts back to that last boss fight, remembering the sweet loot he snagged from that A+ rank Firefox dungeon. The Supreme Growth Ring bling. System info pops up, Supreme Growth Ring, rarity legendary, which is like, and get this, no level requirement. It's a ring that basically lets you go Super Saiyan, helping you break your limits, its value. Can't even put a price on it. The effect is insane. Equip this bad boy, and all your skills get a +1 level up. So he's like, equipping Supreme Growth Ring, let's go! All skills boosted by 1 level. Bloodsucking skill is up a level. Corpse Explosion skill, you bet up a level. Bloodthirst skill, 1 level hotter. Bone Soldier skill, level up. Oh wait, Bone Soldier skill just, totally broke the game. It's now Bone Soldier skill ranks. The deets summon a Bone Soldier using the body of a monster you just clapped. But the X effect is where it's at. You can summon Bone Soldiers from any monster corpse you find.
Any!
Kim Ji-ju had this super smug look on his face, thinking heck yeah, I can finally make some new Bonnie friends. But while he's geeking out over the info, a whole pack of wolves starts creeping up, and his spidey senses start tingling. He sees them closing in, and he's just like, perfect timing, guess I'll work on my game plan a little. Then, scene change. Back to the other guys, who've been searching for a hot minute, and since they still can't find him, they start chatting. Did he seriously just dip? Son of a, this is a total train wreck. Down yells over at Sam Oliver, hey Sam, you think someone snitched? Or do we have a mole in this crew? For real? Like how else did this go so sideways? But another guy pushes back, nah, if the plan got leaked, he would be rolled up with backup from his squad in Queens, not just run off by himself. Dude, no, if he knew, he wouldn't have even come here, period. Hung-go is looking all stressed out, so what's the move now? We just gonna chill here until he pops back up, and Sam Oliver quickly tells him, yo, take a chill pill, since we're stuck here, we might as well play the survival game, don't waste your juice fighting mobs. Just keep the search on the down low. Then he asks, by the way, did you take care of all of them? And the guy answers, straight up, when a plan goes south like a road trip to Miami, you gotta tie up all the loose ends before it gets even crazier. Let's bounce before the monsters smell the, party favors. So a little later, as they're on the move, Sam Oliver is just thinking to himself, dang, Director Nami was right, this dude is not playing. But for the life of me, I still can't figure out what the hell is going on. This whole situation is sus. Like 2 seconds later, he spots this dead monster chillin' on the path, like it's taking a nap on Bourbon Street, and he's all like, a monster corpse. Bro, was he seriously hunting while we were chasing him? Sam Oliver is totally bugging out, sweating bullets as this wild idea hits him. He's like, don't tell me, and then bam! A massive explosion pops off nearby, dust and smoke are everywhere, and my boy Sam finally connects the dots. And just like that, the tea is piping hot. He's like, oh, I get it now, the tables have turned. We're the ones being hunted. He quickly yells, we totally walked into a trap, get ready to throw down. And boom, down gets clocked and is screaming, damn it, Sam, I hit! Gimme some heals, stat. Then my man sees what hit him and starts sweating like he's in a Miami sauna, bugging out like, is that a freaking skeleton soldier? The second he thinks that, another huge roar echoes out. Now Hung-go is absolutely losing it, yelling, bruh, do something! I can't see squat in this dust. And no sooner are the words out of his mouth, he gets totally yeeted backward. So Hung-go is down for the count with an arrow in his chest, and Sam Oliver just loses his mind. Crap. At this rate we're all gonna get clapped before we can even fight. He's so mad. He just smashes his staff right into the ground, casting Wind Wall, some Boji Silent Hunter skill. A hot second later, the Skelly Boy comes for him, but Sam's got eagle eyes. And he totally clocks it.
Thinking, he's behind me!
Having locked on, he charges into rumble with the skeleton soldier. But whoops, Sam Oliver gets knocked on his butt almost instantly. He looks so salty, especially cause his staff just got split in two. So Sam's gotta just toss his broken staff on the floor. He gives the skeleton soldier the ultimate death glare and mutters to himself, I really can't believe I gotta pull this out right here, right now. My dude Sam whips out the Spear of Percivan. And you know the system just had to drop the Deets Spear of Percivan, legendary grade. You gotta be level 1 or higher. Boo, physical damage is a whopping 255, Weapon of Percivan. You know, the Knight of the Round Table. And get this, any always from this spear. Super hard to heal, the perks are insane, damage goes up with your level, base damage gets a 30% boost on attack, and it slices through armor like butter. Meanwhile, Kimaju is peeking from behind a tree, just sipping his tea and watching the drama unfold. He's thinking, the Spear of Percivan. The third legendary piece from the Round Table set. Yeah, I know this bad boy. I scrapped with some rando from Anaheim who had one before. That armor-piercing effect is no joke. Even unique grade armor is basically paper against it. Plus, if it gets you, you can't heal for a hot minute. Talk about a major debuff. Thinking about that totally kills his vibe. And he gets all serious. Kim Ji-ju starts cooking up a spell, whispering some secret sauce to himself. But like a few seconds later, Sam Oliver is just staring, completely shook by what's happening. All the skeleton dudes just dip, they all fall back at once, and Sam is so confused, like hold up, why is everyone bailing at the same time? What is this? A fire drill in a Dallas high school. Literally 1 second later, this new Bone Daddy monster pops up. The second Sam lays eyes on it, he tenses up hardcore. It's a skeleton wolf. And it's giving him the meanest stare down ever. Sam Oliver can't even keep up, and he's just cursing under his breath. Crap, it's way too fast. This skeleton thing is moving at light speed. He has no choice but to just start swinging like crazy while his brain is buffering. And I really thought I was gonna be the fast one here.
The audacity!
Even though Sam's going a mile a minute, he can't even land a single scratch on it. He's so ticked off, grinding his teeth, and thinking, okay, fine, if this is how we replaying, I will just have to wait for it to come at me. That's the only way I can get it in range, with the Spear of Percivan. One hit is all I need. After a beat, the skelly wolf stops playing hard to get and just full-on charges at Sam. My guy gets so tense, he's screaming in his head. It's coming. Immediately, Sam pops his special move, the Silent Hunter's finishing blow. He lunges right for it. The tip of his spear is like inches away from the skeleton. But then, psych, it just sidesteps him like he's nothing. He literally can't believe it. He's thinking, no freaking way, it dodged that. He tries again, and the skelly dodges again. Sam is getting so heated now, like it's just a stupid skeleton soldier. The second that thought crosses his mind, he's absolutely horrified. The wolf lunges and chomps down on his arm, and Sam is losing his cool, screaming in his head, wait, it can read my moves. After taking a bite, the skelly wolf just eats him into the air, and peep this, Kim Ji-ju logged off, because the system was like, you have disconnected. He's thinking, okay, so they got sharp fangs and claws. But beast-type skeletons aren't really stronger than the two-legged ones. Like the humanoid ones can use all kinds of weapons, swords, bows, axes, cause they rebipedal. The beast-type ones are stuck on all fours. So no can do. But on the flip side, because of how they rebuilt, the humanoid ones can't match the zoomies of the four-legged ones. So right now, Sam Oliver is just eating dirt on the ground. But this skeleton wolf will not let go of his arm. He's got this majorly ticked-off look, gritting his teeth and thinking, hell no, I am not dying here in some random forest outside of Portland. Even if I lose an arm, if I can just grab the Spear of Percivan, I still got a shot at winning this. As he's thinking that, Sam reaches for his spear. But then plot twist. Someone else shows up, and the second he sees it's Kim Ji-ju, he is absolutely fuming. So Kim Ji-ju just casually picks up the spear and is like, doesn't matter how sick this spear, if you can't even hit anything with it. My guy, I don't know why you were coming for me, but now that we re-here, there's really nothing left to talk about, is there? Realizing he's totally screwed, the dude immediately starts trying to bargain.
Like, wait!
I was just following orders, bro.
Chill!
Let me live and I'll cooperate. I swear I'll spill every last drop of tea I've got, besides you ice me. And you remaking an enemy of the whole Vanguard Guild. You really think you can handle that heat coming out of their headquarters in downtown Chicago? Hearing this, Kim Ji-ju just hit him with this little smirk, like lol, okay buddy. Them, we re-over at Nami's spot. Jemmy Kim busts in, all out of breath, and yells code red. We got a major problem, Cospello. Nami, barely looking up, is all like, major problem. Do tell. He, like, sprints over, totally bugging out. You need to see this right now. So Nami, cool as a cucumber, just pops the flash drive into her laptop at the exact same time.
Jay is on the comms, breathlessly going, they were gone.
All our agents at the gate entrance in Philly, totally wiped out. But the one who did it, we think it's. But before he can even spit it out, this crazy voice starts screaming from the laptop speakers.
Get him!
Stop that bastard. What are you even doing? On the screen, Naomi sees this video of two dudes just blasting away. Then, like a few seconds later, out of nowhere, Sam Oliver just pops up and drops them both like it was nothing. It was over in a blink. Jay's voice comes back on, loud and clear. It's him, it's Sam freaking Oliver. And Homegirl is shook. She's internally screaming like, Tef is even happening. No, this is so not real. Why would he do this? Was I, like, too hard on him or something? Then she hears it on the recording. Yo, Kim Ji-ju, it's a wrap. You better hold up your end of the deal. And she starts shaking with pure rage. And of course, the dude next to her just had to pour salt in the wound. Wow, I never expected Sam Oliver to snake us like that. She totally ignores him, cause her mind is racing. This is so bad, so bad. Why'd it have to be Kim Ji-ju? If Sam spills the tea as on me, my career is over. I'm literally toast. I gotta handle this. I have to take them both off the board before anyone else finds out. Then boom. We were in a car parked on some side street in Miami. Inside, Lina's just chillin', all like, don't even sweat it. The whole scene is squeaky clean. Sam Oliver gives a satisfied nod. Bet, job's done. Time for phase 2. Hearing this, the other dude in the car is like, wait, you already on to the next thing. Seriously. Bro, after you just poked the Vanguard Guild like that, shouldn't you, like, lay low for a hot minute? Go hide out somewhere in Poughkeepsie. And then, get this, the dude just casually peels off his mask. And it's been Kim Ji-ju the whole freaking time. Mind blown. He just grins and says, oh, I'm totally gonna do that. And what's a better place to hide out than inside a dungeon? Am I right? Then whoosh, flashback to him talking with Jizu. Say what now? I said I need to place an order, same as last time. She fires back, all annoyed, don't even tell me you want. But Kim Ju just cuts her off, a mask of Sam Oliver, make it happen. And we back to the present. My dude is looking hyped. He whips out his phone. Oh, perfect timing. There's a sweet spot to clear in the second floor dungeon. Lina, suit up. The man points at himself and shouts in total shock.
What me?
I'm not the one who needs to hide out in some sketchy basement in Boise. So why do I gotta go dungeon crawling with you? Kim Ji-ju literally just ignores him and makes a call. Yo, it's Kim Ji-ju. Vanguard Guild made a move yet, or are they still sleeping? On the other end, Osa-chan gives him the lowdown. Nah, radio silence. Looks like director Naomi is trying to keep this on the DL and handle it herself without telling the big bosses. Kim Ji-ju immediately jumps in. Well, if that's the case, we can't go blaming the whole Vanguard Guild for this mess. The guy on the phone is like, true, we can't be 100% sure, but Nami spell, she's looking hella shady. Like she's probably the mole from the Salvation Guild we've been hunting for. Then it hits him, and he starts thinking about Sam Oliver. Okay. So the Vanguard Guild is one of the top 5 biggest guilds on the planet. It feels like the Salvation Guild hasn't really gotten its claws into the core of the operation. Even digging through Sam Oliver's memories, there was zip about the execs besides Nami. After a beat, Osa-chan kinda fessed up. Look, either way, this whole thing went sideways cause Sam Oliver turned on us. Director Nami is gonna be scrambling to clean this mess up before Park Young-won gets back. Cause if he finds out, it's gonna be a total meltdown. So you better find a good hiding spot in that dungeon. While you, Regon, I'm gonna bait Nami's spell using this fake Sam Oliver drama. And Kim Gi-ju just drops this master plan on Osi-chan like he's ordering a pizza. Funny you should say that. I was already planning a little dungeon vacay. The guy on the phone is like, oh, for real? You already got a spot picked out. And Kim Ji-ju, without missing a beat, is like, Dove, of course. It's in a plus-ranked dungeon over in Taiwan. They call it the Bloody Ice Forest. Hearing this, Osi-chan just groans, what? Are you kidding me? Why there? Dude, that dungeon has, like 23 failed attempts on record. And because Kim Ji-ju has his phone on speaker, Lina heard every single word. My boy starts shaking like a leaf, gritting his teeth and thinking, this certifiably insane. He's really trying to drag me into that death trap. Meanwhile, Osi-chan is still on the line, freaking out. Do you have any idea what you were saying? The Salvation Guild themselves failed to clear that thing 4 times. The other guilds won't even go near it anymore. And after all that, Kim Ji-ju just quietly goes, I know. Kim Ji-ju is doing the math in his head. Even back in my original timeline, nobody ever cleared this place, if I'm remembering right. The fail count was actually way higher, like 43. So many players tried to be heroes and take it on, but every single one of them got wrecked. It got so bad that a huge chunk of Taiwan got overrun by monsters spilling out of the gate, because nobody could stop the flood. And the worst part is the gate has a level limit. So even a legend like Lee Si-jun from the Salvation Guild couldn't touch it, and if I get past level 60, I'm locked out too. There has to be something inside that place. Something that will help me take down the Salvation Guild for good. What I know right now just isn't gonna cut it against them. Finally, Osi-chan just sighs, totally defeated. Look, I know you. Doesn't matter what I say to try and stop you. You're gonna go anyway, aren't you? You can just see Lina tensing up, practically praying in his head. No, don't fold. Keep trying, Osi-chan. But then the next sentence just completely crushed his soul. Fine, you win. let's go be certifiably insane one last time. So get this, Kim Ji-ju was totally freaking out, like muttering "aw, hell no" under his breath, and Osi-chan being all nosy is like, yo, what are the odds, for real? G just deadpans on paper, we were talking less than 10%, my dude. And Osi-chan is just grinning, probably thinking that's the fail rate, right? He's laughing like, 10%. That's a cakewalk. Meanwhile, Lee Sun-ju is having a full-on meltdown in her head, like, we re so dead. There's a 10% chance of not dying. The poor girl was basically blacking out, so she totally missed the rest of the key. Kim Ji-yu, smooth as ever, just pivots. Look, as long as I get my hands on Percival's spear, that second floor is gonna be my playground. Osi-chan is all in, like, say less fam, I'll handle the logistics. The whole Isaac Ivanov persona makes it easy peasy. You need anything else? And Ji-ju drops this bomb. What if we, like, get the internet on our side, and basically bully the Messiah Guild into giving us their top-tier gear? I mean, for real, the Messiah Guild themselves crashed and burned on this gate. So why the hell are we supposed to clean up their mess for free? You feel me? So boom, next morning, it's absolute chaos. Every blog from Hollywood to a bodega in Brooklyn is blowing up with headlines like Isaac Ivanov's next move, taking on Tawan's frozen bloodbath dungeon. And the Isaac Ivanov challenge is on. Can he actually beat a dungeon that's clapped 23 other teams? Isaac Ivanov calls out the Messiah Guild for backup. Will they step up or nah? Which, by the way, would be the first time ever Isaac takes on a gate the Messiah Guild couldn't handle. How will they respond? And the comment section was lit. Dude, first up, woof is even happening right now. Asking the Messiah Guild for handouts. Is this dude for real? But hold up, this is Isaac Ivanov we were talking about. The guy who literally saved their bacon before, even if they were busy grinding. The Messiah Guild gotta have his back. No way they say no, right? This is for the greater good, saving the world, and all that jazz. The Messiah Guild has to be stoked to help. Meanwhile, some shady character out in a Chicago high-rise is scrolling through this on his phone, scheming. Isaac Ivanov is hitting that dungeon in Taiwan. This is perfect. We absolutely cannot sleep on this opportunity, but for real. Everyone else was just dying to know what kind of support the Messiah Guild was gonna cob up for Isaac. So the big news drops. The Messiah Guild promises one single unique item, and it's all anyone can talk about. Osi-chan sees this and is like, not bad at all, but Lee Sun-ju, who was right there, was not having it. She just goes off. What? What do you mean, not bad? What the heck is one unique item gonna do? They should be dropping a legendary, minimum. We about to own a dungeon they totally bombed. But he's super chill, not mad at all, and he leans in like he's spilling secrets. You're not seeing the big picture, are you? This ain't some simple deal. The Messiah Guild has to give us something good just to not look like total clowns. But the real galaxy brain move here is that it sets a precedent. She's totally lost. Like, a what now? Spill, and right on cue, Ju rolls in with a suitcase and jumps in. It means exactly what it sounds like, girl. Check it, the going rate for cleaning up the Messiah Guild's mess on a 2-floor, a plus-ranked dungeon is now one unique item. So, if someone else comes along and slays an even harder dungeon for them, they can't just toss them a unique item and call it a day, and you could literally see the light bulb go on over Lee Sun-ju's head. She's like, oh, I'm picking up what you were putting down, so from now on, we can basically farm legendary gear just by clearing the 3-floor or higher dungeons that the Messiah Guild couldn't handle. And Osi-chan had to give her props, like damn, she's quick. That's our girl, Secretary Lee. Sun-ju only needed one little hint to crack the code. Then he gets this file. It's the whole rundown on Sam Oliver's trip to Philly. Expenses and all. At the same time, Jiz is on the line giving him the 411. Just like you wanted, boss. We dropped some breadcrumbs for the Vanguard Guild, so they can track Sam Oliver's route from Miami to Seattle. This should totally fast-track things for us. Osi-chan is listening, just beaming. 8 solid work. Guess we should get this show on the road. Yeah. Then he spots the suitcase and is like, yo, Secretary Lee, you taking a work from home day or something? Just smirks and shoves the luggage at Sun-ju, and Osi-chan just points at Ju, totally annoyed. You gotta be kidding me! Why would Secretary Lee go? You were the one going! Sun-ju is the one who's gotta bounce to that dungeon in Taiwan, and Lee Sun-ju just lets out this blood-curdling scream. What? Like right now! So later that night, they reach chilling at Kim Ji-ju's crib in Beverly Hills. He's showing her the deets on this thing. The frozen bloodbath. It says floors 2. Difficulty a plus, max players 80 homies. Level cap 60 and under. Win condition, take out the bad guys in the frozen forest. The loot, peep the attached list. And Lee Sun-ju is just dripping with sarcasm. Wow. Look at us, we like total influencers now, huh? I mean, after the Messiah Guild got totally wrecked, this place was dead. But the second you open your mouth, a whole freaking flash mob shows up. Think that's a little sus. Kim Ji-ju just calmly puts the paper down on the table. Most of the clowns signing up are from guilds that already face-planted in this dungeon, so on the surface, it looks like they all here for some epic revenge tour for their fallen homies. But let's be real, not everyone's here to hold hands and sing Kumbaya. A dungeon capped at 80 people that's failed 23 times. You do the math, that's like almost 2,000 players worth of gear just chilling in there. And in all that swag, there's gotta be at least one legendary item, no cap. I bet you a steak dinner. In Austin's, some of these dudes are way more interested in their own pockets than actually winning. Then out of nowhere, Secretary Koi pops in the door. Heads up, you reon in 1 hour, get ready. Kim Ji-yu doesn't even say a word. Just gives a little hand wave and gets to his feet. The secretary scrambles over, all formal like Mir Isaac Ivanov, sir. Can I get you something? But then Jaiju leans in and whispers something to him, and Lee Sun-ju starts sweating bullets, thinking, oh my god, what is that snake plotting now? A hot second later, Secretary Choi is totally bugging out and he screams, what? You were gonna handle that yourself. But Kim Ji-ju doesn't even answer. He just dips like it was nothing then, bam. We re at Naomi's office on Wall Street, and she is pissed, slamming her desk after her guy spilled the tea. No way. What do you even mean the leads have gone cold? Jemmy, who was just standing there, tries to break it down for her. Look, based on all the receipts we have so far, it's crazy obvious this Sam Oliver dude has some heavy hitters in his corner. Our own tech nerds can't even ping his location in Austin. She was completely shook back up. Oh my god, this is a total nightmare. She was fuming like, I don't care what it takes, find both Sam and Kim Ji-ju. And if that's a no-go, then just make them go away. Naomi was not playing around, whispering, there's no way I'm letting them get their hands on Park Yong-won. So bright and early the next morning, Jizu busts into O.C. Chan's office in Chicago, all like, sir, we have a major problem. He's looking all confused, like what's the deal? But she just goes, trust me, you need to see this for yourself. Jisoo pulls up a live feed of Isaac Ivanov's insane surprise announcement in Taiwan, and Ong, who's standing at the podium. It's Kim Ji-ju! Right next to him, Secretary Choi is translating the whole thing. Okay, I will now translate the statement from Isaac Ivanov. Thank you everyone for showing up to this conquest. I'm hyped to be fighting with all. But I've only got one mission, and that's to end this thing and save the world. I will literally do whatever it takes to get this done. So don't you even dare get in my way. Jisoo immediately spins around to O.C. Chan, like, what's the plan? This was so not in the script. It's gonna be impossible to block this video. It's already gone viral from Miami to Seattle, and he replies, totally clenching his jaw. He's not gonna spare anyone who blocks his path. This is a straight-up declaration of war from him. This guy really knows how to hunt his prey. Then we cut to inside a dungeon, and his packed, Run-guk just yells, don't get in his. Sejang, who was just chilling nearby, totally jumped in like, yo, if it was Ak, that tracks, that dude is on a whole other level. But then Dunkuk clapped back, and what makes you so freaking sure? So the guy just kept it real, bro. I saw it with my own 2 eyes in the Fire Lake dungeon. It was insane. Next time, you gotta see it for yourself. They were straight up beasts. But up ahead, Lee Sun-ju was giving him major side eye and hissed, hey Kim Ji-ju, what the hell was that? Now everyone's staring at us like we re some kind of sideshow on the Vegas Strip. 'Cause you had to run your mouth, Kim Ji-ju just played it cool. Knowing you just can't reason with some people, he peeped the scene again. Especially those vulture-looking fools who just show up to jack the gear off of fallen players. The only way to handle that kind of trash is to put on a show of force and just completely break them. And bam, just like that, Kim Ji-ju summoned a skeleton soldier. The system was like, you have summoned one skeleton soldier, then he just, like, gently patted its little skull. Meanwhile, the other skelly boys were already getting to it. Kim Ji-ju then leaned in and whispered something to Lina. A total power move to make sure the others wouldn't dare try any funny business. Seeing that, Boss Kim got heated, thinking, so that's the legendary skeleton soldier Ak was hyping up. This is wild, I gotta snag that loot before he gets a clue with that. He barked out an order. Alright, people, let's roll. Start searching over there before the sun dips. Night him like a ton of bricks. That evening, they got a fire going and were camping in the forest, gossiping like crazy. For real though. That Isaac Ivan guy is an absolute monster. I saw it myself and my brain is still buffering. I was so salty when he told us to back off. But Ong, I totally get it now. Like I said, if we tried to help, we would. If just been tripping over his feet. Then Jock turned to Boss Kim. All serious, boss. We've been combing this place all day and all we found were the bodies of 2 players. And that's when the boss dropped his new theory. At first, I figured some other guilds already beat us to the punch. But after a whole day, nah, my gut's telling me something else. Yeah. There are tons of mobs on floor 1, but I haven't seen a single one that was actually a threat. Basically, anyone level 50 or higher probably didn't bite the dust here, which means The prize we re-hunting for has gotta be on the second floor. Someone immediately blurted out, so, you re-saying Van Gogh's necklace is on floor 2. But before my guy could even finish, Chan-ho went, "Shah!" Shut it, and a split second later, he launched himself into the air like some kind of superhero. Chan-ho's crazy move had everyone literally shook. He'd spotted a skeleton just chilling on a tree branch. Chan-ho landed on the branch, looked all around, and muttered, "I swear I heard something. Or am I just tweaking?" Then he just kicked the skeleton out of the way, grumbling, "What's this bony idiot even doing up here?" Down on the ground, Boss Kim was like, "Yo, what's the deal?" Chan-ho hopped down, dragging the skeleton with him and said, "My bad, must have been this thing clanking in the wind." And with that, he chucked the skeleton against a tree. Boss Kim didn't even blink and got right back to business. "We have to secure that item for the Kowloon Guild, even if we gotta throw down with Ak himself." Plot twist. That skeleton was actually one of Kim Ji-ju's spies. He smirked. How knew putting a little skelly scout out there would pay off. Got some juicy intel, Van Gogh's necklace. Never heard of it. But if the Kowloon Guild from China, one of the top 5 guilds in the world, sent a whole squad just for this thing, then that can only mean. And right then, he decided to log out, and the system confirmed, "You have disconnected." Kim Ji-ju was onto something big, thinking, "Okay, so this is definitely not your average piece of loot." As the connection faded, his mind was racing. "I have no clue what its stats are, but I absolutely have to get my hands on Van Gogh's necklace." Lina, meanwhile, was having a total meltdown. Screaming at him, "Are you kidding me? This is taking forever. Don't you dare tell me that we were the only ones actually fighting while that whole posse is off having a picnic or something." Kim Ji-ju just deadpanned. "You pretty much nailed it. Besides, they were just a bunch of vultures waiting to pick a corpse clean." Lina grabbed his hair, totally stressed. I was so pumped when all these players showed up, but it's just us doing all the dirty work. Seriously, when do I get a break?" Kim Ji dropped a little crumb of hope. "We'll catch a breather when we hit the second floor." Lina's face totally lit up. "Wait, for real? Since when are you so nice?" But Kim Ji-ju just gave him the silent treatment. A few seconds later, the system voice boomed. "You have entered the second floor of the dungeon." The second they zoned in, a freaking blizzard smacked them in the face. Henbu was so not having it, grumbling to himself, "Damn, it's way colder on the second floor than I thought. Feels like a January night in Anchorage." Dunkuk was shivering so hard he was like, "Dude, I literally can't feel my limbs. How are we supposed to fight like this?" Even Boss Kim felt a chill. But it wasn't just the cold, he thought. "Okay, yeah, it's freezing. But this vibe, this is a fear aura. There's a monster here." Even Lena was shaking, whispering to Kim Ji-ju, "A fear aura. No way, dude, I don't see anything. There's no way a monster in this place could be putting out this much dread in a dinky 2-floor dungeon." Kim Ji-ju just stated a fact. This might be a bigger problem than I expected. And you could just tell the gears in his head were spinning a mile a minute. When a living thing gets hit with a monster's fear aura, their body just locks up. It's not for long, but in a life or death fight, 1 second is all it takes for it to be game over. Since this is just a 2-floor dungeon, it can't be a dragon, but not many other things use a fear aura for a monster to be this strong. Strong enough to. Can you feel the sketchy vibes from all the way out here in Pasadena? After a sec, May was like, "My crew's gonna scout ahead." His boys were instantly on board, like, "Yeah, bet. Let's scope the place out." Watching everyone dip, Lina was so over it, whispering to herself, "Scouting. Please, that's just a fancy word for treasure hunting. What a pack of thirsty vultures." Lina then turned to Kim Ji-ju, like, "Bro, you just gonna let him dip? You not worried about splitting up our squad?" But Kim Ji-ju could not have cared less, just shrugging. "Nah, guys like that are useless in a real fight. Honestly, it's smarter to just plan like they don't even exist." Hearing that, Lina was like, "No cap, you got a point." Then he shouted, "All right, let's get a move on too." So boom, they were all diving deeper into the woods. After a bit of searching, Chan-ho yells, "Boss, we got nothing here!" Boss Kim shoots back, "This body's tapped out too. Let's move to the next one." But get this, someone's been creeping on them this whole time, hiding behind a tree like some stalker from a Miami thriller. And of course, it was May. He looked hella salty, thinking to himself, looks like another crew already ran through here. We gotta move." In a flash, May was back with his team, screaming, "Scan everything." At his word, everyone pulled up their system menace to speed up the search. And when they actually found some loot, Jungkook was losing his mind. "Captain, yo, there's a whole pile of gear right here!" Look, Taeying found some too. And this one's loaded. This totally threw May for a loop, and he's thinking, wait, they didn't touch any of this loot. They must be hunting for something specific. Who the heck are these guys? Then he yelled out an order to his crew. "All right, scoop up all this gear. Other teams are probably already ahead. Move it. People, move it! We are not letting them get to the good stuff before us. So back to Lena, who's giving Kim Ji-ju the nastiest side eye. He sees him checking a corpse and just starts seething like, are you for real? This dude was just talking mad smack about vultures. And now he's the one picking through bodies. The system pops up, the Eye of Anubis is closing, but right at that moment, Kim Ji-ju finds something. Okay, I finally found a member of the Kunlun Guild. His sworn brothers all went down to the west. He motions to Lena, this way, follow me. And even though he was giving him the stink eye, Lena hustled to keep up. And when he sees Kim Ji-ju digging through yet another corpse, he's gritting his teeth, thinking, for real, what the hell is this guy even doing? Poof, they on the move again. And just like before, he's checking the body. At this point, Kim Ji-ju decides to pop open the Eye of Anubis again. The system chimes in. The Eye of Anubis is opening. Meanwhile, Boss Kim is getting jumped by monsters in downtown Chicago and is absolutely losing it. Why the heck is a monster like this in a level 2 dungeon? This is completely nuts. Everyone, run for it. In the end, my guy was the only one left fighting the beast, and through all the roaring, Boss Kim actually managed to make it bleed. In all the chaos, this ring just flies loose and lands right on the monster's horn, like a freaking carnival game. And because he got distracted, the monster smacks him and sends him flying. Boss Kim totally eats it. Face first into the snow, as his vision starts fading to black, he looks at the monster and whispers, full of regret. The treasure of Kunlun, Van Gogh's necklace, I gotta tell the crew. Hopping back to Kim Ji-ju, he shuts down the eye. The system immediately confirms the Eye of Anubis is closing, and Kim Ji-ju's just like, alright, I've seen enough. So Lina marches right up to him, looking totally ticked off, and he just lays into him. I don't care how epic the gear is. How can you be so damn disrespectful to the dead? I have been biting my tongue this entire time. Kim Ju just deadpan says his name, Lina. This just pisses him off more. And he shouts, what? Tell me I'm wrong! Even scene, and that dude would take a free sample in a Kansas City Costco. Wouldn't act like you! Kim Ji-ju just quietly compliments him. You're a pretty decent guy, you know that. The compliment completely short-circuits Lina's brain, and he just instinctively blurts out, huh. Huh. While he's saying that, Kim Ji-ju is casually building a small stone grave. He starts explaining, alright. I'll give you the rundown before the fight starts. This just makes Lina even more confused. Huh. A plan. And as soon as the words are out of his mouth, Kim Ji-ju casts a spell. In a flash, a freaking saber-toothed wolf skeleton appears out of nowhere, leaving Lina completely shook. What is this? The system immediately replies. Saber-toothed wolf has been summoned as a skeleton soldier. And just like that, his attitude does a full 180. And he's like, whoa, can I ride this thing? Kim Ji-ju is just like, yeah man, of course. The moment he's on its back, Lina's totally freaking out. This is so sick. When did you even prep this? Then, when Percival's spear materializes in his hands, he absolutely loses it. Wait, I thought you could only summon humanoid skeleton soldiers. A spear! The system immediately drops the item description. Percival's spear, legendary grade, requires level 1 or higher to use. Physical attack 255. This is the spear used by Percival, a knight of the Round Table. Any wounds this thing makes are a total nightmare to heal. Its physical attack effect gets stronger with your level, boosts base damage by 30% on hit, and has better armor penetration. Lina points at the spear and is like, okay, don't tell me your big plan is for me to ride this skeleton wolf and just charge the boss with this spear. Kim Ji-ju hits him back with, wow, you figured it out without me even having to say it. Then he just walks off into the snowy abyss, leaving Lina on the back of the saber-toothed wolf, probably questioning all his life choices. So boom, the scene flipped over to Boss Kim's crib, and out of nowhere, he hears Joseph screaming like he saw a ghost. Yo, boss, get over here, stat! This is mad sus. Boss Kim basically teleports over to him. Bro, is this some player's forever box? Joseph asks, totally buggin'. It ain't one of our Kunlun homies, but like, should we dig it up? You know, for science. This question had Boss Kim stroking his chin, deep in thought. But nah, he tells the crew not to waste their energy if it's not one of their boys. And with that, the three of them just ghosted. Out of there like a light. Meanwhile, deep in some frozen forest that looks straight out Alaska, Sunju's voice cracks, a frickin' Minotaur. A second later, he's totally freaking out. Oh, we are so cooked. Its hide is thicker than a New York steak. Our regular weapons ain't gonna do squat. Kim Ji-ju, cool as a cucumber, just goes, that's not even the real tea. The bigger issue is that things leveled up and become a hunter. Sunju's jaw hits the floor, huh? Bro, what the hell is that even supposed to mean? Gi-ju sighs, 8 schools in session, lem break it down for ya. You know how when a dungeon raid fails and the whole squad wipes, the monsters just respawn, right? Well, plot twist true, the ones that actually survive get XP, they start getting smarter and hitting the gym. For real. Most mobs don't make it through that many lulls, but there's always an exception, the head honcho, the boss monster, and for like 2 seconds. Kim Ju keeps spilling the tea. Every time players fail to clear the dungeon, the boss basically gets a free training montage. It gets better at fighting. Then his voice gets all low and dramatic, and at some point, they learned something. They figured out that players flock to dead bodies like seagulls to a dropped fry, so they started using them as bait, and that's the sitch. This absolute unit has survived 23 beatdowns. After hearing this gospel from Kim Ji-ju, Sunju still not buying it, is like, hold up, so you re 100% sure the big cow is the final boss? Can a Minotaur even have that kind of main character energy?
You haven't even seen it, dude! How are you so damn sure?
Giju calmly claps back, cause I've been doing my homework instead of just running around, remember? Sunju snaps back in a flash. Oh, is that what we recalling it now? I deadass thought you were just playing Trash Panda like the scavengers. Then Sunju has this little mental moment, like, real talk. Even if I saw it, my brain would probably just blue screen. Just then, across the snowy landscape, some hyped up dude from Mike's crew starts yelling, "Leader,
get over here!"
Look at this. It's a Goldman of player corpses. Hearing that, the rest of the thirsty squad comes running over.
We are so lucky!
How did we stumble on a jackpot like this? But Mike, the only one with his guard up, immediately feels like something is off, like finding a parking spot in downtown on a Friday night. It's way too good to be true. If other scavengers found this, these bodies would be picked clean, and the blood stains are weird. Looks like they were dragged here from somewhere else. And in a flash, the light bulb goes off in his head. No way. Mike sprints forward, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Everybody, pump the brakes. It's a trap." Then some clueless teammate asks, "A trap, boss? You said it's a trap for real. Like, what's the dealio?" And just then, this creepy, unknown terror just crashes the party. The next thing you know, one of the guys is frozen stiff, can't move a muscle. Feeling this insane power wash over him, thinking, what the hell? And yup, just like Mike called it, the dude next to him just drops dead on the spot. The rest of the team gets wiped out faster than free samples at Costco. Seeing this horror show, the last guy standing is trembling uncontrollably, totally punked by the insane power. He peeks over his shoulder in pure terror, his eyes lock on the Minotaur, which is aggressively winding up its weapon, like a major league batter. And bam! It slams its weapon down, turning the guy into human salsa. But even after collecting all those souls, the Minotaur is still hungry. Its eyes are gleaming, thirsty for more. Out of nowhere, Mike comes flying in from the Minotaur's blind spot, going for a sneak attack. He slices through the air, sword ready to do some damage, but as he lands his epic move, his face goes completely white with panic. Get this, he didn't even leave a scratch on the Minotaur. Instead, his own sword just exploded into 2 pieces. He's gritting his teeth, absolutely shook that his unique grade blade just shattered like a cheap phone screen. In that moment, a wave of pure, uncut terror just washed over him. Mike's thinking, full of rage, no freaking way. I am not going out this pathetically. From a distance, Kim Mi-ju and Sun Ju finally lock eyes on the Minotaur. They start booking it with insane speed. But it's too late. The Minotaur has already finished Mike's whole career. Then it just yeets his body away in disgust. Kim Ji-ju witnesses the entire, brutal takedown. He calmly tells Sun Ju, "Son, stick to the game plan we prepped." Sun Ju's grinding his teeth, all anxious. Damn it, dude. That's easier said than done. This is sketchy as hell. The second those words are out, Sun Ju is charging the Minotaur, screaming, "Let's do this." His epic battle cry totally gets its attention, and Sun Ju just plows straight ahead, all determination. Seeing this, the Minotaur gets royally pissed and starts powering up. The next second, it just unleashes a wave of pure energy. The Minotaur's nasty dark magic instantly wraps around Sun Ju's entire body. An insane wave of fear hits him.
But psych!
Lilith's ring just dispels it. Thank God Sun Ju was ready to throw down. He's thinking to himself, okay, this Lilith's ring is seriously clutch. The scaredy cat shakes are completely gone. But right as he starts to feel a little relief, he notices something is way off. Turns out his mount is totally ghosting him and starting to disobey. Why did this thing suddenly stop listening to me? He thinks, panicking. It's seriously got a mind of its own now, huh? Wait a minute, dude, this is way too close for comfort. And then zoom, the mount bolts forward like a freaking rocket, totally ignoring a terrified Sun Ju. It's so fast. The Minotaur can't even land a hit on him, while that big oaf is still swinging at air. So while Homeboy was scrambling around, Lee Sun Ju was already creeping up behind the ogre bull. Then, out of nowhere, Kim Ji-ju's voice pops up from the monster itself as it just lunges and latches on. Lee Sun Ju was so shook, His soul probably left his body for a sec. What the actual hell? You redriving this thing? Bro, that was sketchy as hell. I could have been a pancake back there. But even while he was whining, Kim Ji-ju was bouncing all over the place like a pinball, keeping the ogre bull totally distracted. And just like that, Lee Sun-ju was all up in the ogre bull's personal space. He saw his shot, and just eated that spear with everything he had. The whole thing had Lee Sun-ju bugging, like, wait, can you really just stab this thing like it's a block of jello? The ogre bull's healing factor was taking a nosedive and fast. Seeing his chance, Lee Sun-ju pipes up. Okay team, pop off, I guess, but for real. At this rate, we were gonna be here till next Tuesday, right? So when are the Skelly boys making their grand entrance? Kim Ji-ju, cool as a cucumber, just need about 10 more pokes like that one, then I'll know what's up, blood weapon. So, the deets on that are, you gotta be a representative of the dark world. To get it, you can be level 1, whatever. It's a rank C skill. Letting you literally make weapons out of your own blood. The kind of stuff you can make just depends on how sick your stats are. Then the dead silent, frozen over forest, this insane sound just explodes out of nowhere. Turns out, it was our guy Big Bro Kim getting absolutely bodied by this ridiculous wave of pressure. He's thinking, whoa, to be hit this hard over and over. Don't tell me the boss fight already started. He knew he was running out of time and had to book it, but then, Chenho screams, "Boss, we got it!" Yo, you gotta see this. We snagged a secret message from the Colin Guild, and right after he says that, this super cryptic line of text shows up, go find the homies out west, and get what belongs to Colin. Okay, so this secret message had my boy Kim totally bugging, the west side, for real, there's nothing out there, right? Then it hit him like a ton of bricks, like wait a sec, no way. So back to the main event with Kim Ji-ju, Lee Sun-ju, and the ogre bull. The big guy was totally running on fumes. Completely gassed from Kim Ji-ju just going beast mode. Its defenses were crumbling, and that nasty blood poison was seeping into its whole system. Lee Sun-ju was freaking out, like, yo, this Paceable spear is legit! I can't believe it just sliced through the ogre bull's tough-ass hide, like it was nothing! Then he gets all giddy, like, if we team up Paceable's spear with the blood poison thing, we're gonna be actual gods in this dungeon. Hearing that, Kim Ji-ju just deadpans, yeah, maybe on the second floor dungeon. But inside, he was thinking, yeah, but on the third floor of this place, the monsters are straight up nightmare fuel. This setup ain't gonna cut it. And if I want to take on the final boss, I gotta get way stronger. A second later, a notification flashes on screen. Ogre Bull has been totally wrecked. Achievement unlocked. Violent Hunter of the Frozen Forest. The representative of the Dark World has gifted you a cloak. Kim Ji-ju literally had the loot in his hands and hadn't even clocked it yet. But Lee Sun-ju, with just one look, starts screaming, dude. A golden light cloak. You got a drop from the light patron. What the heck? Then the text from this glowy scroll thing appeared. Buff. To get it, you gotta be the representative of the Dark World. Level 20 or higher. Skill effect, the person who gets this skill, which is made of, like light particles or something, gets these effects. So get this, all his stats get a 20% boost, but his life bar just keeps draining. Lee Sun-ju saw that and immediately started screaming. This is so freaking busted. What is my patron even doing? I worked my butt off out here, and I get nothing. Is the light patron ghosting me now too? This is garbage, straight up garbage from a dumpster in Miami, and I can't even swap him out. That guy is such a... Totally tuning out the meltdown, Kim Ji-ju just strolled over, plucked the ring off the ogre bull's horn, and snagged Banko's bracelet. By the time night hit, the other hunters were all buzzing around Kim Ji-ju's sick new ride. He did it! The dungeon's cleared, Isaac made it out alive. That's Isaac's car! They were all cheering like crazy. We real-live, dude. We're actually free! But seeing all this just made Chan-ho start sweating bullets. Bro, what is the play here? We dipped from the dungeon without Banko's bracelet. If that thing ends up with someone else, we are in for a world of hurt. Big Bro Kim got it. The situation was officially a 5-alarm fire. Right now, our only move is to report back to the guild and wait. If we were the ones who lost a freaking legendary item in the dungeon, then, he trailed off, his brain going into overdrive. Would the Colin Guild really leave a secret code for the next crew? So if you were not in on the secret, finding Banko's bracelet is a total lost cause. But if some lucky rando actually managed to get it out, I'm just praying it's not that freak, Isaac. Too bad for Big Bro Kim, because that precious bracelet was sitting pretty in Kim Ji-ju's inventory. Banko's bracelet, item rank legendary, no level cap, you can rock it from level 1. It was used by some og giant back in the day, and is packed with the power of harmony, or whatever. Effect completely removes the ring limit on whichever arm you wear it on, but, plot twist, once a ring is on, it's on for life. As he read the deets, he was totally geeking out inside, thinking, I can't believe a hack like this was just sitting here. Talk about a sweet little bonus before tackling the third floor dungeon. See, normally, players can only rock a max of 5 accessories, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets. Even if you load up on more, only that many will actually work, but this Banco's bracelet. It's a total cheat code that just shatters the whole system, letting you get the effects from all 5 rings on your fingers. The only tiny, little catch is that any ring you slide on with Banco's bracelet is basically super glued to your hand forever. No take-backsies. Okay, so the top tier players are always juggling their rings for the right sitch. So now that Kim Ji-ju finally gets how this bracelet works, my dude is being extra careful. Yeah, from now on, he's gotta be super selective about which rings to rock. And of course, Lee Sun-ju, who's right there, just had to ask, yo, why the long face, my guy? You drop your phone in the toilet or something. So Kim Ji-ju, totally in his own world, is like, nah man, just overthinking stuff. But before he can even get the words out, his phone buzzes. He just answers it like talk. On the other end, Osa-chan is totally panicking, like, are you guys okay? For real? Can you get on a plane back to right now? And Ji-ju, smooth as ever, is just like, yeah, we good, what's the tea? And Si-chan drops this bomb, he's back. Back in his office on 5th Avenue, Osi-chan is all serious, whispering, dude, forget Taiwan. The entire internet back here is breaking with headlines about him returning. Yeah, Isaac Ivanov's main dude. Ji-ju hears this and the gears start turning. He's like, wait, don't tell me you mean Park Young-won. And ding ding ding, we have a winner! Si-chan confirms, yup, that's the one. This is gonna totally rehab Park Young-won's rep. After a pause that lasted 2 whole seconds, Gi-ju just says, bet, I'm heading over now. I mean, let's be real. The shinier Park Young-won's rep gets, the better a human shield he becomes for Ji-ju. The second Ji-ju hangs up, Lee Sun-ju is already hyped, like, we re in Taiwan. Let's get some food. What about those new Romania long bao, or some legit Lurapen? And just like that, Ji-ju completely burst his bubble. We were flying back to Miami right now. Sun-ju was just floored, come again. He was still freaking out about it, even after they were on the plane. Are you for real? We came all this way, and we can't even try one dish. And Ji-ju, channeling his inner boomer dad, just says, you'll eat the airplane peanuts, and you all like it? So flash forward to the next morning at this insane mansion in Beverly Hills. Inside, Park Young-won is looking pissed, eyes narrowed and everything. He's fuming, so the Fran Guild really thought they could mess with me, Park Young-won. And Kim Gi-ju, cool as ever, just goes, yeah then, a second later, he drops his voice all serious like, I barely got out of there alive. Was so messed up I could barely move, and to top it all off, I had no clue who I could even trust. Soma Park Young-won was holed up in his Junjain estate, just waiting, right on cue. Secretary Kim walks in holding a folder. She hands it straight to him and says, here's the confirmed intel. It's all based on Mitter, Kim Ju's statement from the day it all went down, even though the fire basically destroyed any evidence. The other survivors from the other dungeon. They all say the Fran Guild totally started it. Apparently, the Fran Guild is trying to sell this story that it was all just a simple accident. Hearing that, Park Young-won is just fuming, thinking, those freaking idiots, trying to pull a fast one while I was gone. After a sec, Park Young-won just states it like a fact. They were definitely trying to check us, and Ji-ju, who's sitting right there, quietly asks, so what's the move, sir? And then, his voice drops to this supervillain level, and he's like, we were gonna make them pay for having the nerve to come after me. And to do that, I need you to do something for me. Right as Park Young-won says that, Secretary Kim brings in this thick suitcase. Okay, hard cut to Osi-chan, who's got this blindingly white, cheesy grin on his face. Lee Sun-ju is totally weirded out, like, bro, why are you so smiley? It's way too early for this. But Osi-chan just keeps grinning like an idiot and goes, because I just snagged a massive haul from the other team. Hearing that, Sun-ju just groans, totally annoyed. But the other team is Park Young-won. How did you possibly get back skills that were already transferred? Like, I'm all about the money. But have you completely forgotten what a pain it was to hunt down that skeleton skill? Si-chan, like he was totally waiting for that, just says all cheerfully, oh, don't you worry your pretty little head about that. The person getting our stuff back is already at Park Young-won's little office in Dallas. This completely threw Sun-ju, who's like, huh? What do you even mean? Then a second later, you can see it click in Sun-ju's brain. He rushes over, all panicked. It's not him, is it? And Osi-chan just gives him this smug smile. So, back at Park Young-won's mansion, Ji-ju quietly opens the door and steps out. He's carrying that suitcase from earlier as he dips from the house. The moment he's outside, he pulls out his phone and makes a call. Hey. It's Kim Ji-ju on the other end, a super upbeat voice answers. So what's the word? Everything go down smooth. Jiju immediately responds, "Yup, I got the skeleton skill back. He told me to shoot it directly over to Isaac." So while Park Yong-won is kicking back reading the paper, you can hear Secretary Kim on a call like, "I'll have to get back to you. I'm about to talk with the director. Yes, appreciate the hard work." The second she hangs up, he asks, "Was that Kim Jiju?" She immediately confirms, "Yes, he's already transferred the skill book to Isaac. He also wanted to know what his future here looks like." Hearing that, Park Yong-won gives a little smirk. He's a sharp one, huh? With Isaac in the picture, he's probably feeling like his job is on the chopping block. And get this, the newspaper headline literally says, "Phoenix Guild pledges full-blown support for Isaac." And you can totally tell he's scheming when he says, "Look, he's worked hard, so let's give him a debit in a 3-story dungeon. C rank should be fine. Just stick him in there with the other new kids. We give him the right amount of backup. He'll be satisfied and learn his place. If that doesn't work, well, we'll find out if there's anything else useful about him." And scene change. We were at the Phoenix Guild HQ in Austin, and you hear Jian Hong ask a question. "So what's his name again?" Minho quickly answers it's Kim Ji-jiu, and Jian Hong, without missing a beat, is like, "Kim Ji-jiu. Just the name alone makes me picture some total scrub." Nah, he shut that rumor down quick. Word on the street is he's actually kinda cracked. Like he's soloed a few dungeons and that's how Park Yong-won scouted him. But Jian Hong from the Phoenix Guild, you know how she is, clapped back instantly. She was like, "If he's so fire, why can't he run dungeons by himself?" Now we restuck babysitting him through this lame-o 3-story dungeon. So at this point, she was totally over it, muttering like, this is so freaking lame." Minho, trying to stop her from blowing a fuse, was all gentle like, "Babe, it's an order from the big boss. Just chill for a sec." She totally ignored him, still whining unless Park Yong-won takes over. This guild's drama is always a hot mess, I swear. I'm bouncing to the Salvation Guild, for real. 8. So what's the tea on this Kim Ji-ju dude's powers anyway? Minho finally asked. His aura is representative of the shadow world, so edgy, and his main thing is blood poison art. Apparently, that blood poison art is messy and hits his own team, which is why he's been flying solo this whole time, and Jian Hong, being extra, just screeches, "Wait, what? Blood poison art? Can he do something cool like summon a skeleton squad or whatever?" He slowly replied, "Besides the poison stuff, literally no one's seen him do anything else." She got even more heated. Like, so he's not just useless. He's basically a human backpack we have to carry. This is so freaking annoying. And while Jian Hong was still complaining, Jiju's car finally rolls up. She's like, "When the heck is this dude gonna get here?" And then bam, Minho spots him. There he is, she deadpanned, rolling in last, of course. But the second she turns to look, Jian Hong's eyes go wide, and get this, she's thinking, is he seriously still driving that bucket of bolts he probably bought off some lot in Fresno? Then plot twist, Jian Hong whispers, "Okay, you gotta respect the hustle, I'll let it slide." Her comment left Minho completely shook, like, is she for real right now? Then a system notification popped up. Objective is slay 1,000 monsters to unlock the next floor. Jiju reads it and is just like, seriously? A tutorial for a 3-story dungeon. Park Yong-won is totally spying on me. Guess I have to do it. What a major time suck. Across from him, Jian Hong yells, "Yo, didn't you say this is your first time in a 3-story dungeon? Yeah, there's literally nothing for you to do here." Then she got all low-key threatening. "So just shut your mouth and do what I tell you, or I swear, I'll wreck anything that moves. I don't care if it's a freaking pigeon from Central Park. Now go hunt some mobs so we can see what you're remade of." Ju, totally unbothered by her attitude, just calmly asks, "So, like, how many monsters are we talking?" And his chill vibe was 100% getting under her skin. "Listen to this punk, talking back. You think you can actually hit a number I give you? Just go till you literally can't anymore." Jiju still replied super gently, "Just need a sec to prep," and Jian Hong just whips around, muttering, "Whatever, the shade was so obvious," and he was just like, Interesting. Fast forward to the next morning at OC Chan's office, and Lee Sun-ju starts spilling the tea. So Kim Ji-yu, word is he dove into another dungeon, another one packed with phantoms. Her overly chill attitude made him unable to hold back, Lee Sun-ju, shouldn't you be grinding and leveling up instead of chilling here?" And hearing that, Lee Sun-ju just lets out this massive sigh. I don't wanna. I can finally breathe with him gone. Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to team up with that Kim Ji-ju guy? OC Chan clapped back instantly. Weren't you literally just whining about not having a decent partner? And then boom, some crazy news alert pops up on his phone. Lee Sun-ju sees his face and immediately grabs her phone to check. Looks like Ju got the same alert. The screen's lit up with an emergency broadcast from the Dungeon Damage Control Department. At 4:33 p.m., an unidentified monster breached containment from a local dungeon. We've got multiple building collapses, like, Retalking full-on Chicago-style destruction, and the situation is still active, therefore, all citizens. After she reads it, she asked curiously, "Wait, which dungeon is this even from? Do breaks like this still happen? I thought the last major screw-up was years ago, and the Salvation Guild has been locking it down since." Before Lee Sun-ju could run her mouth anymore, OC-chan just hissed through his teeth, "You idiot." She finally gets it, she messed up. He subtly glances over, checking on Ju. Ju was just sitting there, dead silent at her desk, and you could see her hand holding her phone slowly balling into a fist. Then, bam. A flashback to her school days hits her like a truck. There she is, back in class, chin in her hand, totally bored, with her name tag on her desk. Then all of a sudden, every kid in the room rushes to the windows to look outside. Some huge noise from far away got everyone's attention. Turns out, the skyscraper across from the school just exploded. The image burns into Ju's eyes, and she's just filled with this insane horror. She can't hold it in, and just lets out this gut-wrenching scream. Back in the office, Ju is just staring blankly at the news. A second later, she jolts up from her chair. I'm stepping out for a minute. Her computer's still on and everything, but she just bolts out the door, and still on her desk is a photo of her and Jin Soo. The sound of the door clicking shut makes Lee Sun-ju just bury her face in her hands. OC-chan lets out this frustrated sigh. "Dude, you have got to watch what you say when she's around." Then she stammers back, "No, I didn't realize. Anyway, you said you knew her dad. What was he like?" And her question just makes him get all pensive. And then he's hit with another memory, a younger OC-chan asking, "So I heard you made the call. You sure you gonna be okay?" And Jinsu just smiles back, "Simon, man, it'd be a total lie to say this ain't risky. Like, what are we even supposed to do? This ain't some chill suburb in Irvine, California, it's South Korea, where our fams live. So yeah, we gotta roll the dice, right? I gotta make a world where my little girl can just go to school safely." But the good vibes didn't last, and you could just see the L on OC-chan's face. He looked totally wiped. As he's talking, he's picturing Jinnu just fading out without a word. That dude was such a work-obsessed fool. He couldn't even tell the difference between his 9 to 5 and his own daughter. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, Jinhong was straight up flexing over some defeated demon snail. She was thinking to herself, "Lol, this is a C-rank dungeon. None of these mobs are even a threat. At this rate." Jinhong figured she'd be waltzing to the second floor tomorrow, no problem. And then bam, Minho sprints over, totally bugging out. "General, you have to come see what Kim Ji-ju just pulled." The second she heard Daiju's name, she just scoffed. "Why are you tweaking? Did my man ask for prep time just to whiff it on one measly monster?" He got even more frantic, like, "Nah, that's not it." He for sure did something. Look, long story short, you just gotta come see this with your own eyes. No cap. Jianhong was giving him major side-eye. "Bro, why are you freaking out? Fine, lead the way." But the second she got there, her jaw straight up hit the floor. "What the hell is this?" He said he needed time to set up these things. I mean, he gets enough for effort, I guess, but these little traps are only gonna give the monsters a paper cut, not do any real damage. What on earth was Kim Ji-ju even thinking? So from way up on a tree branch, Hong and Minho were watching the whole scene like it was a movie night in their Chicago apartment. And right then, he totally sensed them, like, "Oh, they here," just as he planned. A demon snail face plants right into his trap. The next second, all the hidden gadgets he rigged went off. The monster was getting wrecked, screaming its little head off. Even so, Jianhong was cursing in her head. Does this idiot have a death wish or something? How are these janky little traps supposed to hold up against a whole-ass swarm of monsters? Seeing her about to jump in, Minho immediately stopped her. "General, wait. I'm sure Kim Ji-yu's got a plan." His plea just made Jianhong totally snap. Does it look like he has a plan? "Kim Ji-ju, if you die now, what are we supposed to tell Park Yong-won?" Minho just gently pointed, like, "Yo, look over there." She followed his lead and saw a massive swarm of demon snails getting baited right into Jiju's trap zone. The sight immediately had Jianhong's face filled with pure panic. Holy crap, how did that many mobs pull up so fast? It's way too late to save him now. Plot twist, guy Ju's over there smirking with main character energy. In a flash, he totally focused and unleashed his power. Then, bam! The signature skill of the Shadow World's rep, blood mist, just appears, and the demon snails got smacked with blood poison. Giju's toxic fog was literally everywhere. The demon snails gasped the moment they inhaled it, and then, in like 1 second, they all just flopped over. Dead. Hong's face was pure unfiltered shock. He used a blood poison technique hidden inside the blood mist. "You can use poison like that?" Minho exclaimed excitedly next to her. "This is the most unique battle I've ever seen, for real." The next second, his face went ghost white as he realized this kid already knew how to use this one method to wipe out hundreds of monsters at once. She didn't even answer, just thinking to herself, Kim Ji-ju, you are something else. Jin Hong's eyes were lit up. No wonder he was Park Young-won's golden boy. She just had to get him on her team. No matter what it took. Down below, Ji-ju pulled out a bottle to collect the poisonous mist. Strolling through the field of dead demon snails, he thought that the blood mist skill drank up way more blood poison than he had expected. The representative of the shadow world greatly admires your ability. Your blood mist skill has been upgraded. The skill of the shadow world's representative. Blood absorption skill has been activated while recovering stamina. Gi-ju was thinking, phew, good thing I have the blood absorption skill. So every time I use a blood skill, I've got a way to juice back up. Seeing this, Hong barked an order. Hey you, go find Kim Ji-ju right now and give him a message for me, Minho asked, all curious, right now. What's the message? Hearing that, she quickly snapped back. What else is there to say? After watching that absolute masterclass, am I supposed to tell him he failed? He passed the test. A moment later, Jian Hong approached Gi-ju and spoke. Kim Ji-ju, my bad, I totally underestimated you. Actually insane. This is the first time I've ever seen someone use a blood poison skill that well. If you and I team up, we won't just clear the 3rd floor of the dungeon. We'll straight up own this place. So join my team. Without even blinking, Ji-ju named his price, 10 million. That's the fee every single time I use my blood poison. That number instantly made her see red. What a fee. He quickly broke it down. My blood poison is like a limited edition drop. You feel me? When a personal item gets used during a dungeon raid, it's only natural that the team covers the cost at the user's requested price. Besides, blood poison is a one and done consumable, so that price is totally fair. Hong's voice, just dripping with barely contained rage, rang out. Right, I get it. If someone's using their own precious blood, which is as good as gold from a vault on Wall Street, we should pay for it. Then she held up her hand. Fine, 3 million. Ji-ju sighed softly. Damn, talk about a serious lowball. Alright, fine. I'll give you a homie discount of 100,000, making it 9,900,000, in an instant. John Hong growled back. Okay, then I'll be generous and add 100,000, making it 3,100,000. He shot back without missing a beat. 9.8 million. She kept on haggling. 3.2 million. This whole scene had Minho, who was just standing there, thinking in amazement. I knew the general was cheap, but why is this Kim Ji-ju kid such a menace too? So get this. Kim Ji-ju was still throwing down 9.7 million, but Jian Hong was screaming out 3.3 million. Then the next morning, some crazy loud noise just blasts through the dungeon, and a freakin' system announcement pops up. Bam, you have hunted a black goblin. After scoping it out, my boy Kim Ji-ju is just standing there big braining it. Realizing the Firebird Guild's teamwork is tighter than rush hour traffic on the I-405 in Los Angeles. John Hong's already done the math and is like, if they use this poison right, they will be farming mobs like crazy. Okay, so they've got some legit leadership going on. Then Jian Hong, perched up on a branch like a gargoyle in downtown Chicago, just loses it. Screaming, yo, you! Are you still holding out on that juice? I'll cop it for 7.3 million won, for real. Hearing this, Gi-ju gets all suspicious like, hold up, there's no way they this coordinated just for the bag, right? Next thing you know, ding, new level, and the system hits with her. You've got 6 days to not die. Good luck, fam. Her whole vibe flips from haggling over cash to super serious, and Jian Hong lays down the law. 8, listen up, this is the last time. All no survival missions are basically monster fests, so everyone better stay frosty and not get clapped. We just gotta hang on for 6 days, so everybody grind hard, get those levels up. Also, cause of that little unplanned shopping spree earlier, we gonna have to, pick some strawberries around here. And you could literally hear the collective bruh from her entire squad. But this one dude, Minho Ho, steps up like a true G, Captain. We'll go scope out the monster situation and get the lay of the land. Jian Hong's instantly like, bet, just don't get wrecked, and whoosh, they re-gone. The crew is parkering through the treetops, scanning every inch of the forest like they, researching for a decent parking spot in Times Square. After finding squat, they bounce to the next spot. Meanwhile, the other teams are drawing a total blank too. This freaky peace and quiet is giving Minho Ho some seriously bad vibes, you know. Like it's too quiet. Yo, something's sus. This is supposed to be a survival mission, but it's empty. And this whole dungeon's the size of a studio apartment in New York City. The next second, he's yelling to his crew. Hold up, everyone, get over here now. And then bam, one of his homies spots this absolutely massive footprint. Dude, I don't know what made this, but a track this big. That ain't no normal monster. The gears in Minho Ho's head are spinning and he just goes, oh no, don't tell me, instead of fighting a whole horde. We have to survive against one single boss monster for 6 days. Boy next to him is bugging out, a survival battle royale. Minho's already shouting, this is bad. This is way harder than a hunting quest. The survival rate for this is basically 0. Go tell the captain, quick. The second they dip, a spooky-looking cave just materializes out of thin air, right where the footprint was. And yup, you guessed it. A pair of super vicious eyes light up from the darkness inside. John Hong's voice comes through, all cool and collected. So you re-saying this is a pure, don't die mission.
Minho's like, yeah, exactly.
And the dungeon is weirdly small, way more cramped than usual. The whole layout is basically like Alcatraz, an island completely surrounded by cliffs. He's sketching it out for her. If we gotta book it, we cannot let ourselves get cornered against the edge. You can see the wheels turning in her head. She's thinking, okay, we got Kim Ji-ju's special sauce, so taking down the boss should be easy. But to make sure the whole squad survives, we gotta play hide and seek, not go in guns blazing. The next thing you know, Jian Hong is broadcasting to everyone. Look, we have no clue what this boss is, so priority number 1 is to ghost it. We gotta put all our stat points into pure survival, got it. And literally, the second the words leave her mouth, this massive boom erupts from a distance. Jian Hong's head whips in that direction. And you know our boy Ji-ju's attention just got snagged, too. And what do they see? A freaking white troll just appeared out of nowhere. The team immediately starts screaming in pure panic. A white troll. Minho looks like he just saw a ghost, horrified. Why is that thing in a C+ rank dungeon? But Jian Hong, ice in her veins, she snaps right back into it and orders, everyone, spread out now! Like you trying to cover every inch of Bourbon Street during Mardi Gras. As she's yelling, she's already drawn her bow, aiming right at the troll. The next second, her arrow flies like a bolt of lightning. Even with that, the white troll just roars and charges ahead like a freight train. Instantly, it gets pelted with 5 of her arrows all at once. At first, the wounds looked like nothing, just little pricks. But in the blink of an eye, you can see the poison from the arrowhead's spider webbing through its body. Jian Hong is watching this go down, thinking, your healing ability is cute, you big bastard. But no matter how good it is, you retoast once you re-hit with Kim Ji-ju's poison. Just as she thinks that, the white troll literally rips the arrows out of its body and charges furiously at Jian Hong, completely provoked. So now she's booking it from this giant raging troll, thinking to herself, hold up, I thought Kim Ji-ju's poison was supposed to handle this. Was the dose too small or something? But I literally saw the poison spreading from the wounds. This whole wild chase scene comes right into Kim Ji-ju's view, and he's just chilling, thinking damn. John Hong is really going hard in the paint as the captain, huh? Should I step in and help? I mean, this whole dungeon is basically my audition to show Park Yong-won what I can do. A little while later, the whole team finally manages to shake the white troll. They all take cover under this giant, ancient-looking tree. Jian Hong immediately whips out a whistle, gives it a toot, and yells, sound off. Is everyone alright? Anyone injured? The team all replies at once, no ma'am, all clear. Jian Hong breathes a sigh of relief, then remembers, wait a minute, where's Kim Ji-ju? And right on cue, his super calm voice cuts in, I'm right here, what is it? Without even hesitating, she says, I think we're gonna have to up the amount of blood poison we agreed on. You cool with that? And he just immediately replies, yes. Alright, bet, I'm down to cooperate, but listen up, I got one condition, let's chop it up over there for a sec. Hong got all sus and was like, you ain't about to use this as a chance to jack up your price, are you? Hearing that, Kim Ji-ju was firm, like hell no, not even. From across the way, Minho was bugging, asking, yo, what's the tea? What are those two whispering about over there? On her end, Jian Hong was still hesitating, all like, but that's, like he was reading her mind. Kim Ji-ju got real and explained, look, this is about everyone's lives, not some petty drama in Beverly Hills. I know it's not an easy call, I'm still gonna go hard and help even if you don't rock with my strategy. But peep this in this situation, whether we throw down or dip, at least 4 people are gonna get seriously messed up. The moment he stopped talking, he started channeling some crazy energy into his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a sick-looking arrow just materialized in Kim Ji-ju's hand. The Hell's Messenger's blood energy skill was officially activated. He said slowly, I literally condensed my own blood to make this thing. Trust me, using this is way more effective than those janky arrows we were coating in blood poison before. After thinking for a hot second, Jian Hong growled, you better remember this, if my homies die because of your little plan, I'm coming for you. Clutching the pouch of blood arrows, she spun around and announced, 8. Listen up, let's go over the game plan. A little later, Kim Bom and Chan-ung were posted up, totally ready to scrap. All of a sudden, Kim Bom started sweating buckets, asking nervously, are you like, 100% sure this is gonna work? Even though Chan-ung was tweaking on the inside, he tried to be the chill one. She said we're not fighting it head on. We were just kiting it, you feel me? What other choice do we have if we want to stay alive? Just trust the leader for once. Fam, the second Chanung finished his sentence, the white grave pulled up, right on cue. They both screamed at the exact same time, let's get it. The sturdy warrior's provoked skill went live. The second it laid eyes on Kim Bom and Chanung, it went full on beast mode and charged right at them. But before it could even get close, the rest of the squad just unleashed a storm of skills. The manager of the Fountain of Knowledge's smokescreen skill popped off. A second later, they bounced, just like they planned. Go, run before that monster sees us. From a sick vantage point, Kim Ji-ju said calmly, now it's time to get ready. Jin Hong was still giving him the side eye, though, she asked. For real? A smokescreen. Don't you know the white grave is basically fireproof? Kim Ji replied all slow and cool, of course I know that. I'm not using the smoke to hurt it, duh. I'm just using it to block its vision. Just long enough for everyone to land a few solid hits. As he was breaking it down, Hong saw her shot. This is it! Instantly, she whipped out her bow and let an arrow fly. Jian Hong's arrow sliced right through the smokescreen and tagged the white grave dead on. Seeing it, Minho was thinking, yes, that's our queen right there. It hadn't even healed from the last attack, and she landed another perfect shot right in the wound. Seeing she hit the mark, Hong was hyped, screaming, Hell yeah! Kim Ju was just thinking to himself, okay, she's not half bad. See, when the arrowhead made of blood energy hits a wound, it literally melts and gets sucked into the monster's system. So even if the cut heals on the outside, that poison ain't going nowhere. At the same time, Kim Bom and Chanung kept up the defense like absolute champs. The sturdy warrior's provoke skill was on repeat. And the other members were right there with M. The smokescreen skill of the manager of the Fountain of Knowledge was activate again. Meanwhile, Minho and another crew member were just wailing on the white grave to keep it distracted. Everything was running smoother than a new Tesla on a California highway, much to Kim Ji-ju's delight. This clueless white grave, by the time it figures out it's getting spammed with the same attacks, it'll be, just as he finished the thought. The blood poison went totally viral through its whole body, and then bam, it collapsed with a massive crash. The system immediately hit M with a notification, you have earned the achievement White Grave Hunter. Jun Hong's eyes went wide. Like she'd just seen a ghost. Wait, did we for real just do that? And nobody got hurt. You have earned the achievement White Grave Hunter. The Hell's Messenger has granted you a portion of its power. The blood energy skill has been upgraded. Kim Ji-ju's insane brain and power made Jun Hong super curious. Just who are you? He was cool as a cucumber, saying we can talk about that after we bounce from this dungeon. Oh, by the way, the party used my blood poison a total of 217 times. Make sure you bill me for it when we get out. Hong's jaw just dropped at that crazy number. What? The dungeon was cleared. Cut to Park Yong-won, who was drumming his fingers impatiently on a table like he was waiting for a delayed flight at JAFK. After a sec, he asked in this low, sketchy voice, you said you'd compensate us for this whole disaster. Even though nothing can replace the guild members we lost. But let's hear what you've got. Naomi didn't answer. She was suddenly totally lost in her own head. Meanwhile, at the Phoenix Guild's press conference, reporters were swarming and shouting over each other. A reporter then stood up and asked, so we heard the White Grave made a surprise appearance in this C+ rank, 3-floor dungeon. How did everyone manage to nail the survival mission without a single person getting taken out? Jian Hong answered, calm and collected, this was only possible because every single member of the team played their part perfectly. Also, I gotta say one more thing, without Mr. Kim Ji-ju's blood poison skill, this raid would have been an absolute, undeniable failure. The second she said that, the reporters went completely wild. So you're saying you used blood poison to take down the White Grave? Who is Kim Ji-ju? Jian Hong, please give us just one more minute of your time. In a flash, the whole place turned into total chaos. So Kim Ji-ju's name is literally blowing up everywhere. The news is going wild about him using poison to wreck monsters. They're recalling him the young ace of the Phoenix Guild. A total trendsetter with a sick new way to raid. His wet blood poison so dramatic, right? Anyway, picture this, he's in some parking garage, probably on Worth Avenue in Palm Beach, and he's on the phone like, yo, GGU here. What's the tea on that offer? And the guy on the other end, OC Chan, spills, okay, so I totally leaked the info that Isaac wants to crash the Forest of Spirits to Park Yong-won's crew. We just gotta wait and see how the drama unfolds. But then, after like 2 seconds of silence, he gets all nervous like, dude, is this for real okay? Like, why are we using some random foreigner's id to hit a dungeon in America? And a Russian dude at that. So sketch. But Kim Ji-ju just lays it out, super chill, look, if I wanted to roll in there as anyone else. Besides Isaac, I wouldn't even need to bother Park Yong-won, and you can just feel OC Chan go, oh damn, he's got this on lock. So he immediately starts warning him, 8. But you already know the deal. Even the freaking Salvation Guild has only gotten into us dungeons, like, a few times. America doesn't need anyone's help, fam. After the world went nuts, all the heavy hitters bounced to the States. With how things are, getting a spot on this raid is gonna be mission impossible. But despite all that, Kim Ji-ju is just like, I know, so unbothered. And right then, he hears footsteps echoing in the garage. And get this, it's Nami and her little assistant walking in. What a coincidence. Right at the exact same second, Osi-chan's voice pops back on the phone. But listen, Nami's spell is totally under Park Yong-won's thumb right now. I'm pretty sure the Vanguard Guild is gonna give it the green light. No cap. The real drama is whether their third wheel guild will let an outsider crash the party. Hearing that, Ji-ju totally connects the dots. You mean the Great One Guild, don't you? He's putting it all together. He has no clue how they all react, but he knows all this messiness is only gonna help him. He's basically thinking, no matter what, that door is opening, period. Okay, cut scene. Now we with Park Yong-won, and he is pissed. He slams this report on his desk and asks with a super serious voice, is this report legit? Secretary Kim is on it. Yes, sir. Every single player in the raid confirmed it. The report is 100% accurate. That just sends him into a spiral, muttering, he took down a white goal before he even officially debuted.
And she's not done.
And yeah, Dong Jian-hong was the boss, but Ji-ju was the brains behind the whole strategy. Park Yong-won is so confused. Wait, Dong Jian-hong with her psycho temper just took orders from him. And Secretary Kim, with a totally deadpan voice, is like, yep, and what's even crazier is that she footed the bill for Kim Ji-yu's extra expenses. You know, the cash he racked up using the blood poison. After hearing the whole scoop, Yong-won gets this super interested smirk. I knew that kid wasn't just some nobody when I first met him, but I had no idea he was this extra. This dude is a whole main character. Man, I should be started investing in him way sooner. It's not too late to start kissing up to him now, is it? After weighing his options, Park Yong-won's like, so where is Kim Ji-ju? She fires back, he's already here, on his way up. The next second, he's like, well, speak of the devil. Okay, new scene. We in the Great One Guild's conference room, probably in some sick high-rise at 157 West 57th Street in Manhattan. Carrie's voice cuts through. Alright, Great One Guild. Even if we all buddy-buddy with the Vanguard Guild, we still can't beat the Forest of Spirits on our own. This Isaac Ivanov guy from Russia says he wants a shot, right? So Kryrona, our awesome guild master, what's the play, people? Hearing that, David just loses it. Are you for real? We were just gonna hand a dungeon that our own guilds couldn't clear to some random foreigner. That's ridiculous. It's about our pride. Harry immediately chimes in. I don't know what the hell those Vanguard Guild idiots are thinking. Saying yes so fast. I mean, I know the government is asking our opinion, but I think we have to shut this down. Hard no, hasn't the government already shot down our requests to try again like a million times? But Carrie just brushes off their whining and calmly speaks up. Why is everyone so worked up? The suits in D didn't say no because they thought we couldn't do it. It's because they were worried about how many of our own guilds would get wrecked. Right? So actually, this is perfect. We can totally use this as an excuse to get their approval. And we should use this chance to make this thing a massive event. I don't care if it's some random Russian dude or some other crew. Tell them all to come through. Her whole take leaves some guild member totally confused. Like, what the hell are you even saying? But Kryrona gets this wick look in her eye and says with a grin, we'll put up a prize that's so fire, everyone will want a piece. Like the Ring of King Arthur, for example. Without missing a beat, David slams the table and yells, absolutely not. Have you forgotten the insane price we paid to get that thing? Like she already had it all planned out. She soothes him. Now, chill out. I said we were gonna make this a spectacle, didn't I? I never said we were just gonna give it away for free. Back to Kim Ji-yu's car, he's asking about something, and Lee Sun-ju is explaining. Here, Osi-chan told me to give you this. He said this skill is totally your vibe. It's something like the Book of the Dead, I think. You can literally store an army of skeletons in it. There, I told him you didn't need it. But that guy was so insistent I give it to you. As soon as she stops talking, Kim Ji-ju smirks and says, nah, this is actually super useful. Yo, go tell the director I'm about to put this thing to work. The Book of the Dead has, like, a max capacity on skeleton soldiers, you know. He muttered, just staring at the paper in his hand. Kim Ji-ju always had this feeling he'd get jumped by a massive mob someday, but this could actually even the odds. Just then, the paper lit up with the words, Power of the Pharaoh. The deets were, requirement Hell's Messenger class, level 1 or higher, effect you can sacrifice literally any dead thing. So while Kim Ji-ju's brain was doing backflips, Lee Sun-ju would not stop bugging him. Kim Ji-ju, are you even listening to me, dude? He whined, "You really think you can take on the Forest of Spirits? Two of the 5 biggest guilds in the whole world, the Vanguard Guild and the Great One Guild, straight out of their HU in Chicago, teamed up and still totally failed. Plus, hello. It's called the Forest of Spirits, so undead are a given. Isn't that like a massive L for you? Seeing as you can't even use undead to summon your skeleton boys." But Kim Ji-ju, looking totally unbothered, just pointed at him and said, "Yeah, I'm way ahead of you on that problem. Besides, aren't you the one who has to get up close and personal with the undead anyway?" Hearing that, Lee Sun-ju started sweating bullets, like wah. The next second, his phone buzzed, and Kim Ji-ju snatched it up, making him absolutely furious. "This is Kim Ji-ju, so did they make a final call?" On the other end, Osa-chan was like, "The US government gave the green light, but we've got a little situation." He was confused, what kind of situation? And the guy just laid it all out, so, looks like it's not just our squad anymore. It's basically a free-for-all now for any guild that wants a piece. Oh, and one more thing. The guild that contributes the most gets a legendary freaking item as the grand prize. Hearing this, Kim Ji-ju was like, "Are they pulling this stunt? 'Cause they were so damn sure one of their own players from Dallas is gonna win anyway." "What's the item?" Then Osa-chan's voice got super serious. King Arthur's ring, and girl, in a split second, the news feeds just absolutely exploded. The headlines were wild: the Forest of Spirits, the dungeon that stumped America. The gate is now open season for all takers. Isaac Ivanov is tackling the Forest of Spirits, and Park Youngwon's bankrolling it. Great One Guild puts King Arthur's ring up for grabs. The Mesa Guild officially enters the chat. A Forest of Spirits, a battle of egos. Who will snag the bling? That very night, Kim Ji-ju and Lee Sun-ju were on a plane out of there. They touched down in San Francisco not long after. The next morning, you could find them kicking back in a fancy lounge at the Mems Guild's new spot on Pier 39. Inside, Lee Sun-ju was munching on snacks and was like, "Man, those Great One clowns are thirsty to clear this dungeon, huh? Why else would they put King Arthur's ring on the table?" Across from him, Kim Ji-ju just calmly replied, "That's not it. They were just trying to get in our heads. They were so cocky they think they've already got the prize in the bag." This just made Lee Sun-ju bust out laughing. "Lu Mao, so they were totally calling you out." Kim Ji-ju just tuned him out, thinking hard. That can't be right. The Great One Guild isn't stupid enough to underestimate someone. And they were not a bunch of brain-dead trolls from some backwater in Alabama who just go around picking fights. They've definitely got a reason to be this confident, and he had to find out what it was. That night, over at the Great One Guild headquarters in New York City, Harry was giving an update. The entire raid team, including the team leader, Ellis Hahn, has officially entered the dungeon. But for real, is this a good idea? I mean, I'm not doubting Ellis's skills, but betting King Arthur's ring is, like, a huge gamble. The guild chat is blowing up with the gossip about the guild master's decision. But Carrie, she wasn't sweating it at all. She was like, "I think everyone is seriously missing the point here. I said the reward is King Arthur's ring, correct? But I never said we weren't going to use it." Gasp, King Arthur's ring has been activated. Back in the dungeon, the sky went pitch black. All the guilds were there, ready to throw down. Ellis's voice echoed. "Looks like everyone made it to the party. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ellis Hahn from the Great One Guild. Before we get this show on the road, I'm just gonna run through some rules of our little agreement." A second later, Lee Sun-ju was already yelling, "What the hell is this? No fighting, we have to cooperate. Seriously." Kim Ji-ju calmly explained, "After we clear each floor, a leaderboard will pop up showing which team carried the hardest. So we gotta figure out the pecking order for attacking monsters." Lee Sun-ju looked even more lost. "A contribution leaderboard. So then we just have to kill a ton of monsters. What's all this nonsense about cooperating? So what's the plan? You still just gonna sit back and watch on the first floor?" After scoping things out, he said slowly, "The competition starts on floor 1. Everyone's about to play their best cards. The Great One Guild won't be any different." And then bam, a system message popped up. "The skill of the Shadow World's representative, Power of the Pharaoh, has been used. You can now use unprocessed monsters as sacrifices." In the distance, a skeleton warrior just materialized. The other guilds started freaking out, whispering, "They were making a move!" "What do we do?" With this super smug tone, Ellis just said, "Well, if everyone else is in such a hurry, how could we possibly just stand by and watch?" Then another system message popped up. "You have equipped King Arthur's ring. You have equipped Merlin's staff. Your magical power has been amplified by Merlin's staff. Oh, it is on. You were not going to believe this. The secret condition for the legend of King Arthur has been met. The set item effect for that whole legend just went live. The ring of King Arthur can totally juice up the power of the round table." Like a literal flash, she unleashed all her energy, and her power just maxed out, and guess what? The whole scene was caught by one of Kim Ji-ju's creepy little skeleton spies. After focusing all her power, Ellis got this dead serious look and was like, "Why the hell are we waiting for the second floor? Let's go all out, right here, from floor 1. Let's show these punks who really runs this dungeon." As he peeped the whole scene, he's thinking to himself, so this is the Great One Guild's hidden ace. No wonder Henry was acting all high and mighty back in Miami. I totally called it. They used the Ring of King Arthur for this raid. But I was not expecting Ellis to also be rocking Merlin's staff. Dude, Merlin's staff is a legendary item. It's the symbol of Park Sin, the Og who led the Knights of the Round Table. But here's the tea, it wasn't even hers to begin with. The truth is, that piece of gear was transferred from Ellis to Park Jin-ho. This means the Savior Guild and the Great One Guild have some shady backroom deal going on. It'd be so clutch if I could just snatch it before it gets handed over to Park Jin-ho. That's way more effective than a direct assault on the Savior Guild's HQ on Rodeo Drive. Hey, seeing Kim Ji-ju totally zoning out. Lee Sun-ju snapped him out of it. Yo, are you even listening? Are we just gonna analyze their strength on the first floor, or what? The next second, he immediately ordered, "Nah, change of plans." Kim Ji-ju told himself there's no way he's letting the Great One Guild have the upper hand. They have both the Ring of King Arthur and Merlin's staff, so we going all out from this second on. Deep in the middle of some dark forest, a blazing campfire was lit. From way far off, you could feel this insane energy. It was Ellis, casting some crazy spell. The skill, Summon Fire Spirit of the All-Hearing One, has been activated. In a blink, raging flames just surrounded all the monsters. They were instantly fried. Standing next to Ellis, John whispered, "Damn, that's sick. At this rate, we could clear the 4th floor, never mind the 3rd. The moment he finished talking, this freaky sound echoed through the trees. John blurted out, totally shocked, "Isaac Ivanov." Kim Ji-jum just gave a polite little nod, like he was greeting him at a Starbucks in Seattle. John's face was a mess of shock, like, "You've got to be kidding me. We ran into him." Ellis, though, was completely bugging out. "Aren't we in first place? How did he even get here already?" At that exact moment, a system notification went off. The skill of the Emissary of the Underworld, Power of the Pharaoh, has been used. You can use monster corpses as a sacrifice. A skeleton warrior has been summoned. The second John saw this, he started screaming his head off. "That bastard! Is he ordering those Bonnie freaks to steal the kills we were hunting?" Ellis quickly threw out a hand to stop him. "Yo, stop it! Don't fall for his cheap shot tricks. What's our count?" The notification screen popped right up. First place, Great One, with 1,502 kills. Second place, Savior, with 1,134 kills. Third place, Fran, with 1,131 kills. Fourth place, Mokos, with 753 kills. Seeing this, John got all cocky. "See, we're still in the lead, so there's nothing to worry about. This Isaac dude is nothing special. The rumors about him are total cap." Despite that, Ellis stayed on high alert. "Keep up this pace. Let's move to the next area," ignoring her whole plan. Kim Ji-ju was calmly thinking to himself, "It doesn't matter how fast they are, it's pointless. Hunting ability isn't just about speed, because they all never have the weapon we do." After hearing his strategy, Lee Sun-ju gritted her teeth. "Are you serious? You're making me the damn tank again." Kim Ji-ju started to taunt her. "We were the only guild that can pull off this strategy. And that's all because of you. What? You scared?" As expected, she took the bait. "Who says I'm scared? Fine, let's do it. We'll go with your stupid as hell plan. You guys would be toast without me, but you better buy me a steak dinner in Texas after this raid is over." As soon as Lee Sun-ju stormed off, he smirked and said, "Perfect, now let's pick up the hunting pace." A skeleton knight was summoned. The news outlets were blowing up. Every channel from New York to Lai was reporting that the Fran Guild had put up a $2 million prize for conquering the Forest of Death. The items from the Savior Guild and the Forest of Death had all become pieces on his personal betting board. In his office, Oscham was practically vibrating with excitement. Now that all eyes are on this, the other guilds have started placing their bets too. It's a game. After all, there'll be winners and losers. I can't wait to see how it all plays out. "Secretary, what are Isaac's returns looking like now?" Jisoo quickly answered, "They've increased by a factor of 3.28. Also, sir, you should take a look at this. The Great One Guild just revealed the items Ellis took into the dungeon." Hearing that, he asked, all curious, the items she brought with her. As if she had totally read his mind, she answered, "The Ring of King Arthur and Merlin's staff." The news hit him like a ton of bricks. What? They were using gear like that in a low-level dungeon. Do they think this is some 5 or 6 floor Vegas high roller suite or something? Wait, hold on a second. Those two are part of the same set. If that's the case, the next second, Os-chan just roared in fury, "Secretary, cancel all my bets immediately." Jiz's voice was perfectly calm. "It's too late, sir. The bets can't be cancelled." In a flash, he figured out the Great One Guild's entire dirty plan. "Great One, don't those dirty bastards know how to play fair? Oh God, Virgin Mary, Holy Allah, please save me." Seeing him like that, she started sweating and thought to herself, the only thing you can really trust is money. A moment later, the rankings updated. First place, Mokos, with 5,704 kills. Second place, Great One, with 5,690 kills. Third place, Savior, with 4,908 kills. Fourth place, Fran, with 4,605 kills. The numbers made Ellis grit her teeth in pure rage. That's impossible. How the hell did those guys get ahead of us? Is it an item? There's no way they have an item more powerful than. Okay, so get this T. He's rocking the combo of King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff, a whole vibe from like, across the way. Maybe from here to downtown L. Kim Ji-ju catches her straight up staring him down. Next thing you know, Ellis strolls over to get in his business. That's a power move right there. So she's like, "Spill the tea, what's your secret?" And my guy, all chill, just hits her with, "Just got lucky, lol." You could practically see the steam coming out of her ears. This little brat. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-ju is just vibing, saying nothing, keeping his thoughts on lock. But inside, he's thinking, yo, this is all thanks to Lee Sun-ju's immortal body. No cap, for real, no matter how up you are. You can't just herd all these monsters into one spot like cattle in a Texas ranch. That's a huge waste of time when you gotta get to the next zone. All they have to do is keep pulling fresh mobs to where we already throwing down. Cause of that, all we gotta do is focus on wrecking shop. I bet that bruises their little egos real good. Am I right? Ha! Then my dude Kim Ji-ju just straight up says, full on confidence, so, why don't you just slide me that King Arthur ring right now?" Ellis was totally shook, like she'd seen a ghost on Bourbon Street.
What?
But Kim Ji-ju just keeps going, all casual. "We about to clear this dungeon anyway, so what's the big deal if you give it to me now? It's better if you just hand it over. That way we can help your little Gor One Guild minimize its lulls." But she ain't backing down. She claps back instantly. "Oh, you that confident, are you now?" Kim Ji-ju just hits her with the facts. "Look up, items belong to op players. That's how you boost the raid's success rate, ain't it?" And Ellis is like, "Hold up, what you just said. Loki sounds like you, saying you, stronger than me." Hearing this, he plays it cool, explaining, "My point is, if there was some player out here stronger than me, I'd hand over my gear in a New York minute for the mission. But yo." You could tell Kim Ji-ju's whole attitude was really getting under her skin. She's like, "Looks like you, getting a big head, just from winning this little bet against my crew. You'd be way better off not being so damn arrogant, dude." And with that, Ellis just spins on her heel and bounces. Cause at the end of the day, the clout for this dungeon raid is gonna go to our Gor One Guild anyway. From way over by the cheap seats, Jay is watching this whole drama unfold. Just thinking to himself, the more these guilds try to rip each other's throats out, the better it is for us. That's how an opening is gonna pop up for their pioneer guild. If they both burn out fighting each other, man, he'd be happier than a kid at Disneyland. A second later, bam. Ellis's fire, redder than a stop sign in Vegas, just annihilates a whole swarm of monsters. John was also out there fighting like his life depended on it. The rest of the crew, same energy. It looked like Kim Ji-ju's little challenge from earlier really lit a fire under her. For real. Yo, Ellis's attacks were way more savage than before. A monster chilling nearby couldn't even escape her personal bonfire party. The flames just kept spreading out, bigger and bigger. After they completely wiped out all the mobs in the area, Ellis's team was all hyped up, just chatting and vibing. Then, a second later, she's all business, so what's the sitch? Give me the rundown. After checking, John got all awkward. Captain, well, his face was all scrunched up with worry. There's no change in our rank. Actually, the gap between us and the Mokos Guild is getting even wider. Ellis immediately snapped back. What the hell are you even talking about? Are you sure you know how to read that thing? But like a second later, her own eyes went wide like she just saw Bigfoot walking down Hollywood Boulevard. This is insane. Ellis had been going full blast, total beast mode. So how was the gap getting bigger? Suddenly, John's voice cuts through. All relieved, the scout's back. She just yells, totally impatient. Okay, so what's the deal on Kim Ji-ju's side? What in the world is happening over there? The scout was sweating bullets, trying to get his words out. F50, his stuttering just made Ellis even more pissed. 50 what? The count was over 10,000 a minute ago. You idiot! Looking like he'd just seen a ghost at the Winchester Mystery House, the scout's face went pale. No. That's not it! He has 50 skeleton soldiers, and those skeletons, they were way stronger than any other player's summons, I swear. Okay, so let's cut back to my boy Kim Ji-ju. His skeleton summon fizzles out. Fail reading the notification. He's thinking to himself, for real. Is this really my limit with my current mana? Then the screen flashes skeleton soldier enhancement. It's skill rank and it totally juices up his summoned skeleton soldiers. As the skill rank goes up, the effect gets even crazier, boosting the Skelly boy's power stats by a whole 50%, and the number of skeletons he can pop out just goes up with his level. Right after chugging a potion, Kim Ji-ju's thinking he still needs to use other skills, so he better save some juice. Then, boom. The system just announces, your mana has been restored. Talk about clutch. The very next second, Kim Ji-ju just casually glances over his shoulder. And wouldn't you know it, right behind him is a whole frickin' army of skeleton soldiers, kneeling and waiting for his go-ahead, in the dead silence. Suddenly, you just hear the sound of someone running like they were being chased through the streets of Chicago. It's Lee Sun-ju, panting and cursing. Damn. She totally nailed her mission, which was to drag a massive mob of monsters right to Kim Ji-ju's doorstep. Seeing this, he just smirks. Her timing is getting on point now. As he slips on his mask, a system message pops up. You have connected with the skeleton soldier, and in a flash, a freaking skeleton knight is geared up and ready to ride into battle. As if he'd been waiting for this exact moment, Kim Ji-ju lets out this super confident smirk. Next thing you know, massive explosions are going off everywhere, signaling the start of the party. The Hell Messenger's corpse explosion skill had been activated. The skeleton knight's face was looking absolutely gnarly, dude, but not to be outdone. Some monster opens its huge jaw, ready to bite its head off at any second. Too bad for them, though. With a single swing, the skeleton knight just wipes out a whole pack of monsters. Even so, these dum-dums just keep charging in. The Hell Messenger's corpse explosion skill was cast again. Right after that, another massive kaboom completely obliterates all the monsters around them. Kim Ji-ju and Lee Sun-ju's scores on the leaderboard just keep shooting up like a rocket. The first floor of the dungeon cleared after a minute. The final rankings were locked in. First place Mokos, with a whopping 23,056 kills. Second place, Grade 1, with 20,183 kills. Third place, Salvation, with 18,046. And fourth place, Pioneer, with 16,011 kills. Seeing the final results, Ellis finally spoke up. Yo, the scoreboard don't lie. It's a total wash. Anyone actually got a problem with Isaac Ivanov getting first crack at the boss? And right on cue, all the other guilds were like, facts, a rule's a rule. Let the man cook. The Salvation Guild is all good with it, but you could practically see the smoke coming out of Jay's ears for real. Ellis actually choked. Welp, guess it's time to pivot to plan B. Yeah, this was a total curveball, but no way in hell was Jay gonna let that King Arthur's ring just walk. Then Ellis hit him with a legit, okay, I slept on you, my bad. You earned that #1 spot. No cap, they shook on it, and Kim Ji-ju was like, appreciate it. But before he could even get another word out, she hit him with, but hold up, we still got a clear floor too. And don't get it twisted, you fumble this, and we re-on deck. They zoned into the second floor, and a pop-up flashed mission snagged the Earth Turtle to advance. The second they landed, the whole peanut gallery started whining like they just lost Wi-Fi in their Miami penthos. Are you kidding me right now? This fog is thicker than my grandma's chili, we can't see squat. And they expect us to find some underground mole rat thing in this. Their constant crying was getting on Ellis's last nerve, and she just blew a fuse. Alright, shut up and fan out, start looking. Then, out of nowhere, Jay's snaky-ass voice slithers through the fog. Whoa there, Ellis, take a chill pill. You were kinda freaking me out, girl. She clapped back instantly. Get lost, Jay, I am not in the mood for your BS. Right now, Jay, repping the Vanguard Guild, flashed this super fake toothpaste-ed smile and was like, aw, don't be like that, I came over to talk business, for real. How about you and your crew link up with us for this run? See-mun, Red 1 and Vanguard have squated up before, you know the history. Yeah, okay, so it was a total bust last time, but for real. Are we just gonna let some Russian dude walk away with a piece of prime American loot? He's probably gonna ship it back to some DACA outside Moscow. Hearing that, Ellis's voice dropped. Link up, and then what? Spill it, what's the play? Jay didn't miss a beat, laying out his whole dirty plan. You know how it is in these dungeons. Crazy stuff happens, right? Accidents, like, imagine he's fighting the boss, and then whoops, a whole mob of monsters just happens to swarm him from the back. Just hearing them made Ellis snap. What? Are you serious? That's the cheapest, most low-down move I've ever heard, but he just cut her off, trying to talk her down. Ellis, see-mun. Get your head out of the clouds. This ain't some after-school special about morals. If that King Arthur's ring is gone, it's not gonna be some slap on the wrist meeting. You know the heat that's gonna come down, and tick-tock. They're about to start floor 2 any second now. Looking like the cat that ate the canary, Jay just smirked at her, all slimy-like. Just think about it. Ellis let out a huge sigh, totally over it. I literally have no words. You really think that little speech makes me want to be like, oh Jay, thank you so much. Are you for real? Hearing that, Jay got all pissy. Whoa, so you just cool with letting that Russian dude waltz off with the prize? You even got a plan for when that chump actually clears this thing. She was already 10 steps ahead of his little game and called him right out. Let's be real, if we had won the top spot, you'd be pulling this same shatty crap on us right now, wouldn't you? Jay kinda stumbled, trying to play it cool. I mean, you're not wrong, but look, that's not what's happening. If we just link up. Before he could even finish his sentence, Ellis shut him down cold. As far as I'm concerned, this conversation is already deleted from my memory. But, and I mean this, if you pull anything later, I swear to God I will make you regret it. And while they were having this whole dramatic standoff, a massive notification just pops up for everyone. The Earth Turtle has been clapped. Ellis's eyes went wide, like what the actual hell? Even Jay was looking around like he'd seen a ghost. Floor 2 of the dungeon conquered. Meanwhile, on Kim Ju's screen, the Earth Turtle basically got deleted from existence in a millisecond. All you could hear was Lee Sun-ju wheezing like he just run a marathon up the Empire State Building. He totally flopped onto the ground. Kim Ju, all calm, was just like, you alright, bro? Lee Sun-ju just shot back. My ribs feel like they're about to explode into a million tiny pieces. He just started screaming. Would you be okay? For real? Damn it, it takes a legit T like me to even survive that. Any other random player from, like Boise, Idaho would respawned 100 times by now. 100 times. Then a system window just blinged into existence. Skill activated. The blessing of the river Styx. Stamina has been 100% restored. Get back in there, champ. While he was stress-eating some recovery snacks, Lee Sun-ju mumbled. My blessing of the river Styx, skill leveled up 3 times, just from this one run with you. Do you have any idea how much of a grind it is to jump 3 whole levels in one go? Dude, what's the fire? We already got the VIP pass for the raid, right? But Kim Ju just answered, cool as a cucumber, because we can't give the haters even a second to plot against us. They ported to the next floor, and boom, you have reached floor 3. Alert, a hostile presence is rapidly approaching. The second the other guilds zoned in, 2 super creepy eyes just lit up in the darkness. Everyone else was totally bugging out, like, what just happened? Who iced the Earth Turtle? We had no clue. We didn't even get a ping that someone found it! Right then, some dude from the Great One Guild literally gagged and covered his face. Bro, what is that funky-ass smell? It smells like a New York City dumpster in August. This fog is way nastier than floor 2. Ellis got a whiff of that nasty stank a second later. Jay did too, and you could see him turn green. While all the guild members were starting to freak out, a system alert popped up. The black bone miasma is now sapping your life force. The power of Apophis has been unleashed. But then, Lee Sun-ju was just staring at his own screen, completely shook. You are immune to the effects of the black bone miasma. Lancelot's ring has activated a boss-level resistance. His head snapped around so fast he probably got whiplash, staring daggers at Kim Ju like, no way, this dude knew this was gonna happen. Across the map, Ellis's whole crew was just stumbling around, holding their heads like they had the world's worst hangover. Ong, are you kidding me? We just started and we're already getting hit with the black bone poison. She screamed, everybody chill. Pop the antidote, like right now! As Ellis chugged the antidote, her mind was racing like, yeah, she totally saw this coming and prepped for it. But it's not like they had an endless supply from some pharmacy in Miami. At best, this stuff would only last for like half a day. They could all get wrecked and gassed before they even see a single monster. Then the system window popped up. You have taken the antidote. Poison status removed. Temp immunity is a go. Then this dude goat just slides on over and asks, yo, this sitch is way worse than I thought. We can probably last for like half a day. What's the tea on your side? Ellis was like, same here, and like he was just waiting for that, my guy quickly goes, bet, the clock is ticking. You were not gonna flake on my little deal from earlier, are you? This is a one-shot deal. Girl, you really just gonna sit there and take the lel? You think your crew can clap the final boss when you all running on empty? While Ellis was totally stressing, a voice just screams out, Isaac is on the move. And bam, Jay's words just hit her like a ton of bricks. If Isaac actually pulls this off, that ring is gonna get snatched right out from under her. And even if he flops, a ton of time will be gone. And in the end, we were the only ones getting screwed over. After a hot second, Ellis finally had to make a choice. There was literally no other play. Goat, without missing a single beat, hyped her up. Yes, queen, that's a boss move. He had this super shatty, eager as hell grin. Now, the odds of Jay's squad snagging King Arthur's bling were way higher. He's thinking, so sorry, Ellis. Not of course, he was totally capping when he said their crew's antidotes would only last for half a day, for real. They had enough to last a whole freaking day. So yeah, time was now on the side of the Pioneer Guild, all the way from a dark corner in Denver. A pair of shadowy hooves got ready to charge into the mess. Right behind them, some freaky hand just shoots up from the ground. That whole scene immediately grabbed Lee Sun-ju's attention, like it was trying to punk him. The Dullahan opened its mouth wide and let out this insane roar, after a pause of like 2 seconds. It hopped on its horse with a sword so sharp it looked like it could slice reality. After that, Dullahan summoned a whole-ass mob of minions to fight Kim Ji-ju. There were so many of them, Lee Sun-ju was gritting his teeth. Yelling, dude, they re-swarming us. A whole freaking forest of and you retelling me to just stall for time. Are you messing with me, bro? Despite his panic, Kim Ji-ju just calmly replied, the haters trying to get in our way were gonna show up sooner or later. So for now, all we gotta do is act like we just on a casual monster hunt. Lee Sun-ju shot back, all annoyed. Can't we just trash these saboteurs and then start the real hunt? Kim Ji-ju slowly broke it down for him. If we roll with your plan, we'd have to ditch this spot, which is basically just handing a Wyu to another guild. That's the exact drama our rivals are hoping for. But yo, because of the black bone, the more time that passes, the bigger our advantage gets. Inside his head, Jay was ecstatic, like, I am begging you guys, please go clear that dungeon. Aha, it's showtime. Seeing Kim Ji-ju make his move from far away, he turned and gave Ellis the signal. As soon as Jay dipped, she told herself, okay, Ellis, there's no other choice. It was never a guarantee we'd win from the jump anyway. She tried to make herself feel better, like, this move is for the good of the whole squad. That's right, as long as they win. We can save everybody and finally bounce from this dump. Just then, the system window popped up again. The black bone is slowly draining your vitality. You have taken an antidote. Over on Kim Ji-ju and Lee Sun-ju's side of the field, the Dullahan skeleton crew was charging in super aggressively. Before they could even land a hit, a massive strike sent them straight to the Shadow Realm. It was Lee Sun-ju, just going absolutely feral. Seeing this, Kim Ji-ju calmly told him, pace yourself, man, take a chill pill. While throwing hands, he screamed, how the heck am I supposed to take it easy, with a whole forest of monsters coming at us from every block in Austin? In the middle of the chaos, a flock of birds suddenly took off, followed by the sound of a serious stampede. The sound got to him quick, turned out to be a whole new wave of monsters barreling straight for Kim Ji-ju. He wasn't scared one bit. Instead, he gave this satisfied smirk, they re-hear, huh? A second later, the Hell Messenger's corpse explosion skill was unleashed. Kim Ji-ju's counterplay left Jay, who was watching from a distance, completely floored. What the hell is this even? A chain of massive explosions just kept wiping out the incoming wave of monsters. Seeing this, my guy couldn't believe his eyes, thinking this is insane. Was he prepped for this? Wait a sec, the direction of that explosion is aimed right at. A system notification appeared. The black fog is slowly draining your vitality. At that moment, a dude from the Great One Guild cursed. Totally gassed, damn it! The next second, he just collapsed on the ground. Another member was dragging his teammates back, while trying to hype them up. Just hang on a little longer. We can't go out in some lame-ass way out here. A member quickly reported the tea. The number of people collapsing is going up. Captain, we can't hold on much longer. There's zero time to waste. Please make a call. Hearing this, Ellis broke out in a nervous sweat. The antidotes they packed were gone, and from now on, they just have to watch their crew get smaller and smaller. Isaac, what the hell is that dude doing that's taking so long? In the middle of the crisis, people started cheering like crazy. It's Isaac. Isaac is back. She was instantly relieved, thinking to herself, thank God. He finally gave up and came back. In a flash, Ellis yelled out her orders. Everybody get ready to fight. Now it's the Great One Guild's turn to show them what we're made of. So get this, everyone is straight up ignoring her. They all bugging out over Kim Ji-ju. And my guy's just chilling like, 8, I'm out. You guys hold it down, I'm heading back to the action. And Ellis totally loses it. You could just see the steam coming out of her ears. She's like, hold up, Isaac, are you deadass kidding me right now? The second you bounced, this became the Great One Guild's show. All wasted like half a day and got nothing to show for it. So just pack it up, it's our turn to go. I mean, aren't people's lives on the line here or what? The audacity. But Kim Ji-ju, cool as a cucumber, just hits her with, I was just dropping off a seriously messed up member of the Vanguard Guild somewhere safe. And you can literally see the gears turning in her head as she latches onto that little piece of tea. Vanguard Guild, a wrecked member. So she looks down, and who does she see on the ground? A familiar face. Ellis could not believe her eyes, thinking Jason's son, from Queens, New York. What the hell was that moron even doing? But nah, Ellis is stubborn and she doubles down. I don't care what your excuse is, the millisecond you came back here, you ditched the fight. This whole raid got paused, 'cause you bailed, didn't it? I'm not wasting my breath, from this second on, the Great One Guild is running this. That's literally the only way to keep everyone here from kicking the bucket. Then Kim Ji-ju, with this total boss energy, just goes, you were gonna have to wait your turn, boo. We were still fighting. And before she could even get a word out, he just unleashes this massive wave of power that hits everyone. The whole scene has Ellis buggin'. Like, what in the fresh heck is this? After like a 2-second pause, Kim Ji-ju adds real slow, my partner is still out there throwing down. I ain't got time to argue with you over this stupid drama. I gotta get back in there and help my partner who's struggling right now. Hearing this, some random nosy guild member pipes up, wait, Isaac has a partner. Since when? Doesn't he just roll deep with those skeleton soldiers? His homie answers back real quick, nah dude, there's that crazy tall guy. Too picturing Lee Sun-ju, he's like, yeah. I think his name was Shibai or something. The first guy remembers too, oh you mean the dude built like a linebacker from Chicago. A second later, Kim Ji-ju cuts in, besides, most of your guild members are poisoned, if they fight like this, forget the boss. They won't even be able to save their own necks. Ellis, thinking she's found his weak spot, just claps back, speaking of, aren't you kinda useless right now, since you repoisoned too? Ooh, she thought she had him. It's not too late, just hand over the raid to us, if both our teams are poisoned. Isn't it way better for us to step in since we've been saving up all our energy? Kim Ji-ju just calmly hits her with a, nope, I'm totally good, this poison ain't nothing to me, and without missing a beat, she basically screams. That's straight up cap. But the next thing you know, everyone else gasps as it clicks the spiny-bodied snake hunter.
Oh snap, that's right!
He's the one who caught that spiny snake thing. Hearing that, Ellis starts spiraling, thinking, hold up, that snake that literally breathed poison gas. The first ever spiny-bodied snake hunter, Isaac Avanov, then he puts the Great One Guild on absolute blast. If we all had just teamed up from the jump, we wouldn't even be in this disaster. Setting up a whole turn-based system to fight the boss was just pure arrogance. But we still have a chance. And that's to pool all our stuff together and just body that Dullahan as fast as humanly possible. Oof, she was so mad he called her out. You could hear her mutter, that jerk. Luckily, John, the one guy thinking about the bigger picture, was like, yo, maybe we should all just chill. The vibe here is getting way too toxic. Nick thinks for a hot second and agrees. Nah, Isaac's spittin' facts. We really should. V just linked up for the raid from the start instead of competing. And seeing that, someone else chimes in. Making that stupid bet with our gear for no reason is what got us into this mess, Tom said, all annoyed. Yeah. This is 100% the Great One Guild's fault. Then everyone starts whispering and pointing fingers like, now that everything's gone so wrong, shouldn't Ellis take some responsibility for all her big talk? What did Isaac even do? The boss fight was only delayed. 'Cause he had to go rescue some injured dude from the Vanguard Guild. And right then a whole bunch of sus eyes turned towards Ellis. He saved an American, one of her own people from Austin, Texas. And instead of a thank you, she's over here starting beef. If things went south, her own Great One Guild members would probably never let her live it down. All these accusations were making her break out in a cold sweat. This situation was seriously bad for her. The next second, Kim Ji-ju gently reminds her, so Savage, this is about everyone's lives, right? Weren't those your words a minute ago? So why don't you think real hard about what you can do right now to save everyone here? Just hearing that sends a jolt through Ellis. This dude, no way, and immediately, she gets a flashback of being all confident last night. The stronger player should get the better item. That's how you raise the raid's success rate, right? What I'm saying is, if there's a player out there stronger than me, I'm down to give up my stuff for the greater good. While Ellis is just frozen, Kim Ji-ju states it loud and clear. You already know the answer, don't you? Everyone here is about to be a witness to the noble sacrifice of the Great One Guild. The shade of it all. She's ignoring all the chatter around her, just lost deep in thought. Meanwhile, the zombie party is getting bigger and bigger by the second. And Lee Sun-ju is grumbling, a mix of worried and just plain ticked off. Are you for real? There's no end to these things. At this rate, I'm gonna be totally gassed before I even get a look at the Dullahan, Kim Ji-ju. When the hell is that jerk getting back here? And get this, right as he's done talking, Kim Ji-ju strolls up like he owns the place and goes, yo, you held on pretty good. But Lee Sun-ju, not missing a single beat, whips around hearing that voice and just snaps, hey, you jerk, what took you so freaking long? Before she could even get the rest of her sentence out, Kim Ji-ju was already in his zone, powering up his magic, bing. Merlin's staff has juiced up your magic, ding. The secret requirement for the Legend of King Arthur has been cleared.
Ka-chow!
The full set effect for the Legend of King Arthur is now live. The Ring of King Arthur is now buffing the power of the Round Table. Your magic power is literally overflowing. Lee Sun-ju is just staring, totally shook, and yells out, "Hey, what kind of cheat code did you pull to get your butt back here, huh? Like, where'd you even find that stuff?" He just plays it cool, explaining, "Oh, this. Just some prizes I picked up for being awesome. This staff was basically a freebie. So, let's just bulldoze through this whole crowd in one go and make a beeline for the Dullahan. 8. And then this other guy just scoffs at GGU's confidence, like, "You really think 2 new toys are gonna change the game? Dude, there's a whole army of zombies, packed tighter than a subway car in Chicago. How the heck are you gonna break through that?" But he didn't even answer. Just gave this little smirk like he had the whole thing figured out from the jump. And then in like a split second, Kim Ji-ju kicks off the whole party. Poof. UV summoned a golem, system alert. The Hell Messenger skill, Pharaoh's power, is on. The caster can now use dead monsters as like sacrifices. Skeleton soldiers have been summoned. UV equipped Park Yong-won's necklace. The King Arthur legend condition has been met. And bam, the Legend of King Arthur's set effect is activated. The Ring of King Arthur has boosted the power of the Round Table.
It's a whole thing!
The timer on the Protection of the Sun, skill from Park Yong-won's necklace, just got a massive extension. UV activated the Aura of Power. And just like that, huge swarms of skeleton soldiers and golems popped up out of nowhere to back up Kim Ji-ju. Lee Sun-ju's face was a total mix of shocked and horrified as their numbers just kept multiplying. Then he drops the line, super decisively. "So, is this enough for you now?" The zombies were instantly drawn to the new arrivals, and in a flash, they just pounced on the golems and skeleton soldiers that Kim Ji-ju summoned. The zombies were moving at, like, lightning speed. Seeing it work, a super hyped up Lee Sun-ju screamed, "Holy crap, that's working!" The zombies are all dogpiling the golems. Kim Ji-ju just slowly replies, "Obviously, trying to kill a mob this huge one by one would take forever. Now on to the next step." The second he finished his sentence, he was already laser focused on the Dullahan in the distance. Meanwhile, some dude from the Vanguard Guild was playing medic for day. A second later, the guy wakes up, his eyes totally wide with shock. Yeah, my man clearly had no idea what was going on. What is all this? The guild member healing him was like, "Whoa, don't move, just lie back down and chill. Even with the healing magic, you can't get back to normal, cause of this nasty black mist. You re seriously lucky, dude. If someone hadn't saved your hide and brought you here, you'd be totally done for." The moment he heard that name though, Jay's face went pale, and you could see him thinking, someone saved him. Crap, what does that mean for us now? Back in the misty forest, John's whinny voice pipes up again. "Are we sure it's okay to just be, like, wandering around? What if we bump into a monster that ran from the fight? We'd be in so much trouble right now." His constant worrying was totally getting on Ellis's nerves, and she just snapped. "You know that already, genius. We lost Merlin's staff, because that punk totally played us with his smooth talk. What are you even gonna report to the guild? We need to at least figure out what's happening so we have something to say." She was grinding her teeth, thinking to herself, back there, if they hadn't given up Merlin's staff, there's no telling what that mob of angry players would be done. With the way things were, they had to sacrifice the item, swallow the guild's pride, and basically leave their own members out to dry. Is one seriously scary dude. A little while later, the two of them are standing on a cliff far away, getting a bird's eye view of Kim Ji-ju and Lee Sun-ju's whole battle. The second he saw the scene down there, John totally panics and yells, "That freaking idiot got himself surrounded. I can't believe he doesn't even know basic strategy." But, plot twist, down on the battlefield, the skeleton soldiers were absolutely tearing into the zombies. Looks like Ellis put 2 and 2 together and figured out Kim Ji-ju's plan. He's not surrounded. And just as she said it, the skeleton soldiers were slowly starting to dominate. Ellis then added, totally amazed, "He's using the golems and skeleton soldiers as a barricade between the Dullahan and the zombie army to split them up." She was running the numbers in her head. It's a straight-up blitz on the Dullahan while it's alone. But if he can't get a quick victory, Kim Ji-ju is definitely gonna get swamped. Why is he being so reckless? Down on the battlefield, Lee Sun-ju let out a frosty breath and shouted,
"Okay, this thing is way harder to kill than we thought."
"I seriously thought the two of us could take it down, no problem. But just getting close to it blasts out this insane cold that freezes you solid. Like being in Aspen in January. See." And right then, the Dullahan shot off its magic again. System alert. The soul's aura has been strengthened by an unknown power. Luckily, the attack got totally blocked. Lancelot's ring has deflected the soul's aura. Lee Sun-ju let out this happy laugh, having epic gear is the absolute best. Even with that, Kim Ji-ju was still worried. This alone isn't gonna be enough to beat the Dullahan. Park Yong-won's necklace was pumping out warmth into the super cold air. Suddenly, he had a flashback from before he reset everything. Something Kim Ji-ju remembered hearing from his old squad who had cleared the Forest of Souls. That to beat the Dullahan, you need a ridiculous amount of firepower. And the main source of all that firepower was Lun. And even though he knew this was nothing compared to Lee Si-jun back in the day, he had just made up his mind.
8-bet!
Kim Ji-woo immediately squared up, ready to throw down, and boom, system alert, you have equipped Percival's spear. Ooh. And get this T, the secret condition for the legend of King Arthur. Check the whole set effect just went live, so that spear's piercing power just, like went Super Saiyan then, with zero chill, my dude yeets the spear right at the Dullahan to fake it out. And Lee Sun-ju, girl did not miss a beat, she was like, heck yeah, it's go time, baby! She instantly juiced up her weapon, and just charged in while that headless freak was looking the other way. But get this, she was totally holding back, and here's the wild part, she starts wailing on the Dullahan's horse, like, what's up with that? She was just relentless, not giving it a single second to breathe. So during the scrap, Lee Sun-ju gets this little cut on her face, but was she scared? Lol, nope, if anything, the tiny wound just got her totally amped up. She cocked back and threw a massive haymaker at the Dullahan. But denied. It blocked her punch. Then this super frosty vibe starts coming off its sword, freezing her whole arm solid. Like it just came out of a walk-in freezer at a restaurant in Miami. And the thing just kept blasting more of that ice power. Just then, Kim Ji-ju zooms in like the Flash. He aims straight for the dome and just launches his spear. The Dullahan tried to pull the same ice trick again, blasting out more frost to block it. So the spear in Ji-ju's hand starts getting all frosty. Lee Sun-ju still hyped though, like awesome, he's got its head. But psych. The frost just creeps right up the spear and onto Ji-ju's arm, total buzzkill. The second she saw that, Lee Sun-ju's whole face just dropped. She's thinking, don't you dare tell me even Percival's spear can't handle a little frostbite. But even with all that, Ji-ju kept pushing that spear deeper. What a legend. It looked like his stubbornness was really starting to tick the monster off. The Dullahan went full blizzard mode, spewing even more ice. But thank God, right then, a massive crack just appeared on its face, yikes. And that crack went viral, like spreading all over its body in a split second. A moment later, the whole thing just K-boomed, creating this massive, terrifying shockwave. The blast was so insane that Ellis and John had to duck and cover like they were at a bad concert on Bourbon Street. After a sec, she finally peeks her eyes open, seeing the sunlight and the system alert. Ellis was just shook. You have defeated the Dullahan. John couldn't even process it, whispering it's over. Down on the field, the whole zombie crew just started to Thanos snap out of existence. Sun-ju noticed and was like, yo, that entire mob of pitch black zombies is totally ghosting us. Then this look of pure shock just takes over Kim Ji-ju's face. Well, what is this? He's just staring super hard at the spear on the ground when Lee Sun-ju yells, yo, Kim Ji-ju! What are we supposed to do with this thing? Kim Ji-ju's totally zoning her out. Instead, he just gently picks up a ring from the ground. After checking it out for a hot second, he realizes it's the Ring of Hercules. At that exact moment, the system dinks Ring of Hercules. Item rank legendary, and you can use it from level 1 and up. Wall, this is the actual ring of the hero Hercules. You can get power that scales with all your achievements. Effect stamina gets a 10% boost just for wearing it. That's so op. You also get 10% more strength and 10% more magic power. Plus, you can unlock more stats based on how much you've accomplished. I mean, come on. But Kim Ji-ju's weird radio silence was really starting to get on Lee Sun-ju's nerves. Hello, Earth to Ji-ju. I asked what we were supposed to do with this. He finally snaps out of it. What do you mean what? And then bam! System alert pops up. You have summoned the Dullahan as a skeleton soldier. Wow! So, like, a few days later, the tabloids are going nuts with news about Isaac Ivanov clearing the Forest of Souls. Isaac Ivanov hits the jackpot. Ju is just staring, completely floored, while Osi-chan is over there cheering like his team just won the Super Bowl. The online gossip sites were all over it too. Elise Han hands over Merlin's staff to Isaac to complete his grand mission. Spill the tea, the Great One Guild transfers King Arthur's ring to the Memcause Guild, the world's biggest, fulfilling their promise. Apparently, this news had Carrie absolutely seething. That chick shot up, slammed her fist on the table, and tried to put Ellis in her place. And poor Ellis, even though she was hating every second of it, just had to take Carrie's drama, awkward. Then even more articles started dropping. Isaac Ivanov gives a shout out to Park Yong-won. The headlines were basically, Park Yong-won's skill was the secret sauce in the Dullahan raid victory. And get this, Azak only name dropped Park Yong-won, so now everyone's whispering, will the Phoenix Guild team up with the Messiah Guild? The rumor mill is saying Park Yong-won found the one dude who can save the world. As he's scrolling through the news, this super smug smirk just appears on Park Yong-won's face. He's thinking, all giddy, just like Kim Jae-ju said. My investment in Azak is paying off big time. I can't believe some of these morons actually think my guild is in the same league as the Messiah Guild. Lol, the more moves Izak makes, the stock for me and the Phoenix Guild is just gonna keep going to the moon. The next moment, his assistant, Secretary Kim, pipes up. Sir, we have a call from the Memcos Guild. Ooh, that name definitely got his attention. The Memcos Guild. And scene change. We re at Lax Airport, where Kim Ju just landed and is wheeling his suitcase out. He's on his phone, all calm. I just touched down in Los Angeles. Guess it's time for the next step, huh? Is that thing I asked you to whip up ready yet? And surprise, surprise, the person on the other end is O.C. Chan. Paft, of course it's ready. Who do you take me for? But listen, its durability is still kinda sketch, so don't go too crazy with it. We already threw the bait out. So he should be calling any second now. Hearing that, he just replies slow and cool. Got it. The second Kim Ji-ju says his piece. Lee Sun-ju just heaves a sigh. Don't you ever get tired? We literally just wrapped one job, and you already on to the next one. Anyway, we redone here, so I'm out. I'm starving. Besides, you weren't gonna grab a slice with me anyway, right? He immediately shoots back. Yeah, go on ahead. You did good work. Get home safe to your place over in Chicago. On Kim Ji-ju's whole vibe was just making Lee Sun-ju even more tilted. He was like, bro, are you for real? After you worked me to the bone, the least you can do is grab me some chipotle. You can get whatever you want, as much as you want, for real. That answer was not on Lee Sun-ju's bingo card. 'Cause he just stared blankly and was like, wait, as much as I want. Like, anything. So just as Kim Ji-ju's car is peeling out, it finally clicks for him, and he starts screaming down the block, but when is a few days? A few days. My guy, I'm hungry now. And up in the sky over Chicago, the moon was just laughing at him. Back in the meeting room, Shin was absolutely losing it, yelling, what do you mean you not in anymore? Do you even get the situation we in right now? 'Cause like, taking down that 7-story dungeon could not wait. Then like clockwork, Noda Hajiro's super chill voice pipes up. Yeah, well this is something I can't just put on the back burner either. You got any idea how many of my crew got messed up because of that dude? About Kim Ji-ju. Until I personally put that clown 6 feet under. I'm pretty sure I can't help you with anything. His whole unbothered attitude was just making her rage. And get this, Park Yong-won had already linked up with Isaac and crushed the Forest of Spirits. Because of that, all the socials were blowing up about them. She's all like, are you really gonna torpedo our whole grand plan over this petty drama? There are always gonna be casualties. That's the game! Hearing that, my guy narrows his eyes and claps back. Petty. You wanna talk petty? I think stressing over some noob who just cleared the 3rd floor is the real petty move here. Am I wrong? For real, aren't you totally gassing this rando up? Sukahara Ken, sitting right next to him, was his #1 hype man. Like, I'm with him 100%. Freaking out over something so lame is just pathetic. So then, Shin hits back, but inside she's thinking, these freaking idiots, I literally told them this isn't the main event. Just cause of this one dude Isaac, the Salvation Guild's rep is starting to look shaky. I mean, the Salvation Guild has always been the top-tier crew everyone looks up to. And also the main problem is this dude's growth rate is scary fast, giving major jivu of Lee Si-jun back in the day. Just when she was about to pop off, Lee Si-jun just calmly says, stop, if you think your crew's business is more important, go handle it, but we can't give you forever. Shin Etch immediately jumps in, but Guild Master, if we delay the 7th floor raid in this economy. But before she could even finish, he hit her with a look so cold it could cause a blizzard in Miami, and she totally clammed up. That icy glare from Lee Si-jun had Shin It changing her tune real fast. I get it, if the Guild Master says so. Then I guess we're pushing back the dungeon raid for a bit. Noda Hajiro, having gotten exactly what he wanted, calmly goes, thanks for understanding. Sukahara Ken logged off with a quick, 8 we out. Then their avatars just faded out, leaving everyone in the most awkward silence ever. And in that silence, some troll's voice just echoes through the room, so I guess the Salvation Guild stock isn't what it used to be. Huh. Those words hit a nerve with Shin H, who just snapped, what was that? And surprise, it's Yuhan, starting his roast. I mean, if I'm wrong, was all the hype just fake news? All your listers for each level are totally Maya, and the people who are left just do whatever they want, not giving a single crap what the Guild Master thinks. Then he smirked and was like, it's a total train wreck. Don't tell me you flew me all the way out from my place in Austin just to watch this dumpster fire. That little argument was some premium reality TV for me. She got even more heated and shot back, "You better watch your mouth." But Lee Si-jung cuts Shinef off again, turns to Yu Han and is like, "And what are you gonna do about it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, this crazy dark energy flooded the room, basically trying to delete Yu Han, and scene changed to Park Yong-won's headquarters. Kim Ji-ju walks in all casual, "Hey boss, you paged me." Without missing a beat, Park Yong-won's like, "For real, thanks for that tip about investing in Isaac. Things have been blowing up lately. So, I'm hoping you can handle one more little thing for me, you kill it, and I'll drop a serious bag on you." But Jeju didn't just say yes, he shot back, "So what's the mission you re trying to give me?" The next second, Park Yong-won gets this sly grin and says, "A certain player specifically requested you as their partner for a dungeon run. Looks like this person wants to see what you remade of." And hearing this, Kim Ji-ju's face was pure shock. "See what I'm made of." He laid it out plain. "That's right, your job is to get all of that person's attention. Make yourself so clutch they can't imagine playing without you." But Ji-ju just went dead silent for a minute. You could tell he was processing. A moment later, he calmly asks, "Okay, so who's the player that requested me?" With a super hyped tone, Park Yong-won replied, "Isaiah Ivanov. He's the one who wants you." Later that evening, deep in the city, a teleportation gate sizzles open. Park Yong-won's voice cuts through. "So, did that meeting with Isaac go okay?" Kim Ju, cool as ever, goes, "Yeah, I got the deets on the dungeon report and the test, but scared he wasn't taking it seriously enough." The boss got real stern. "I'm gonna say it again. You know how high the stakes are on this job, right? No matter what, you absolutely have to clutch this for my sake, obviously, but for your own good, too." Right as Park Yong-won finished his little speech, a car pulls up to the curb on 5th Avenue. They were finally here, and stepping out of the car, all confident, was a familiar face. Pishy! It was Lee Sun-ju disguised as Kim Ji-yu. A second later, Park Yong-won is shaking Lee Sun-ju's hand and asking for his help. When he heard this, the interpreter leaned in and whispered to him in Russian. Then, Lee Sun-ju just gave a slight smile, replied in Russian, and the interpreter passed the message on. "So get this, Isaac drops that he asked for your help, right?" And his whole vibe is so weirdly friendly that Park Yong-won is totally giving him the side eye. Then, out of nowhere, Kim Ju just goes, "8. We redippin' into the dungeon now." And as he's watching them walk off, he's muttering to himself like, "Huh, that's not what I expected at all. Totally thought he'd be more put together." The second they hop through the portal, they land in this super green forest. Lee Sun-ju immediately rips his mask off and starts bragging. "So, how was my performance? Meryl Streep, who, am I right?" That clown Park Yong-won completely fell for it, with this super smug look. He's just dying laughing, hyping up his own god-tier acting skills. For real though, maybe we should quit this player gig and move to Hollywood, huh? Ji-ju couldn't bring himself to crush his dreams, just thinking, "Man, you really went through it." Pro tip for Mecca: maybe lay off the body doubles from now on. So rewind to that night. You can hear Lee Sun-ju totally panicking in the shop. "That dude's gonna be there too!" "You never told me that." Then he drops his voice to a whisper. What's the play if Park Yong-won actually shows up at the gate on Bourbon Street? Hearing him freak out, Kim Ji-yu just whispers back, "Chill, Park Yong-won is just gonna be at the gate to shake some hands. Me and Ajax are the ones actually handling the raid." This answer just completely short-circuited Lee Sun-ju's brain. "Bro, what is that even supposed to mean? You re-Isaac and Isaac is you, right?" Ji-ju just calmly explains, "That's exactly why I said, me and Isaac." Then he points right at him like, "Just you two. Got it." After like a second of processing, Lee Sun-ju's eyes totally lit up. "Oh, I get you now. Okay. In that case, pork isn't gonna cut it. We need beef, too." Without even hesitating, he was like, "Bet, eat whatever you want, order the whole menu, go wild." This sudden generosity had Lee Sun-ju shook. "For real? Dude, you better not be playing me." Scared he wouldn't believe him, Kim Ji-ju said it again. "I already told you it's on me. I keep my word." That was all Lee Sun-ju needed to hear before he started screaming, "Yo, chef! Get me some beef, stat. Bring out the steak." After completely stuffing his face, Lee Sun-ju got all cheerful and started sucking up to Ji-ju. "Dude, it's been ages since I had a steak dinner this good. You a seriously dope partner, not like a certain cheap old geezer I know. If you ever need a solid in the future, just hit me up." But before he could even finish his sentence, he saw a familiar logo on the credit card Kim Ji-ju was holding. Lee Sun-ju freaked and just yelled, "Wait a minute, stop. What the hell is this? Where'd you even get that card?" But even with his friend having a full-blown meltdown, he just calmly answered, "Oh, Park Yong-won gave it to me for a meeting I had in Miami before." Lee Sun-ju started sweating buckets seeing how unbothered Ji-ju was. You used the guild's card to treat me, and you had the nerve to act all generous. And for some reason, looking at this punk Kim Ji-ju was giving him major deja vu, while Sun-ju was trying to connect the dots. Gi-ju just smirked and said, I'm gonna be counting on you from now on, my partner. So, fast forward back to the dungeon. Kim Ji-ju's skeleton army is just absolutely shredding through monsters. They were getting more and more amped for the fight. Without Kim Ji-ju or Lee Sun-ju even having to lift a finger, the skeleton squad cleared out the entire dungeon bloop. You have leveled up. The two of them were just casually strolling between mountains of monster guts. The Emissary of Hell is totally digging your overwhelming power. The Emissary of Hell has granted you a piece of his strength. The raw power of the skeletons had Kim Ji-ju genuinely shocked. He never thought they'd be this cracked. Even Lee Sun-ju couldn't help but blurt out, and no cap, I was kinda busy getting wrecked during the Durahan fight to really see. But watching him now, they were freaking insane. But in the next second, a wave of worry washed over Ji-ju's face. This was the first time he could really go all out without anyone spying on him. But honestly, he never in a million years thought he'd be this strong. Even after spamming all his skills, Kim Ji-ju still had a ton of mana left. Having this much juice left in the tank basically means he's not even using his gear to its full potential. Here in this chump change dungeon, Kim Ji-ju couldn't even train, let alone test his max firepower. Lee Sun-ju just snickered next to him. Yo. My level is going to the moon thanks to these skeletons. They were doing literally everything. There's no point in me even being here. There's nothing left for me to fight. I can't just start throwing hands with your skeletons. Can I? Kim Ji-ju just shot him this cold, super annoyed glare thinking, damn, this dude talks way too much. That one sharp look made Lee Sun-ju wave his hands around like a madman. Whoa. Wait, don't tell me you're actually gonna do it. Simon man. Don't. I'm supposed to be Izak right now, you know? This means I'm failing you. Hearing that, Gi-ju just replied in this low, deadpan voice. Even better, I was planning on failing anyway. The next moment, a terrified scream ripped through the entire forest. Wait, hold on a sec. Cut to Osi-chan, kicking back in his penthouse office in Vegas, when his phone starts blowing up with a call from Ji-ju. He answers it all hyped up, yup. You re-out way earlier than I expected. So how'd the test go, you satisfied? On the other end, Ji-ju just calmly replies, nah, I wasn't really feeling it. Hearing that, Osi-chan gets this little smirk on his face. Is that right? So I take it Kim Ji-ju failed then. Kim Ji-ju just adds, you really do know everything, don't you? Did the tea change at all while I was in the dungeon? He immediately started spilling. The Salvation Guild announced they were delaying the raid on the 7th floor. They also gave zero legit reason why the raid couldn't go on like they planned. This news immediately sent him into deep thought mode. If they had to go so far as to postpone the whole raid, then that means there's some major drama with their top tier members. The only ones who would have the balls to go against Lee Si-jun and do their own thing would be the Sword Saint and the Divine Archer. After chewing on it for a sec, Kim Ji-ju was like, okay, no matter how you look at this, it's giving major internal beef. That's when Osi-chan's whole vibe got super serious. I feel you, cause a whole lot of sus stuff has been going down lately, and low-key, the most sketch one of them all is that Divine Archer dude. He's not even tight with the Salvation Guild, and plus, you and him have some mad beef. This is just my hot take. But you don't think they about to throw down and settle some personal drama before they hit up that 7-story dungeon, right? Kim Ji-ju went dead silent for a hot minute, so Osi-chan was like, 8, so what's the play fam? He just chills and goes, first I'm gonna wrap this up, then I'm grabbing some food, and we'll figure it out. The second my girl Lee Sun-ju heard the magic word, her eyes lit up like Times Square food. Bet? I'm so in we were pulling out that fancy card again, right? Meanwhile, a totally lost Osi-chan asks, wait, unfinished business. You got other plans. Kim Ji-ju just dropped it low-key. Yeah, I gotta go link with Park Young-won, then bam, we cut to the Phoenix Guild AQ. Probably some swanky spot at 101 Park Avenue, and Park Young-won's already giving him the side eye, so you botched it in the end. I was crystal clear, my guy was the only option and Kim Ji-ju, pulling out his best Oscar-worthy performance, just goes, my bad. The dude immediately cuts him off, save it, I don't need your sorries. So you got any excuses for me? After 2 seconds of dead air, Kim Ji-ju starts explaining, all hesitant, while he admitted the blood toxin was fire. But then he started trashing my skill, saying it was too niche. But he did ask if I'd be down to slide through if he ever needs me. And Park Young-won's in his head slide through when he needs him. For real, is he just window shopping or what? Man, what a wishy-washy result. A beat later, he keeps the act going, sticking to the script. Oh, and peace. I caught Isaac chopping it up with his crew outside the dungeon. Sounds like he's trying to build a squad with peeps from other guilds, not just MCs. Hearing this, Park Yong-won was shook. Hold up, so you were telling me he's about to dip from the MCS guild. Then a crazy thought just hits him. Is my man about to become a free agent? Nah, that ain't it. I can't be jumping to conclusions off one little piece of gossip from some rando in Austin. This has to be interpreted as a Zack trying to build his own crew, start his own thing. Ooh, so that's why he was testing Kim Ji-ju. The second he put it all together, Park Yong-won spoke up. So if you get another shot at this, you were telling me you can clutch it. Kim Ji-ju is still playing dumb. Another shot. 8 bet. But if you really giving me a round 2, you gotta have my back and juice me up with some more power. I swear I'll nail it next time. Just as this whole situation was about to blow up, a light flashes and a system alert pops up. You have leveled up. And then the legendary dragon hunter himself, Franhwa Satcher, strolls into frame looking like a total boss. The dungeon is cleared, instantly. Reporters are swarming his ride like paparazzi on Rodeo Drive, screaming for a comment. Just one quick interview. Please, over here! Inside the car, this dude Robert is sweating buckets, all nervous and apologetic. My bad, sir. I know you literally just got out, and I'm already all up in your business, but the Japanese government sent an SOS, so my hands were tied. They found a new A+ dungeon, and they were begging for a consult with the guild master. Franhwa Satcher glances at the file, kinda curious. The main boss is a hatchling. What's there to even talk about? Can't I just put them onto a player who's built for this kind of dungeon? Hearing that, the dude immediately shot back, a recommendation. You got someone in mind. Next thing you know, he tosses the file down and is like, duh, I've been past level 100 for a minute now. So I'm always scouting for players who can hang. In a 4-story dungeon or less, Robert's face was pure anxiety. But what if the player you recommend just says nah and refuses to go in? Like if they find out they re-up against a freaking dragon. But before he could even finish, Franhwa Satcher just shut him down. Not gonna happen. Don't even sweat it. His absolute confidence made Robert blurt out, totally shocked. What makes you so sure about that? And Franhwa Satcher just hits him with a cool 100%. A few days later, the headlines were wild and out. Dragon Hunter Isaac, the only hope for hatchling dungeon. Is Isaac Ivanov about to become the next dragon slayer? Japanese Gavin Crisis's players ghost hatchling dungeon. Society calls dungeon a death trap. Fan slam scared players for being selfish. Isaac breaks silence. Cialo solo the hatchling dungeon, and the big 5 guilds. Total crickets. Isaac Ivanov going in alone. Cut to Park Yong-won's office. Probably somewhere Boji on Wall Street. He's reading the news and thinking. So nobody wants to be the sidekick in the Isaac show, huh? The crazier the risk, the more everyone sees it as some legendary, noble quest. The newspaper headline was basically screaming. Isaac forced to go it alone in hatchling hell. Is this a suicide mission? And Park Yong-won's just smirking to himself thinking, you're already making my investment look genius. The next second, his secretary buzzes in, sir. Kim Ji-ju is on the line. So get this, the word on the street. All the way from 104 Beacon Street in Boston. Is that our boy totally crushed Isaac's test. All thanks to that special skill we hooked him up with. Hearing that, the man just got this wicked, self-satisfied smirk and was like, yes. Love to see it. At the exact same time, Park Yong-won had this total flashback to Kim Ji-ju, all confident and looking him dead in the eye, basically saying, yo, just trust me and give me more juice. I promise I won't fumble the bag next time. And with that playing in his head, he just slid a piece of paper across the table. Alright, so this was supposed to be your congrats on passing present, but whatever, I'm giving it to you now, and let's be real. There's no next time. You pass this thing, or I'm gonna actually lose it. The second Ji-ju saw the paper, he was shook. Whoa, what is this? Next thing you know, Yong-won is already on his phone like, Secretary Kim, get in here, call Isaac's people, and tell them to run the test again. So Secretary Kim, all sweet like asks, and what if they say no to the offer? He fires back, what do you think? We make Em an offer they can't refuse, duh, but she keeps pressing. Okay, and by offer you mean? Yong-won leans in, real quiet, and goes, overnight. Then the fire golem and the skeleton mage skill scrolls to their office on 5th Avenue. Secretary Kim, like a boss, just says, say less. It's done. Oh, and peace, Isaac and our boy Kim Ji-ju are hitting the Holling dungeon together. You could just see him glowing, is that right? Excellent. Then you could practically see the gears turning in his head. On paper, it's basically an A+, 3-floor Durahan dungeon. But listen, even if Holling is a little baby, it's still a freaking dragon. And the playbook for taking down a dragon is super complicated. So you can't blame everyone for being totally spooked. But it's still just a young, dumb dragon, so the chances of winning are way higher. He's thinking, if Isaac's crew and my guy, Kim Ji-ju, pull this off. It's the perfect story. So with his master plan all cooked up, he barks out, "We need a story on this. Like yesterday, get the reporters from the Times on the phone now." And just like he planned, the articles started dropping like hotcakes. The headlines were wild. Phoenix Guild Master Park Youngwon pledges total support for Isaac's newest stunt. And spill it, Isaac's new partner in crime is from the Phoenix Guild. Also, Isaac Ivanov is teaming up with a new face to wreck this dungeon. Meanwhile, Si-chan is in his high-rise office in downtown L. Just scrolling through the news feed on his phone. He's reading this and thinking, damn, this Park Young-won guy is on another level. He is milking this for every single drop. And the funniest part is, even when he finds out he's being totally played, he's way too proud to admit he took the Lumao. Then he calls out, "Secretary Lee, you got that package to Kim Ji-ju, right?" Lee is just super chill. "Yep, it's been delivered. I had our guy in Seattle check it for any issues. He should be in that Japanese dungeon by now. Probably putting it to good use." Okay, so cut Todd the dungeon, and poor Ji-yu is getting his face pinched so hard. Turns out, it's just Sun-ju, who's totally fascinated by the skeleton soldier wearing a Ji-ju disguise. I literally cannot believe this worked. Sticking a fake skin on a skeleton to sneak it in.
Genius!
Mrs. Chan was crying about how much it cost. But you get what you pay for. This looks even more real than a mask. He's turning it side to side, all amazed, like, the more I look, the sicker this is. Have you ever actually seen a doppelganger monster before? So a doppelganger, for all you noobs, is a monster that can shapeshift. It can totally copy how someone else looks. They usually just chill in dungeons pretending to be goblins or orcs or whatever. So they were crazy hard to spot. You can find doppelganger skin on the black market, but it costs a ridiculous amount of money. With this stuff, you can craft items that let you change your whole look, like a real-life filter. Sun-ju is acting so extra that Ji-ju has to threaten him, "Yo, if you keep messing with it and it breaks, I'm telling Secretary Lee to send you the bill. Seriously, quit playing." The second he heard the word bill, he flinched.
"Hey, I get it!"
"Just put it away. I was just checking it out, cause it's cool. Don't be so dramatic. Just gonna make me be the monster bait like always, right?" Ping, a system notification pops up. Item doppelganger skin, level restriction none, a full body disguise that can morph into different forms. He slowly starts talking. "Nah, this time, just save your energy till we hit the 3rd floor. Sun-ju looked even more shocked. "For real?" "Yep, turns out Ji-ju had a whole plan. I can take floors 1 and 2 all by myself, because I've got a very special job for you when we get to Hling."
And cue the summons!
A skeleton soldier rises from the Book of the Dead. A fire golem materializes. A skeleton mage appears, after the system alert. A freaking Dullahan skeleton soldier showed up. The skeleton mage was hyped and ready for orders. The skeleton soldier was standing by too. Then the system pops up again. You have equipped the Vengot bracelet. The Vengot bracelet is now permanently engraved on your body. The number of rings you can equip has increased. The ring of King Arthur has been engraved. You can't unequip this item. The ring of Hercules has been engraved. You can't unequip this item either. Your stats will get buffed based on your achievements. All attack power increased by 10%. Stamina and magic power boosted by 150. After gearing up, he just lets out a little. Not bad. But the crazy scene in front of him made Sun-ju break out in a cold sweat. He stammers out, "Bro, what kind of insane stun are you about to pull?" He just answers all cool, "What does it look like?" We were taking a shortcut to the 3rd floor, cut to a few minutes later, and Sun-ju is hiding behind a rock on the 3rd floor, staring at Ji-ju like he's seen a ghost. He's thinking, absolutely terrified, that absolute monster said he'd handle it alone. And the second he said that, he turned this entire dungeon into his personal playground of destruction. It got so bad that Sun-ju actually started feeling sorry for the monsters. This guy's not just a solo player anymore. He's a one-man guild, a whole army that doesn't feel fear and literally never gets tired. Sun-ju shivered, thinking about how epic the skeleton soldier and fire golem looked when Ji-ju summoned them. And after all that, he summed it all up with just one sentence. And the next second, all the color just drained from Lee Sun-ju's face. He was thinking, oh hell no. I'm not even trying to breathe wrong around this dude now. His super intense stare totally caught Kim Ji-ju's attention, who was like, "Yo, you got something to say to me or what? Why you been eyeballing me this whole time?" At that, Lee Sun-ju started tripping over his words. "It's nothing, man.
For real!
It's just, you explained the whole plan to take down the hatchling, and my brain is still buffering, you know." He shot back totally confused. "What's so complicated?" "I told you, once the party starts, you just go for its wings. I'll handle literally everything else." Then he tried breaking it down for him again. Real slow. "Yeah, I got that part. Keep it from flying off to Miami for the winter, right?" This just made Kim Ji-ju even more baffled. "You got it. So what's the part you not getting, my guy?" Lee Sun-ju finally just worked up the nerve to ask. Okay, then what did you mean when you said to just, hang on to its back and not go too hard while it's on the ground? He took this huge gulp of air, paused for like 2 whole seconds, and then Kim Ji-ju started to spill the tea. Alright, listen up. The skin on its wings is like twice as thick when they refolded compared to when they re-spread out, making it a total pain to even scratch, to get it to open em up. You gotta push it to the point where it thinks it's about to get absolutely wrecked. In that sitch, you can't just dump your whole arsenal on the wings. Hearing this, he screamed out, totally frustrated. So you're telling me to climb on its back and just chill like I'm on a road trip to Vegas until the time is right. But before Lee Sun-ju could even finish his tantrum, Kim Ji-ju hit him with a sha! Turns out the hatchling had just pulled up nearby, kicking up a whirlwind so massive it could have been a hurricane in Florida. With just one little flap of its wings, a monster nearby got absolutely yeeted across the field. The sight was crazy. The hatchling then just opened its mouth and chomped down on that same monster. Seeing that, both Kim Gi-ju and Lee Sun-ju clammed up and just watched the show. All of a sudden, it glanced over like it smelled something fishy. The hatchling was staring at this corpse on the ground, its eyes giving major side eye. Then, the hatchling let out a roar, making Kim Ji-ju give it some props in his head. Okay, this thing's pretty sharp. It's already noticed something's off in its crib, but it's way too late even if it knows. The moment he finished that thought, he popped his corpse explosion skill. The Hell Messenger's skill went off, and these huge boulders from a mountain nearby came crashing down on the hatchling. It didn't back down, dodging like a pro, but big oof, the hatchling got slammed square in the face by a massive boulder. Even though the plan was literally happening, Lee Sun-ju was still running his mouth. Okay, I get what you mean. But what if this thing actually manages to get airborne? What's the play then, coach? Without even skipping a beat, Kim Ji-ju declared, I can slice through its wing skin no problem if they re-spread out. Your only job is to drag its butt back down to the ground from the sky. He finally got it. Wait, hold up. That means you want me to fall with it. Don't you? With a super punchable look on his face, he just dumped all the responsibility right on Lee Sun-ju. I'm only trusting you on this one, partner. He screamed back, are you for real right now? While those two were bickering, the hatchling broke free from the rock and viciously charged the fire golem that Kim Ji-ju had summoned. On his command, the skeleton soldiers also started hacking away at the hatchling's wings. Meanwhile, Lee Sun-ju was grinding his teeth, thinking, how are its scales this freaking hard? He angrily slashed down on its wing, just break already, you piece of junk. Even with all that, the hatchling was totally unfazed and was getting ready to unleash its signature move. It started spewing fire like crazy to wipe out the skeletons. After a hot minute, Lee Sun-ju screamed at the top of his lungs. The wings are not the only problem we have here. But afraid he'd mess up the whole vibe, Kim Ji-ju just repeated firmly, just focus on the wings. I'll handle the rest, I promised. The next second, he summoned again. The Hell Messenger's power of the Pharaoh's skill got activated, which lets the caster use dead monsters as sacrifices. Kim Ji-ju even sent the freaking Dullahan skeleton soldier into the fight. The system announced again, you have equipped the protection of the sun, you have equipped the aura of power. And just like that, the Dullahan skeleton soldier was totally juiced up with extra power. It charged forward like a beast, plunging its sword deep into the hatchling's tail. The moment the Dullahan landed the hit, a notification popped up. The hatchling has been afflicted with blood poison. The hatchling roared in pain and flung it so far it probably landed in the next zip code. Lee Sun-ju, standing on its wing, felt the whole mood change. Since he couldn't keep his balance, his voice was all shaky too. Whoa, stop. In the blink of an eye, Lee Sun-ju was just free-falling, and even though they fight all the time, Kim Ji-ju was super worried and yelled, Lee Sun-ju! The second his shout faded, he shot up like a rocket. Lee Sun-ju charged straight at the hatchling's wing, and as he slammed his spear into it, he let out this massive frustrated yell. Son of a... It looked like Lee Sun-ju's attack hurt the hatchling so bad it lost all control and just shot straight up into the sky, hanging on for dear life. He gritted his teeth, trying not to fall off and become a crater. Seizing the moment, Kim Ji-ju yelled out, Lee Sun-ju, get it together! You gotta move fast before it gets any higher, and we need a flight plan from Jafkak. Lee Sun-ju finally managed to get his footing. Easy for you to say. Why don't you try this from this high up, and see how you like it? Just as he finished his sentence, he realized he had just ripped its wing wide open. I did it! But while Lee Sun-ju was still processing, he was already falling fast. The next second, Lee Sun-ju was pinned by the hatchling's tail. Hold on, if we fall like this, I'm gonna be flatter than a pancake. And in an instant, they both crashed to the ground, making a huge impact. Kim Ji-ju's face was this crazy mix of relief and pure shock. For real, without Lee Sun-ju, he couldn't have even dreamed up this insane strategy. Thanks to that dude, the plan was already halfway to a win. Through the thick cloud of smoke, a pair of bright yellow eyes flared to life. You guessed it. The hatchling was back on its feet and started spitting fire again, right in front of Kim Ji-ju's totally shook face. It relentlessly started beating up the fire golem. Yo, seeing that, my man gritted his teeth like, I bet, even if I clip its wings, this ain't no pigeon from Central Park, a dragon's a dragon. Still a whole menace, I can't chill until this thing is completely flatlined. So boom, he instantly pops more of his bone crew. These skeleton soldiers just went ham. Charging straight up and going all medieval on the hatchling's tail. No chill, they were just wailing on that one spot over and over. And get this, the headless horseman looking dude, the Dullahan, was ready to throw down too. It just yeeted its sword right into the dragon's tail. But damn, those scales were tough as nails, so the other skelly boys slid in to back him up, and finally, the sword actually poked through. Sheesh. Okay, so that little poke definitely got its attention. The hatchling whipped its head around, all kinds of mad, and its mouth flew open. You could literally see it charging up its laser beam, ready to just delete the whole skeleton squad. But plot twist. The fire golem slid in clutch, tackling the hatchling's head like a linebacker from the Green Bay Packers. The dragon had all this energy juiced up but couldn't let it rip, so the magic started going haywire inside its own body, and then, why all? This thing literally had to eat its own attack. Kaboom, right in its own mouth. Next thing you know, its face planting hard, smoke just billowing out, so Kim Ji-ju strolls over all cool, to where Lee Sun-ju was basically cosplaying as a pile of rocks in some back alley in Philly. A skill pops up, blessing of the river Styx of the indomitable warrior activated, and as soon as he gets close, you hear the classic hits from Lee Sun-ju's mouth, or son of a B-word, gee darn it. So Kim Ji-ju realizes his boy's alive and kicking, and he gets this troll smirk on his face. Damn, took you long enough. Don't tell me you actually went night-night. For a sec, I thought you cashed in your chips for real this time. Oh. You know, that just set my man off. A tough dude like me, Lee Sun-ju, die. Paf, as if I was just running on empty. Had to take a quick 5, you know. But then bam, his whole vibe shifted, and he got dead serious. So, what's the tea with the hatchling? And Ji-ju, all calm and collected, goes, oh, I roughed it up a little while you were taking your beauty sleep. But for real, thanks to you, I'm pretty sure we can wrap this up now. And he just let that hang in the air for like 2 whole seconds. Then Kim Ji-ju sticks his hand out and is like, you did good, partner. And y'all, Lee Sun-ju was beaming, like he just won the lottery. Without even thinking, he grabs that hand and is like, you were damn right it was thanks to me! Once he's back on his feet, Lee Sun-ju is like, "Hey, don't just talk the talk. You owe me a drink at that spot on Bourbon Street when we ditched this dungeon." And Kim Ji-ju didn't even argue. He was just like, bet. But let's murk this thing first. So our boys moved on to phase 2 of the plan. Meanwhile, all the way over in Japan, this go game between Sukahara Ken and Noda Hajiro was getting spicy as hell. Mid-game, Sukahara Ken just casually asks, so how many days has the Ajax crew been stuck in that dungeon? And from off-screen, Sun chimes in all proper, it is the 10th day. Hearing that, my dude's like, a whole 10 days. Damn, they were built different. Didn't see that coming. Sun jumps right in with, yeah. But like, everyone and their mom in Chicago thinks their odds of actually winning are basically 0. But then Sukahara Ken's voice gets all low and sneaky, like a classic movie villain, you know, no matter how low the success rate is. I'm kinda rooting for them to pull it off this time, because if they win, we get to be the ones to put them in their place. Ong, Sun was shook. He's like, sir, what are you even talking about? But my guy just stayed silent, giving pure villain energy. At the same time, Noda Hajiro slowly picks up another piece. And then bam! He slaps the stone down on the board. Sukahara Ken's face just curdled like old milk, yup. Looks like he just got totally owned by Noda Hajiro's move. So, after the game wrapped up, he says all dramatic, sometimes you gotta sacrifice a pawn to get the king. And hearing that, it's like a light bulb went off in Sun's head. A second later, he's basically shouting, I will literally die to make this happen, boss. Okay, let's get back to our boys in the dungeon. A big ol' notification pops up, you have defeated the hatchling, new title unlocked, Dragon Slayer. After reading that, my dude's eyes went wide, like he just saw a ghost on Rodeo Drive. Wait, I'm a Dragon Slayer. Meanwhile, Lee Sun-ju is over here hyped, patting a skeleton soldier on the dome like a good boy. Great job, Skelly! Ji-ju, you put in the work. But before he could finish his hype speech, he saw Kim Ji-ju looking stressed. Lee Sun-ju is totally confused. Like, dude, we won. Why do you look like your world just ended? Spill the tea, what's wrong? And then Kim Ji-ju drops this bomb, super quiet, I think. When I get out of this dungeon, I'm a dead man. And Lee Sunju totally loses it. You were gonna die? What does that even mean? Bro, not making any sense! But Kim Ji-ju just calmly explains, after this, I gotta clear a 4-story dungeon. My guy is still lost in the sauce. Like, okay, and what's the big deal? Then Kim Gi-ju breaks it down for him so, starting from the 4th floor, that's basically the VIP lounge for the big dogs. We were talking level 100 and up. That whole zone is probably locked down by a squad of top-tier players from some mega guild. It's a no-brainer, they're all camping there for the insane perks, like getting rich or becoming a big shot. But, like, they got greedy and wanted even more, so they basically created their own little monopoly. Each crew claimed a zip code. Like, this is my block in Miami, that's yours in Austin, and nobody steps on anyone's toes. So they got super powerful, did whatever they wanted, and everything was peachy, until, one day, some randos decided to crash their exclusive party and step onto their turf. And the gag is, among these party crashers, there's this one dude who's already on their bad side, big time. And you see a total 180 from his doom and gloom mood just a second ago. Kim Ji-ju's eyes literally light up, and he's like, so, what do you think happens next? And cut! We were outside the dungeon, and reporters are swarming this dude like paparazzi on Sunset Boulevard. Meether Isaac, what's the secret sauce? Everyone was betting on you to fail. How are you feeling right now? Met Isaac, give us a look! Then the reporters totally clocked someone else. Look. That's Isaac's new partner over there. Get the shot, get the shot. So like, was the raid a total mess? First time with a whole crew, how'd that even feel? But their hype was making Lee Sun-ju sweat. He was thinking, he got a dip before they realized this is a freaking mannequin. Then boom, another reporter gets all up in the dummy's grill, totally breathless. Like, Kim Ji-yu, for real? Was it a nightmare trying to talk to each other in there? But my guy was about to get exposed, so he straight up throws his arm around the dummy like they besties. Lee Sun-ju just goes off in Russian. Ain't nobody stopping us, we the baddest crew out here. Then out of nowhere, some dude is creeping through the chaos. It was Sun, and his eyes were screaming murder. Without even thinking, he whips out this nasty-looking blade. Next thing you know, Sun lunges like he's trying to tackle someone on Beale Street in Memphis and screams in Japanese, "Die!" Lee Sun-ju sees this and his eyes pop open, like you for real. With some insane reflexes, he throws a punch right at Sun's face, but dude, the guy Matrix dodged it. Lee Sun-ju was shook, thinking, no way he just dodged that heat. The whole scene had the reporter's brains buffering, like, what is even happening right now? Finally, even the Kim Ji-ju dummy seemed to get the memo. But for real, Sun was on a one-way trip to Crazy Town. He put his whole body into it and shanked the dummy right in the gut. From across the way, Lee Sun-ju lets out this blood-curdling scream, Kim. And bam, fake blood from the dummy just splatters all over the pavement. Bro, it was gushing out. Like way too much, the reporters went ghost white, yelling, he actually got stabbed. Yo, back up. The player who just got taken down uses hemotoxin. What the hell is even going on? Who cares, I'm not getting caught in some player-on-player beef. We gotta bounce. And just like that, they scattered faster than roaches in a Miami kitchen. But it wasn't over. Homeboy Sun was still gunning for Kim Ji-ju. He charged forward, looking absolutely psycho, then shoing. This massive slash rings out and poof, Sun gets totally iced by Sukahara Ken. And get this, he just sent his own guild member to the great beyond and acted like he was ordering a lat. The reporters immediately clocked him. Hold up, is that the Sword Saint? What's the Sword Saint even doing here? Camera, get your butt over here, you gotta get this shot. Then they finally remembered to call for help. Where's the medic squad? We got a man down over here! And hearing that just made Sukahara Ken look all deep and shady. A flashback hits him of talking to Sun. Look, I'm sorry I gotta ask you to do a mission this messed up. Sun had just shot back, sir. You don't gotta say that. For real, it's an honor to be useful to you. I know that Punk's life ain't worth a dime. But I'm definitely taking him out to get revenge for our fallen homies. Hearing that, Sukahara Ken was just dead silent for a minute. Then, Sun gives him this super deep bow. Thank you for putting up with a scrub like me for so long. Back in real time, even as he's checking out, he's stubbornly muttering, all hail the Yamato Alliance. The light in Sun's eyes just fizzled out. Watching this, Sukahara Ken got lost in his own head again. Meanwhile, Lee Sun-ju checks on the Kim Ji-ju dummy and just gives this sad little shake of his head. A second later, Lee Sun-ju dramatically covers the dummy's face with a white sheet. Sukahara Ken strolls over, faking the feels. I came all the way from my home state to say congrats on the raid. But I swear, I never thought I'd walk into a tragedy like this. Kim Ji-ju instantly gave him major side eye. But Sukahara Ken just kept the act going. I am truly, truly sorry. A little later, every single newspaper was screaming the same headline. Phoenix Guild's Kim Ji-ju assassinated in terrorist attack post-raid. South Korea is dragging the extremist psycho from Japan. Is it even cool for players to be targeting other players like this? The attacker is dead. Finding the puppet master is going to be basically impossible. Kim Ji-ju was a hero to Japan. I'm absolutely devastated. I swear on my life will round up every last one of that psycho's friends. The Sword Saint and the whole Japanese government were putting on a show, sending their condolences and promising free dungeon passes to his crew. On the floor, a newspaper with that story was all crumpled up. You could just feel the rage. At the same time, you could hear Secretary Kim's voice shaking. Director, sir, please, you gotta chill. Park Yong-won shot up from his chair and screamed, chill. How the hell am I supposed to chill in this mess? This is a bigger disaster than rush hour on the 405 in Los Angeles. She knew he was livid and went silent, 'cause what can you even say? He gritted his teeth and hissed, do you have any clue how much I dropped on Kim Ji-ju? Those absolute clowns dare to touch my property. He couldn't hold it in, and just slammed his fist on the desk, and with one hit, the whole wooden table just split in two. I don't give a damn about some terrorist. I need the mastermind behind this found yesterday. No, screw that. That's not enough. Drag those punks in front of me right now. Meanwhile, over at Sukahara Ken's hideout, he starts talking all slow. I'm so sorry for the loss of your boy. The food on the table looked insane. And totally caught Lee Sun-ju's eye. Sukahara Ken just keeps going. If I had just gotten there a little sooner. That whole horrible thing never would have happened. As this is going on, Lee Sun-ju just turns and gives Kim Ji-ju this hilarious, curious look. But whatever, Sukahara Ken just kept on yapping. He answers back in Russian. It's whatever, man. It's not like anyone wanted this. The interpreter hustles to tell Sukahara Ken. He says that death is basically a player's shadow, so this is just another Tuesday. Hearing that, this totally fake smile spreads across his face. Next thing you know, Sukahara Ken raises his wine glass. See, we were on the same wavelength. You were practically one of the homies. I got the best wine they sell down on South Street in Philly, please. Go wild. Then he says some of the coldest, most messed up stuff that totally set Lee Sun-ju off. I mean, I know it really sucks for the guy who died, but for us dudes who are still breathing, no point in moping around, you feel me? He slammed his fist on the table and started dropping some wild Russian curses. Then Sun-ju just shot up like, yo, I'm literally gonna be sick. I can't listen to this garbage for one more second. A homie who went through hell and back with us is gone, and this is the kind of trash you re-spitting. As he stormed out, he just kept yelling, I all are a bunch of fake, two-faced clowns. This is just fool. I can't even be at the same table with you people anymore. If Kim Ji-ju saw you guys acting like this, he'd be turning in his grave. For real. Then Sun-ju's voice got real low and menacing. Zach, I never thought you were this kind of dude. I was dead wrong about you. I'm out. Handle your business. He slammed the door so hard you could probably hear it all the way down in Miami's South Beach. Just to show how pissed he was. Dude, Sukahara Ken's interpreter was so freaked out she was sweating bullets. But she pulled it together in a flash and translated everything Sun-ju just said. Finally, Ji-ju spoke up, all chill. Well, I guess this dinner party is officially over. Thanks for the grub, and that dungeon you mentioned. Yeah, I'll give it the most positive consideration ever. The very next second, Sukahara Ken spoke up, acting all regretful. I so did not expect our chat to end like this. What a total shame. This is like your first time trying a 4-story dungeon, right? You seriously think you can clear it alone without our help? He clapped back, cold as ice. Obviously I can't do it solo. So I hope we're gonna whip up a gift that's sweet enough to change my teammate's mind. A little later, Ji-ju dipped from the Sukan headquarters with a folder in his hand. Right in front of him, a jumbo screen that looked like it was straight out of Times Square was blasting breaking news with clips of protesters. The Japanese government better apologize. Like yesterday. The number of protesters was blowing up by the day. Pay up for what you did to Kim Ji-ju, Korea's hero. The news anchor was all over this story. Too, it was the 4th day of protests popping off all over Korea. And you know what? It looked like everything was going exactly according to Ji-ju's master plan. He whipped out his phone and called Sun-ju. Yo, where you at? Meanwhile, back with Sukahara Ken, my guy was deep in his thoughts. No matter how he sliced it, it was a major L. Then he called out, Sakura. You there? In a blink, Sakura just appeared out of nowhere. Yes, master. Sukahara Ken didn't waste any time. I need to get Isaac on our side. Is there any way to make it happen? After thinking for a hot second, she started breaking it all down. Yeah, boss, in a lot of ways, the whole situation is a bad look. Everything was going smooth until we, took care of Kim Ji-ju. But because of that, Space Eva is beefing with us hard now. It's gonna be hella hard to get both Isaac and Space Eva on our team. On top of that, Park Yong-won is absolutely fuming about Kim Ji-ju. And there's no way he's gonna let Isaac slide, so a throwdown with him is basically guaranteed. Plus, if the Salvation Guild finds out we were trying to link up with Isaac, Park Jin-ho is definitely not gonna just chill and watch as it stands. I think trying to recruit Isaac is gonna bring way more drama than it's worth. After hearing Sakura's whole analysis, Sukahara-kin just replied, totally deadpan, that's your take on it. It's a real shame, though. But if it's something we can't have, then we gotta make sure nobody else can have it either. Give Raz Lion Nim into Isaac. The second she heard the name of that item, she was shook. Sir, you mean, that one? He just gave Sakura a quick glance, for a parting gift to send a friend off to the next life. That price is a total steal. At that exact moment, Ji-Ju and Sun-Ju's car was parked on some quiet, forgotten street like a back alley in downtown L. Inside the car, he was screaming his head off. I am so freaking pissed. Ji-Ju's tone was sus as hell. Don't tell me you re this mad, 'cause you didn't get to finish all that food back there. Hearing that just made Sun-Ju even more tilted.
What kind of dude do you think I am?
You really think I'd get this bent out of shape over a couple bites of food? But even so, he gently poked back, so it's not about that at all. And right then, he totally hesitated for a sec.
Okay, well, maybe it's a little bit about that, but that's not the only reason.
Those scumbags pull a shady move like that, and then have the absolute nerve to try and be our friends. Just looking at that dude's face is what's making me so mad. It seemed like Gi-Ju was getting fired up too. Yeah, no cap, I totally get it. I can't believe they'd have the audacity to hit us up right after pulling that stunt. But yo, your timing on that explosion was spot on. I was low-key worried you'd be too busy staring at the food and miss the signal. I was so scared the talk would drag on. I even had a few backup plans ready to go. All of a sudden, Sun-Ju's face went white as a sheet as he cut him off. Wait, hold up. You were telling me we could, if stayed a bit longer. Bro, if I'd known that, I would be scarfed down a few more pieces of sushi before I had my meltdown. That sushi looked so fire I was literally drooling, dang it. A few days later, the two of them kept their little drama series going in the papers. Despite losing his brother in arms, the hero fights on an exclusive interview with Isaac. Isaac and Spasiva, yeah, we've had issues, but at the end of the day, we a team. And the big one in Team Isaac vows to conquer the 4-story A+ dungeon at Mount Fuji. The dungeon that even made the Sword Saint quit. Does Isaac have what it takes? And get this tea, the Sword Saint just hooked up Team Isaac with the legendary item, Raise Lion Nim in. Back in the office, Osi-chan let out a huge sigh of relief. Man, it's a good thing we were ready for this. Or this whole thing could have gone off the rails, big time. On the table, the headline of the paper he was reading screamed, Kim Ji-Ju is gone. Japanese government expresses regret. Ji-Yu's voice came through on the phone. Yeah, I didn't think they'd make a move this fast either. Osi-chan said it straight up. Which means UV just created. The Gamato Alliance is serving up some major beef, for real. But what's the vibe over there? He was playing it all cool, like, it's whatever. Then, bam, the old dude's tone switched up faster than a New York minute. Dead serious. He was like, yo, those cats are unpredictable, you better watch your six. And then, oh, that reminds me, I heard if you crush this raid, you get the Aegis shield as a bonus drop, and Kim Ji-Ju was like, yep, that's the T. Word, that's exactly what he said. The second he heard that, Osi-chan just started howling, like, dying of laughter. These clowns are a whole other level of extra. His laughing totally sent the kid spinning. Bro, what's so funny? After a beat, Osi-chan casually drops that Secretary Lee Si-jun slid him some seriously spicy paperwork, the file in his hand. A whole report on the epic fail of a raid on the Mount Fuji dungeon back in 2020. The report's by some dude named Yoshimura, acting like he just heard the best joke of his life. Osi-chan goes, how in the hell are they offering that thing as a prize, when they don't even have it in the bag? And my guy Kim Ji-Ju immediately connected the dots. Wait, you mean? Exactly what you're rethinking, he shot back. He's talking about the Aegis shield. That thing is still chilling inside the Mount Fuji dungeon right now. Then, out of nowhere. You guys, the drama started at the crack of dawn. Reporters from like, Chin to some local crew from Queens were all over the gate, and up high. This dude, Reporter Kim, is getting the whole chaotic shot from above. We were talking the entrance to the insane force. So, like every guild you can think of from all over the world is pouring into this gate. Leading the charge is Axe whole squad from the Memcause Guild, looking all cool, and get this tea at the same time. The news anchor is on live TV dishing about that wild drama with Kim Ji-Ju that just went down. Everyone and their mother is still throwing major shade at the Japanese government. For real, like, what's the official story, Japan? So while Reporter Kim is trying to answer that, boom, this insane sound just goes off right behind him. And even though Japan was talking about making things right, a totally freaked out Reporter Kim whips his head around like, what was that?
What is happening? Out of legit nowhere, this terrifying explosion pops off, and all the reporters just scattered like roaches. His eyes were huge, and then bam. Another one hits, even bigger than the first. It was pure chaos, man. The video feed from reporter Kim's camera starts bugging out. All staticky and stuff. The anchorwoman back in the studio is totally losing it on air. Yelling, "Reporter Kim!" Reporter Kim. Meanwhile, the news chopper is just circling the explosion zone like a freaking vulture. Dude, the cameraman in the chopper looks down and goes ghost white. The ground is just rubble, a total disaster zone, and turns out, reporter Kim totally blacked out from the shock. The cameraman scrambles over, all panicked, like, "Bro, reporter Kim, you good? Can you get up?" Thank God, the guy was tough enough to sit up. The cameraman lets out this huge sigh of relief and helps him to his feet. What in the actual heck just happened? Then my man stammers, his eyes wide. "Wait, hold up, is the gate locked?" And just like that, everything went sideways. Instantly, every gossip site and news outlet was blowing up about the insane disaster at the entrance to Japan's 4-floor-plus dungeon. The headline: straight-up terrorist bombing. This dungeon expert, Jur Kim Mingu, hopped on and explained that the gate is basically on a timer, designed to slam shut after a certain amount of time. So yeah, Isaac Ivanov's crew, trapped inside, the chances of them actually clearing it, a big fat 0%. Looks like his lucky streak just ran out, big time. And the chaos just kept going. The Japanese government was getting absolutely dragged online again for their whack security. The next morning, over at Sukahara Ken's swanky base near Rodeo Drive, my guy is practically giddy, singing praises about the whole mess, a plan to trap him inside the gate. Low-key, not a bad move, but if it were me, I would be sent in like 6 of my most ride or die homies with them. Hearing this, Sakura gives him this super doubtful look like, "But master, are we for real doing all that? They were total noobs in a 4-floor dungeon, and a +1 at that. They were probably going through absolute hell in there right now. No cap. Like even we failed to beat that thing a bunch of times before we dipped. What are 2 dudes supposed to do? Bet. Master, they were not even gonna have the energy to fight a single monster." So after this dramatic, like 2-second pause, you hear the bamboo water pipes outside start doing their thing, and Sakura finishes her thought, saying, "But I never took you for a prankster, master, this is a new one." He acts all confused, his voice getting louder, a joke. Sakura backpedals real quick like, "I just mean the whole Aegis shield thing. You said you'd give it to them as a reward, when that thing is literally chilling inside the dungeon right now." He puts his chin on his hand, all thoughtful, a joke. "Do I look like I'm playing around?" The way he got so serious totally shook her. "Wait, you're not joking?" After a second, he starts talking all slow and dramatic. "Lately, way more people are getting nosy about where that shield is. It's a legendary item, a total game changer for any clear attempt. So, if the tea gets spilled that we had that op item and still flopped, players are going to be even more sketched out by that dungeon. And anyone who's actually trying to clear it. The more they prep, the worse it is for us, right? So from now on, I'm going to use the Aegis shield as the grand prize for anyone who wants to take on the Heel Han dungeon. This fake news is going to be the bait and the trap. That way any idiot who rushes in for the prize is going to get absolutely wrecked and buried in that dungeon forever." So, cut to inside the dungeon, and you just hear Lee Sun-ju's voice. I was like, "No way, no way, no way," but here we are, it's really just the 2 of us in this mess. How on earth did you call this? Are you like psychic? You can see the future or something. Without missing a beat, Kim Ji-ju just says, "Because trying to take us both on outside would be way too risky." Hearing that, Lee Sun-ju just loses it, yelling, "Okay fine, but how did you know about the bomb? The explosion at the gate?" But Ji-ju doesn't answer, he just kinda zones out, lost in his head. See, these flashbacks are hitting him hard, because before he, time traveled back, anyone who got in the Salvation Guild's way got taken care of inside a dungeon. For real pros who were too tough to fight straight up, trapping them in a dungeon was their go-to move. And this whole grimy bombing tactic, it was one of the plays the Sword Saint himself taught him back in the day. The irony, right? Kim Ju's weird silence is totally confusing Lee Sun-ju, who's like, "Hello, are you even listening to me? I asked how you knew." But Ji-ju, obviously trying to keep his past on the down low, just shuts him down. "Enough with the chatter. From now on, we focus on the hunt. Because if we want to bag 20,000 of these things, we gotta hustle." Meanwhile, over at the 5-floor B plus Monster Forest dungeon, a pop-up appears. "UV survived for 10 straight days. Achievement unlocked." Moving to the 5th floor, and there's Yu-Han, just casually putting his boot on this monster he just wrecked. He gives a lazy little wave, and boom, his whole crew jumps into action. Then, Yu-Han just reaches his hand out again, ready for more. So get this, his 2 little minions saw what he did and were like, "Oh bet," and did the same thing. You have summoned skeleton soldiers. The second Yu Seong popped that skill, this insane light just blasted the entire forest. All the skeleton soldiers, immediately mobbed around him, and Yu Song. He was totally living for it, just soaking it all in. Then the system goes bing. You have summoned the Book of the Dead, and this super shiny item just poofs into existence. Next thing you know, the Book of the Dead is right in Yu Seong's hands. He cracks this super smug grin, like he just won the lottery. But meanwhile, over on the 3rd floor of the dungeon, Lee Sun-ju was getting absolutely bodied, just eating dirt on the ground. He's gritting his teeth, spitting out, dang, this thing is not playing around, and right then, the little bone dragon pops out of his shirt and sighs. Like, yo, for real, I did not think it was gonna be this crazy, total plot twist. Then it just casually asks, so, like most players who roll up into a 4-story dungeon, totally wipe on the 3rd floor. You know the tea on that. Getting hit with a dumb question like that when he's fighting for his life totally set Lee Sun-ju off, and he just screams, bro, how the heck would I know that? Are you serious right now? What's your point? He literally had zero time to argue with some skeleton lizard. He was busy trying not to get deleted by the monster. I ain't got time for your 20 questions BS, right now. After saying that, he drags himself back up to face this totally jacked ogre, and with zero hesitation, my boy Lee Sun-ju just charges straight in. He managed to land a few clean hits on the ogre, but all that did was make it go full on rage mode, its eyes glowing crazy crimson. Then it brings down this massive fist right where Lee Sun-ju was standing. But luckily, he pulled a sick matrix dodge at the last second. The ogre's raw power had Lee Sun-ju officially shook. All of a sudden, his spidey senses were screaming that something bad was coming. Before he could even blink, one of the ogre's fists just slams right into him, and that one hit sent him flying like he was shot out of a cannon at Cape Canaveral. He literally cratered into a rocky cliff before just flopping to the ground, totally out of it. And in that exact moment, the bone dragon pokes its head out again and is like, okay, fine, you don't like riddles, whatever. I'll just spill. It's cause most people try to save their energy on floor 3, so they were prepped for floor 4. It kept going like, when you re-raiding a dungeon, managing your EP and stamina is key. But when you re-fighting the 3rd floor boss, holding back is basically like sending a written invitation to your own funeral. Hearing that made Lee Sun-ju just lose it, and he screamed, you little troll. If you knew that, why'd you ghost me? Ah! Where are the skeleton soldiers? I could really use that backup right about now. The bone dragon just casually goes, oh, that little tip, that's for, other players for you. Now I was 100% sure you could wreck this boss all by your lonesome. The reason it was so chill about Lee Sun-ju handling the ogre was, you've got the Nemean lion's hide on. I figured this would be a total cakewalk for you. Those words totally snapped Lee Sun-ju out of the daze he was in from getting ragdolled. He thought back and realized he'd taken a ton of insane hits, but the blessing of the holy priest, skill hadn't even activated once. Instantly, the system flashed the item's deets. Nemean lion's hide, item rank legendary, requires level 100 or higher to use. The actual hide worn by the GO, a team self, Hercules. You are basically immune to damage from any and all attacks. Affects physical defense, gets a 100% boost when you wear it. Magical defense also gets a 100% boost. It also activates hero's dignity when equipped. While he was still processing this, the bone dragon suddenly yells, but seeing you get tossed around like a frisbee in Central Park, I guess I was wrong! I gotta send in the cavalry stat. Getting called out like that, Lee Sun-ju clapped back real quick. Nah, don't even worry about it. I was just, testing its moves. It's all part of the plan. Who needs a skeleton army for this chump? You really think I can't smoke this thing by myself? Meanwhile, somewhere in downtown L, some other dude had this super smug look on his face. Back to the drama. Lee Sun-ju tells the bone dragon all serious, just leave this whole thing to me. Go do what you gotta do. The bone dragon heard him and bounced, but not before saying, 8-bet, hit me up if you start getting wrecked. Though, after that little pep talk, Lee Sun-ju's fighting spirit was back online, fully charged. The second the ogre saw him get up, it came charging. He didn't even flinch, and just lunged right back at it. Neither one of them was backing down, both just ready to throw hands. Then, this massive, world-shaking boom echoes everywhere. Cut toss, someone just showed up at this super creepy place covered in human bones. Kim Ji-ju says, all satisfied. Finally, looks like I found it. His eyes lock onto this cave just overflowing with a mountain of human bones. He just strolls on in, picks up a skull that was rocking an iron helmet, and immediately pops his ability. The eye of Anubis opened, and boom, we re in a flashback from the skull's POV. Wait, what? The Sword Saint let you borrow the Aegis shield. With that, the darkness is a total joke. We could probably take on something way crazier. Weird sounds were echoing in Kim Ji-ju's head, so, this guy and his squad fought the ogre, but they got completely steamrolled. Damn it. We should be gone all out from the jump. What was I thinking trying to play 4D chess? Getting ganged up on like that made the ogre go absolutely berserk. And after the dust settled, the captain was in super bad shape. It was a massive L for the entire night squad. I'm so sorry, I held back on my skills, and it's my fault the captain is. But the captain wasn't blaming them, he was blaming himself. Don't you dare apologize. You were just following my orders. The only one to blame here is me for getting way too cocky. Right before he croaked, he passed the legendary shield to the one guy he trusted the most. Take this shield. You have to kill the darkness and we have to get this back to the Sword Saint. It's for our big wish, man! And with that, poof, he was gone. His loyal knight just started losing it, screaming, Captain dude, open your eyes. Captain. So after that whole flashback trip, Kim Ji-ju's brain is working overtime. He's like, okay, so the Aegis shield is on the 4th floor. But wait, they sent in there a team, gave them the shield, and they still wiped out. He's thinking, this isn't a plus dungeon, so there's gotta be some other wild card in play, right? Like the Aegis shield is literally top tier, rank defense gear. He's pretty sure Aegis could totally block the orc's hit, but he's not 100% sold yet. It could probably slow down that Hyoha chump's attack, at least. He's like, whatever, I'll figure it out as I go, right? Yeah. Plus, he's dying to see how Sukahara-ken is gonna flip when he finds out. But even better, the thought of yoinking the Aegis shield and dipping from this dungeon. Girl, can you just imagine the look on the Sword Saint's face? He's getting so hyped just thinking about it. Oh, this is gonna be juicy. Meanwhile, across town, probably in some high-rise in Chicago, a system window pops up and someone is glued to that screen. The news feed is going absolutely nuclear. It's been 17 days since Isaac's crew got trapped, and there's still no way in. All the so-called experts are basically saying they retoast, 0 chance of a clear. Breaking! Who's gonna be the next Isaac? And then, flash report, Yu Seong just bodied a B+ rank end-floor dungeon. Like, are Yu Seong and his 10 spooky boys about to take over the whole scene? And get this, the Salvation Guild is backing Yu Seong all the way. The comments section went off. People are like, that's so shady, woof is happening. Isn't this dude just a bootleg Isaac from Wish.com? Isaac only did a 4-floor dungeon. Someone claps back, Yu Seong cleared a 5-floor dungeon. How is he fake? Then another comment, a dark mage, whatever, Isaac's probably gonzo anyway. For real though. The Salvation Guild is all in on the Necromancer. Salvation Guild forever, fam! Guess we just gotta trust the Salvation Guild now. So, Park Jin-ho is scrolling through all this drama and reporting back to her boss. So, the Sword Saint dealt with that Kim Ji-ju kid from the Phoenix Guild, and Isaac's 2 party members are still stuck in the dungeon. Odds are super high they were not coming back. She's like, since Yu Seong is playing his part in our little scheme, public opinion is totally swinging our way. It's a huge ooh. So finally, she wraps it up like, hate it or love it, the way this is all shaking out, we totally winning. But then Lee Si-jun just lets out this nasty little laugh and asks her, don't you just find this whole thing hilarious? And that question totally throws Park Jin-ho, who's like, sir, is everything okay? Lee Si-jun just hits her with this ice-cold reminder. It's already been 3 years since that gate opened up over in downtown Los Angeles. You remember what happened there, right? Then he just casually continues. There was this one dude who was literally praying for me to bite the dust. Back then, that little punk was so sure I was never coming out of that dungeon alive. And he gets this flash of stubborn-ass Jinyu, who always had to be the main character. Then he looks at Park Jin-ho, acting the exact same way she is right now. Lee Si-jun's voice just goes on real slow, but, as you know, I didn't die in that hellscape. And he feels this weird flicker of thanks for Jinyu. And not only did I make it out, but my rep got even bigger. In a weird way, I kinda owe my whole career to that chump. I think about that sometimes. His fingers are just tapping on the armrest. And then he drops this super cryptic line all cool like, isn't that just hilarious? And kinda something to be thankful for. And his eyes just dart over to the screen as he says, Iezek, that's the kid's name. He's clearly got some weird, complicated feelings about Kim Ji-ju running around pretending to be Isaac. I've got a feeling this kid's gonna be a carbon copy of me back in the day. Park Jin-ho is just standing there, dead silent. Listening to him ramble, Park Jin-ho, I bet you rethinking the exact same thing. Tell me I'm wrong. Then he finishes with, if he actually pulls this off and gets out alive, I wanna meet him, zing! A beam of light just shoots up from the ground, and there's Lee Sun-ju, panting and looking totally wrecked. When she gets a pop-up, you have defeated the orc, level up. The orc's corpse is just lying there next to her, and right then, Kim Ji-ju strolls up with his 2 skeleton bros. He's looking all smug, like, well, that wrapped up quicker than I thought. He even gives Lee Sun-ju this little smirk and goes, he was a little worried something might happen, so I brought the Bone crew for backup. But I guess you had it handled, huh? You still look like we got plenty of fight left in ya. She is pissed. Lee Sun-ju jumps up and screams, what part of this looks fine to you? I almost freaking died. You absolute jerk. Where were you hiding? You just waited for me to do all the work, and then you show up. Didn't you? But Kim Ju just brushes off her rant and claps back, all cool, hiding. See, Mun, you really think I'm the type of coward to pull a move like that? Besides, I told you loud and clear if you were getting wrecked, I'd send in the Bone Boys. He totally doesn't care that she's exhausted. He just makes the call. Anyway, looks like we were done here. Let's bounce to the 4th floor. Ian, as the skeleton soldiers just start carrying Lee Sun-ju away. She starts freaking out and yelling, "Whoa, wait up. What the hell? You guys cannot be serious right now. Hey, get your butt back here." But Kim Ji-ju just ignores his drama queen partner, smirks, and tells the system, move to the 4th floor. Meanwhile, back at some fancy office at 1 Wall Street, New York, somebody's reading the news and is like, everything is going exactly as planned. Hearing that, Ju totally picks up on the vibe and asks, "Are we talking about the Hyo-ho dungeon, sir?" The guy across from her just confirms, "That's right." Scene puts down the paper with this little smirk and says, "Everyone thinks they're totally done for, and the public is losing their minds, and now, Ju is officially intrigued. So, like, is this hellhound for real that tough? We talking tougher than Hing?" And OC-chan is over there looking all deep, and he's like, "Nah, strong ain't the right vibe, fam, dangerous is more like it." From what he's heard on the grapevine, this thing spits out legit hellfire, and get this, once it tags you it's game over. It just keeps burning, till you basically a pile of ash. So to even stand a chance against this thing, players need some serious loot. Like top-of-the-line legendary gear. We were talking armor so rare it's got an absolute defense buff. Without that kind of drip, nobody in their right mind would even try to crash that party. It'd be like rolling up to a club in Miami with a fake ID. But wait, there's more tea. Apparently this hellhound also has some insane healing powers, making its offense and defense game practically flawless. At this point, Osa-chan just clammed up for a minute. Kim Ji-ju's voice is all shaky and he's like, "Is Lee Sun-ju gonna be okay?" And Osi-chan frowns all seriously and says, "Don't trip. Dude might only think about his next meal in downtown Chicago, but when it's go time, he's a straight-up beast." He was hyping Lee Sun-ju up like crazy, saying no dungeon is ever a walk in the park. This time, we just gotta trust they'll clutch the win. And then he drops this last bit, and hey, it's not just Lee Sun-ju, Kim Ji-ju's with him, so chill out. They'll be back in one piece, just like always, so, cut back to the dungeon. And bam, a hand just slaps onto this cliff ledge. It's Kim Ji-ju, dragging himself up with the Aegis shield on his back, looking totally wiped. He finally makes it to the top and just collapses, panting like he just ran a marathon in Boston and whining. Falling right here was the worst. Finding this thing was a total pain. Then he's like, man, he's so lucky he's got that mind-reading skill. Otherwise, he'd have been completely lost, for real, without the Eye of Anubis. Even if he beat the dungeon, that shield would be been lost forever, stuck in some random crack in the earth. So while he's just laying there, totally spaced out, Lee Sun-ju's voice just screeches, "Kim Ji-ju, you lazy bum, get up and give me a hand already." And right then, this wolf lunges at him from behind, half-deaf like he didn't see that coming. He just whips around and clocks the wolf, while casually roasting his friend. "Bro, I'm over here busting my butt, and you just laying there counting sheep, or what?" And while he's at it, he starts going off about how he's always being used as a human shield, the first one in, yelling, "And why am I always stuck playing this part?" Hearing this, Kim Ji-ju just gives him this blank stare and is like, "This part? What part is this part?" That attitude just set Lee Sun-ju off. He's totally triggered and screams, "Are you kidding me? You replaying dumb. You always hog the easy, cool-looking jobs for yourself, while I'm stuck with all the hard and dangerous crap." The second he finishes his sentence, he spins around, grabs a wolf by the scruff of its neck, and yells, "The tank." Then he just eats the wolf and declares super dramatically, "Tanks have rights too, you know?" Lee Sun-ju is literally screaming at Kim Ji-ju, "You think getting hit doesn't hurt me? You totally started slacking off back on the 3rd floor, didn't you? You were way too busy looking for that stupid shield. Did you think this was some kind of treasure hunt in a California gold mine or what?" Kim Ji-ju was just stunned, completely speechless, and just as Lee Sun-ju is in the middle of his rant, all of a sudden, this blast of power comes out of nowhere and makes him stumble. He feels this super bad vibe, like pure killer intent, behind him and slowly turns to look. And then zoom, that same wave of power is rocketing right at where Lee Sun-ju's standing. He just instinctively throws his arms up to block. A second later, realizing he's not totally wrecked, he opens his eyes, completely shook. And there's Kim Ji-ju, using the Aegis shield to take the whole hit for him. As the energy blast keeps coming, Kim Ji-ju is just chilling and activates the Aegis shield's power. The absolute defense effect of the Aegis shield has been activated. This item absolutely cannot be destroyed. Mech drop. And then, out of the darkness, this monster with a terrifying aura just strolls out. And it brought friends. They've got Lee Sun-ju and Kim Ju totally boxed in. After that save, Lee Sun-ju is so stunned he's just stammering. That's Kim Ji gets this massive smirk on his face, turns back and is like, that's right. It's the Aegis shield we were looking for. Still think I was just goofing off. Even after that sick burn, Lee Sun-ju just flashes this huge, suck-up grin and says, whoa, why you gotta put it like that? I was just a little salty, talking crazy, finding a shield this good. Dude, you're a frickin' genius. Not even wasting breath arguing. Kim Ji-yu just hands him the shield and is like, alright then, you ready to blow this popsicle stand? And right then, the system pops up with the shield's deets. Aegis shield, item graded legendary. Get this, you can use it from level 1. It's the strongest shield ever made by Hus. It's literally indestructible. Effect. When you pump magic or energy into it, divine protection kicks in, absolute, freaking, defense. Then Kim Ji-ju warns his buddy, all serious, hey, for real, watch out for the hellfire. He really drives it home. If you take a direct hit from that hellfire, you re-out of the fight. But Lee Sun-ju isn't even worried. He just smugly pats the shield and is like, worry. Why would I worry when I've got the Aegis shield? I will take point, just as Kim Ji-ju was about to add something else. Like, there's one more thing I gotta warn you about. This bright purple thing just materializes behind Lee Sun-ju. He's just staring blankly behind him, and Kim Ju is screaming in a total panic, move. And here comes that purple energy blast again. But luckily, they both dodged it just in the nick of time. Yo, what the absolute heck was that? Lee Sun-ju was bugging. For real, the Hellhound was like, way over in downtown La. So what was this sneak attack? He whipped his head around, tripping, and then his jaw just dropped. Bruh, what is this? He yelped, totally shook, but my boy Kim Ji-ju, cool as a cucumber, like he'd seen this coming from a mile away. Yeah, just like I peeped with the eye of Anubis. Then he finally spilled the tea, explaining, this is exactly why everyone with the Aegis shield still epic fails this raid. Get this, there's one Hellhound on that side, and a whole other twin on this side, because there are two freaking Hellhounds. Plot twist. Lee Sun-ju's face went ghost white. The tea was so hot it scalded him, and he shrieked, wait, there are two Hellhounds. He spun around to get him Kim Ji-ju's face like, you knew there were two of them, and you didn't say squat. He was out here struggling solo, holding up the shield against this monster. He screamed at his shatty-ass partner, a little late for the memo. Don't you think? What good does that do me now? And right as the words left his mouth, bam. The Hellhound's crazy power just washed over them. I mean, they were fine, shout out to the Aegis shield. But with two of those things. Lee Sun-ju was starting to sweat bullets and ask, we've only got one shield. What's the play here? And as he's totally freaking out, he turns around and his so-called bestie has vanished poof. Guess we can't be attached at the hip anymore. Oh, that just set him off all over again, he roared. I thought he was right behind me. I was trying to cover his sorry butt. Where the heck did that little snake go? And right then, Kim Ji-ju just pops up in front of Lee Sun-ju like he teleported from Vegas, like you said, man. We can't stay glued together. There's only one shield, so you got this one, right? And like he wasn't wrong, but Lee Sun-ju was still majorly bugging. But what about the other one? Then out of nowhere, Kim Ji-ju screams a warning on your 6. Totally startled, Lee Sun-ju whipped his head around real quick. He snapped that Aegis shield up just in time to block the sneak attack. But dang, that Hellhound's power was no joke. Even he was struggling, letting out these little grunts like he was lifting weights in a Miami gym. Things got so real that Kim Ji-ju actually got worried and yelled his boy's name. The only thing that answered back was the wind kicking up sand and dust. And through the haze, you could just see Lee Sun-ju's wiped out silhouette dropping to his knees. All of a sudden, he felt something was way off. Turns out, one of his arms got tagged by the Hellhound's flames. And he just screamed in total panic, it's on fire! At the same time, a system notification popped up like, Hellfire, the unquenchable flame, has hit the target lol, thanks for the update. So my dude is in full-on freak-out mode, doing the stop, drop, and roll on the ground trying to put himself out. He's screaming, yo. Don't just stand there staring like you. Rewatching a movie! Get over here and help me put this out. Kim Ju snapped into action. Lee Sun-ju, chill out. Take off your armor. Listening for once, Lee Sun-ju ripped off the piece of armor that got lit up, just staring as his gauntlet straight up melted from the hellfire. He was so shook he just blurted out, Sue, the heat isn't even the real problem here, is it? Meanwhile, the Hellhound, totally cheesed that it couldn't one-shot either of them, let out this angry growl. Then all of a sudden, it let out this ear-splitting roar. The other wolves got the signal instantly and started charging right for Lee Sun-ju and Kim Ji-ju. And Lee Sun-ju, being his usual himbo self, was still like, huh, what's the deal? Did I miss something? Bro, at that very second, the Hell Wolves were giving them the death stare, a whole pack of like, up to 100, had them completely boxed in. It was Lee Sun-ju and Kim Ji-ju against the world, watching them stampede toward him. Lee Sun-ju gritted his teeth and was like, alright, guess we gotta throw down and just dodge the spicy fire. And with that, he immediately yeeted a few wolves out of existence. But then he sees Kim Ji-yu not even helping, just trying to peace out on the sly. Lee Sun-ju was so done, shouting, hey, what have you been cooking up this whole time? Where do you think you re-going? Kim Ji-yu didn't even give him the time of day, just casually iced every wolf that got in his way. Then, a random flashback hit him. Man, seeing these hellhounds is giving me some serious déjà vu. He remembered it clear as day back when he was raiding the 8th floor dungeon with his crew, the Salvation Team. The main boss used a whole pack of these hellhounds as backup dancers, but no matter how buff that boss was, it still ended up catching these hands. Back then, he'd noticed all the hell wolf bodies he'd stacked up. Thinking back, after they cleared that dungeon, their corpses were just littered all over the place like confetti after a parade in Chicago. The sheer number of hellhounds I handled all on my own. Snapping back to the present, as Kim Ji-ju went beast mode on the wolves, he smirked, remembering the exact body count from his past life, a solid 23 of them. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the news he just got made Park Yong-won's whole vibe go ice cold. He asked, Kim Ji-ju is still breathing. Secretary Kim slid a letter across his desk and said, yes, sir, this came for you, from him. Park Yong-won didn't waste a second and ripped that letter open. You could see his expression get stonier with every sentence. The letter went something like this. Since I was getting non-stop death threats from some Japanese terrorists, I had no choice but to ghost everyone and fake my own death. When the coast is clear, I'll slide back to the guild and spill all the tea. Peace, I'm gonna need some, a clean cash to get across the border without any drama. Account number 30. Reading that part, it all clicked for Park Yong-won. He finally got why Kim Ji-ju pulled his little disappearing act. After finishing the letter, a smirk just spread across his face and he chuckled. So that little punk is still alive, I swear. You could drop him in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, and he'd find a way to pop back up. Then he turned to Secretary Kim. Keep this on the down low, you hear me? For now, just wire him the cash. That order totally threw Secretary Kim for a loop. Yes, sir, she said, but then added nervously, but sir, everything he's doing is super sketchy. Even if he was getting threats. So get this, even with his life on the line, he's still keeping secrets from us. Like that's shady F, you really still vibing with this guy? Yongin didn't even answer. He just, laughed. Then he crumpled up the letter and was all like, trust him. Girl, please, I never trusted him. He's just a pawn I'm using to get what I want. His face was giving major villain monologue. Totally scheming on Kim Ji-ju. Ain't it a blessing that little punk is still breathing? This is our shot to get back every single penny we put into this. And the second I get my bag, he's gonna find out what happens when you try to play me. Meanwhile, back at the fight with the Hellboar, it's screaming orders at its crew. Lee Sun-ju is just standing there, completely shook by Kim Ji-ju's skills. Like that dude is built different, no cap. Kim Ji-ju's move was just wild, legit unbelievable. He just charged straight at the Hellboars with zero defense. For a sec, I seriously thought he was on a one-way trip to the afterlife. But watching Kim Ji-ju's every move, my jaw was on the floor. It wasn't reckless at all. Those moves, it was like he already had the cheat codes and knew exactly how the Hellboars were gonna attack. This had Lee Sun-ju's brain doing the whole buffering thing. Wait, isn't this his first time ever seeing these things? He was dying to know the tea on Kim Ji-ju's powers, like, where did he get that kind of glow up? He couldn't make it make sense, so he had to snap out of it, like, okay, that hellfire is nasty. But as long as you pull a Neo from the Matrix and don't get hit, you re-golden. As for Kim Ji-ju, after totally wrecking the minion-level wolves, he locked onto the final boss. It's the only one left. The whole situation was now the Hellboar versus Kim Ji-ju's squad. Then out of nowhere, he just drops his weapon and complains, for real. This janky root bone thing actually melted. But even as he said it, he had this huge, winning smirk on his face. But it's all good. And bam! Suddenly these long, sharp spears just shot up from the dirt. They were popping up like weird flowers in a field. Kim Ji-ju just grabs one and is like, yeah, I was already ready for this. At the same damn time, the system dings with an update on these spears. Black Star Bone Spear, item rank legendary, requires level 50 to use. And it's got a physical attack of plus 110. It's a spear made from the bones of a black star. Yo, so the attack power is kinda mid. But this thing's durability is insane. The Hellboar is giving him this super sus, murderous side eye. Kim Ji wasn't even scared. He just goes yawn. All the prep work is done. This is so boring. Next thing you know, he points the spear at it, getting all cocky. Like, alright, let's just kick back and enjoy the show. But right then, Lee Sun-ju sprints over and screams, stop. He had no clue why this dude was suddenly blocking his shot. So Kim Ji-ju gives him this look that could freeze over Miami and asks, what the hell do you think you redoing? Lee Sun-ju's all out of breath, spitting out some confusing nonsense. No way, I can't just stand here and watch this go down. A man's gotta have some pride, you know. Then he says all confidently, leave the last one for me. That line totally made Kim Ji-ju look at Lee Sun-ju in a whole new way. Then he smirks and asks, all sarcastic, you sure you can handle that, little buddy? Lee Sun-ju just grins back, but then he randomly tosses the shield back to Kim Ji-ju, who's like, why aren't you taking the shield? He grabs some random bone spear with one hand and says it loud and clear, because the thought of being dead weight for everyone else. That really messes with my head. As he said that, Lee Sun-ju's mind totally flashed back to when Ju came back. All kinds of messed up. Back then, he and Osi-chan were in a full-blown panic, scrambling to catch her in their little queen's apartment. In that exact moment, he swore an oath, I've got people I need to protect too. The image of Ju collapsing in Osi-chan's arms is still living rent-free in his head every single day. Seeing Ju's tears lit a fire under his ass. That's why I gotta level up, he told himself. I have to become seriously strong. No excuses. Meanwhile, at some fortress locked down tighter than Fort Knox, a bunch of people have been snatched up by some crew. The gates are sealed shut. Inside, a shady deal is going down. Here's my payment. The mystery woman in this deal is Sakura, from the Phoenix Guild. Looking at the briefcase on the table, Sakura asks, all curious, and what's this? The dude she's dealing with gives her this crazy smile and says, what is it? It's your cut, what else? Outside, you can hear guns being cocked and fired, casings hitting the ground, and blood soaking the dirt, followed by some super casual report about handling the locals near the gate. The scummy merchant happily flips open the briefcase and says, thanks to you, my business out here in the boonies is running way smoother. Sakura says nothing, just picks up a stack of cash to count it. After counting like one stack, she suddenly throws the money back in the case, totally pissed, and yells, what is this trash? Her rage actually made the merchant flinch. You think we do all this just for a few lousy bucks? Sakura grills him, her voice dripping with annoyance. We had a deal, payment was supposed to be in items or skill equipment, remember? Hearing that, the merchant immediately starts making excuses. I'm totally aware of the terms for dealing with the Phoenix Guild, I swear. But lately getting my hands on items has been a nightmare, he said, wiping sweat off his face. Right now, even with cash, you gotta buy stuff off the black market in some back alley in Detroit. Not to mention the dungeons that are left are so psycho-dangerous you can't even get in. So it's basically impossible for me to go item hunting in there myself. At that, Sakura gets furious, slams the table, and shouts, listen here, you! She jumps to her feet and declares, loud and proud, in this lawless part of the Amazon, our leader's word is the absolute law. Yo, knowing he was about to get absolutely rocked by her, the merchant dude freaked out and screamed, yo, wait a sec! But she was not having it and snatched him right up by the collar, straight up growling. Since when did you little roaches get the nerve to pull this kind of stunt right in our faces? Huh. Sakura got all up in the dude's grill and was like, say one more word and I will snip that tongue out and feed it to the strays down on Beale Street. For real. Dude was so shook by her threat, he slapped a hand over his mouth like, now don't do it! But Sakura, being extra, just casually shoves her fingers right in his mouth, making him mumble and beg for his life like a clown. Spare me, my bad, I swear I won't do it again, please. And just when he thought she was about to totally unalive him, bam! A freaking bolt of lightning just zaps the merchant out of nowhere. His whole destiny was to turn into a crispy fried mess and just drop to the floor. In that split second, Sakura whips her head around. And who's there? Hilfrey just chillin' at the door, scolding her in a low voice. Sakura, I told you not to waste time on this pointless BS. The second she sees him, Sakura is so startled she's like, boss. And yeah, you guessed it. The one who just flash-fried that merchant was Hilfrey himself. Dude didn't even blink after taking a life. No cap. Instead, he's like, all disgusted. Why are you even wasting your breath on these maggots? Then, seeing what he slapped down on the table, Sakura was so shook she was stuttering. It was some kind of glowing card, just sitting on the wooden table. Hilfrey.
Okay.
The Thunder Emperor Hilfrey, the top dog of the Phoenix Guild. He gives Sakura this super stern look and says, just keep it clean and simple, you feel me. Meanwhile, let's cut back to Kim Ji-ju's squad's fight. They had been scrapping with this Hell House from sunset to sunrise, like a 24-hour rave in Miami. The Hell House itself was looking totally wrecked. In front of it, my boy Lino was so gassed he was just sprawled out on the ground. Then, ping. A system notification pops up. His eyes just snap wide open. The blessing of the river Styx had just kicked in, with this new juice. He hops up super quick with his bone spear in hand, but then, out of nowhere, a hand just grabs the tip of his spear. But my guy doesn't do anything. He just stands there panting like he just ran a marathon. Bro, it was Kim Ji-ju who blocked Lina's attack. And he's like, Lina, my dude, it's me! Chill out, man! Realizing it was his bro, Lina lets out this massive sigh of relief and just flops back down on the ground, asking, so, what about the other Hell House? Did you handle that business while I was taking a dirt nap? Kim Ji-ju doesn't say a word, he just points behind him. Lina looks over where he's pointing, and what does he see? The freaking corpse of the Hell House just laid out cold on the ground. Then Kim Ji-ju's voice just rings out, all slow and dramatic. I just watched. He let his bro know. That was all you, man. You completely wrecked it all by yourself. Getting that kind of props from his boy made Lina flash this super proud grin. Elsewhere, someone was drumming their fingers on a desk. All impatient. This suit Park Young-won just scoffs and says, "You've surprised me more than once, kid." He's grilling Kim Ji-ju, totally heated. I seriously can't believe you had the balls to play me like that. His death stare was locked right on Kim Ji-ju. And to think I actually fell for it. Thought you were toast. After a hot second of silence, Kim Ji-ju replies, "Dead serious, my bad, sir. But you know the saying, to play the enemy, you gotta play your own team first." I mean, when he puts it like that, what could Park Young-won even say? You were not wrong, but even so, you could tell he was still super salty about it. So Park Young-won warns him in this low voice. From now on, don't you even think about trying to deceive me again. The killer vibes and pressure in the room were so thick you could cut it with a knife, trying to freak out Kim Ji-ju. This little game of yours. Yeah, I was not amused, but Kim Ji-ju just takes it, cool as a cucumber. Then he replies all serious, "Understood, sir," getting that confirmation. Park Young-won seemed pretty satisfied and then suddenly yanks open a desk drawer. There's one more thing. Next, he throws this stack of papers on the desk. It's a newspaper with a headline that's basically, "You Han and Isaac. Who's gonna be king of the 4th and 5th floors of the Dark House dungeon?" Park Young-won then points to the dude pictured next to Kim Ji-ju's fake persona. "Ah, that Yu-Han kid I told you about." He taps Yu-Han's name, looking super annoyed. He's been seriously getting on my last nerve. The media cooked up this fake rivalry, and now everyone in Queens is buzzing about it. His voice gets real low as he orders Kim Ji-ju, "I am not here for this situation. I just need Isaac to be the only star out there. The only one building his rep. I don't need to spell it out for you any further, do I?" And right then, Park Young-won just snaps, crumples up the newspaper and yells, "Find a way to get under Isaac's skin and make him go even more beast mode." Hearing this, Kim Ji-ju immediately chimes in. "You mean you want to make Isaac the main character, sir?" Park Young-won confirms it without even a pause. "That's right, we gotta get a return on our investment. You feel me?" Kim Ji-ju was down with the plan, but he had a condition. "Got it, sir. In that case, I need you to release the Thunder Emperor." The condition he dropped surprised Park Young-won so much he literally yelled, "The Thunder Emperor." He immediately demanded to know why. "Why are you bringing him up all of a sudden?" Kim Ji-ju just hits him back, ice cold. "Because that is what I want, so get this tea. This Thunder Emperor he's talking about. It's actually a scroll with a crazy up skill, the skill to summon a warlock. The conditions for using this messenger of darkness were wild. You had to be level 180 or higher. And the effect was summoning an immortal warlock by sacrificing 100 monsters. And this item. It's owned by the actual Thunder Emperor. At that exact moment, somewhere out in the boonies near Las Vegas, some dude was practicing his sword slashes on a straw dummy. And with one clean swing, he cuts the dummy in two. One half just flops right to the ground. Then this person's voice slowly speaks up. This person asks, all quiet like so, "Isaac requested Solomon's ring instead of the Aegis shield." His student immediately bows his head and apologizes for literally no reason. "Yes, my deepest apologies, master." Of course, Sukahara-ken wasn't even blaming his student. Instead, he was just thinking, nah, I already hooked him up with the Aegis shield to begin with. It was basically a given he'd ask for other stuff to make things square. All of a sudden, he's gritting his teeth, totally fuming. "But yo, there's one thing that's still not clicking for me." Sakura was like, "Whoa." Totally caught off guard by his vibe, Sukahara-ken just looks at her, dead serious, and asks, "How the hell did that little punk even know Solomon's ring was with us?" And girl Sakura immediately goes, "Oh no, it wasn't me, I swear on my life." Not that Sukahara-ken was even pointing fingers at her, but he was like, "I'm not gonna suspect my own student, but this leak is proof positive we got a snake in our crew." Hearing that, Sakura was instantly like, "Let me in!" "I'll find the snitch who spilled the tea, that shameless little roach. We gotta find this traitor ASAP and take them out with Isaac." But Sukahara-ken out of nowhere is like, "Nah, it's cool. Just let it ride." And get this, Sakura was completely shook. "What? Sir, for real?" He's slowly putting his sword away, all calm, and says, "The way they re-leveling up so fast, I can guarantee one thing. Our paths are gonna totally collide, sooner or later." His words made Sakura gasp, like, "Wait, you don't mean..." Sukahara just straps the sword to his hip and growls, "That's right, we wait." His voice was all ice and confidence. "It's only a real Delbo when I'm the one who rips them to shreds with my own two hands." So, flash forward to the Thunderbird Guild's swanky headquarters at 1 Vanderbilt in New York City. Sakura's looking at him with so much sass, like, what am I even looking at right now? A ghost. Her shady voice just keeps going, oh wait, my bad, you re-giving more, zombie. But Kim Jeju, without missing a beat, claps back, I'd go with Ghost. Actually, the commute from the other side is way easier. No traffic. Hearing that, Sakura just sneers. So you faked your own death to go to war with the world, just to clean up that dude Jay's mess. Kim Jeju gives her this super sly non-answer. And what if I am? That's not the point. You re-smart, you do the math? This totally set Sakura off. You little brat, give me a straight answer! Then she totally lost it, slammed her hand on the desk, and yelled, do you have any idea where you are? You were being way too damn chill about this. And then yup, she went straight to threats. You've already cashed in your chips once, so doing it again in here wouldn't be a big deal, right? But Kim Jeju wasn't even a little bit scared. He actually smirked. To stop wasting time, he just cut right through the drama. Look, let's cut the BS. I'm not here to bicker. Let's talk business. And Sakura, even though she was absolutely fuming, had to just suck it up. Oh, what a total tool. If it wasn't for the commander's orders. So she just forces herself to chill and is like, spill it. You've got 1 minute. Kim Ju just calmly says, I heard the Thunder Emperor only messes with items, correct? Sakura shot back all cold, so what? Kim Ju just kept his cool, so he let a little smile creep onto his face. And then he dropped the question. That means people are also on the table for a trade, right? And girl, this question had Sakura totally bewildered. Like, what is this dude even on about? Then he just casually suggests, if I were to sell Isaac to the Phoenix Guild, I'm, like, super curious what I'd get for him. After hearing this, Sakura lets out this crazy laugh while gritting her teeth. Wait, you were not here to bargain for Isaac. You were trying to sell him to us. And then, boom, she kicks her foot up on the table and screams, I have tried to be patient with you. You absolute psycho, are you messing with me right now? And just then, this super impressed voice cuts in. Now this is interesting. Suddenly, Kim Jeju felt this insane killer vibe right behind him. He spins around and boom, Hilfrey just appeared out of thin air. The second Sakura saw him, she gasped out, Commander. Hilfrey cracks this totally bloodthirsty smile and asks, so, are we talking price per pound? Kim Jeju, quick as a whip, shoots back, lol, that'd be a show. But I'm guessing you don't want an Isaac that's missing an arm or a leg, do you? A super heavy silence just fell over the room. Hilfrey, totally hooked by Kim Jeju's pitch, just goes, your offer is tempting. Tell me everything. Cut Tara dungeon that night, with two dudes just chilling by a campfire. Lina, stuffing his face with some trail mix, asks all hesitant, bro, are you for real about you know? Kim Jeju doesn't even answer. He just grins and plays dumb, asking back, what the hell are you even talking about, dude? Lina snaps back, you know exactly what. We almost died in that 4-floor dungeon. And with zero cares in the world. Kim Jeju just says, oh yeah? His attitude totally ticked Lina off so much he exploded. Oh yeah? What is that supposed to mean? Look, I'm down to hit the 5th floor, but in a plus rank. Don't you think we were jumping the gun a little bit? His little speech just made Kim Jeju want to mess with him more, so what a big shot like you is scared of a dungeon. And like clockwork, Lina got so triggered, fuming, hey, why do you always gotta push my buttons like that? You think I'm gonna keep falling for your crap forever? His voice literally echoed through the woods near their campsite outside Denver. I must look like a total clown to you. Just then, Kim Jeju's whole vibe shifted. He got dead serious and whispered quiet. We've got company. Lina instantly freaked, jumping to his feet and going on high alert. But then his face was just pure confusion when he saw who was walking up. This person was standing in the shadows and super timidly spoke up to greet them. Hello, Kim Ji was a little shook to see her. It was none other than Men. I'm Men from the Salvation Guild. We raiding together tomorrow. And then her voice got all quiet and her face turned completely red. Actually, she said all awkward but also super earnest. I'm a really huge fan of yours. Since we re-teaming up, I just wanted to come and say hi first. Her showing up out of nowhere had Kim Ji-ju a little confused. But then, oh my god, he remembered Men, he realized, right? In this exact dungeon, he remembered from his past life that this was the day Men died. So Jordan was literally holding her, bawling his eyes out so tragic, and Kay and Kim Ji-ju were just standing there, like totally shook. The whole vibe was just depressing, but flash forward to now, and you got Lina, strutting in and laughing all cocky at Men. What a pleasure, he says with this gross smug look, you want my autograph, little fan. Men is trying so hard to tell him he's got it all wrong. But you know this dude. Of course he ain't listening and even goes, don't make me get nasty. So right as Lina whips out a pen, all like, so where do you want this? Men just lets out this crazy yell and bolts forward. Excuse me! She shoves her notebook right in Kim Juju's face and screams, Isaac, can I please get your autograph? And without even thinking, Kim Juju just signs it for her, the absolute shade. Lina was so freaking humiliated he literally snapped his pen in half. Snap. The next morning, the dungeon gate pops open again, the Salvation Guild rolls up, and right behind them is the Thunderbird Guild. probably fresh from their spot on Rodeo Drive. Repping the Salvation Guild was Kim Ji-ju, rocking his Isaac disguise, and his sidekick who looked super annoyed to be there. Okay, so flashback to that wild day at the Phoenix Guild headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. So you got Hill Frey, just chilling and fiddling with two walnuts like some mob boss, and he says real slow, "Let me run this back for y'all. This ain't what you think it is." Then he just drops it. "Eight, Kim Ji-ju, you the puppet master pulling Isaac's strings or what?" Kim Ju didn't even try to deny it. He's just like, yeah, that's me. And hearing that, Sakura absolutely loses it, screaming, "This is insane. You expect us to believe this crap." But Hill Frey just puts a hand up to shut her down. Is that a fact? Kim Ji-ju then cuts right to the chase. Word on the street is you re-sitting on a huge stash of items and skills. But here's the tea you can't even use. Cause of the crazy user requirements. He got this little smirk and slides in with a tempting offer. "I'll clear any dungeon you want. If we use a Zack, even the ones that are supposedly unenterable are a piece of cake, am I right?" He even gave Hill Frey a hot second to think about it, like, "Mull it over if you think we can make this work for both of us." His whole cocky vibe was seriously ticking Sakura off, this little punk. But Hill Frey was cool as a cucumber, asking with some real interest, "Conditions, huh? Sounds like you want something from me real bad." He lets out a little laugh and is like, "You ain't wrong, but I don't take lulls in business." Then he gets up to leave, throwing over his shoulder, "I got no clue what you re-after, but your pitch ain't it. Chief, if you want to get something from me, come back with an offer that actually gets my attention." And with that mech drop, he turns to bounce. "I mean, I'm kinda interested in a deal for Isaac, but it's not like a big deal." Hill Frey's total shutdown made Sakura so freaking happy. She got all amped up, ready to just get rid of Kim Ji-ju. "So the deal's dead, huh? You walked in here acting like you had the holy grail, but it was just garbage, boss. You want me to just take out the trash right here," she said with this huge, evil grin. "He's useless to us now anyway." After a beat of dead silence, Kim Ji-ju cuts back in. "So, I heard you, getting a raid party together for that one-eyed giant dungeon in the Amazon, right?" Those words literally stopped Hill Frey dead in his tracks. He whips around and spits, "So what?" Jiju just shrugs, super casual. "I'm thinking I'll send Isaac in to clear it for you." Of course, Hill Frey was not buying it, scoffing, "That's the most ridiculous joke I've heard all year." He couldn't wrap his head around Isaac soloing a 5-floor dungeon. "You were telling me you'll clear that for me? Dude, that kid Isaac just barely finished a 4-floor dungeon, and you think he can handle a 5-floor, a plus-rank monster? Get real." Hill Frey's mocking laugh just echoed all over the place. "I was pulling off some crazy stuff at that level myself, but aren't you getting a little full of yourself?" And Kim Ji-ju shot back a death glare that could freeze hell over. So Hill Frey was like, "Alright, bet you pull it off, we'll talk." Sakura could not believe what she was hearing and just screamed, trying to stop him. "Leader." But right then, Kim Ji-ju slides in with, "So what's the price tag on Isaac's body?" Hill Frey just replies, super chill, "Wrong, I'm not trying to buy Isaac. From what you retelling me, wouldn't it be smarter to just buy you?" He straight up offered Kim Ji-ju a job, "So what's it gonna be? If you redown, come work for me." It was a legit offer, but you know he had to add a little catch. "Course I gotta test you first, cause I'm a paranoid kinda guy." Then Hill Frey pulls something out and says, "Let the salary negotiations begin." And get this, it was a scroll with the word vampire on it. The fine print was nuts usage requirement messenger of the underworld, skill rank legendary, and the effect lets you literally turn into a vampire. Anyway, back to the present drama at some sketchy alley in Chicago. Kim Ji-ju, as Isaac, is thinking to himself with this dead serious look, "Okay, stick to the script." Then some voice yells, "I'm heading into the dungeon!" First day in the one-eyed giant dungeon, and the skeleton soldier and Lena charge into corner this big ugly ogre bull. Lina dodges a hit and yells, "Yo, what's your cover story for Park Young-won?" Kim Yu, as the scale dude, just turns and asks, "What cover story?" Lena screeches, "Dude, it's so obvious we, reciting with the Thunder Emperor. You think Park Young-won is just gonna let this slide when he finds out? You gonna word this carefully, right?" And Kim Ji-ju just hits him with, "Nah, I'm just gonna tell Park Young-won exactly what happened." Hearing that, Lina literally froze up, like, "What did you just say?" In that split second of him being shook, the ogre bull slams its fist down. Lina dodges it easy peasy, then launches his own attack. 8. "I guess I'll have to beat some sense into you myself, huh?" Kaboom! Lee Sun-ju takes one swing, and the whole thing just crumbles. The impact kicked up a dust cloud bigger than a Texas haboob. Smack in the middle of this wasteland. Kim Ji-ju was straight up blinded by all the smoke and dust. He couldn't see a thing then, like something out of a movie. A pair of legs just strolls out of the haze. Kim Ji-ju totally jumps in surprise. It's Lee Sun-ju. She walks right up, smacks him upside the head, and starts going off. "Are you seriously telling me you took the Thunder Lord's deal? Have you completely lost your mind?" And Jiju's all like, we can't play Park Yong-won anyway, so just being straight up is our best bet, so bam. She clocks him again and yells, the truth, what truth are you even on about? You think Park Yong-won is just gonna let us dip out and just, like, hand deliver us to the Thunder Lord on a silver platter? Cut the crap. You still have no clue what that psycho is like, do you? So right when things are getting super tense, some rando walks up and is like, I think you re-getting the picture all wrong here. Jiju keeps going. But if we let Park Yong-won know about our little deal, is he gonna think we backstabbed him? Or that we played the Thunder Lord? 8, so check it day 23. And we redropping into the dungeon on the 4th floor of the Minotaur's labyrinth. My boy Jordan is just wailing on this goblin in front of him, swinging his sword like he's at bat for the Yankees. He's grinding his teeth, thinking it dodged. Oh hell no, this is driving me nuts. Jordan whips around to Ko, yo, what's the sitch on your end? Ko, cool as a cucumber, just goes, same deal over here. Jordan peeks behind him again, mean, you almost done charging up or what? She doesn't say a word, just keeps cooking up this massive fireball that shoots out a blast of energy, so bright it could light up all of Las Vegas. Naturally, all the goblins are drawn to the light show at Mian's spot. Jordan freaks out, yelling Ko! They all gunning for Mian. Sen, get your butt over there and give her some backup, stat. The whole goblin mob just charges her at, like, terrifying speed. Mian just throws her head back and unleashes everything. Her eyes are literally blazing, with arcs of energy zapping around her. Her power just explodes, this insane swirling vortex of fiery orange-yellow energy, ready to BQ everything in its path, and poof. The whole area is just filled with white smoke. Jordan finally lets out a breath. Woo, that was way too close for comfort. For real though, what is up with all these black goblins? He slings his sword over his shoulder, puts his foot on a goblin corpse, and grumbles, man, high-level dungeons are on a whole other level. This is not a game. These freaks are probably gonna keep spawning until we hit the main hall in the middle of this maze from hell. Let's try and stick to the wider paths. If we keep getting jumped in some skinny little hallway, all boxed in, we're gonna be so boned. Any spot we crash has to have an escape route, period. And literally, as he's saying it, Jordan spots a goblin launching a sneak attack. The little monster just lunges. He screams, Mian. 6 o'clock. She totally flinches. Mian whips her head around to see what he's yelling about. A goblin is swinging its blade straight down. Slash. And the air just fills with that nasty, coppery smell of blood. Mian squeezed her eyes shut, pretty sure she was toast. But after a hot second, she feels nothing. She slowly peeks them open. A goblin is just crumpled at her feet in a massive puddle of its own blood. Jordan sprints over, all worried, Mian, you good? She's like, yeah, I'm fine. Then he just freezes, thinking, what the hell is this dude doing all the way out here in Beverly Hills? Jordan looks at Kim Ji-ju and mutters, thanks man, my team's safe cause of you. Kim Ji-ju just frowns and asks, why aren't you finishing them off right? Jordan's confused, like, huh? What do you mean? Kim Ji-ju then shoves his sword right through the downed goblin. He says it's called kill confirmation. The thing grinds its teeth, shaking from the pain, seeing its buddy get murked. Another goblin nearby starts whimpering. It finally clicks for Jordan. They were playing dead. He's just staring, completely shocked, as a whole mob of them get up and try to peace out. There were that many. Kim Gi-ju explains blood goblins are a wicked smart species. Then smash! The massive legs of a skeleton soldier just stomped down on the escaping goblins. The little dude bared its teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat. The whole scene was a blur of high-speed purple and red streaks. Jordan's just watching it all go down, totally stunned into silence, and Kim Ji-ju just hits him with this ice-cold smirk. I was actually looking forward to raiding with the so-called Salvation Guild, but real talk, you guys are just pathetic. Oh, that did it. Jordan got so pissed he lunged forward, yelling, you bastard, shut your damn mouth. But just in the nick of time, Meme grabs his wrist, holding him back. Jordan. Kim Ji-woo pipes up, a team leader is supposed to be responsible for his members' safety, and, keeping their stress levels down. He kicks the goblin corpse on the ground. If you actually knew what kind of creatures blood goblins were, wouldn't you have known how to handle them properly from the jump? Kim Ji-ju just keeps clowning him. A team leader can't even handle something this basic. The Salvation Guild is definitely going to be the talk of the town now. Jordan's just gritting his teeth, absolutely steaming. You could literally see a vein throbbing on his temple. This heavy, bitter feeling of being a total joke just settled in his chest. I know I'm not a perfect leader. But come on, his eyes were just filled with disappointment. Looks like I was expecting too much. Jordan was literally shaking with rage, gripping his weapon tight, thinking, how dare he just diss all our hard work trying to save the world. Ko cuts in with a cold voice, Teach, I hear you, but that's enough. He continued, this is not the time to be beefing with each other. We need to squad up and clear this dungeon. Mean steps up, putting a hand on Jordan's chest to hold him back. She nods, Ko's right, we appreciate the assist, for real. But what are you even doing here anyway? Mian's voice was cold. She's like, each team is supposed to stick to their assigned sector. You didn't just wander over here from your side of Chicago to start drama, did you? Kim Ji-ju immediately points behind him. Actually, we ran into a little issue. He explains, our team's tanker hurt her leg, and right on cue, Lee Sun-ju limps over with a smile so fake it could be plastic. Hey everyone. You guys good? She literally gasped, girl, hand over her mouth like in a movie. Ong, how did this even happen? They all swarmed him, trying to hold him up, and get this. Lee Sun-ju, who's sweating like he just ran a marathon in Phoenix, forces this smile and is like, my bad, guys, I was just a little clumsy. So this one dude gently goes, yo, why don't you sit down here? Let me peep that wound. And a wild thought just zips through his head. He's like, no way, are these clowns actually letting me take a 5? He was totally vibing with it, but Lee Sun-ju starts waving his hands like he's swatting flies. Oh, nah, I'm Gucci, I'm good. Meanwhile, he's thinking, God, this is so cringe. Having to fake an injury is next level embarrassing. He was just standing there, completely shook, eyes glued to the whole scene, and then it clicked for Kim Ji-ju. That's it. These guys are nothing like Lee Si-jun. They like 100% more real than anyone else. All they want to do is save the world, you know. But then Jordan struts up, his voice just dripping with sass. So, you couldn't even handle your own squad and came crying to us. How the hell you gonna teach anybody the basics? He smirks this nasty little smirk. What's that now? The commander's gotta keep his homies safe. Then Jordan points a finger right in his face. Hey Isaac, get your own house on Park Avenue in order before you start preaching to everybody else. Seeing his opponent just staring back, totally stone-faced, he makes a face, huh? What's up, dude? You're not acting all high and mighty now. Why'd you suddenly clam up? The corner of his mouth just curls up, thinking Jordan is so predictable. Same old drama king. Kim Ji-ju just claps back. I'm not careless like some people. My guy just lost his footing for a sec. Lee Sun-ju is muttering what a jerk under his breath, but he's gotta sell the performance. Yeah, that's right. It's totally my bad. Then Lee Sun-ju slaps his own injured foot and does this super awkward, sheepish laugh, Oscar-worthy. Really? I didn't listen to my commander and just went full Leroy Jenkins, and that's how this happened. Why all know there's, like, a straight-up cliff right below us, right? Jordan just scoffed, not buying it for a second. Anyway, we don't have a tank so we can't push by ourselves, so you're here to help us, right? He calmly confirms. Yeah, that was the plan. But seeing the absolute state of your team, I'm kinda regretting this whole trip. How about this, from now on, your whole squad follows my orders. Kim Gi-ju kept going. Just do exactly what I tell you. And you all get out of this dungeon without becoming a new decoration. His eyes went bloodshot, legit flashing with a psycho glint. The hell did you just say to me, you little punk? His axe started dragging on the ground, making this awful screeching sound with every step Jordan took. So extra. He snarled, totally pissed. We have to clear this raid one way or another. If you want the spotlight so bad, I'll give you a chance to show off. Jordan gets right up in his grill, eyes blazing, his tone a total dare. But I can't just let what you said slide, if you want to be the boss of this squad. You gotta beat me. One-on-one, right here, right now! Meanwhile, the tea was spilling all over the internet. Headlines about the Salvation Guild's world first attempt at a 7-floor dungeon were everywhere. Who are these mad lads taking on the 7-floor C-rank dungeon? And Yuhan, the guild's golden boy, has been non-stop clearing 5-floor dungeons. Lee Si-jun and Yuhan of the Salvation Guild are on a major hot streak. But Isaac's team. They went Maya for a whole month after the Hyoha raid. Nobody knew if they were dead or just chilling in her office. Park Jin-ho was just lost in her thoughts, nervously chewing on her lip. All of a sudden, a voice made her jump. Yo, what's with the face? You worried or something? Park Jin-ho's eyes snapped so fast to where the voice came from. It's a miracle she didn't get whiplash. In the shadows, Yuhan was leaning against a table, his whole body shaking with laughter. What's the matter? You know what you're supposed to do when the big boss is away, right? He sneered. Is that why you look so stressed? Just then, a guy walked in and snapped, cut the crap and watch your mouth. Yuhan's face went dark and he shot him this ice-cold glare. The man just furiously barked, you little brat, she is not someone you can just look down on. He added, tilting his chin up, while Lee Si-jun is out. She's the acting guild master for the whole Salvation Guild. And who was it? None other than Cho Sung-gu. He threatened him. If you pull another stunt that breaks the rules, I swear I won't go easy on you. Yuhan just flashed this wicked grin. And if this little brat doesn't stop, what are you gonna do about it? The two of them were just standing there, face to face, locked in a death stare, neither one backing down. The air was so thick with tension. You could feel this crazy aura swirling around them, like a fight was about to break out any second. She angrily slammed the table. That is enough. Park Jin-ho's voice was pure ice. This isn't the time for fighting. Our only job right now is to support the guild master. End of story. Her voice cut through again. But according to you, Han, this little side plot wasn't what you agreed on with the guild master, was it? Sukahara-ken glanced sideways, super annoyed. I know Lisa-jun wants to face Isaac one-on-one someday, but we all gathered here in downtown Chicago to take Isaac out. So stop beating around the bush, and let's focus on the main problem. Then he asked, is it true that Isaac went into a 5-floor plus rank dungeon? Park Jin-ho frowned, pressing a button. Honestly, until recently, I thought it was just some stupid internet rumor, but it's the real deal, she explained. This is intel I got from a guild member we have stationed in the Amazon. They saw Isaac walk into that dungeon with their own 2 eyes. Sukahara-ken asked, super curious, who were the members with Isaac? Park Jin-ho answered, they weren't our people, the ones who share our goals, so we can't give them other jobs, because they can't be trusted, he said, totally calm. That's fine by me. Sukahara-ken, however, was visibly frowning. That guy isn't the type to just charge in recklessly. This time, I'll deal with him personally. And Ong. You could tell those were the magic words she wanted to hear. The corners of her mouth just lifted into this super satisfied, smug smile. So Park Jin-ho is literally clasping his hands together like he's praying. And he's like, honestly, I'd feel a whole lot better if you just handled this yourself. Not sure if this helps, but... Then he points at Yu Seong and goes, that dude right there. He's some seriously effective bait. And get this, Yu Seong gets all smug, trying to pull off a humble brag. Like, I'm the one who got everyone to mob the dungeon, like, seriously. Could you be more obvious? That's just nasty. Then he's all, either way, if we can just yeet that Isaac dude, it's no biggie for me. And, a messenger of the underworld like me, his face was radiating pure smugness, gets to hog the entire spotlight, bro. You could hear a pin drop after that. The whole vibe in the room went from 0 to 100 like super tense. After a beat, Sukahara-ken just blurts out, so, where are we doing this thing? And Baek-sin H, without missing a beat, hits the button on the location remote. A picture of the next dungeon flashes on the screen, looking like a messed up vacation spot. She's like, it's Egypt. A 6-floor plus rank dungeon and bam, a blade slams down, splits a bone right in half. And Jordan breaks out in a cold sweat from the sheer pain. Missin covered her mouth, whispering his name like a prayer. Jordan. After just laying there for a hot second, he screams, I lost. And Kim Ji-ju, who was just chilling against a wall in San Francisco, shoots up the second he hears it. Lee Sun-ju, who was just sitting in the corner, lets out this long sigh. He's totally thinking, man, that was literally me back in the day. Kim Ji-ju starts walking slow-mo towards Jordan, making him shrink back like, oh crap, and Kim Ji-ju's voice is ice cold. So you gonna make good on that promise? Then boom, the scene flips to inside this massive, deep blue cylinder thing. Jordan's gripping his weapon for dear life, thinking, for real. How many freaking hours have we been fighting? No matter how many times I swing, this thing just won't end. But he whips around and yells, Minin, let's go again! Hit M with some firepower. He's all, we can't just roll over and give up. And she's right there with him, yelling back, yeah, you got it! This glowing circle just pops up under Jordan's feet. It's the die-hard scoundrel skill, lol, and it totally worked. It got the Minotaur's attention, big time. Minin just charges straight for it, screaming, over here! Get him, you big slab of beef. The Minotaur is literally grinding its teeth, totally triggered by Minin's taunt. Jordan, who's rushing in, sees the thing swing, and he leans back so hard, skidding to a stop like a scene from an action movie. The Minotaur just smashes the ground, making the whole place explode. He has to do a quick combat roll to get out of the blast zone. Jordan roars, Kai! And mutters under his breath, damn, that landing was so not graceful. Hearing his name, Kai just launches himself into the air for the ultimate counterattack. In this creepy as hell purple dungeon, he's just flying through the air, and you see this cold slash of his sword. Kai sticks the landing, driving both of his blades deep into the Minotaur's body. The thing roars like a beast from the pure agony. Then Kai is just zipping across its body like a ninja. Every single step he takes leaves another gnarly gash. From the side, Minin shoots this huge fireball from her magic staff, and the flames just rocket straight for the Minotaur. Jordan's nervously scanning the area, looking like a kid lost in a mall in New Jersey. He's thinking, I was such a freaking idiot. Why on earth did I make a bet with that psycho? Meanwhile, Kim Ji-ju is just smirking like he won the lottery. Jordan's lost in his own head when he suddenly hears Kai scream, Jordan. He snaps his head around, and right above him, some sharp as heck object is hurtling down. Jordan's just frozen, trembling. He looks down and sees his feet are pinned by rocks. Total panic mode. My feet are stuck. I can't dodge. Guess I'm just gonna have to tank this with my body. Jordan roars, full of bravado, bring it on. Slash. A blur of gray and dark pink flashes past. Minin can't even watch. Her eyes are just filling with tears. On the other side, the Minotaur brings its foot down right where Jordan was standing. She just screams, Jordan. After its big attack, the beast lets out this super defiant roar. Jordan squinting, like, wait, what just happened? Then his eyes pop wide open in shock. Right next to him, long, platinum blonde hair is flowing in the wind, and the person doesn't say a single word. Okay, that probably took, like 10 years off my life. Kim Ji-ju is standing there, holding Jordan in his arms in front of everybody. Jordan is freaking out, struggling like crazy. What the hell is this? Put me the heck down right now. Kim Ji-ju just smirks, fine, if that's what the princess wants, and then he just lets go, dropping Jordan hard on the ground. Ouch. Jordan is gritting his teeth. So mad, he yells, you little brat. Would it literally kill you to be a little gentle? Menon runs over to him, all concerned. Jordan, are you okay? Jordan just nods. Yeah, luckily nothing's seriously broken. But when he sees Kim Ji-ju turning his back to leave, he shouts, hey, you jerk. Where do you think you sneaking off to? Kim Ji-ju just glances over his shoulder and says, all cold. The tanker's out of commission. So somebody's gotta step. Jordan's just growling. So annoyed. What the hell is that even supposed to mean? Saying you gonna be the meat shield. You were really gonna charge into that mosh pit. He just drops a line, so cool, you got a better idea. Jordan absolutely loses it and yells, let me go! I'll charge in again. If anyone's gonna bite the dust, it'll be me! Kim Ji-ju says with total scorn. Charging in with those busted up legs is basically a death wish. If you die, who's gonna be responsible for the rest of the crew? Huh. Don't think it's all noble to sacrifice yourself just cause you, the leader, instead of wasting time on that pointless drama. You'd be better off hitting the gym so this doesn't happen again. A tanker isn't just some shield to block attacks. Dude, the main job of a tanker is to buy enough time for the team to actually fight. I'm only doing this once, so open your eyes and learn something. The scene switches to a city that looks just like Chicago, and a voice rings out. Well, who do we have here? It's Osi-chan from his office, and he says, why would Tom come to visit the Dragon's Den? The person across from him just shoots back. You're a real riot, what a warm welcome. Maybe dial it back a notch next time. Yeah. And surprise, the visitor is the Dragon Slayer himself, Franwa Satcher. He smirks and asks, and what's this Tom stuff? You talking about little old me? Osi-chan just grumbles back. Yeah, I am. What are you even doing here out of the blue? For real, you were not the type to just drop by our Austin office for a cup of coffee, are you? On the other side, Franwa Satcher was all smiles. Like, duh. Of course there's a huge reason. Why else would I drag myself to this dump in the middle of nowhere? Like some shack at 123 Nowhere Street, Boringville. You think I got time to just pop over and watch you get all wrinkly and check on your bald spot? Yoos-chan's face went dark. Like instantly, Franwa Satcher put his teacup down, real slow, and got all intense. Like, before I spill the tea, I gotta ask you something. So that whole let's save the world pact, we still good on that? Osi-chan was shook, and his voice dropped low. Ever since Lee checked out, you've been on this kick, haven't you? Then he kinda tilted his head, peeking over his shoulder. Franwa was totally lost. Like, what's he looking at? He tried to get a better look and saw this girl, Ju, standing behind him, giving a respectful bow. But before he could even get a good look, Osi-chan just straight up yelled, stopping him cold. Hell yeah! You still don't know who I am. If I say I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna effing do it! Franwa just stared back blankly for a sec, then was like,
Wait, what? So?
Long story short, we still a go, right? He slapped his thigh, all fired up. Besides, you do me a favor. I pay it back 2 times over, but you hold a grudge. I'm coming back at you 4 times harder just to feel right. Then boom, we were back with the Minotaur, and it's roaring its head off. Jordan's just grinding his teeth, watching this mess go down. This is straight up impossible. How is he dodging every single attack without any physical buffs? Kim Ji-ju was just weaving around it, total pro. Watching its every move, he was silently breaking down the monster's body language. Like he was reading its mind before it even attacked. But like if all he does is dodge, he's never gonna win. Jordan gasped, totally bugging, and screamed, Look out! What is my man doing? Watch your 6! You were running out of room! The Minotaur made a beeline right for Kim Ji-ju. He dodged with like 0 time to spare, making it smash head on into the wall. Jordan's face was all scrunched up, watching without even blinking. Lena just shook her head and muttered, There he goes again with his crazy stunts. Jordan was stressing, thinking, damn it. The kid might be a total pain, but he shouldn't bite the dust here. This is all on me. I should be the one to go down. My one life should have been enough to end this whole thing. But now my skeleton crew is totally wiped. I'm useless. Right then, things got hairy and a skeleton soldier got slammed to the ground. Jordan just froze solid. Hold up a sec. The skeleton soldiers are still going. The skellies in the back kept rushing in, hammering on the Minotaur. Its horns were buried deep in the wall, and it couldn't yank them out. So now the Minotaur was basically a giant lawn ornament. Totally stuck, Jordan could not believe what he was seeing. Kim Ji-ju gave his sword a fancy twirl, ready to make his move. He checked out the beast's situation and smirked. What's up, big guy? Feeling a little stuck. A crazy powerful impact left this cone-shaped crater, kicking up a cloud of white dust and rubble. The beast was just frozen there. Then it flinched hard as it saw Kim Ji-ju strolling up on it. The Minotaur's crazy bloodshot eyes watched that sharp blade come flying in. Schlick. The metallic smell of blood just hit the air hard. A pop up. The Minotaur, ruler of this whole maze, just got hit with blood poison. Its stabbed eye clamped shut. The Minotaur was absolutely raging, white smoke puffing out of its nostrils. Finally, it went berserk and used all its power to rip its body out of the wall. Kaig just looked at it and was like, huh, looks like it's still got plenty of juice. Damn, I was hoping to buy a little more time with that, Kim Ji-ju muttered, watching its body start to bulk up. Thing's pretty smart, so I can't pull the ol' ram the wall trick again. Oh, we were going berserk now. Perfect, a pissed off beast only has eyes for what's dead ahead. The Minotaur lifted its leg and shot forward like a rocket. He kept on calculating. So the next move is probably gonna be to juice up all its strength for one kill shot. And just like I thought, BAM! Out of nowhere, a goblin comes flying in and headbutts the thing. The skelly soldiers were dragging goblin corpses over and just launching them with all their might to bombard the giant Minotaur. The skeleton soldiers were grabbing goblins and just eating them one after another like cannonballs. And suddenly the goblin bodies started to glow. They kept flying and smashing into the Minotaur, making it actually cringe in pain. Kim Ji-ju couldn't help but bust out laughing at the whole scene. A system message pops up: the skill, Messenger of the Night, corpse explosion, has been activated. And there was the kill shot. A blinding stream of bright yellow energy created this massive explosion of light that just shredded everything at ground zero. Jordan's crew down below was totally mesmerized, their eyes glued to the whole thing. The Minotaur's body came down with a heavy thud, sending dust clouds up everywhere. Its huge body was just laid out on the ground, not moving. But the skeleton soldiers didn't let up. They just kept frantically hacking away at the Minotaur. Each skelly was just going to town on a different part of its body. Swords were just coming down non-stop. Kim Ji-ju was already over it, though he just turned his back and started walking away. The whole place was just soaked in this nasty blood red, a total scene of chaos. One skeleton soldier in some heavy-duty armor, rocking a pair of glowing blue scythes, was just relentlessly laying into it. Meanwhile, in some shady, dimly lit spot like a back alley off Bourbon Street, this real chill-looking dude smirks and asks, "So, what's the deal? Why do y'all tell me to hang back?" Yuhen looked at Sinhee, totally messing with her. "Don't tell me you trying to ask me out on a date or something." She gave him the deadliest side eye, totally annoyed. She was trying to play it cool, but inside she was fuming. This damn jerk. She finally spoke up. "How's that little task I gave you coming along?" Yuhen just leaned back, kicking it with his hands behind his head. "You mean that Sword of Dawn thing?" He answered, way too casual about it. "Yeah, someone already beat me to it. Sucks to suck. We cool." Xinhee was so stunned she was just speechless. She was totally lost in her head. The Dawn is taken. Who the hell was it? Is he saying some other crew was gunning for that sword too? Sung Go finally spoke up. "Now I'm not accepting that." He instantly yanked a dagger out of his inventory and moved like a flash from Sinhee's side to right behind Yuhan. Yuhan just did a little head tilt to dodge it, but Sung Go wasn't really trying to do anything. He was just holding the blade there to make a point. "If I put a little something extra in that pretty face of yours, a piece of trash like you, might finally learn some manners." Yuhan just laughed and said, "Yo, why you gotta be so scary? All called me your precious bait, right? So get this, he wasn't even sweating!" He just taps the knife like it's a toy from a Cracker Jack box and goes, "You really trying to threaten me with this little thing?" Sunggu looked like he just saw a ghost in downtown Salem, totally shook by Yuhan's straight-up gangster attitude. Sunggu was grinding his teeth so hard I thought they'd crack. He was so mad. But Yuhan, he's just standing there, smirking like the cat that ate the canary, and goes, "For real? You guys think you can land a whale like Isaac without me? Good luck with that, fam." Sung Go was about to blow a gasket, legit snarling, "I'll drop a clown like you right here and take your first-class ticket to Egypt myself." But then, Xinhao just screams, "Enough," and you know he actually froze. For like 2 whole seconds. Cause let's be real, Xinhao knew he had a point, as much as it killed her to admit it. Yuhan was right about needing to build this whole fake persona to bait Isaac and get the internet buzzing. I mean, who else could be the perfect bait? No one, so Sunggu is stuck just seething, and Yuhan, this absolute troll, just starts dying laughing. "Ha ha ha, see. The boss lady knows what's up. Xinheo looks like she's got a killer migraine coming on." Just sighing, "Fine, whatever, just go be the bait." And right on cue, a light flashes up on the 5th floor of the Giant's Forest, looking like a rave in the middle of a national park. A whole squad pops out of the dungeon's portal. The dude in front is like, "Hey, you over there." Super chill, and Kim Ji-yu, who's rocking his Isaac cosplay, just glances over. The team leader walks up, laying the praise on thick. "Bro, the rumors are true. Your power is insane. Thanks to you, we saved a boatload of effort." Then he's like, alright, we rebouncing, y'all all stay safe, but Kim Gi-ju can totally smell a rat, so he asks, is there a problem? The leader leans in all conspiratorially and whispers, nothing major, just wanted to make sure you didn't forget that little promise you made to the boss. Kim Ji-ju drops his voice to a whisper too. You mean about sliding you guys the loot from this dungeon run? And get this, Lee Sun-ju is just standing over there, watching them whisper, and the jealous vibes are coming off her in waves. The leader just grins and nods, bingo, glad you remembered, so they do the handoff, and with Lee Sun-ju playing lookout. Kim Ju couldn't care less who was watching their shady deal go down. Jordan's over here looking like he just bit into a lemon, totally salty. Then out of nowhere, a hand grabs his, and Men is all like, Jordan, you good? My dude. He lets out this super fake laugh, haha, yeah I'm great, totally living my best life. Ko gives him this encouraging pat on the shoulder, hey, don't trip about that last fight. Jordan Men is clapping and laughing, totally backing Ko up. Totally! Then this sweet, clueless girl just drops a bomb that shatters Jordan's fragile little heart. I mean, Isaac is just so next level, so it's like, absolutely not your fault, Jordan oof, and his face just plummets. He's thinking, why does that feel like a bigger burn than anything else? But eventually, Jordan shakes it off. Thanks guys. Right then, Kim Ji-ju finishes his little back alley meeting and glances over at the crew. He starts having this flashback to fighting with those three. He's remembering how back in his past life, this trial they just breezed through was an absolute nightmare. The regret hits him hard back then. The survival rate had been only 1/2. But this time, everyone was okay, all because he came in with a 5-star, Michelin-grade plan to clap the enemies with basically 0 damage. The flashback fades, but Kim Ji-ju still looks super stressed out, and right then, kaboom! A massive explosion rocks the forest from somewhere deep inside. A bunch of birds freak out and scatter like they just heard last call in New Orleans. The team leader jumps out of his skin, and Jordan's crew immediately gets ready to throw down. Lee Sun-ju is totally unfazed, big surprise, but Kim Ji-ju, he looks like he's been expecting this party. They rehear. Meanwhile, back in the real world, some rando is in OC-chan's office. And OC-chan is rubbing his temples. Can we please cut the crap and get to why you actually here? So spill, what's the real tea on why you dropped by my spot in Brooklyn? And the guy casually sipping tea like he's at some fancy cafe in Beverly Hills is none other than the legendary dragon hunter, Franois Satcher. And just like that, he starts explaining. If you actually serious about this whole save the world gig, Franois Satcher says, putting his cup down with a clink. Then I've got something for you, something important. Okay, now OC-chan is hooked, what is it? Franois doesn't even play around, he just whips a frickin' sword out of his inventory. OC-chan is so shook, even Ju had to peel her eyes away from her screen to see the commotion. Franois just lays this sword on the table, it's got this sick gold spine and a pitch black blade. OC-chan picks it up, inspects it, and gasps. No way, this is Barmond. Franois just nods, dropping some major intel, that's the one. This is the toy those goons from the Messai Guild have been hunting for on the down low. And if my gut feeling is right, then this is the only blade in existence that can take out Lee Si-jun. OC-chan's eyes light up like it's Christmas morning, and he's stroking the sword like a kitten, but then his brain reboots. Hold up, you not just giving this to me for free, right? There's no such thing as a free lunch in Philly. Franois gives him a look that just screams, are you for real right now? Later that night, they re-in a car on some fancy aircraft, and OC-chan is staring out the window looking all emo before turning to Ju. So, he's gone, right? She just nods, yep. Ju puts her hands on the steering wheel, all quiet, then out of nowhere says, Director. Then she drops this one you can stop staring at me, and OC-chan just freezes for a solid second, completely busted. You can literally see his busted can of biscuits face in the rearview mirror, staring me. Now then Ju just softly says, I asked him everything myself. She's flashing back to seeing Franois off and having a little chat with him. Ju's voice gets super low, the day my dad passed. And OC-chan is instantly bugging out. What happened? You can practically hear his brain screaming. Oh crap! Does she know what went down? Ju just turns the key and the engine roars to life. OC-chan is sweating bullets, asking, Secretary Lee, you okay? And she just replies, deadpan, no, staring straight ahead. She adds, I am not alright at all. And with that bombshell, she floors it out of the parking spot. Scene change. Back in the dungeon, the whole crew is walking into this massive cave, and Jordan is already whining, for real. Why are we in some creepy cavern in the middle of nowhere? Are the Thunderbirds seriously just gonna chill and let us roll up? He was also like, if y'all wanna actually win this thing, you better team up. Then some goon, looking like he's straight out of Compton, runs up to his captain, all out of breath. He's like, they were right there, boss! What's the play? So Mining turns to Kim Ji-ju, who's still rocking his Isaac costume, and goes, "Hey, look, Isaac, my dude, we gotta get this party started. For real. Just like last time. It's a win-win if we just bounce from this dungeon ASAP, you feel me?" But my boy Kim Ji-ju, ice cold, just turns and hits him with, "Cut the crap, we redoing it just like last time. We split up. Find some cover and handle our business." Mining totally clapped back, "The hell I hid. What kind of garbage are you even talking about?" Kim Ji-ju just gives him the nastiest side eye and is like, "Bruh, these ain't some low-level mobs you can just ignore. If you want to keep breathing, you will do exactly what I say." Mining was so ticked off, I swear he muttered under his breath, "Son of a biscuit." The goon turns back like, "So, Captain, what's the move? Are we throwing down or what?" Mining, through totally gritted teeth, was like, "Fine. Just like he said, we made it here without losing a single person." And you could see the gears turning in his head. If I could just solo this two-headed Cyclops. And then he starts thinking about someone. Sakura, man, I could totally smoke this fool and be the commander's #1. And just thinking about it, this dude Minang gets this crazy little smirk. He yells, "Ain't everyone on me!" We were going Cyclops hunting in Miami, let's go. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-ju just pauses, gives that whole clown car of a group a quick look, and turns to Jordan and Men, "Keep an eye on the Thunderbirds. We were gonna handle the mess right here first." Jordan starts bugging out, but Men is trying to be the chill one, like, "Easy bro, just breathe." So Kim Ji-ju strolls over to Lee Sun-ju, cool as a cucumber, and asks what's the sitch. Lee Sun-ju just throws up a thumbs up, all confident, "Top tier, my guy, obviously." And then bam! Someone screams, "Everyone, get ready to throw down. We got monsters coming from over there." And these massive ants start crawling out of the cave. Kim Ji-ju's just like, "Alright, squad, you know the drill, stick to the plan." Lee Sun-ju whips open his inventory and yells, "Bet." A system notif pops up equipping Solomon's ring, and as he's sliding it on, he's totally thinking, isn't this the same Boji ring that swordsman dude got caught capping about? Then the system spilled all the tea on Solomon's ring, so get this, item rank legendary, you gotta be level 100 or higher to even wear it. It's the Ring of King Solomon, okay? And if you use its signature move, Solomon's Command, it's gonna cost you some mana, but you get to control any monsters that are a lower rank than you. Plus, it juices you up with 100 extra mana, boosts your attack power by 10%, and you get to use Solomon's Command. So Lee Sun-ju just holds out his blinged out hand. The system is like, "Heads up, Solomon's ring is being used." He's casting a whole spell, telling the ants to freeze. A freaking golden light just zaps one of the ants, but then off to the side, some random dude on their team gets jumped and boom, he's down for the count. Cut back to Minang, and Homeboy is gassed, completely out of breath. He's looking around like a lost tourist in Times Square, just swinging his sword like a maniac. Damn it, where the hell are all these things even crawling from? But not gonna lie, his blade was taking out a crazy number of M. So Minang's gripping his sword, trying to act all tough.
Yeah, that's it.
"Bring it on, you chumps. I'll wreck every single one of you." And then plot twist. He trips over a body on the ground and eats dirt, faceplant of the century, you guys. And then, like a light bulb goes off in his head, Mining looks at all the bodies just littered everywhere and is like, "What the actual heck? What happened here?" His eyes are darting around, total panic mode. He remembers the last battle. Fighting the Cyclops, bodies were just, like, everywhere. So the real tea is, did my man Minang just straight up ditch the battlefield when things got hairy? Blood's dripping from his sword, all over him. It was so obvious he got totally wrecked by that monster. Wait, why is my whole crew dead? He was zoned out for a sec, and then it hit him like a freight train from Chicago. Something was dead wrong. So he turns to look behind him, and Minang is literally face to face with a giant, two-headed Cyclops just towering over him, and it's staring him down with, like, two sets of glowing red eyes. Talk about a bad Monday. He lets out this little terrified gasp, "I can't even." And the monster just brings its huge fist crashing down on him. With this insane slam, Minang's entire body was just, poof, gone, totally deleted. And everything just went dark in that creepy cave. So get this, the two-headed Cyclops is just chowing down on its, snack. It's deep in the cave. And who's watching this whole horror movie from a distance? Kim Ji-ju. Jordan walks up like yak, and Kim Ji-ju barely even looks at him. Jordan gets all serious, "Yo, for real, I dunno if this is the move, man." Kim Ji-ju just shoots back, cold as ice, "What is?" So Jordan points behind them. "I'm talking about those strippy ants, bro." He looks over at Lee Sun-ju, who's literally petting the ants like they were puppies from a shelter in Boulder, and asks, super skeptical, "You really gonna roll into a battle with that crew?" Kim Ji-ju, completely unbothered, just says to Men, who's hiding behind him, "They were actually kinda cute, right? Go on, pet one." Jordan's not having it. He's like, "They were only playing nice cause of the items effect, but who knows when they were gonna flip on us. There's a time limit on that thing, you know, Like, what if we were in the middle of a throwdown and the mind control just snaps? Kim Ju looks down at him, all intense, and asks, "You still don't trust me?" Jordan immediately starts backtracking. Whoa, no, that's not what I meant at all! So Kim Ji-ju walks over to Jordan and is like, obviously the ring's mojo won't hold the ants forever, dude. He claps him on the shoulder and adds, but if they do their little job right, before the mind control wears off and they basically go boom, then we re-golden, right? And with that mech drop, Kim Ji-ju just walks off. Meanwhile, Lee Sun-ju is over there practically vibrating with excitement. Alright, my little ant babies, we got the green light to move out. It's your time to shine. He clenches his fist, unleashing the ring's power, and this insane light just washes over the entire ant swarm, so extra. That light was like a disco ball for all the ants in a 5-mile radius. They all started moving like one giant, creepy crawly wave. All under Lee Sun-ju's command, their target, the two-headed Cyclops. The sound of all those little feet alerted the big guy, and just as it stood up, the entire ant army charged from behind. It's on. They started crawling up its legs and just chomping down. They swarmed that monster's body so fast it started roaring like it was stuck in traffic on the 405. Kim Ji-ju just crossed his arms, watching Lee Sun-ju get way too hyped about it. Nice, real nice, Jordan thought, like legit amazed. How was the boss of a whole 5-story, a plus dungeon getting clapped this easily? The monster just flopped onto the ant pile, and they immediately went for its eyes. Savage. But hold up, that eye started glowing like a Vegas sign. The whole ant swarm just froze, looking up at the light. Then, plot twist, they turned on each other, pairing off one by one to just rip each other to shreds. Lee Sun-ju looked at the ring and screamed, "What the actual heck? Why are they suddenly throwing hands with each other? Did the new ring's buff already run out or something?" The ants just kept going at it, total chaos. The monster got back up and started stomping, squashing a ton of the ants. It just kept stomping like it was trying to kill a cockroach in a New York apartment. Kim Ji-ju glanced over and told Lee Sun-ju, "Its two eyes are called demon eyes, and they both do different stuff. One of the two powers is a status effect from the left eye. It's called the chaos effect, in like 2 seconds. The ants were totally wiped out by the monster." Kim Ji-ju kept going. "It makes the target completely unable to tell who's a friend and who's an enemy, and if you just blindly charge in all at once." "Well, you get this?" Lee Sun-ju was bugging out, asking, So what do we do now?" "If we all charge in, the same thing's gonna happen to us for sure." Kim Ji-ju just smirked and was like, "Normally, yeah, that's exactly what would happen." The monster bared its fangs and finally spotted the crew. He got straight to the point. "I mean, if there wasn't a cooldown time, duh." Jordan was thinking, totally confused. Wait a minute, isn't this yak dude's first time fighting a two-headed Cyclops too? How does he know all the tea on the demon eyes and their cooldowns? Lee Sun-ju got all excited. "Oh, I get it now. So we drop down and wreck its world, right?" Jordan was quietly judging from the side. Dude catches on way too fast, but Kim Ji-ju pulled a sword from his inventory and replied, "Nah, I'm going in solo first, cause the right demon eye is still active." Jordan tried to stop him. "Wait, if the right eye is also a demon eye, we need a game plan." But my dude was already gone. Jordan tried to yell, "Hold on, fam." Lee Sun-ju was like, "Chill out, don't worry so much," he said, all confident. "You still don't know what kind of guy Yak is, huh?" Lee Sun-ju watched Kim Ji-ju charge the enemy with his sword and said, "That dude is not the type to just YOLO into a fight without a master plan." He closed in on the two-headed Cyclops super fast, which started shining its right eye on Kim Ji-ju. You could see him gritting his teeth, fighting it off so he wouldn't get mind-controlled. System alert popped up. "Warning, you have entered the demon eye's line of sight. Petrification status effect has occurred." Kim Ji-ju's body started turning to stone, and even his legs slowed down like he was walking through Chicago snow. Kim Ji-ju tried to keep inching forward until he literally couldn't move another inch. He stopped and faced the giant monster. Kim Ji-ju looked at it and gave a little smile, thinking, "You only get one chance." Then he activated the power from the ring on his hand. System notification: the ring of Lelot has strongly resisted petrification. The ring lit up, and the stone covering him just shattered into a million pieces. Kim Ji-ju raised his hand in front of it, thinking, "Now's my opening." While it was totally shook, not getting why its demon eye had no effect on him, and while the left eye was still on cooldown, he jumped up and stabbed one of its eyes, thinking, "I'm taking out the right eye first, no question." The two-headed Cyclops swung its fist at Kim Ji-ju, totally decking him and sending him flying to the ground. A massive dust cloud blew up, and a flash of light just appeared inside the haze. Kim Ji-ju blocked it super fast with his shield. The system displayed the info: Aegis Shield. Item rank legendary, usable from level 1. The absolute strongest shield created by Hephaestus. It literally said, "It is absolutely indestructible." Effect: pump it with mana or key to activate divine protection. Absolute defense. The monster roared as one side of its right chest just exploded. Minin had sniped it with a spell from way downtown. Jordan ordered, okay, let's move in. Lee Sun-ju came over and asked, it's our turn to jump in now, yeah? Kim Gi-ju replied quietly, I'll handle the right eye by myself, he said. You and the others take care of the left one. We have to take it down before the other demon eye's cooldown ends. Lee Sun-ju yelled back, okay, bat! System notification skeleton soldiers have been summoned. The two-headed Cyclops was roaring in major pain, 'cause its right chest was obliterated. Kim Ji-ju and the skeleton soldiers charged forward. He glanced back and saw Menon blasting the monster with her magic staff. Seeing her go to work like that, Kim Ji-ju felt way more relaxed and cracked a satisfied smile. He stopped, then Flash stepped forward in a blink. Kim Ji-ju and the skeleton soldiers jumped behind the Cyclops to attack. Finally, a system notification popped up. You have defeated the two-headed Cyclops. You have obtained the Demon Eye of the Two-Headed Cyclops. Item info, Demon Eye of the Two-Headed Cyclops. Item rank Legendary. Usable from level 1 and above. A crystal orb containing the power of the Two-Headed Cyclops' Demon Eye. When used, it can throw enemies into a state of chaos or slow their movement. Effects use mana to inflict the chaos effect on an enemy. Use mana to inflict the petrification effect on an enemy. Dope. It was finally over, and a sick sunrise was happening. Kim Ji-ju stepped forward. Then he and Lee Sun-ju suddenly looked hella surprised. Minnan did too. She called out to Jordan and pointed over in that direction. Over there, a whole crew of people was suddenly aiming some serious-looking weapons at the team. The rival guild lined up, blocking Kim Ji-ju's group. Jordan thought, ticked off, that's the Thunderbird Guild, their leader, Hill Frey, and their second-in-command, Sakura. What the hell is going on? He yelled, you punks, what kind of game are you playing? Sakura just sneered and yelled back, you've got nothing to do with this, so while I'm still being nice, you better get on a bus back to Philly and get lost. She held up the piece in her hand and said with a smirk, anyway, Isaac was supposed to be the one to kill the boss. Isaac already promised to hand over any rewards that pop up here to us. Men clapped back from behind Jordan. Yo, we don't give a damn what you promised Isaac, for real though. We were the ones who almost got clapped clearing that dungeon. She went off, like, how can they not even team up to save the world, and now they re-getting pressed like this? What kind of messed up welcome is that? Hilfrey just smirked and was like, welcome. Bro, the fact I haven't turned you all into Swiss cheese is me being, like, super nice. Hilfrey tilted his head, all smug, am I wrong? Kim Ji-ju was dead silent, not giving him an answer. The portal was fading out, and Kim Ji-ju's squad was still totally boxed in by Hilfrey's goons. He just slid his hands in his pockets and said super chill, dungeon's toast. And no one else is popping out. That just proves you didn't really care about my crew anyway. It's whatever. Hilfrey strolled a few steps closer. Those guys were weak if anyway. The contract didn't say squat about keeping them alive. So as long as I get the item I told you to snag, we re good. Kim Ji-ju was like, bet. Lee Sun-ju immediately whispered in his ear, are you seriously gonna hand it over? He shot back on the low. We gotta give M what they want so we can get what we want. And with that, he swiped open his inventory. Kim Ji-ju straight up handed it to Hilfrey. Lee Sun-ju's heart totally shattered. Like, I get it, but damn. Giving up the Cyclops' evil eye is brutal. We grinded so hard for that. Still, that crazy status effect is useless on him anyway. So losing the evil eye wasn't a major L. Jordan was just staring, completely shook, as Hilfrey and his boys dipped out. He was like, totally dumbfounded. What the hell was that? They were just bouncing for real. Men tucked her hair back and gave Kim Ji-ju a little bow. Isaac, it was a hot minute, but seriously, thanks for everything. Kai held out his hand for a shake. Learned a ton, man. Kim Ji-ju shook his hand and was like, don't even trip. Jordan was posted up in a corner with his arms crossed, deep in his feels. Kim Ji-ju shot a look his way. Jordan just looked away, still hella salty. Kim Ji-ju let out this tiny sigh. Men gave a weak smile and said, sorry about him. He's got a massive ego, but he's not a bad dude, I swear. Suddenly, she gasped, completely shook by what she was seeing. Kim Ji-ju was actually walking right up to Jordan. He started messing with him. I bet you, not that great of a leader. Jordan totally blew up. What did you just say to me? Kim Ji-ju quickly cut in, but he glanced over at Men and Kai. At least those two over there will always ride or die for you. Kim Ji-ju kept going. They'll have your back and throw down with you, no questions asked. Kim Ji-ju held out his hand and said, because to them, you're a better homie than anyone else out there. Jordan was stunned for a sec by what he said, but then this huge, satisfied grin spread across his face. Then Jordan reached out and grabbed Kim Ji-ju's hand. The two of them finally shook on it as Men, Kai, and even Lee Sun-ju watched the whole thing go down. A second later, Lee Sun-ju crossed her arms and was like, okay Kim Ji-ju, what is up with you? Spitting lines that are so not your vibe, don't you hate everyone from the Salvation Guild? But Kim Ji-ju just ducked his head and smiled. Men linked arms with her two besties and said, thank you Jordan. He just scratched his head like, for what? she beamed back, for always being our rock, the guy from Austin who protects us. Kim Ji-yu looked at them and said, when did I ever say I hated the Salvation Guild? He thought to himself, I just can't forgive the Fawnies. The fake Salvation Guild that stomps all over their mission like it's nothing. Night fell in some swanky high-rise in New York City. Every news channel was blowing up about Izak Ivanov being spotted in the Amazon. Izak, the player who's literally a ghost, had just cleared a 5-floor-plus dungeon. Breaking news: members of the Salvation Guild just cleared a dungeon with Izak. Hot topic. I want to fight alongside Izak. Yu Seong of the Salvation Guild just slid into Isaac's DMs with an offer. The Salvation Guild just proposed tackling a 6-floor-plus dungeon with Izak. Will Izak even respond to Yu Seong's Hail Mary? The internet was, of course, going absolutely wild. Foxadude comment, report Mao, I thought Izak died in some backwater town in Alabama or something. He's in the Amazon. Gentle Fox comment, report Izak, my guy, what's good in the jungle? G6.3. Comment, report Yu Seong and Isaac teaming up for a 6th-floor dungeon. That's the dream team right there. No cap. Loverborkoi comment, report, but wait, why a 6th-floor-plus dungeon out of nowhere? That's way too sus. Just another fan comment, report this is for the greater good to save the world. Wall. Karamapal's comment, report Isaac can act all high and mighty, but he's gonna get himself deleted eventually. Hey DZSS Hef. Comment, report, watch your mouth troll. Those two are legit heroes saving the world. Sausolf. Comment, report bro, it ain't that serious. Chefsgef comment, report all keyboard warriors need to touch grass. Sukiwa Ken spoke from the shadows. Izak. The punk's finally back from the Amazon. Xin H let out a terrified gasp, but Ken cut her right off. At a time like this, when everything is on the line, why did you summon me here again? Don't even tell me you called me to this spot in Beverly Hills to say the plan is wrecked or some other bull. Xin H just smirked and said, oh, please, the plan is going perfectly. You don't need to stress. She opened her inventory, saying, I just want to completely nuke any variable that could possibly lead to failure. Ken just scowled. Axin Ed, she continued, so I called the Sword Saint here, hoping you could, use these. Xin A dropped some gear on the table and said, now, check it, it's the Helm of Hades and the Boots of Hermes. New reports were breaking that Izak and Yu Seong had met up at the 6th-floor Egyptian Sphinx dungeon. Park Yong-won sat there, tapping his fingers on his chair, saying flatly, the first time you ever came at me like this was back at the Salvation Guild. Oh, would you look at that, it's this whole drama all over again, huh? So Park Yong-won was just chilling with Kim Ji-ju, and he was like, alright, drop the act. Then he just cuts to the chase. So, did you actually close that deal with Thunderbird? Or are you just playing? And he's like, yeah, it was a whole thing, but, and then we get this flashback of Kim Ji-ju giving Hill Free the serious side eye. He'd said, yo, I heard you legit, so did you bring the little present I asked for? And Frey was basically like, bro, in the middle of all this chaos, Yuri's still trying to make a deal without even flinching. Your nerve is bigger than Texas. I'm actually impressed. So then Hill Frey just slides a piece of paper over to Kim Ji-ju. I keep my promises. And get this. The paper was a whole skill book. It said the Lich summoning skill meant you had to get tight with some rep from the shadow world and be at least level 180 or higher, and get this, you could summon some unkillable wizard by sacrificing 100 monsters. Hill Frey was like, this thing has a level 180 lock on it, so you better not get yourself wrecked before then. And Kim Ji-ju just whispers, got the bag. Back in the room, Park Yong-won is leaned back like he's in some high-rise in Chicago, asking, so, he fed you all that sweet talk, did he? So why are you over here spilling all the tea to me so easily? Kim Ji-ju looks down all serious and says quietly, isn't it because of what you laid down before? And my man just cracks this huge grin. Ji-ju keeps going, that I shouldn't even think about trying to play you again. Park Yong-won was loving it. Is that right? He says, good, you're finally getting the picture. Just then, the door to the room opens. Park Yong-won says all lazy, so, from now on, you know what the deal is, right? Kim Ji-yu answers, I gotta report every single detail, big or small, about Thunderbird. Right on cue, Secretary Kim walks in, and Park Yong-won adds, that's right, and one more thing. Secretary Kim then puts a little box on the table. Give this to Izak. Park Yong-won says. Kim Ji-ju opens the box, and his eyes go wide like he just saw a ghost on Bourbon Street. No way, this is the ring of Isis. Park Yong-won scratches his chin and is like Ivy said, man, what I want isn't some reality show where you and Isaac are beefing. His voice gets ice cold. This is your chance to get Isaac on our team for good. As for Yu Seong, you handle him. Do whatever you gotta do. No matter what it costs. Kim Ji-ju is just holding the ring box, soaking it all in, and then this little smirk appears as he snaps it shut. Bet. And we re-off to Cairo, Egypt. So before they jump into the dungeon, all the guilds are meeting up. Yu Seong struts over to Kim Ji-ju, who's still in his Izak disguise. He smirks and goes, man, it's a real honor to be on a team with you. Kim Ji-ju lets out this tiny scoff, and Yu Seong totally heard it. Then Jiju plasters on a fake smile, shakes his hand and says, "We're all counting on you, big guy." Then he just turns and walks off. Yu Seong's watching him go, thinking, what the actual hell? It was for like a split second, but did he just look down on me? He turns back, and now he's got this little smirk. Fine, laugh it up while you can. And re in the dungeon. It's a massive desert with huge mountains, looks like something out in Nevada. Some dude literally punches an orc's head clean off its body. Total beast mode. Kim Jiu's whole skeleton crew charges in, all of a sudden. He sees someone coming up to him. It's Yu Seong, of course, commenting, dude, they re-insane, just like everyone says. He tilts his head and says, my own skeleton army was kinda whack, but I learned a little something. Kim Ji-ju glances at him and shoots back. Your side is pretty amazing too, just in a whole other way. Yu Seong's like, what's that supposed to mean? Kim Ji replies with his eyes closed, not your main guys. He peeks at Yu Seong's army and says with so much sarcasm, trying to just zerg rush us with numbers, are we? Real clever. Yu Seong looks at his own creepy hooded soldiers and asks, you talkin' about these guys? He holds up a finger, showing off a ring. It's all thanks to this little baby right here. And the ring on his finger just starts to glow. The ring of Hades, wall. Kim Ji-ju acts all shocked, thinking, the freaking ring of Hades. Yu Seong says all smug, with the power from this ring, I can totally hijack someone else's skeleton army and make it mine. Okay, now Ji-ju is genuinely shook. An item like that is real. No way, he's thinking. So this is the ace the Mesa Guild's been hiding. Yu Seong just says, but hey, don't you even worry. He grins super wide and says, I would never touch a Zack's precious little skeleton army. The skeletons I'll be taking. He glances at the cannon fodder standing behind him and says, are just the ones these random NPCs summoned. Kim Ju's thinking, okay, sending my skeletons after Yu Seong is pointless. His eyes are just locked on that ring, because that thing is a total game changer. Kim Ji-ju is frowning, thinking, this whole condescending act is just a power play. He's sizing the guy up, realizing, sometimes you gotta flex on him instead of playing it cool. Yu Seong then and now has always been a ridiculously bold dude. No cap. Anyway, night falls. The crew sets up a campfire. Yu Seong's by the fire, roasting some meat. He looks over and says, it's a real shame that you things from the underworld can't eat or drink, right? Sucks to be you, huh? Then Yu Seong takes this huge, obnoxious bite of meat. He's just staring at the ghosts floating in the air. I dunno exactly where why all are, but it's super obvious you just lurking around me, right? He's totally talking to them with his mind. I'm all up in your business. But it's not like you can talk back while you re-watching. Can you? It's a real tragedy. You guys have to be starving and thirsty right now. Yu Seong covers his face and starts snickering. But what can you do about it? If I want to get that boss monster on the 6th floor, I desperately need Isaac's power, but I can't just ice him before then, right? In that case, I'll just mess with him, little by little, but then, get this, half his meat just drops on the ground. His eyes are darting all over the place. You've been there the whole time. Super faint, blurry spirit just appears in front of him. Okay, flash forward dungeon raid, day 21. A volcano is erupting like crazy as the team finally reaches the gate to the 5th floor of this Egyptian dungeon. Things are getting wild. Yuhen was all smirks, like, yo, get this, only 1 floor left, we totally blazed through 5 floors without a scratch. Then he's like, I bet this 6th floor is gonna be on a whole another level of psycho. And Kim Ji-ju was thinking, for real, just like Yen said, he's scoping the place out, like, this isn't a plus-ranked dungeon. But if nobody's gotten clapped yet, and Yu Seong's crew is still chilling, then the real tea is, the 6th floor's boss is gonna be a straight-up menace. Then, Kim Ji-ju glances at his own team and he's like, and my whole squad's deets are basically posted on a billboard in Times Square. No way they'd send just those random scrubs to try and bag me. Kim Ji-ju was like, the enemy's gotta be clueless. He thought about Park Shin-hee. Looked like she'd already whipped out her artifact. Then, my boy Kim Ji-ju strolls up to the main gate and slaps his hand on the door. So Kim Ji-ju starts to ease the door open, and Yuhen flashes this totally wicked grin. He's thinking, alright, I'll just slide in. He was creeping right up behind Kim Ji-ju, but dude, he was already spotted a mile away. Kim Ji-ju just rips the door open, making his play. Lee Sun-ju steps out onto what looks like sand and just sinks. He's totally bugging, like, what the heck? Are we in the middle of the Mojave Desert or something? Kim Ji-ju just deadpans. Nah. In front of him wasn't a forest, it was a full-on jungle. Yuhan pipes up, yo Isaac, we hittin' the jungle first. Kim Ji-ju gives him a side eye and goes, before we do I got a little psa. He's like, from this moment until we catch the wannabe hitman targeting us. We re-officially on strike from this whole boss hunt. Yu Seong was shook, like completely caught off guard. He starts sputtering, an assassin. He's all confused, like bro, what are you even talking about right now? The second he says that, his skeleton soldiers go absolutely feral and charge. They lunge right for Kim Ji-ju. Instantly, Giju's own scale bras move into block. Kim Jiju looks up at the sky and is like, knew it, so this is how you were gonna play it. While the Bondheads were having a full-on brawl, he slipped out and just booked it. Seeing this, Lee Sunju yells, hey, are you seriously trying to dip on us? With like zero other options. Lee Sunju had to bolt after Kim Jiju. Some enemy flunky shouts, that dude's making a run for it, get him! But Yuhen barks, forget Isaac, just snatch the golem, the Durahan, and the skeleton mage. He was screaming orders like, those special units had to be locked down no matter what. Kim Jiju's thinking, okay, that Yuhan dude actually has some brain cells. One of his skeleton soldiers just diced up an enemy skeleton, which is partly cause. The skeleton legion can just respawn forever inside a dungeon, but the enemy bone daddies were also ganging up on the giant golem, see. Special units like the golem, the Durahan, the skeleton knight, and the mage were a whole different story. The skeleton knight was also getting jumped. Cause summoning him is a legit pain in the butt. His mage just cast a spell and totally vaporized the enemy crew. If it gets wrecked here, or jacked by that ring of Hades, Kim Jiju whips open his inventory. The lel his team would take would be insane. He pulls out a book. And if that's the plan, the system announces the summoning of the Book of the Dead, and the mage's body just poofs into a cloud of smoke. Yuhen realizes the vibe is off. He watches Kim Jiju's whole crew just vanish and screams. That little punk, he's reverse summoning. He was absolutely fuming, that scumbag. Meanwhile, Kim Jiju and Lee Sunju are running for their lives deep into the forest. A goon comes up and asks, so, should we chase him? Yuhen spins around and snaps, are you crazy? Isaac's still got most of his crew. You want to just charge into that jungle like a tourist in downtown Chicago, and do what, exactly? He's gritting his teeth, just thinking. Dang it! How did he even know about the assassins? Even if I absorb Isaac's entire Boneyard army, this whole thing is already a dumpster fire. Kim Jiju and Lee Sunju ran deep into the forest. Totally out of breath, Lee Sunju asks, looks like they gave up chasing us. Kim Jiju says quietly, he's not like the other clowns I've dealt with. That Yuhen kid ain't no idiot. Lee Sunju's like, alright, so what's the play? You got a plan or what? Kim Ju gets this smug look and says, you know I do. He slips a ring on his finger. The system announces, you have equipped the Ring of Oris. The system kept going, it will be engraved on the bracelet of Bango. You cannot unequip this item later. Then bam, the ring was set into one slot. With 2 slots left open, the system popped up the deets for the Ring of Oris, a legendary grade item, usable from level 1 and up, a ring holding the power of Oris. It's got the juice to bring back the dead effect. Boosts all attack power by 15%, jacks up all stats by 15%, and lets you use the resurrection skill. Lee Sunju's eyes practically popped out of his skull as he pointed at the ring. No freaking way! Where on earth did you get that thing? Kim Jiju just rolls his eyes and says, from a very generous sponsor. Then he looks up at the sky and says, Lin, can you call in something? You know, something that gives humans the heebie-jeebies. Kim Jiju's like, you gotta be used to things dropping, by now, right? Hearing that, Lee Sunju also looks up, all confused, a dropping. Then a whole flock of harpies just flies over, Kim Jiju says. Cause I definitely went through it when I met the harpies. Lee Sunju points at his own face, terrified, wait, did I mess something up again? Kim Ju was dead silent for a sec, and Lee Sunju shrinks back, asking, it's not that, is it? But Kim Gi-ju just stared at the sky, super focused, while Lee Sun-ju was literally bawling his eyes out from fear. Off in the distance was this massive mountain, and a giant sphinx claw just stomps down on it. It looked down at everything below. The flock of harpies was just zipping through the sky. Kim Ji-ju walks over to a wyvern that got shot down and was lying on the ground. Lee Sun-ju is just standing there, thinking, okay, what's the deal? Is he gonna try and ride the wyvern? Or is he about to summon more skeleton dudes? He's thinking, but skeletons are just bones. They can't fly from here to Miami, can they? Lee Sun-ju just stood there with his arms crossed, watching the show. Could the power of that ring he just got be? Kim Ji-ju places his ring hand on the wyvern, and this wicked purple light just explodes out of it. So boom! The system straight up announces it's using the Ring of Osiris's get-out-of-jail-free card. Next thing you know, he and Lee Sun-ju are riding a wyvern up to some mountain peak, probably with a view like you'd get from the Hollywood Hills. Then Kim Ji-ju just eats a spear, and it just kisses the side of the Sphinx's head. You could tell it was totally caught off guard. The Sphinx grits its teeth, whips its head around, and gives him a death stare that could freeze the Mississippi River. Lee Sun-ju, freaking out on the wyvern's back, yells, wait. The thing has an eye on the back of its neck, too. And Kim Ji-ju just lets out this massive roar. Here it comes! The Sphinx starts charging up a blast in its mouth, ready to send them flying back to Chicago. It lets loose a beam that makes the wyvern totally wobble in the air. Lee Sun-ju is screaming his head off. The wyvern's got its eyes squeezed shut for impact, and Lee Sun-ju's just staring, totally frozen in shock. Then the Sphinx flies up, legit trying to punt them out of the sky. Lee Sun-ju is losing it, screaming, "Are you kidding me? How is it so fast?" Its paw is getting closer and closer, about to slap them into next Tuesday. Kim Ji-yu peeks back and yells, "You better hold on for dear life. 'Cause this party's just getting started." Then he makes the wyvern do this insane nosedive toward the ground, swerving out of the attack like he's in a high-speed chase on the I-5. Lee Sun-ju is screaming, "So this is why you told me to get used to free-falling. Re-nuts." The Sphinx immediately starts chasing them, hot on their tail. Kim Ji-ju glances back, his eyes darting to the left when he spots something. Way out in the distance, he sees the little flicker of Yu Seong's campfire. The fire's crackling when Yu Seong looks up and sees something weird. Then Yuan gets up and walks toward the sketchy area. Suddenly, his eyes go wide. Get this, Yuan sees a whole-ass dragon getting chased by a Sphinx, and it's heading right for their campsite. He's like, what in the actual heck is that? The Sphinx is still going full throttle after Kim Ji-ju, and Lee Sun-ju looks back and sees its mouth is opening again. "Dude, behind you, it's right behind you." Out of nowhere, Kim Ji-ju jumps back, grabs his collar, and just drags Lee Sun-ju into a free fall from the sky. The Sphinx lunges and chomps down right on the wyvern's neck. So savage. Totally terrified Lee Sun-ju is cursing out Kim Ji-ju, "You absolute maniac." Yu-hen is fuming like, this is beyond ridiculous. And then the wyvern and the Sphinx crash land right where he was camping. A dust cloud bigger than a Texas haboob kicks up, and Yu-hen is just left there, coughing. He looks to the side, and there's a whole Sphinx just gnawing on the wyvern, staring right at them. He's frowning, thinking to himself, yeah, if I'm not 100% ready, I have zero chance of beating a boss monster like this. Somewhere else, Lee Sun-ju totally ate dirt, face first on the ground. Kim Ji-ju sees this and calls out, "Lee Sun-ju, you good? Get up, man." He staggers up and immediately starts chewing Kim Ji-ju out. "Hey, you son of a gun! If you were gonna pull a stunt like that, you could be at least giving me a heads up!" Lee Sun-ju was steaming, so I'd have a clue what was going on. You refine, of course. Probably feeling real safe with that big shield of yours, right? He was having a full-on flashback to the fall. Kim Ji-ju had whipped out his shield at the very last second to block for himself. Lee Sun-ju whined, "I must be clinically insane for teaming up with you." Kim Ji-ju just goes, "I only pulled that move cause I trust your skills, bro." Then he's like, "Alright, let's bounce." Lee Sun-ju gets up, thinking, if you can't even communicate properly. But before he can finish, he sees Kim Ji-ju already walking off and has to call after him. "Where are you even going?" Lee Sun-ju yelled, "Wait for me." Back with Yu-hen, the Sphinx had totally wrecked almost all of his skeleton soldiers. Yu-hen was hiding behind a tree, just peeping the scene. That thing was so out of his minions' league. It wasn't even funny. Finally, the Sphinx just flaps its wings and dips. Yu-hen is grinding his teeth, realizing that Psycho basically just saved his life. But when he walks over to the battlefield, not only were all the skeleton soldiers he'd summoned completely gone, but he'd also lost some of his actual crew. So, he calls his remaining guys over and says, "Look, it is what it is. We've only got one option left." Yu-hen orders, "We have to deal with that Isaac guy now." A ghost just fades into existence behind him, totally silent. The ghost starts carving words into the ground, spooky. Yu-hen turns and reads the words. The ghost was asking, "So, what's the game plan?" Yu-hen replies, "As long as Isaac is on strike, there's no way we re-clearing this dungeon on our own. In other words, we all gonna die here one way or another." He said it through gritted teeth. "And since it's come to this anyway, let's just go take that dude out first." Yu-hen stood there and announced to everyone, "I'll be the bait to lure Isaac out, because he won't feel safe enough to continue the conquest until I'm out of the picture." He won't hesitate for long. After he dropped that bombshell, a line of text appeared, like a doomem from the beyond. "Alright, I'm trusting you on this." Seeing it, Yu Seong just sneered and added, "Shouldn't we get our own drama sorted out first, you think? Haven't you been going without food or water for over 20 days, because of that freaky Helm of Hades? No matter how much of a superhuman a player is, nobody can go full power if they haven't eaten in that long." Just then, the creepy aura in front of him suddenly had two glowing eyes, but it didn't move then. The aura slowly solidified into an actual person who was taking off the helmet. Seeing this, Yuan got this huge, satisfied smirk on his face. In front of him was Sukahara Ken, standing with his head bowed. Then he whispered, "All raspy, now I finally feel alive again. The drama is real." And right at that moment, Yu Seong's panicked voice shouts, "Isaac, why are you here?" Hearing that, Sukahara Ken was so startled he almost jumped out of his skin, whipping his head around like, "What?" But in that split second, Yu-hen had already dashed past him and snatched the helmet. Sukahara Ken realized he'd been totally played, and his whole body was radiating a killer vibe as he growled, "What kind of messed up game are you playing?" Meanwhile, Yu-hen was on the other side, smirking as he tossed the helmet in his hand. At the same time, the sword Sukahara Ken was holding started to glitch out. A second later, Yuhan smirked and said, "You absolute psycho, you actually fell for that. Like how could Isaac possibly even be here?" As soon as he finished talking, Yuhan stomped his foot hard on the ground. Startled, Sukahara Ken whipped his head around, cautiously scanning the area, like he was expecting some to pop out at a haunted house in Miami. Okay, so get this, my guy was completely mobbed by the skeleton army, like Black Friday shoppers in Chicago. Meanwhile, Yu Seong, poof, vanished. The scene flips to this other spot, where some dude is just casually snapping a twig. Lee Sun-ju sees this and is like, completely baffled. Yo, for real, why are you leaving a trail like we re-Hansel and Gretel in the middle of nowhere, Kansas? Kim Ji-ju just cracks this huge grin and goes, because we about to have company. Lee Sun-ju's just even more lost, like company. Bro, we are literally surrounded by monsters and haters in every direction. Who's gonna show up? The pizza guy. But the second he says it, he sees Kim Ji-ju smirk and whisper. They re-hear, Lee Sun-ju totally buggin', whips his head around so fast. And boom, no joke, a figure was strolling up behind them. And it was Yu Seong. He doesn't say a word, just mugs them then. Out of absolutely nowhere, Yu Seong just eats the steel helmet he jacked earlier way up into the air. The helmet comes clanking down right in front of them. It rolls a little bit before stopping dead at Kim Ji-ju's feet. He glances down and murmurs, "So this is the Helm of Hades." Hearing this, Yu Seong looks shook. "You even know the name of the item. No wonder I was stressing about how you knew about the assassin. The tea must have been spilled somewhere." The words were barely out of his mouth when Lee Sun-ju freaked out, yelling, "The Helm of Hades. Where the hell did you even hear that name?" But Kim Ji-ju just straight up ignores him and asks Yu Seong, "So why are you giving it to me?" He lets out a little chuckle and says, "You won, my guy. This is the prize for the winner." By now, Lee Sun-ju's already grabbed the helmet, his eyes gleaming as he whispers, "Dude, this thing is so fire! Ain't this legendary grade?" "Oh, it is. Item grade at legendary. Needs you to be level 100 to wear it. The actual helmet of Hades. King of the underworld. Whoever puts it on basically becomes a resident of the underworld. And they can go totally invisible. The deets activates a stealth effect when you put it on. You can't chat while it's on. And you can't eat or drink, total bummer. After you take it off, it's got a 24-hour cooldown." After he reads that, he looks so disappointed for a sec. "What? You can't eat or drink?" Just then, Yu Seong gives Kim Ji-yu this sly little grin and says, "I'll surrender. I just ask that you guarantee my life. And not just in here, I mean outside the dungeon, too, for real." Kim Ji-ju doesn't answer right away. He's just deep in thought. He's thinking. Just from that one tiny scrap with Spin, he figured it all out, that he had zero chance of winning. This punk is a crazy fast learner, but listen, nothing in this world is free. This guy is no joke. Lee Sun-ju, bless his heart, isn't thinking that deep and just asks, "Even if we save your butt, what about your whole crew?" Hearing this, Yu Seong's eyes get this super cold vibe as he answers real slow, "Oh, them. They were past their expiration date anyway, so I cleaned house before I got here." He was talking about the skeleton army, why all. He didn't leave a single one standing. Savage. Lee Sun-ju flinches. His eyes are wide as saucers. He can't believe it. He's about to charge over and scream, "Are you completely out of your mind?" But Kim Ji-ju stops him and says to Yu Seong, "Deal. But I've got one more condition. Hand over the Ring of Hades," he says, and his voice is dead serious, just like he knew it would. Yu Seong goes dead quiet. He just stands there, staring at them like he's trying to see into their souls. A second later, Yu Seong sighs and slides a ring right off his finger. He lets out this unhinged laugh and mutters, "Guess I really can't beat you, huh?" Kim Ji-ju just gives him a silent stare, not saying a single word. So we cut to another forest in the daytime, and you can just hear someone cussing like a sailor. "Damn it!" It's Sukahara Ken, and he's thinking to himself while hauling ass through the woods, "I barely got away from Yu Seong's skeleton crew. Then the monster wave hit. This whole trip is a freaking mess. I knew that guy was bad news from the jump. The guy he's talking about is totally Yu Seong." Then all of a sudden, Sukahara Ken skids to a dead stop. He just spotted something, right in front of Sukahara Ken. Two seriously angry gorillas are charging at him like they were trying to merge onto a freeway in Los Angeles. He's thinking, they caught up this fast. For real, they rush in at top speed, swiping their huge arms through the air. But Sukahara Ken is way too quick and just dives right at them. He takes them both down with just a couple swings of his sword. No sweat. After dicing them up, Sukahara Ken finally looks up, and he's just fuming, grinding his teeth and thinking, "Are you for real? This is a gnarly 6th floor. A plus dungeon straight out of Compton. Just surviving in this joint is a total beatdown. So how in the world am I supposed to even think about clapping the final boss and dipping?" And right then, like clockwork, a few more gorillas jump down to where he is. They re-roaring and showing their fangs like crazy. Sukahara Ken is already on the ground, squared up and ready to throw down. He then channels a boatload of power into his feet, and just launches himself forward. As he flies high into the air and slices another gorilla clean in half, Sukahara Ken thinks to himself, if this is it, can I really just die here all alone? What? Sukahara Ken thinks, gritting his teeth, no damn way, he gets this look in his eye, he's gonna take someone down with him. So then the scene cuts to another part of the forest, where this bright yellow light is just glowing. A sudden stream of, let's call it man-made water, starts flowing down a tree, and surprise, it's just Lee Sun-ju taking a leak. He's thinking to himself, there are like a gazillion items in this entire world. So how in the world is there not a single one that lets you live a normal life without having to take a piss? Just then Lee Sun-ju hears this whoosh and glances up. Sukahara Ken drops down out of nowhere, right on top of him. Before Lee Sun-ju can even process what's happening, the guy unleashes two super clean, sharp sword strikes. Lee Sun-ju is just completely stunned. His eyes are wide open, and he's just staring straight ahead. At that exact second, something falls to the ground with a heavy thud. Sukahara Ken just stands there, sword in hand, glaring silently into the distance. In another clearing, Kim Ji-ju and Yu Seong are sitting across from each other by a campfire, looking like they were telling ghost stories in the Pakanos. And then, out of nowhere, he totally sensed something and just shot up, his eyes darting to one spot. Before you could even blink, Isaac was booking at full speed that way. Yu Seong sees this and is bugging out, yelling, bro, Isaac, wait up. At the same time, Kim Ji-ju is tearing through the woods like he's running the last leg of a relay in downtown Chicago. The fire getting smaller and smaller behind him, he finally rolls up on Sukahara Ken and Lina, and Ken is just standing there, death gripping his sword and staring down whatever he just bodied. And you won't believe the timing right then. Isaac and Yu Seong slide into the scene. Isaac just pauses, taking in the whole vibe without saying a word. So much drama. Sukahara Ken is the first to talk, all sassy like, you relate from in the back. Yu Seong is shouting, that's Isaac, my guy. He's totally grinding his teeth thinking, dude must have been fighting off a whole welcome party of monsters. He's harder to get rid of than a cockroach in a Miami kitchen. Sukahara Ken gets all slow and dramatic, saying, he knew this was coming the second you turned on me. Figures you get tangled up with Isaac. You worthless piece of trash. Yu Seong says nothing, just hits him with a look that could kill. Oh, you could just see the vein popping on Ken's forehead. He's so mad, he growls. He can't just let you two check out that easy. Since the tanker is gone, you have absolutely zero way of bouncing from this dungeon on your own. So let me just use this sword to put you out of your misery. And with that, my dude Ken whips his sword into a battle-ready pose. Kim Ji-ju sees this and lets out this little smirk, muttering, oh, you want to show off with the sword? Go for it, it's a good look for you. Meanwhile Lina, right next to him, looks like she has no clue what's even happening. And then, ping! A notification pops up summon Skeleton Legion. Girl, the next thing you know, the whole forest is just clang, clang, clang. Kim Ji-yu and Sukahara Ken are locked in this epic sword fight. They at a total standstill, and he's thinking, his recovery has got to be slowing down. Total swordsman move. Alright then. Sukahara Ken glances to the side, and a hot second later, a massive skeleton soldier charges in, trying to smash down right between them. Suddenly, there's this little glint in Ken's right eye. He whips his head around, and yup, who's behind the skeleton? Yu Seong. Looks like he was the one pulling the strings on that whole play. The nerve! Ken sees this and just loses it. He grips his sword and charges, roaring, stay out of my way! Then he just swings his sword and slices that skeleton warrior clean in half. Absolutely savage. The skeleton literally splits in two, the pieces just tumbling toward the rest of the bone crew in the back. Yu Seong is completely shook, clenching his jaw so hard. He never thought Ken had that much juice. That one sword swing created a massive shockwave. It literally carved a path through the woods. Dust and smoke are everywhere. But that crazy loud noise is just gone. Yu Seong slowly opens his eyes, looks up and just gasps. He's totally stunned. No way. The dude hasn't had food or water for weeks. Shouldn't he be totally wrecked right now? How the heck? And while he's just standing there, completely lost, Sukahara Ken's shadow zips right past Yu Seong's back. He jumps, spins around, and another skeleton soldier rushes in to play bodyguard. But it just gets diced in two quick slashes. He bites his lip, thinking in pure panic this is insane. After slicing up the skeleton, Sukahara Ken says slowly, you little rats are a real pain to squash. But then he just freezes for a second, his eyes darting down. Then Ken totally spits. Big ol' Luigi flies out and smacks a skeleton in the face before dripping to the ground. Ew, so extra. And in that moment, Yu Seong and the skeleton squad finally see what Sukahara Ken had sliced open earlier. It was the core of the human-faced turtle, Ong. This was the inner core of the human-faced turtle, an item with a rare rank, usable from level 1 or higher. This is the core of a human-faced turtle that's been around for over 1,000 years. If you hold it in your mouth, you can survive without food or water for a super long time. But get this, it doesn't actually stop you from feeling hungry or thirsty. It just stops the stamina drain from starving. So no matter how tough he is, my man must be going absolutely bonkers from the hunger and thirst. Yu Sung's eyes narrowed, thinking, he's 100% trying to hide that. Sukahara Ken casually slings his sword over his shoulder and asks quietly, anyway, I said I was gonna take out every last one of you here. Didn't I? So what are you waiting for? Get over here, I'll finish you myself. At that, Yu Seong just clicks his tongue and jumps back, hiding behind Kim Ji-ju, thinking, like there's no way I'm stepping up when Isaac, the main character, is right here. Ken sees this and just smirks. Well, let's keep this show on the road. You guys aren't planning to end things this lamely, are you? How about we go all out, fight like real men? And just then, Kim Ji-ju's voice cuts in, listen to you, talking all that big talk, my bad. But the only one getting finished here is you, because I have zero plans to die here. Sukahara Ken doesn't get mad, he just laughs. Wow, facing death has really made you delusional, you. All by yourself. He didn't even finish his sentence when a flash of light just zipped by, slicing clean through Sukahara Ken's arms. He froze, his eyes wide, just staring down at his hands. Both of his forearms were just gone, dropping to the ground while still gripping his sword. It was brutal. Sukahara Ken just stood there, completely frozen, watching his own arms get unalived from his body. Then Kim Ji-ju says, all slow and cool, you. By yourself? The mic dropped. Sukahara Ken started to sway, losing his balance and stumbling backward with a cry. He was just standing there, stunned, as Kim Ji-ju continued. You don't have any other homies here, do you? And right then, Lina started to regenerate. The timing is everything. Sukahara Ken just roared like a total maniac. No, this can't be happening. You guys were clearly. Lina tries to cut him off, but he just roars again. Are you jumping us just because I caught you doing that shady stuff from earlier? You even have a clue how much that attack stung. You re just some clown with zero manners, ain't ya? But right as he said it, Sukahara Ken looked down, his voice all shaky like, this can't be real. And then, dude, Sukahara Ken just couldn't handle it and dropped to his knees, totally losing it and screaming. But I totally chopped your head off. And right then, Yu Seong, just chilling behind him, starts to snicker. He's clapping his hands and whispering, Ong, I am living for this level of savage. I couldn't even guess what's inside a human-faced turtle, for real. But like, what's with the drama queen act now? It's not like we ever been straight up with you before, right? Sukahara just grinds his teeth, dead silent, giving him the nastiest glare. Then Yuhan turns to Kim Ji-ju and is like, okay props, that was a slick move. Aid Isaac, let's bounce and go catch Spavaba. Then he whips his head back around to Sukahara Ken, and Yuhan just starts cackling, so weak. Seriously pathetic, my guy. What's up? You just gonna keep your head down like that, begging for your life or what? He had absolutely no idea that in that exact moment, Sukahara Ken had leaned down and chomped on his own sword. He loaded up all his power into his left leg, digging his toes into the ground like a sprinter in Austin, Texas. Then just launched himself forward like a rocket, sword in his teeth, using every last bit of his strength. Seeing this, Yuhan's head just snapped around, totally shook. Lee Sun-ju and Kim Ji-ju also spun around instantly to do something, but they were way too slow, letting Sukahara Ken blow past them and land a super clean, sharp slice, after he skidded to a stop. On the other side, all three of them were still standing, except Yuhan was looking a little wobbly. Kim Ji-ju, holding his shield, glanced back. Lee Sun-ju was just frozen, staring at the whole mess like a tourist on Hollywood Boulevard. Yuhan, stumbling around, turns his head and weakly goes, Isaac. The second that word came out, he just collapsed, his body literally split in two. Over on the other side, Sukahara Ken was thinking, Isaac, how the hell did that punk get his hands on the Aegis shield? That snake, he played me. He gritted his teeth and lunged forward, but everything started getting blurry fast, leaving just the sight of Isaac's don't care face. He only took a few steps before he totally face-planted, just like Yuhan, lying there in crazy pain. Yuhan coughed up a whole lot of blood and just roared, you absolute lowlife, Isaac. You freaking dog, get over here and save me. Yuhan looked up, death staring the guy in front of him, but Kim Ji-ju just answered all casual, my bad. Guess I was being careless. Right then, Lee Sun-ju stepped up and said loud and clear, hey, you do not get to play the victim here, got it? All those people you took out probably felt the exact same way you do right now. As soon as she finished, a noise from the other side made them both look. It was where Sukahara Ken had collapsed. He had just flipped over onto his back. Sukahara Ken sneered at them and said, oh please, cut the holier-than-thou crap, it's disgusting. Anyway, I'm just here for the popcorn, waiting to see what tragic ending you guys get. Now that there are only two of you left alive in this dungeon. You really think you can take down the Sphinx with just the two of you? Clueless fools, Sukahara Ken muttered as he closed his eyes. Just then, Kim Ji-ju walked right over to him and answered in a low voice. Yeah, you were right. I guess I don't get what you mean by clueless. for chasing a dream about making the world a better place. He remembered fighting with his old crew, the homies who fought right beside me, all on the same page. There was a misunderstanding. Kim Ji-ju pointed his sword at the ground and asked in a low voice, "So what about you? Even though you know it's a dumb idea, you were still clinging to that dream of saving the world." As he said it, a super dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Sukahara jolted, but Kim Ji-ju kept talking. However, even for just a single moment, and then he just smirked. Sukahara-ken suddenly screamed, "Save the world. What kind of cringy nonsense are you spouting all of a sudden? Even if we clear all the dungeons and end this game, you think we can save this trashed world? The people who've already cleared it would just laugh at us. If anything, it'll just cause massive chaos. Isaac, you know what this world is like now. It's totally controlled by the players. The ones who got all the cash and power. If we become the new shot callers after this all ends, what do you think will happen to the world? It'll be a total train wreck, the way we run things now. That's what's actually saving the world, for real." As he was talking, Kim Ji just cut him off. "Hold on," then he raised his sword and said, "I don't want to hear any more of this monologue. This blade is getting impatient. If you had a chance to start everything over from the beginning." As he finished that thought, Kim Ji-ju gripped his sword tight and swung down, sending a shower of red into the air. Sukahara-ken's mouth opened for one last scream. After ending him, he slowly continued, "Then, I hope you will become someone who actually deserves to be called a swordsman." Watching from the side, Lee Sun-ju was thinking, "Now that I think about it, what was that guy's beef with the Messiah Guild anyway?" Suddenly, someone called her name, Lee Sun-ju. She whipped her head around, totally startled. A notification popped up out of nowhere. "The vampire skill of the representative of the shadow world has been activated." Over with Kim Ji-ju, his mouth was hanging open as two fangs slowly slid out. His whole body was giving off this killer vibe, so intense it felt like the air was being sucked out of a room in a Vegas casino. This was his vampire form. Peep this vampire. How to unlock be the representative of the shadow world. Skill level legendary. You can become a vampire, a member of the shadow fam. So get this, it non-stop slurps magic all night long just to keep the skill going. All his physical power gets a massive glow up. Stamina usage gets better by up to 50%, and he gets 50% of his stamina back when he uses items and skills. His speed gets a 50% boost, and the deeper into the night it gets, all his stats literally double. Seeing this, Lee Gina was bugging out, stammering, "What the hell is this? This form?" But right then, Kim Ji-ju's voice cut him clean off. "Oh, now it's just the two of us, and I can't see a thing." Hearing that, Gina stumbled back all confused, like, "Bro, what is even going on?" But my guy just smirked with this insane, psycho grin. He mumbled, "Alright, let's get this party started before the sun comes up." So then, boom, we cut to a whole other spot. Some high-rise over on Sunset Boulevard, where someone's opening a door to a room, and y'all, it was Ju. She walked in with her head down, looking totally drained. In front of her was a room that was giving major office vibes. She let out this heavy sigh, her eyes just glued to her shoes. Ju was totally lost in a flashback. Some dude was calling her name all sweet. "Jizu, is it your birthday today or something?" When Lee Junyu asked, she was just like, "Nah, it's not." So he tried again. "Okay, then is it Ju's birthday?" She was busy washing dishes and just shot back without even looking. "Nope." Hearing that, Jinyu just started to eat, still asking, "Oh, for real? It's not, you all ready for school?" Jisoo just quietly replied, "Yeah," and her dad went into full dad mode. "Who does my daughter take after be so smart and hardworking?" She was so over this line, she just played along. Who else could it be? She takes after her dad. Then, Jisoo turned and asked him, "You were going on a business trip overseas for a while. You must be swamped. Just leave your plate when you're done. I'll clean it up when I get back from school." And girl. Hearing this just made Jinyu's eyes get all misty. "Oh, when did my little girl get so grown up? See Mir and give your old man a hug." And with that, he literally lunged at her for a hug. A minute later, seeing Ju was about to leave, Jinyu asked again, "You re taking off now? You re not gonna eat?" She slowly answered him, "I already set the table and ate." He just beamed at her, not saying anything else. But right when Ju's hand touched the doorknob, she heard her dad's voice again. "Jizu, you gotta be safe while I'm on my trip, okay?" Ju saw him pause like that and turned her head to look, and right then, Jinyu went into full-on nagging machine mode, listing off literally everything. "Be careful crossing the street. And if a dungeon break happens while I'm gone, you remember all the shelter locations in Austin, right? I know it's annoying, but try to be a little nicer to your friends. Pay attention in class. Don't stress yourself out over grades, and go out and have some fun once in a while. And that allowance I give you, don't you dare save it. Spend it all like a kid your age is supposed to." And the elevator started heading down from the 7th floor. Jinwoo waved goodbye to his daughter one last time, yelling, "Be good to Shin Hai. My most beautiful daughter in the whole world. Have an awesome day at school." Ju was quiet for a second before she slowly replied, yeah, I'll go to school and come back. A little bit later, at a crosswalk with a big red hand blinking, a whole crowd was just standing on the curb in Miami, waiting for the light to change. Ju was just standing in the middle of the crowd, kinda eavesdropping. Somebody exclaimed, yo, look, the Hansen Group is on the news again. And another person replied, the Hansen Group. Man, I heard their stock has been going to the moon lately. The second that dude finished talking, she totally flinched hearing that name. She thought to herself, Hansen, then Ju glanced up at the billboard that the two people were talking about. It was a whole news report on the company. The Hansen Group has become the leading force in training players for the future of the United States. She was so zoned into the news report that Ju didn't even notice someone calling her Jizu. Hey, Lee Jizu! That second, louder call finally snapped her out of it, and she turned her head. Her friend was like, girl, you were just spacing out in the middle of the sidewalk. What's up? Seeing who called her, she let out this sigh of relief and mumbled, oh, it's Shin Hai. When Ju saw Park Shin Hai, she just kinda raised her hand and let out this little ah. Seeing this, Shin Hai got all sassy. What's with the ah? Then, she looked up to see what Ju was staring at. Oh, so you were watching that? Ju also looked up at it. Not saying another word, the news was still going on about that corporation. The Hansen Group is restructuring to develop players. Just then, Ju spoke up and asked Park Shin Hai, but hey, Shin Hai. Shin Hai raised an eyebrow and asked, what's up with you heading to school so early? Hearing that, she replied all casual, please, I'm not even going to school right now. Your girl's been on her player grind lately. You know. But did you hear the tea? Jizu asked, suddenly interested. What is it? Seeing she had her hooked, Park Shin Hai leaned in and slowly spilled, not too long ago. A gate literally formed in the basement of my dad's boring company building. You know about that, right? She nodded. Yeah. Shin Hai got real serious and was like, okay, this is still a secret, but I heard there might be a dungeon break happening soon. I'm literally on my way there right now. Hearing this, Ju got all worried, huh? What are you gonna do if your dad finds out? But Shin Hai just rolled her eyes. He's always trippin', over nothing. Ju still looked super concerned for her friend, but then Park Shin Hai just cut her off, saying, hello. I'm a player too. You know, he's the one who said he's gonna focus on developing players from now on, wasn't he? So why am I being benched? Just you wait. I'm gonna show him I'm even stronger than that Lee Si-jun dude. I'll definitely prove it, bet. Ju knew that whatever she said, her friend wouldn't listen, so she just clammed up. A moment later, Park Shin Hai grabbed her by the hand and dragged her into a photo booth, shouting, wipe that emo look off your face and get in here for a sec. Today's the day I go to battle, and we gotta get a pic. So, like, it's a rule when you become a player, you gotta snap a pic for the gram, right? So they did a whole photo shoot to remember her first day in the game, but fast forward to now, that memory's all faded. And Jinju's only got her half of the picture left, so sad. She just stares at the floor, whispering Park Jinho's name like some villain's origin story. Get this, she's standing in front of a whole conspiracy board. Like something out of a detective flick set in Brooklyn, covered with every little detail about him, and y'all, the look in her eyes. Pure unfiltered rage, she's about to pop off. After that, the news just went berserk with this story. The Salvation Guild. The first crew in the entire world to clear the 7th-floor dungeon. And Lee Si-jun, dude got voted the biggest deal on the entire planet. Everyone was losing their minds, like, they actually beat the 7th floor. It's real! People were already asking, so, when's the 8th floor dropping? Lee Si-jun is the absolute GOAT. Little kids in Texas were telling their moms, you want to be just like Lee Si-jun. But then, someone in the comments just had to stir the pot. They were like, what about Isaac and Yu Seong? No news on them. Then some rando clapped back, bro, it's a domestic article. Why would they write about foreigners? Dumb question. The original commenter was so not having it and replied, mind your own business, you punk. Who even asked you? The other dude just shot back, so what? I felt like it. Ian, just like that, poof. The whole comment thread got deleted. The drama! So then we cut to this super sketchy, dark room. Park Shin Hai is perched on a chair, looking around like a scared little mouse. Noda Hajiro's there too, trying to be slick while he cases the joint. Then, this mystery person in the shadows finally speaks up, like, Zach. What's the tea? You can literally hear the panic in her voice as she stammers about that, and boom. We flash to inside a dungeon where some golem is in a full-on brawl. Elsewhere, a sphinx is getting absolutely wrecked by a fire golem. Its neck pinned right to the floor. It's chaos. Then out of nowhere, Lina just yeets herself into the fight, ramming her spear straight into the sphinx, with a little skeleton homie providing backup. The second she sees blood, Lina gets all intense and screams, yes, we finally broke through. But after she stabs the sphinx, this absolute madman Kim Juju literally jumps right onto the fresh wound, like my dude, personal space. He's in full-on vampire mode, smacks his hand on the gash, and is about to pop a skill. Then, right on cue, the system goes ding. Skill Hell Emissary's bloodsucking has been activated. Ooh, this is getting spicy. It's a combo skill, vampire bloodsucking, and it jacks up the HEP recovery rate by a whole 100%. Next thing you know, Kim Ji-ju just leans back like he's sipping on a freaky deaky smoothie, draining every last drop from that Sphinx. And you can just tell Kim Ji-ju is loving it, smirking all satisfied. The Sphinx finally realizes something super wrong and tries to turn its head, grinding its teeth all mad. But then, its body just starts spewing this thick cloud of smoke, and another notification pops up. Skill Hell Emissary's blood mist has been activated. Lina, who's still in the thick of it, gets totally shook and whips her head around like, what now? The Sphinx and the fire golem are totally swallowed up by this black smoke, and over on the other side, Kim Ji-ju is just chilling in the same fog, but his eyes are glowing this terrifying crimson. A second later, the smoke clears, and we finally see what Kim Ji-ju's turned into. Bro looks like a straight-up demon now, no cap. Then a notification flashes, a blood golem has been summoned, and bam, we cut back to the dark room, where Park Shin-hye is still spilling the beans, her voice shaking. You sent is at Useong, and the Sword Saint to the 6th floor, a plus-rank dungeon in Egypt. Noda Hajiro, sitting across from her, just flips out and yells, and whose genius idea was that? Then Sung-gu chimes in, trying to be the chill one like, everybody just calm down. Divine Archer, my dude, you gotta hear the whole story first. The second he says that, Noda Hajiro slams his hand on the table. He literally snarls at him, he wasn't asking you. Park Shin-hye cuts back in, trying to calm everyone's farm. It was my call, okay? My judgment, but you don't need to worry, I already prepped for this. He gave the Helm of Hades and the Boots of Hermes to the Sword Saint. And yeah, I sent you Seong as bait, but he's not some chump. And no matter how good Isaac thinks he is, the chance of him making it out of that dungeon alive is zero nada. Park Shin-hye says this with the confidence of someone from Beverly Hills. Noda Hajiro just gives her a death stare and says nothing. Even Lee Si-jun is just sitting there, chin in his hand, actually mulling it over. But then someone else slams their hand on the table and declares, "You re a little too confident." Park Shin-hye looks over, completely shocked. At that exact moment, a big, bright, glowing circle appears right in the middle of the table. Lee Si-jun sees it and just cracks this wicked little smile. Then the scene switches, and we see a car pulling up to a building that looks like it's in downtown Miami. Park Yong-won gets out of the car, looking super stressed. Just then, his assistant runs up to him, totally panicked. "Director, we have a huge problem." He just looks at her, ice cold, and goes, "What is it?" The secretary leans in and whispers the news in his ear and his face, while he's absolutely stunned. "What? That guy?" After that, they both rush inside the building. Then we cut to a different place, where this guy, Hill Frey, is just calmly rolling 2 huge marbles in his hand, and standing right behind him is Sakura, looking all menacing. A second later, Park Yong-won and his secretary bust into the room. When Hill Frey sees them, he just lets out this sly, shady grin. Then the scene changes again, and a notification pops up. "Crow, you have defeated the Sphinx." And get this, the message appears right over where Useong got sliced in half. A moment later, his upper body just lifts into the air, and this insane golden light starts stitching his 2 halves back together. It's totally nuts! The glow literally lights up the entire area. Then another notification appears. "You have used the Hell Emissary's skill, Undead Regression, bro. That's a unique grade skill. We re-talking super rare. You can't even use it until you hit level 50. The lore is wild, it's for the dead, who basically tell the ferryman Charon nah. Swim across the river Styx, and just waltz back into the land of the living. The skill kicks in whenever the user gets taken out during a dungeon raid. Get this, it's a full-on system restore. It clears all the nasty debuffs, and boom, your health and mana are back to 100%. The only catch: you get 0 rewards for beating the dungeon. Lame, right? And check it, this is a one-time use skill. Once you pop it, it's gone. The second it activated, Yuhan's body, literally pieced itself back together. Someone straight up brought him back from the dead. Yuhan's eyes were blazing with pure hate and determination. He leaned back, and the air just whooshed around him. For real. The dungeon forest at night is the spot for all the secret, shady fights. Okay, so now the sun's coming up all golden and pretty. Park Yong-won's voice is all gravelly. Bro, this is a really bad spot. You can't just show up at my place on Rodeo Drive out of nowhere and drop this on me. My head's spinning. Hill Frey leans in, his voice all low and kinda cold, but super calculating. Why are you dragging your feet? What's there to even think about? The second he said that, you could hear a pin drop, total silence. Park Yong-won is giving him the nastiest side eye, totally suspicious. You want me to help you raid the 7 dungeon floors? Give me one good reason why the hell I should do that for you. And Hill Frey just smirks this evil little smile. fidgeting with a rock like a total psycho. Lee Si-jun is out here running his mouth, telling everyone he's the raider of the 7 floors. We're not just gonna let him take your clout like that, are you? Park Yong-won's voice got super sharp. So you were saying we should team up? Hill Frey pauses for dramatic effect. With this little smirk you can't read at all, like, is he for real or just messing with him? If you want to call it teaming up, let's just say you'll be the one participating in the dungeon, and we'll raid it together down the line. Park Yong-won, just sitting there, raises a whole eyebrow, his voice drops, dripping with suspicion, participating. The other guy just hits him with this ice-cold glare. Yeah, that's right, participating. Oh, if he's mad now, Park Yong-won literally drags his nail across the table, leaving a huge scratch. The vibe got so heavy, and his eyes were practically on fire as his voice echoed. Are you trying to start something with me right now? Right here in my own headquarters, my penthouse on Park Avenue. I'm guessing that's exactly what you mean, Park Yong-won. And this freaky dark aura starts filling the room. Sakura literally took a step back, cause she felt that crazy killing intent. She's whispering, half in awe and half totally freaked out. Damn, that's some serious bloodlust. I can't believe he actually lost his cool like that. But Hill Frey, bro, is completely unbothered, just chilling. Oh honey, what do you mean, start something? Then, legit lightning sparks start crackling on his hand. So what do you think happens when you push someone's buttons? Especially when it's between 2 guys on the exact same power level. The energy just explodes from his hand, surges through him, and then floods the whole room. Their 2 auras just smashed into each other like a couple of starving wolves. So one dude is seeing red, and the other is just having a laugh. Cut to somewhere else, where this super cute, bright red, wing-shaped mug is being set down. It's OC-chan sipping coffee and chuckling. Instant coffee will forever be the G.O.A.T. He gives this little eyebrow raise and a shrug, laughing at his own weird habit. Like if I buy that fancy ground stuff, it's just not my style. Way too bitter, you feel me? Ju was trying so hard not to laugh. It was literally instant coffee from a paper cup he'd swiped from a meeting with the Phoenix Guild. Her voice just cuts in, Guild Master. I've got some juicy gossip. It looks like the Thunderbird Guild and Park Yong-won finally made contact. Os-chan's face just lit up. He couldn't even try to hide his massive grin. Oh, so the main event is finally kicking off. He's smirking, his eyes literally sparkling with excitement. Okay, now things are getting good. Let's start placing bets on how this whole train wreck is gonna go down. Then suddenly, OC-chan gives her this suspicious look, his voice all soft and worried. Where are you running off to? Secretary Lai stands up, straightens her jacket, and says super casually, I'm just going to meet a friend. OC-chan's voice is just dripping with disbelief. A friend. Secretary Laju just tilts her head, totally unfazed by his whole vibe. What's with the tone? And at that, OC-chan gets all flustered, throwing his hands up like he's surrendering. Nope, just go, get out of here! She gives him a small, soft smile before leaving. I'll be back soon. OC-chan just watches her walk out the door, sighing as he repeats the word to himself. A friend. Yeah, right, and bam, the scene cuts to this super sketchy alley in Cairo, with a flickering yellow light bouncing off the grimy brick walls. It's giving off black market vibes, kinda like a back alley in Vegas. Inside some dive bar, you can see 3 shadowy figures under a single bare light bulb.